round number 2. Let's see if I actually didn't break it this time. Hopefully, we're actually live. I mean, I'm not dropping frames. We're in a good start. All right. I'm going to take it. I'm not going to question it. I don't know what happened. All right. We're live for Vegas. Well, we're a waiting room for Vegas. We're a waiting room. I think Vegas will start in about 2-ish hours. From seeing some badges, it looks like Vegas is going live at 9 a.m. Well, that's 9 a.m. Vegas time. So having a quick look now. It is 7:42. So the main event will start at 9 a.m. But if I'm going off of Bologna, they're going to have at least like 30 minutes of pre-show, waiting. They might not even start till round 2, which means we might not actually get coverage till like 10 a.m. Vegas time, which is fine. We knew this. We knew this going in, so it's not a huge deal. It's not a huge problem. How is everybody doing? Is anybody here? How are people doing? But we are stable. It looks, yeah, we're fine. We're stable. We're good. We're in a very comfy spot. All right. Woo! Oh, that was scary. All right, let me get this bingo card ready, because I did have everything going and then I had to restart my computer, because of course I did. So let me quickly build that. Let me bring up the notepad, and then I have something special to show everybody. I have to first input everything I already had, and then yeah, I had to restart the old computer. So give me a split second. I'm not 100% sure if I even want everything placed in the way I'm placing it right now. I'm literally just like smashing everything into tier list. Not tier list. We are going to do a tier list though. We're going to do a tier list. We're going to have the bingo, which I'm going to have there. We still have one more space to fill for the bingo, which should be good fun. We're going to watch back the finals from Bologna, which I'm excited about, because I haven't actually been able to catch up all of the coverage. I've watched the top 8 coverage. So I'm excited to see that and watching Alan. We might, if we've got time, we might start playing some of Alan. We might replay Ezreal, as obviously we played that yesterday and that did not go well. I think one of them was definitely a skill issue on my part. I think I could have probably beaten the Kai'Sa, and I was talking to who I think is one of the best best Ezreal players in the UK. And he said basically the match is kind of unwinnable till you figure it out. And then once you figure it out, it's almost unlosable, which is like, okay. So it's one of those matchups which I've experienced in card games where it's like, it's very much skill based. Once you get into the spot where you don't think you can lose, you basically can't. Which I'm hyped about. All right, let's come over. I want to quickly preview this. So look at this. So when we're actually in coverage, when we're watching coverage, so I'll put this full screen. This is just the VOD we're going to be watching. So this will be full screen. So we'll always have this playing. And then I've got this beautiful tier list. And look at this. So if someone doesn't pay a rune, or the not paying the full rune cycle cost, I can just press. Oh, no, that's the additive. I can play, and I can. Oh, look at your streamer. He pressed a button and it did a thing. We'll have this going for the whole 2 days, which I think will be a lot of fun. Draven winning on coverage. We got Aurora winning. Alan actually winning on feature match, which I think is low-key a gimme. 20 Might Reliver, 2 Dravens in the top 8. So some of these are going to be hard. Annie gets a quick kill, less 4-turn cycle. I think I might change this to just any deck. I don't actually know who can do it. I think there's like 1, maybe 2 decks that could do this. I think a 5... The problem is, it's like, if I say 5, it's really easy. Right? I think there's a bunch of decks that could do a 5-turn cycle kill. I think Draven could very easily do a 5-turn cycle kill. 4 is interesting, right? Because turn 1, you can play a 2-drop, or if you're on the draw, you can play Sneaky Deckhand, right? So that's 1. Opponent plays something, pass. Turn 2, you go to 2 points. You play another Deckhand or a Kaiser Accelerated, go to 3. Opponent passes, probably pulling back the Deckhand. Let's say the Kaiser doesn't die, you go to 4, somehow get back onto the battlefield, go to 5. So that was 1, 2, so you're 3, you go to 5. Actually, is 4 just impossible? Am I on crack? I'm trying to think. On the draw, Sneaky Deckhand, 1, 2, 3, 4, pull off 5. One, two. It has to be 5. I don't know how you can get. I don't actually know in my head now actually how you get a 4-turn cycle kill. Am I crazy? Am I crazy, chat? I'm actually now struggling here. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this in a little bit. Anyway, so we've got a bingo board. We'll always have that running when coverage starts, so we can always flick over and we can all talk about that. We will do a tier list. Where's my tier list? Not that screen, not that screen, not this screen, this screen. I'll have to select the right thing. This. Off that and that. We will be making a brand new tier list and going over some stuff. There's also some tweets and stuff I want to go over, which I think is going to be interesting as like a pre-show sort of thing while we're waiting for stuff. This is what I'm excited about. We'll talk about that in a bit. This is my tier list going into Bologna, which I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think there has been changes in the week between the two events. So I'll be interested to see what other people's opinions are. I think there are certain decks which people are like going to overvalue, and I think there are other decks that people are going to undervalue. I think the metagame has also shown us that certain decks are way more unplayable than I thought, and there are other decks which I think are way more playable than I thought. The top decks have also changed. The S tier decks have also changed. We are still going to work on the original philosophy though, chat, where we're going to combine every variant of it. But I think something like Ezreal now, which was obviously going into Bologna, I saw a few rat players, but like it was virtually just Miracle / Control Ezreal based decks. Ezreal isn't even really doing the Miracle package. Well, Ezreal's actually really interesting, right? Because Ezreal operates on the idea that you are playing a control deck, but like you have the Miracle package, but you're not really like trying to like spew out stuff really quickly, right? You just play like 1 Rasa, maybe 2. You're not like trying to just like bleh, everything out like Miracle Draven. Draven is a Miracle deck. Draven's a Miracle deck. The Jinx deck that did well was a Miracle deck. The Sivir decks are like kind of like Control Miracle. They're basically a Hand Disruption Miracle. So I think there's a very interesting like variance different in there. Ezreal is not trying to do that. Ezreal is a control deck. And I don't think many people are going to even bother playing Miracle at all, if I'm being frank. So I think that's the direction we're going to see. But we'll talk about this when we go into the actual tier list part. I'll occasionally have a look over. And look at this, I've also got it so I can see your lovely messages. Look at this, guy, your streamer has improved. Look at this, chat. Though I think my messages, I need to move you just over a little scooch. Little scooch. You're building Aurelia to counter Sivir players in my local scene. That's honestly new. Smart strategy there. I actually applaud you for that. Hazel, yo, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. Have you played any competitive yet? Yeah, so I played in Bologna. I've been playing since set 1, like the beginning of set 1. I had like early pre-orders. I was like super in on it. So I played Bologna. I've only played like 2 skirmishes because I only played like my super local skirmish. I like was super lazy at traveling, but played pretty well. I somehow top 8'd a skirmish with Leona. It was a capped skirmish. We did cap the attendance, and your boy still somehow made it through pure grit, and also skill checking people because they didn't understand how stun works. And then I actually locked in and played Annie, and I won it. So that was really good. Bologna, so I went 3-3 in the main event, which was a little bit sad. Yeah, I had my bye, but I just could not get anything going. I lost to some variant stuff. My opponents kind of top decked me in spots where I didn't do it. But that's just how it goes. I mean, I've done really well at Magic events. I've almost made a top 8 in a Grand Prix when those were a thing before they got renamed and stuff. So like I'm super familiar with like the variants in card games. I also think I like played pretty well in Bologna. I played Draven. I like grinded the deck out for like 2 months. But the issue was like I think I probably could have played even better. And I think those like 1 or 2% points cost me. And that's fine. I still had a lot of fun. I still had some great memories with the people I traveled with. So hey, that's it. Is anybody in chat at Vegas at the moment? Are any of you like waking up and you're seeing that there's a waiting room stream going? Or is anybody else into playing competitive? Or are you just like kind of vibing? You know, I kind of like that I know. So our local one, my locals is big on just vibes. We have a lot of people playing a lot of different types of deck. Which I love. I love that Riftbound is like offering people to just kind of play their pet deck and just absolutely grind it out. So yeah, I agree though. I agree with you. I think Leona has a lot of potential. It's just the card quality at the moment doesn't work. And the problem is like the best removal spell in my opinion, in yellow just is not good to play in Leona. Like you just can't play Color Week, right? If Color Week was one-sided, I think it would be way better. It would be like very much like kind of a Magic the Gathering as a like target player sacrifices a unit, or it would be creature in Magic. I think that kind of card would like throw Leona into a way better spot. But at the moment, just there isn't good removal, so you're like super based on like using your Hidden Blades to just try and attempt to get Broad Peasants. Or you have to play like Harness Dragon, which is like such a bad card. Like you just don't want to do it. Yeah, it is, like at the moment, we're a lot of stuff. What time does the tournament start? The tournament starts, welcome as well to the stream, Ada Chu. Hopefully the tournament's starting, so the tournament starts in Vegas in about an hour, and what's the time? In about an hour. The main event will be starting. The thing is, I have a sneaking suspicion, because I played in Bologna, we're not going to be seeing anything, really, till like, probably an hour and a half. Maybe 2 hours. This is just going on coverage that I experienced in Bologna. Everything was about an hour to at least an hour to an hour and a half behind. Maybe it might be 30 minutes. Maybe they're going to run it with no delay. I don't know. No one knows that information at the moment. The only thing I know is that the main event is starting in an hour. But we'll see. We'll see. I have no people on the ground to give me that kind of information, but I'm looking forward to it. You want to be competitive? I need to make some friends to actually test stuff with outside my Nexus nights. Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to shout out the server. The server that I play on with all of my competitive matches, or not even competitive, just when we're actually playing a bunch of games and everything else. Yeah, Top Cut was without delay. Yeah. Everything else was delayed. And I mean, they kind of had to have no delay for the top cut because of the crowd, the environment. It was infectious. It was genuinely electric. I was absolutely blown away. I'm just going to shout out this Discord server. This is the Runes and Rift Discord server. This is where I would suggest people join. It's a wonderful community. I generally want to shout them out. Oh, no. Oh, you're in there. I just need to send a message. You already know. We're on the same page then. They're a wonderful community. It's probably the best place to get some practice. You don't always have to join the rank ladder. The rank ladder, though, is a very quick and easy way of jumping into games. Normally high quality games as well. So yeah. From in my city, I'm very competitive, and everyone in my city is more casual. I mean, that happens. I mean, you can just be the guy that pushes people to start playing a little bit better. As long as you, like, especially at, like, Nexus nights, and I very much try and preach this, not preach, I very much try and educate people, especially when, like, it's their first TCG, or they're kind of new to this. Nexus nights, this is where you can kind of, you can play casual, you can play, like, hardcore best deck, but have fun with it. You know, like, you don't have to take it super seriously. I don't take a single Nexus night very seriously, but I'm there to, like, let people take C's back C's. This is the environment where you need to let people improve and learn and get better at the game, because then when the moment like a skirmish comes up, that's when you can actually take it super seriously. And everybody understands that, right? It's just understanding the different environments. No, absolutely. I fully get that that's the kind of guy you are. And I mean, a lot of people are like that. It's just like making sure, like, you... How do I put this? You just want to make sure that everybody is having fun. So fully get that. When I was hardcore grinding Magic the Gathering, like, I was like, oh, I have to have... winning means I have to have fun. You can take it seriously, but have a smile on your face and be cordial to your opponents, right? Like, as long as everybody is having fun there, you're going to have fun, you'll meet new friends, and everything will be great. Like, honestly speaking, I can't say that more. I have so much more fun just watching things, and then I still win, right? Like, I was playing Annie last night at my next night. People were like, oh, this guy. But, like, it's still fun. Only lost to Kaiser yesterday, because Kaiser used to be a real 50-50 / skill-based match, and now because they play so much removal, I stood like, no chance. Which was rough, which was super rough. But hey, we just take it. We just take it. But also, welcome to the community. Welcome to the TCG community. Yeah, Lucian's a lot of fun, especially if you're playing like the sort of like combo variant where you can get a bunch of points out of nowhere. People are like not expecting that sort of thing. I can't remember what it's called. What's the equipment called? Oh, I should know this. The red one. The red one. Yeah, Train of Force with the red one. Yeah, you know it's the red one. Yeah. Where you steal a bunch of points, you end up holding, and then just go out. Skyfall, thank you, Newt. Thank you. There we go. Or yo, also over to Silos? Not sure. Apologies for that, but welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. You know when Vegas starts? So the main event is going to be starting in approximately 1 hour. We're waiting to find out as and when coverage does start. As soon as coverage starts, I've got a stream loaded up in the background while we're waiting for it. But as a few of you have joined, welcome. We're going to be doing a full co-stream of both events. I've got two things going on at the moment. Well, actually, no. This is the main thing that we're going to be doing. Every single match I will be co-streaming, so I'm excited to go through that for the next 2 days. So you want someone that's going to be doing occasionally very high-level content, as well as also more like casual stuff for the layman, to kind of explain the whole broad. I've experienced everything. I've done playtesting with big groups of pro players. I've also done it where I've jumped into a game and taught brand new players how to play. So I'll be able to explain all of the fundamentals of everything in competitive play, and also ways in which you can get better. So do be sure to follow. We have also got a little subscriber thing going at the moment. If I do hit 10 subscribers, we're 3 at the moment, so 7 more across this weekend, I think is kind of doable. The reason I'm shouting this out is I will be doing a crazy challenge where I'm going to try and win a game, not a match. A match would be crazy, chat. But we'll win a game with every single legend currently in Riftbound, and then I'll throw that into a fun little YouTube video, which will be the first big YouTube video I do on my Riftbound YouTube channel, and then I'll go from there. I haven't got it set up. I have got a VODs channel that's just reposting VODs, so yeah. But yeah, should be good fun. Thank you everybody for joining us. We're actually going to jump into the first thing. As a bunch of you are here, we're going to be having a bingo. A bingo going the whole time, throughout the whole weekend, as you can see. We're currently missing 1 here. I need a suggestion from chat to find out what we're going to be doing here for the final one. But we've got not paying the full rune cost to cycle, so a little bit of sketchy action happening if that happens on stream. Getting 3 points in 1 round, that's obviously like purple Yasuo. I don't know any other way of getting more points. I guess you could do it with Draven, purple Draven. So there are a few cards Sabotage discarding instead of recycling. So if we catch anyone just immediately discarding the card, we'll throw that away. Mirror match battlefields, pretty plain and simple. Draven winning on coverage. It is Draven, the actual Draven. We can't have purple Draven from Aurelia doing it. So, yeah. Any D tier decks, we're going to do a tier list before we get into everything. If any of these can win on coverage. Icer in the top 8. Annie gets a quick kill. I need to edit this. I need to edit this one. Because I've done the math, and there isn't a single way for an Annie to get a 4-turn cycle kill. So, we'll see. Aurora winning on stream, I think, is a pretty good one. Alan on the wins on the feature match. They've got to have him for round 2, right? He'll have a bye. They've got to I'm sorry, if I'm the producer... By the way, I've been a producer for Riot Games and stuff in the past, mostly on LEC. If I'm producing this... Alan's going on my stream round 2. I'm sorry. Like, he's just going on. You've got to have the guy that just won Bologna slap bang on your stream. 20 Might Aurelia, pretty plain and simple. 2 Dravens in the top 8. I think this is doable. We saw 3 in Bologna. I think 2's pretty reasonable. Teemo on feature. Teemo doesn't have to win, but gets onto the feature. No order in the finals. I think this is kind of a gimme. This one feels a gimme square, but we wanted a few gimmies because we've got some weird ones that I don't even know if it's possible. Unit gets stunned. Where's my Leona players at? Where's my Thonk players at? I think the only way we get this is either Leona randomly appears on the stream, or an Aurelia plays a Thonk. I don't know any other deck that's going to do it. Maybe an Azir player that plays a Thonk in the sideboard? Maybe? Maybe? And then we've got the mystery one, which if I don't know... Oh, yeah, Master Yi. No, that's true. Yeah, we could do Master Yi. Yeah. I don't think Master Yi's gonna make it, but maybe. You know what? I could be wrong. Master Yi. What do we want with Master Yi? Also, hello, everybody. How are we all doing? Hello, Real Shadow. Real Shadowy, it's lovely to see you back. Granada making a top 10. I don't think that's going to be happening. 7 player in playing Leona. Let's go Stun Gaming. All right, Stun Gamers. Yo, welcome to the chat. As a guy said in Bologna, just dodge Draven. I mean, there are a few decks currently in the format where if you can just dodge it, you can get it. I think it's a real thing. I mean, do we actually have it? Actually, chat, let me have a quick look. Yara, yo, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Also, what happened with my camera? That went really blurry. Yo, welcome, everybody. Thank you for the follows. Much appreciated, everybody. Also, Fever, WTF, yo, thank you as well for the follow. Much appreciated, everybody. Thank you. Right. Where is the tweet? Let me find my tab. I'll find it. This one? No. Not that one. Not that one. This one? I will say Ezreal has a hard time beating you because of Ruin Runner. Same for Jax. Honestly, I'm going to say a slightly hot take. I think Jax, because of the new tech coming into Bologna, so his champion ability now allows you, and this is crazy, you can tap him to detach a Brutalizer and then reattach it to the same unit, basically forcing the plus for it to be always 3 instead of 1 if you don't have anything else you want to move around, which is like nuts, may I add, like actually kind of nuts. Why? You might like, Alex, this sounds like whatever, it's great if you just want to go in. No. Athelios. Buffing, channeling, getting runes back. Actually kind of good. So I think Ruin Runner, in Yi, in Jax, are like actual real cards. I'm not going to go further and say other decks are real, but it's a thing. Especially if Ezreal is seeing a presence rise. But I don't think it was. We'll have to wait and see. Right, where's my tier list? Ah, here we are. Right. So first thing I want to get into, chat. First thing, I want to bring us over and start talking about our legends that we've got to see. Reason being I want to talk about this is because this is the presence that we saw in the pre-RCQ, right? So this is the like I think it was like 800 players or so that jumped into this. Really good event if you're starting out. Really good if it's just you just want to kind of get a feel for like what the general meta is. Now remember, there's going to be over double the amount of players here. So we could just double these numbers and see that. There's also a good chance that this isn't going to be an exact representation of what is going to be within the meta. So Draven, to no one's surprise, it was the best conversion deck at about 60% in the main event in Bologna from day 1 to day 2. So it had an absurd percentage rate unless you have people like me bringing down the odds. Sorry, me. But also nothing's too surprising here. Aurelia, seeing a high this. Aurelia's a very simple deck to pick up, but obviously it gets a little bit harder going down to Master. It does have a plateau thing, but also it has a cap. Like, there is a ceiling on Aurelia. Kai'Sa, I think, is really good into like the general meta. Has like a 50-50, maybe even slightly favored matchup into Draven depending on the spells that you're playing and the spell thing. But you also smash like all the other unit decks unless your opponents are playing Miracle, and Miracle actually has an okay game into it because guess what? You don't get blown up by one Singularity or one falling or like a falling star plus like a Stupefy or something, right? So Miracle, I think Miracle Draven is the direction. We'll do a tier list. We'll talk about that in a moment. Ezreal, obviously, I don't think we're going to see a huge rise in Ezreal while it was the best deck in Bologna. And in my opinion, small take, sneak peek rather, to the tier list, Control Ezreal is the best deck. Like, it just is. The problem is it's also an insanely hard deck to play. Like, it's the hardest deck in the whole of Riftbound to play. And I think Alan displayed the difference between, like, a good player and, like, an actual, like, crazy cracked player like him. After this, Sivir is actually a pretty good matchup into Ezreal. It's also a pretty good matchup into Kai'Sa. She struggles a little bit with these other ones, but it's actually a real matchup. Now, this is assuming you're playing like the kind of Miracle Hand Disruption Sivir. And then after this, we have like 4% Victor, 3% Lucian. I think these are all like solid A-tier decks, honestly speaking. I don't think there's anything wrong. I'm surprised Azir's got such a high presence, but Azir is what I would call a Timmy deck. Let me see if I can actually find MTG Timmy meaning. Right, okay, so let me find the Magic the Gathering article. I want to actually quote this. So Timmy wasn't the first profile we created, but Timmy is a happenstance and Tempest design. We were talking about it. Imagine the kid. Okay, so a Timmy. Imagine kid going to school. Let's call him Timmy. Now, Timmy doesn't have a lot of money, so he buys some packs, and then he rips them, and he starts tearing through, and he finds some rare, finds the big things, looks at the cool things, and they go, cool. He just wants to slam some stuff, make some fun stuff, and go in, blah, big things, or play a lot of synergy, right? Timmy, like, Azir is the prime Timmy deck. So I would say, like, honestly, there isn't more of a Timmy deck outside of maybe Fiora, but I think Azir is far more Timmy. It's a fun deck. You get to do a bunch of stuff. Sometimes you do also just put your hands up in the air and go, take the wheel. But, yeah. Crazy to me that Lucian and Fiora have a low pick rate. The problem is, like, I agree with you. Like, I think Fiora is actually very good into some of the top decks. Like, especially Ezreal, Fiora, even Aurelia. Like, Fiora can have good matchups. The problem is, like, there are two philosophies fighting at the moment. So, like, until we actually fix that, it's gonna be hard. When we fix... When the meta actually stabilizes, and there are actually more cards, I think there's totally a chance. Riposte, by the way, in my opinion, Riposte, best signature spell. I'm sorry, it is. It just is. You can argue Defiant Dance, and I think there's a very good argument. I think it's also pretty, like, close. But it's just insane. Renata will soon... You think Aurora? I don't think you can play Aurora Sivir at the moment. You can. Absolutely can. I mean, real shadowy. Xenoblade is #1 in our hearts. In reality, it's fine. Renata will be as soon. Trust me. I mean, Renata has more game than I originally gave to it. But at the moment, it's bad. But Renata, unlike a lot of other decks, did make day 2. And I have to say the truth. To, like, our favorite people. Also, Royal Cactus Fruit. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated out to you. Renata had day 2. Renata made day 2. Renata made day 2. A Leona didn't. It hurts me. It hurts me as a Leona gamer. So, we'll have to wait and see. Anything else? Anything else interesting? I think Annie deserves a way higher presence. I think you just play super aggro Annie. You go under, you play stack hands and everything else. You play the best of list, frankly speaking. Rek'Sai is surprisingly high. I don't rate the deck at the moment. I think you should play Darius. I don't think Rek'Sai is good. Rek'Sai's fun. Rek'Sai is fun. And Rek'Sai lets you spear wheel more than any of the other decks. But, yeah. We have to wait. Rek'Sai is fun. I've played some Rek'Sai. It's a lot of fun. You flick through a lot of cards, and then sometimes you don't do anything. I mean, Misfortune also is, like, criminally low. I still think Misfortune is the best Aurora deck. If you're going to play Aurora, you just play Misfortune. Sivir is the same colors, but the problem is Misfortune with the ganking. And honestly, in my opinion, the unit, way better. Yeah, no, I was playing a stream game, and chat pointed out that my Renata opponent, my Rek'Sai opponent, thought that if they had 2 of them out, all of their units get accelerate for free. Then we had a really awkward thing, and I said, hey, my chat's pointing out it's different. I know it's different by reading the cards, but I also didn't pick this up. And then we asked in the chat, in the Runes and Rift judges chat, and then they just went, yeah, that's not how that card works. Which was very awkward. Very awkward. Low-key Bullet Time. Bullet Time's probably like an A-tier deck. Oh, I mean, Bullet Time is better. I don't even think it's really a hot take. I think Bullet Time is just strictly better. Why don't we see more Divine Judgment plays? Because it's a mirroring effect, and the problem is your opponent gets to play out first, and they get their runes first, and they get to react to everything. So unless you've been able to build Divine Judgment into a point where it really screws over the opponent, far more than it's going to affect you, it's a board reset, but it's parity. If it was just one-sided, like say for instance only your opponent lost their runes, card would be everywhere. But at the moment, it's yeah. I would also argue games are much faster now in set. Well. Do I agree with that statement? I think, genuinely speaking, as like a general statement, yes. But I think Annie is still the fastest deck in the format. In set 2 and in set 1. The tools just got slightly better for Annie, but everything else got better as well. Same experience for Kai'Sa, right? I think Kai'Sa was like a power level above everything, and now the power level for a lot of purple decks has now risen to that point. But like, a lot of other stuff like didn't get better. Let's have a look. I mean, Ornn is currently here at 17. I'm surprised so many people are playing Ornn, but also Ornn is fun to play. If you just build a really big Ornn, I mean, it's great. Having a look at the other legends, so we've got a lot of 14, so Ornn was 17, and we've had a bit of a drop-off. Yi, Ahri's surprising though. Ahri, obviously, in Bologna, I think was like the 5th most played legend. Obviously, people are metal card hunting, and there's a chance that we're just going to see a huge rise in something like Ahri. Teemo as well will probably see a bit of a rise. One, the metal card is worth money, and also, it turns out the Miracle version is actually playable. Yeah, the overall power level, but obviously all of those except for those legends are all purple except for Kai'Sa. And I don't blame you, like it's a fair fact. Lux seeing a high amount of play. I mean, also this was something like the pro player Aliantrazi. Like he was playing Lux in the pre-rift, but he did not play it in the main event, and he did not play it when he didn't make day 2. He was not playing it in the side event, and I sat next to him. By the way, Ali is a wonderful gentleman. If you ever have the chance of bumping into him, if you're like waking up and you're playing in Vegas, go say hello to him. He's a wonderful gent. Yasuo is worse earlier, but fun to play, by the way. Jax, I think, is surprisingly low. I actually knew the second best volley. Playing a really aggro build. I knew a player also doing really well with Darius, and I'm surprised it's so low as well. So like these two should be way higher in my opinion. Renata is yeah, and this is, but like we're at the 1% territory. So like everything here, like think about it. This is someone playing in a side event. Day 1 going into the event. Like people aren't gonna want to go too crazy. Now did people say, chat, did we say that we've got like the final actual meta report, or do we probably won't get that till round 1. Yeah, we definitely won't get that till round 1. Yeah, we won't actually get it till everybody's fully locked in and we know. I remember, chat, I need help with one more thing that we're going to put on our bingo. One more thing for the bingo in the bottom corner. Righty then. So chat, while we're waiting, we're going to do a juicy little tier list. Now, just to remind you, in case you don't, or it's your first time joining the stream, let me just come back over. I guess I'll put it actually up here. All right, so chat, if this is your first time here, we did a tier list. We did a tier list stream because that's what every content creator makes when they want to do something a little bit controversial, but also engagement farming. So this was my tier list going into Bologna, and I still stand by what my assumptions were going into Bologna. Now, important note, and we're going to be doing this as well for Vegas in a moment. This is a combined tier list, meaning something like Mid-Range Draven and Miracle Draven are merged together to just be Draven. That doesn't mean we're not discounting it. The reason I put Ezreal so far down, even though I actually said I think it's the second best deck in the format in that stream, is because I think Rat Ezreal is actually A tier. I did see some Rats, but there weren't a lot. Okay, so that's that. I think I mostly stand by some of this tier list in general. I didn't realize so many people would actually just play the Miracle variant and just smash it. Is there anything here I'm not super happy about? I guess Ornn turning out and like actually learning more about where the Ornn is in the general metagame. I would probably put in D. In hindsight. But chat, we're gonna now bring it over, and actually we're going to do another tier list. What time does the event start? So it's in theory going to start in an hour. In theory, it's going to start in about an hour. According to, from what I understand, the main event is starting 9 a.m. in Vegas. Now, where the coverage starts, I don't know. But we will find out as soon as the stream starts. It's going to be on. We're going to be watching it. Either it'll be in the background or whatever. Okay? But thank you so much for joining us, Ramblin'. Draven Mirror on camera, low odds. You think it's a low odds? I think that's a chance. Renata wins a match on stream. Oh my god. I think it's plausible though. Jinx is probably slightly better than C now, which is just so messed up, but because it gets to play all the purple cards, it's actually there. But anyway, we're gonna do a new tier list. This is gonna be the Vegas tier list, chat. Alright? Bingo could maybe be that a player draws 10 cards in one round, or stacked deck being played 3 times in one round. I like where your head's at there. Alright, what's Carrot Wiz. Oh, also, Carrot Wiz, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I shouted you out. For bingo, how about tribal feature on stream? Mechs, dragons. So if we see a rumble on stream, that's kind of a gimme. Okay, let's come back over to the bingo. I see what you guys are putting down. I also really need to edit this bingo. Turn that off. Going there here. Five or less uncycle. I think that's reasonable. I did the math. There's no way we can get it for 4. Unless like some crazy person's playing Yasuo and the opponent genuinely doesn't do anything. Yeah, I mean, Peter, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that an Aurora deck made it all the way to the finals in Bologna. I thought Aurora was like totally playable. It's just I didn't expect it to be as playable as I thought it would be. I think, do we go with the draw or do we go for tribe? The problem is it's really like, there's only like one tribe you can play, right? It's realistically only max. We're just missing more tribes at the moment. That's the problem here. You know, a couple people on dragons? Okay. So we got the new red dragon in Spirit Forge, which was like a legit, in my opinion, that was like a limited bomb. They are metal card hunters. I mean, hey, metal card hunters, metal card hunt. I mean, I fully appreciate a good old metal card hunter. Chat. I think we'll go for like drawing. Realistically, how many cards do you think a person can draw in a turn? So stack deck 1, 2, Ezreal 3, 4. Oh no. Called shot 1, 2, called shot 3, 4, Ezreal 5, 6, draw for turn 7, stack deck 8. Do we think they could go above 8? Do we think like a miracle deck can realistically go above 8? I think what I just named was like a pretty reasonable thing. That's true. If they're playing Draven, we could get to 10. Or, actually, if they're playing Ezreal, they can also get an extra draw. Alright, chat. Are we going to say 10 or 8? I want a consensus, chat. 10 or 8? 10 or 8? 10 cards or 8 cards? You're saying 9! 9, right in the middle. All right. I like that. 9 or more. All right. First time chat is coming in. JJ and Donutty. All right, lads. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, we'll go with 9 or more. Draw 9 or more cards in one turn. All right, chat. That is this. In case you haven't joined us, this is a fully touchable one. I sadly can't share a link because it's literally running locally on my computer. If we get a row, it does like a whole bingo. We hit bingo. This is going to be running for the full 2 days. So we'll just have to wait and see if we actually get there. But yeah. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome. We have got a little subscriber goal. I'm just going to shout out while we get into the tier list now. If I get 10 subs across this weekend, or just in general when I hit the 10 sub count, I'm going to do an absolute masochistic trial, and I'm going to try and get a win with every single legend in one stream. It's not going to stop. I will keep streaming till I hit 10 win, till I hit a win with every legend. It might be longer than these Vegas streams. I'm not joking. I don't want that to happen. Oh my god, can you imagine? Oh my, oh me, oh my. Righty then, though. Righty then. So just to remind everybody... Oh god, I don't know what happened there. Oh, it disappeared from my tab. Alright, can I put it back in? There we go. So this was the tier list, me going into Bologna. But let's make it. Now, I don't think many, if any, people are going to play a certain rat deck. So my opinion is Ezreal is actually the best deck in the format. The problem is, and I think everybody will understand where I'm going with this, it's also the hardest deck in the format. So I just don't think there's ever a point that we'll actually realistically see somebody piloting it all the way to the finals, unless it's someone like Alan, right? And there are a few people in his crew that absolutely could do the win. Do I think there'll be more gear kill cards after MF doing so well in Bologna? I don't know. At the moment, I'm currently trying to figure out a Leona deck. I've got it literally... Wait, no, that's my battlefields, but I think if... Where is it? If I'm not trying to grind Leona, there it is. Got my Leonas. If I'm not trying to figure out a Leona list, I'm currently playing Annie, and I'm probably going to build Kai'Sa, because I'm like a few cards off both of those decks, and I enjoy playing Kai'Sa, and I enjoy playing Annie. But Leona is my heart. So I think Ezreal is the top of S tier. I don't think there's anything. If you're the best player in the world, you can probably win with Ezreal. If you're not the best player in the world, you're probably going to struggle. Coming down, we'll do an A tier. I'm going to actually put Misfortune. I think Misfortune like, honestly, is just strictly better than where I originally had her. Just to remind you, I put her in top of here. I'm actually going to just put it in here. Now, placings will move around a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. But Miss Fortune, the hand disruption on top of being able to just play tempo with the ramp, you can just do so much, as well as also the legend ability to gank. Once you're on a battlefield, your opponent always has to be aware that you can just get over. So they either have to be willing to sacrifice a unit, or they have to be willing to do something else, you know? So that's where I'm up with that. 1 second, I just need to get something on my side set up. Cool. Alright, we're back. B. What do I think is a top cut killer? What do I think can make top cut? You know what? We'll put the spicy one. We'll put the spicy one. And I'm going to put Jinx. The reason being is because you can just play the whole Miracle package, you're never triggering your Electron ability. But hilariously, and it's a little messed up, if I'm being honest, the fact is, the Miracle package is so good, there will be a Jinx that makes day 2. There will be. There might even be one that makes top cut. Less likely, especially now with people becoming more and more familiar with what the deck actually does and how it operates. There are going to be more targets on Miracles in general. But at the moment, there isn't a great way of really interacting with Miracle, so I think it's playable. And it will make day 2. A Jinx will make day 2. I promise you that. It used to be a metal card hero. Now Jinx is actually a little bit better. I didn't realize just how oppressively good it was. Even without the draw of Draven or getting to untap with Annie, it's still good. Our first metal card hero is gonna be... Who am I gonna put metal card? We know what. We'll put Lux. Now, Lux could probably make a day 2. I don't know. There's a little bit of hopium-copium going on there. I still think Lux is a very fun deck, and the fact that you can do the whole combo package and everything with her, it's what gives her some more legs and isn't putting her in D tier. She's better than she was in set 1. Truthfully, she is. Much better? Yeah. In D tier, I'm not going to be changing it too much. We're going to have to just put a Renata here. Renata at the moment is still just a bit too slow for the environment at the moment. The idea of Renata is, like, really cool, and I love it. The problem is there are just too many decks that can go over the top, under the top, like, underneath her, over the top. It's just so rough for Renata at the moment. So many decks can attack her. Something like Miss Fortune can rip her hand apart. Something like Ezreal just doesn't care about what Renata does. Even if she tries to do things, you just get out-controlled. And you don't really have a way of stopping them. So... Sadly, Renata is going to be a D class in D. I want to do more. Next one, and I'm still going to be putting him here. I'm going to be putting mid-range. I'm going to be putting Draven. Now, Draven, obviously, if you're aware, is still S tier. He's still very good. The Miracle package, in my opinion, now is the better deck to be playing out of the two. The only thing that gives me a bit of concern is I actually now think mid-range Draven is more of an A tier deck. And the Miracles is the S tier just through the sheer evolution of the metagame, especially with the more controlling decks now being able to very much take control of mid-range Draven. The problem is Miracle Draven actually has a lot more game into those decks. So Draven is still super, super playable. He's still very, very good. And by the way, mid-range can still smash basically everything out below him in a lot of spots, and still has a lot of game in the meta. So do not think suddenly mid-range Draven is unplayable or it's not good or anything. It absolutely is still a very good deck. It's just Miracles is better, and Miracles very much pushes it up a tier, rather than mid-range being bad enough to push it down. It's still fine. Still fine. Queen Enjoyer. I've brewed up a Yasuo deck, and I'm enjoying it. It has an identity, not just Irelia in Yasuo. No, and I think that's it. I think you can't play necessarily a Yasuo deck that's trying to pretend to be Irelia. I think you can play less... You play Siren, you actually use Siren as opposed to it being like a weird techie card. in Aurelias that some play, some don't play. I think Yasuo still has legs, by the way. Like, I still think it has way more legs than people give it credit for. It's probably better now in set 2 than it was in set 1, but that's also just the nature of where the metagame has evolved. The problem is Yasuo does struggle, in my opinion, into miracle decks, because they just swarm and just do so much. You opened a signature Jinx. Whoa, lucky, lucky. Good for you, my dude. Congrats, congrats. Could make top 8. What do I think is going to make top 8? Well, we have to put it in here, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? It made top 8. It made top 4. Victor is still apparently just good enough. Now, this is not playing the Spell Victor. Spell Victor is bad, and I want people to be aware of this. Spell Victor is cheap. Spell Victor is bad. Play Unit Victor, play the controlling variant where you get to play a bunch of good units that kind of always cycle themselves, but then at the same time, you can still just get onto stuff. You don't care if things die. You play Yellow Victor as your Chosen Legend. Why? Because if your random units that you don't care about die, you get another recruit for it. You don't have to play infinite stuff in your opponent's turn. And guess what? If your opponent doesn't do much or never gives you an opportunity to do anything, suddenly as Victor, when you're the spell one, you don't get time warped. So yeah, play units, good stuff. We saw it do really well on coverage. Obviously, you've got to be a good player. You could absolutely do it. The next card, the next legend, who I think has a chance in making top cut, is gonna be Teemo. Teemo for a very similar reason. And yeah, I'm kind of going through it. I'm trying to keep the themes going here, ladies and gentlemen. Miracle, but different. You don't get to play the whole, like, Ezreal control package, so you play Rats. You are now the Rats deck. Now, you could argue Rats is, like, maybe up here, but because you're playing the Teemo package, you're not really getting to benefit from the stuff that Teemo gets to do. As such, my suggestion would be play the Rats, attack him with Teemo, and then, okay, guess what? The best thing about playing Teemo, and this is not a joke, you always have a 2-drop. Same was true in set 1, same is true in set 2. Our Metal Card Hunter is gonna be... you know what? The deck I don't care for, but I guess it adds some legs. Rumble. Rumble is bad. Rumble is bad, but it's not awful. You get to play some good colors. This is why we're gonna see Kai'Sa probably up in this higher echelons in this tier list. If it wasn't for that, Rumble would actually be even more unplayable. You don't get to use his legend ability. No one ever attacks into you, and when they do attack into you, you're probably never winning this combat. You're having to play very like proactively because a lot of your mechs want to be assaulting, but then you have a legend which wants to be on defense for holding. There's identity problems there. You need more mechs really for the deck. It's Rumble is the sort of legend I can imagine being really good in like a few sets from now. At the moment, we're gonna have to wait. In detail, we're just gonna rip the band-aid off. Everybody knew I was putting Garen in here. Everybody knew I was putting Garen in here. There was no change. I think Garen's actually better than Renata. And the reason I think Garen is better than Renata, because guess what? You get to play Dazzling Aurora and you can just spin the wheel. Spin that wheel, do some hand disruption, and you get to play Harness Dragon. That's it. You don't get to rip things out with Mind Splitter, so you just play Harness Dragons and Deadbloom Predators. And you shrug your shoulders and look at people and see if it works. I have been shown an aggro variant of Garen. I don't think it's good. I think you're better at spinning a wheel. I prefer to spin a wheel. That's Garen, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody knew Garen was going to be here, but I do actually think he's better than Renata. Yeah. The only other good thing about Garen is you get to play the yellow removals cards. So you don't actually completely lose to random things. The only other deck I'm going to put in S tier is going to be Aurelia. I still think Aurelia is very good. It's a new or like... It's very much a deck, as I've already alluded to throughout the stream already. I still think Aurelia is very powerful. The problem is she has a ceiling that I don't think will ever rival these two now. These two have now well and truly like not eclipsed, but like have have ground into Aurelia. The Vex evolution in Ezreal very much makes this matchup a lot harder. Yes, you can pre-do things in and then you go in, but then the problem is the Vex that's already on the battlefield gets to then do their thing, which also means now the Aurelia player always has to play backwards and then go in, as opposed to kind of getting to like go in, hopefully more powerful, and then forcing the opponent to play reaction. The Aurelia has to be proactive, which is like against the core identity of how Aurelia decks have been built. Vex completely stops that. So, yeah. Also, guess what? Rebuking an Aurelia for one and one other, and paying a deflect cost in a deck that has infinite ways of getting gold, and, well, not infinite ways of getting gold, but ways of getting gold and also playing seals, suddenly it doesn't matter as much. But yeah, I still think Aurelia is very good. You could definitely take it to your locals and be really good, but remember, this is for Vegas. I still think an Aurelia will probably make top 8. Would not be surprised. Now, what else do I think could make top 8? Let's do the easy one. We all knew I was going to put Kai'Sa in the top, could make top 8. How is Aurelia versus Draven matchup? Great question. So Miracle, really rough for Aurelia. Simply because they get to spew out a bunch of units and have value and answers in all the right spots. Mid-range is a lot more 50-50, maybe even Aurelia slightly favored. It does depend if you are playing the triple rebuke, which is partly why I actually played triple rebuke in my Draven deck, and a lot of other decks had done this. Aurelia is like not an unwinnable matchup. It also does depend sometimes on the Aurelia's draw. If they see like all the Defiant Dances and all of the pump spells, then yeah, it can be a bit awkward for Dravens. Like sometimes you just lose to triple pump spell and you just go, okay, you are more powerful than me. You drew the cards, like triple, quadruple pump. That's how I lost to an Aurelia in the main event of Bologna. My opponent, I just kind of stared at them. I'd counted. I was like, there's no way they have this many. And then they did. The guy played really well and also just had the out, right? But it's also not that transparent, because if your opponent can also just lose if I just have like the switcheroo. Or I have the rebuke and like I try and make them play two things and I just don't care. Like, it can be interesting. It's a super interesting matchup, and I do think Aurelia is good. Like, I'm putting her in S tier. So, yeah. Like, and she has game into everything else below. Like, super good game. Well, most things. Obviously, take that with a grain of salt. But Kai'Sa only got better with the metagame evolution, finding her place, realizing you need to go into a spell-heavy Kai'Sa, playing a bunch of, like, mostly things like lecturing Yordle and stuff, which can frustrate other units, especially something like mid-range Draven with combat, making things awkward. But at the same time, it's a card which cycles itself. And guess what? Kai'Sa plays a bunch of cards that cycle itself and a bunch of 2-for-1s. So guess what? Kai'Sa's really good at getting value, and just getting to go far above what other players are going to be doing and getting card advantage. That's the word I was looking for. Jesus, that was hard. Getting card advantage through natural ways and playing the deck, especially also not going down on runes. So Kai'Sa hasn't gotten worse. Kai'Sa hasn't gotten better. I still think Kai'Sa is actually the top of A tier. I still think Kai'Sa's really good. There is like a few things stopping her. I think Ezreal absolutely has a lot of game into Kai'Sa, which is why I'm like keeping her down. But if it was only these two and Ezreal didn't exist, Kai'Sa would be an S tier deck. Like, straight up. And honestly, I think the meta in general would slightly evolve if Ezreal wasn't so oppressively good. The problem is, Ezreal is so hard to play. So, yeah. Right. What do I think could also have a good showing, but I don't think will make top 8? Let's put... Oh, this is top K2. Let's put Azir in. Azir is still very good at the moment. He's a Timmy deck. Guess what? Sometimes you just play a bunch of brutalizers. If you don't play against the red deck, they haven't got the way of absolutely blowing you out. And you just get to play a bunch of good units and smash in. If you see more than one arise, you're going to win your match. You get to play Defy, you get to play Cull the Weak, you get to play all the good cards in yellow, all the good cards in green, and then a bunch of gear, which is like good in value. And then Arise is your win condition when all else fails. He's really good. It's a really solid deck. Can struggle in other stuff. Can do good in other things. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. I still think Azir's fine. Azir's probably better than these two, frankly speaking. These are basically piggybacking on the back of Miracles in purple being really good. But also, if your Ezreals get absolutely chunked out, then you can kind of, like, really get messed up. Whereas Azir is just super consistent. So for consistency's sake, I'm going to put Azir at the top. Annie might make top 8. Yeah, well,
don't... Nikki, we're not gonna talk about Annie at the moment, but wait a second.
Vegas stream starts hopefully within the next hour. The main event is starting. Let me just confirm. The time in Vegas is 8:42, so players will be in the convention hall. We're waiting for honestly anything. I've got a stream. I've got the page loaded up. I'm waiting for them to go live on their Twitch channel. As soon as they go live, we'll start watching. You think Miss Fortune's overrated despite making the finals? I think Miss Fortune is top 8 worthy for the hand disruption, but I think anything better than that. Yo, also, thank you so much to all these first-time chatters. Lovely to see you all in here. I imagine you're all just as excited as me to actually get to see what is going to be played in Vegas and all of the cool information and data and everything else. So yeah, Moonlight Hunter and No Name ain't here. Yo, thank you so much for both of you for the follows. Much appreciated. Have they confirmed that, Nikki? Oh, that's rough. We're going to be here for a while. Because the main event starts in like 15 minutes. We got to wait like 2 hours? They're running that much delay on the day one? It's mental. Aurelia continues to be popular, but the best... Really continues to be popular, but the best I have ever seen it do is top 4. I mean, I still think it's a very solid deck to play. I think Aurelia is like very, very, very good. It's planned for 8 p.m. Berlin time. Really? That's surprising. I guess we'll see if it actually does it. I wonder who's actually producing that. What studio, who's the producer in the back end are. Well, this is the waiting room. As soon as they go live, we'll be there. Alcy Pal, yo, thank you so much for the follow. And Alexio ITV. Oh, I'm struggling that. But also, thank you so much for the follow as well. I'm Relax, yo. Thank you so much for the follow as well. And I just saw your message. Any decks I would recommend for a beginner to enjoys control value? Honestly, control value. Victor. Play Victor. It's pretty cheap. Very beginner friendly. And it's a good deck. I think one of them, I think a Victor could make top 8. So that would be my suggestion. I just don't believe you can win. I think that's fair, Fabby. I think that's fair. Do you want to do a quick guide on how the rank thing works on the Discord you sent earlier? I could absolutely do that. We're gonna finish this tier list. We're also going to watch back the finals match of Alan as well, because I want to see the finals matchup and actually pause and discuss it. And then I might actually do that. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely relaxed. Relax, rather. Oh, Ted! Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Do I know what time US coverage starts? Two of my kids are playing. Yo, Ted, yo, that's awesome. I mean, so we're getting, so apparently it's going to be maybe in 2 hours from now, but the main event actually starts in 15 minutes. So I don't know if the YouTube stream is accurate. Bologna started about 30 to 45 minutes after the main event had started. So if they follow Bologna, we're probably going to have to wait about an hour. If the YouTube stream is accurate, it's going to be like 2 hours. I'll be surprised if we're running that much delay, but maybe they're wanting to have that much delay just so then they can never stop having coverage. So we'll have to see. We'll have to just wait and see. There isn't actually I'm going to triple check myself before I say anything. Yeah, there isn't a schedule currently up on their Twitch, and there isn't a public statement, so we've just got to wait and see. It's either going to be live in 2 hours, or it's going to be live sooner. I have to wait and see. I have to wait. Righty then. Coming back over to the tier list, ladies and gentlemen. Coming back to the list. Who do I think is a medal card hero? Well, let's put the easy one. We'll put a Volibear there. Volibear is still fun. You do have to play aggro. I don't think playing Aurora at this moment in time is actually the correct play now for Volibear. But Volibear is a very fun deck to actually play at the moment. It's very much not thinking too much about actually playing the cards. You kind of benefit greatly from playing the new Minotaur that came out in Spiritforged, preventing people from moving, and then you just keep him in the backline. So if it works really, really well, that's awesome. At the same time, you do still struggle with anyone actually doing a bit of disruption to you. Your driver matchup is like playable, but like not great. And you do kind of scoop to anyone that can go over the top of you. Your victor matchup is also kind of garbage. So we'll have to find out and see. Eldest son is a Magic player and middle hopes to do well in Vegas. Well, yo, I'm a former Magic player, now turned Riftbound player. So, I mean, hey, I have a lot of love for the games. But congratulations. And honestly, good luck to both of them. Hope they do well. Hope they do well. In D tier, I'm going to put Rek'Sai. I'm sorry. Rek'Sai is just too much of a gamble at the moment in the metagame. I don't think you can realistically hope for a Rek'Sai player to do super, super well. You could argue, oh, it's like a medal card. I don't know how many, like, Rek'Sai players I spoke to and played against at Bologna were, like, struggling to get wins. And the ones that did have it, they were like, well, I got a no-show round 1. I didn't have a bye. I got a no-show round 1. My opponent was asking rule questions round 2. My opponent didn't know how certain interactions work round 3. I got a bye round 4. Like things like that were kind of happening. And I kind of go, okay, I mean, good for you. Like, good for you. At the same time, it's like, how well did you have to play? Probably really well when they did have to work hard. And I do know there were a few Rek'Sais that made day 2. But they didn't tend to do very well in day 2. So, I'm going to just put a Rek'Sai in D tier. And we'll move on from that. Following data. So, we are in between 1 to 2 hours. As soon as the stream goes live, we'll be there. But we're currently waiting for it. It's at least going to be about an hour to 2 from now. Hopefully sooner. Hopefully sooner. But we just can't know. What did I press? There we go. Oh, I pressed the pin button. I didn't know that was a thing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there isn't going to be any more decks playing an S tier. I know. We are done with the S tier. Yo, Josh! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. There is another few decks that I'm going to put in A tier. First one of that is going to be Annie, which I actually think is now, unlike my original tier list where I put Annie here, I actually think Annie has dropped a little bit. Other reason for this is because, guess what? Control deck, Miracle, Control deck all have pretty good game into Annie. And especially if you're not like a super proficient Annie player, it's going to be very hard to actually know exactly what's going on. So as soon as we know, like, if you sit down in the matchup and you don't play against a lot of, like, control decks, you got a really good chance. Miracle decks, like, if they hit the absolute kahunas, crap. But you can beat Aurelia, you can absolutely beat these other decks, and then at that point, you're just kind of going, spin the wheel, see where it goes, and we'll see. Punks. Hello, good sir. How long until Vegas Regional starts? So, Regionals itself, the main event actually starts in 10 minutes from now. Literally 10 minutes, players will be sitting down for round number 1. But coverage is speculated to start between an hour to 2 hours from now, depending on how soon they actually get the stream going. We'll have to wait and see. As soon as they have it, we'll be going live with it. Hope that information helps. Hope it helps. Top cut / making day 2. Oh, it does help. Oh, it significantly helps playing that much, but it still doesn't, like, make the matchup winnable. It used to be a 50-50 matchup. Like I played Annie to my skirmish win. It does actually, like, Annie is super playable. The problem is, like, because Kai'Sa, that used to be 50-50 matchup / skill-intensive matchup. Now, because Kai'Sa's, the problem is Kai'Sa now plays so much more removal than they used to play in set 1. It actually makes the matchup way worse. So, it's a sad one, but hey, we live and breathe. And it doesn't mean the match is unplayable, but if they see the right side of their deck, you're going to struggle. Yeah, it seems like almost every event is selling out in the first, like, 15 minutes at the moment. Hopefully more tickets go on sale for some of these things. I did actually get to talk to a representative from UVS while I was at Bologna. And the hope is that a lot of the learnings from this year is going to be improved so that the coming years. So, I mean, they're listening. All I can say is reach out to them on Twitter, tweet at them. There's an email. I don't know where the email was, but it's on the website. Reach out, give feedback, because they are very much listening at the moment. They're super willing to change, break things, and improve things at the moment. I think it's crazy to see that every legend you play is already top cut viable if it's purple. Purple is just a thing. I mean, this is honestly being carried by Miracle, but it's just because the purple package is just so stupid. You actually think Victor's a pretty good matchup and listen to everything about him? I don't think favorable. I think it's maybe equal. I think it also depends on the Victor player and the actual build of Victor. But I can see where you're coming at. The problem is I think Victor can also struggle if they don't see the right sequence of stuff. But no, I don't think you're wrong. As someone who's new to Riftbound, Annie's ability looks really strong. 2 runes not allow you to do a lot more reactive stuff than your opponents. That's exact. Relax. Oh my god, relax. You're actually a gamer. You figured it out already. That's why it took us, honestly, almost all of set 1. But, like, Annie was, in my opinion, the best deck at the end of set 1. Very much tied with Kai'Sa, but Annie's ability to just fully tap out every turn, then untap 2, just so you could play Flash, Flight or Flight Rebukes, in spots that your opponent couldn't play. It's even better now because you get to play hard bargains, right? So, Annie's very, very, very strong. Godzilla, I can't, man. I want to, but till we get more mech package, it's really hard to put more respect on him. Every purple goes overtime, and they look at. I mean, part of this is also like judge calls. Part of this is also deck checks. Deck checks I don't believe were being done super efficiently. And I mean, at the moment, the judging staff are currently, like, learning a lot in a short space of time. You've also got judging teams from, like, 3 or 4 different games all smashing together who all had different ways of doing things. It's just frustrating that it's gone. It's at the moment, it's taking a lot of time. But we've only had, like, what, 3 tournaments? This will be the 3rd? So I'm optimistic that things will get greatly improved in the coming, like, year. Genuinely. We'll have to see. But yeah. How much till the main event starts? So the actual main event starts in 5 minutes. If you're on the floor in Vegas, it will be starting in 5 minutes from now, which is kind of crazy to think. But we've got to wait. Coverage is going to be at least an hour to maybe 2 hours. My hope is maybe it might be sooner, but we'll just have to see. Sorry, I just had to double check my messages. It's starting at 10 a.m.? I saw a ticket and it said it was 9 a.m. the main event started. Pew, is this real? Oh my god, I was told 9 a.m. My sources lied to me. Oh my god. It's like my judge calls. Alright, that was a little toxic. That was a little toxic, but true. I got messed up. I had to appeal every single judge call I had at Bologna. Do I know, do you have a lot of knowledge on how to play Lucian? I am, like, familiar with Lucian. I've played Lucian, and I've coached someone to play Lucian. So, like, I know how the deck works and operates. I'm not great at the deck. I wouldn't pretend I'm, like, a top player or anything. But I put respect on it. We'll be coming around to Lucian. You know why I put the down on the stream? So there's like two reasons that you put this on. It's for competitive integrity, and it's also for the idea that if other people are scouting. The other reason is, and this is actually now the other side, and this is the production side. The idea is you want to have the stream continuously running and only showing games. So if you're always doing that, you don't have to worry too much about actually waiting for people then. You can just go game, small break, game, small break, game, small break, game, small break. And as like a producer, you would want to just continuously have the content because you don't want to see drops in the stream going up and down in viewership numbers, right? I am in the judge Discord. It was confirmed for 2 hours? Ah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours. T-minus 2 hours then. That's fine by me. We've got content. How long have I been going for? Only an hour. That's fine. Thank you, though, Nikki, for that. I appreciate that. That's actually really helpful to know. Where was that? How do I interpret viewer free for all on TC Arena? How do I interpret the Draven additions at Battlefield, then opposing player plays Imperial Decree and runs recruit in? Who gets the point? What the purple? I thought that was confirmed at this point. So the idea is that you still always get the point. If the Draven player always gets to draw and gets a point if it's purple Draven, but Imperial Decree does clean up after the fact. So it happens after the fact, not with actual combat or anything else. I don't have a personal interpretation. I just ask judges and people that are deciding the rules, and I just follow. Call me a bit of a sheep, but the only way you can get better at the game is understanding how everybody plays the game. If that makes sense, I think that makes sense. Draven stays winning, yes. So true. Oh, Draven's just always coach me then. Student discount $0 maybe. Maybe we could do a coaching stream. That'd be kind of fun, actually. It's unev. It is absolutely. Draven's winning all the time. It's just ridiculous. Right. What do I think can make top cut? All right. We'll put the boss himself here. Yo, Ree, hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Set. Set is a day 2 deck. If he had a better, signature spell, well, actually, it's not even his signature spell. He just needs the Fiora signature spell as well as his own signature spell, and then he'd actually be maybe an A tier, maybe S tier deck. I'm not even joking. He could fight through all the control decks, never lose any of his units, have counter spell. It would be so good. And yet, he's like, all right. It's sad. I want it to be better. Absolutely, I think Set can be a day 2 deck. Also, hello, Hugo. I don't know if I've seen you in chat today. When was the tournament starting? Tournament starts right now in Vegas. We are waiting for coverage to start. Coverage is confirmed to start in 2 hours. Or is it starting in another hour? Oh no, I got lied to by my source. So the main event starts in another hour. So main event starts in an hour, coverage starts in 2 hours. Yes. Yes. Actually, can someone post that message so I can pin it? That'd be great. If someone could actually post main event starts at 10 a.m. Western Standard Time, and then the thing. If not, I can try and figure that one out. Yo, Hugo! Yo, my dude, thank you so much for the Prime. Much appreciated. Remember, everybody, I have got a little challenge going on. When I hit 10 subs, I'm gonna hurt myself. And I'm gonna try and win a game with every single legend, including, like, every single legend we're ranking. That's gonna be a fun one. And that's gonna be a continuous stream. I won't stop streaming till I've done it. Till I've done the challenge and completed it. And we'll be doing it all on the Runes and Rift rank ladder. So, no free wins either. I can't just get, like, paid actors. It's gonna be a rough one. I agree with you. Set is broken. It's just bad matchup into Draven. I think he's also has, like, a rough matchup into, like, Kai'Sa now because of Kai'Sa playing all the removal spells. It also has a weird matchup into Aurelia because Aurelia can dance around so much. So, it's kind of a weird one. But yeah. Yeah. Set will make day 2. Maybe top cut if it gets the right matchups. Our metal card hero is gonna be... You know what? Let's just put it here. It's gonna be Ahri, and let's be real, we all know why people are doing it. It's because the metal card for Ahri sold for 40k. Do people really question this? Like, that's just what's gonna happen. People are grinding it because they want to play it. I don't blame them. 40k. And guess what? If you can get there's only going to be 2 more of the best of ones. So, Ahri, 2 more metal cards after this. What we got? No. So there's going to be 4 best of Ahri metal cards in the world. One was in Houston. One was in Bologna. One is going to be in Vegas. And the final one will be in Lille. And that's it. No more metal cards outside the ones in China. But getting those, I think, is probably like gold dust. Vegas. Main event. Start at 10 a.m. Stream. 1 second, chat. I'm just putting a message. Average starts 11 a.m. Chat, that message I put is correct, right? Like, I didn't mess that up, right? I think we got that. Nikki, can you confirm? If you're still in chat, that'd be great. Alright, cool. Alright, we're just gonna go on that idea that that's what's gonna happen, and if it changes, we'll see. Yeah. I've got the YouTube stream loaded up. I'll probably watch through Twitch. Maybe I should watch YouTube. YouTube's normally a bit safer, isn't it? Yeah, we'll probably do co-streaming through YouTube. Ahri was the best performing. Oh god. Let me catch up, chat. Got my. Oh god. What's Twitch doing, man? Where's my chat? Thank you for confirming, though. Ahri was the best performing non-purple deck in Bologna. That's crazy. That's actually a nutty thing. I still don't think it's a good deck. Ahri also did just have sheer numbers power. Alright, Volibear. When are we getting more dragons? I don't know. Hopefully set 3, set 4, set 5. Like, I want Dragon Tribal to be a real thing. Who was it in the chat was saying that they have some friends that's going to be playing that? Was it Jared? I'm not sure. Someone was saying they've got a bunch of friends that they know. Was it new? I'm trying to remember now. Someone was saying in chat they've got a bunch of people knowing that they're going to go along just trying to play Dragon Tribal. Yeah, set. I think set will get better in set 3. Thank you for confirming for me, Spicy. Yo, Ozoff, thank you. Welcome back. Lovely to see you. We have those here as S tier. You're just not brave enough to say. I mean, yeah, we can say that. But it's the most Timmy deck. Can you ever put a Timmy deck in S tier? I don't think you can. Unless the teamy deck is, like, broken. It was you, Carrot. Ah, thank you, thank you. Yes, oh my god, Shyvana Tribal has to be dragon. That means Shyvana has to be red, right? That's true. All right, we'll watch on YouTube. Oh yeah, actually no, yeah, that was just bait. Oh my god, they just baited us. Harpreet just absolutely lied because we all saw a Victor in top 8, which is my whole reasoning why he's a top 8 here. Just the bait and switch. What a savage. What an absolute savage. Honestly, he got me. I'm not even mad. I need help playing TCG. I'm not sure on the rules here. So I mean, no automation happens. I'll show my basic setup when we go over to that, if that's all right. Hopefully we get Shyvana in the next. I do hope we get Shyvana. I hope we get Shyvana in the next like few sets. I'd like it before rotation happens. Nator, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And by the way, welcome everybody. Thank you all for the love. It's great to see everybody in here. We are currently the waiting room. While we're waiting for coverage to start at the moment, we're doing our tier list at the moment. Once we've done the tier list, we're going to recap watching the finals of Bologna, going over our thoughts and watching the best Ezreal player in the world. And then hopefully by that point, if we've got a bit of time, I might play a game on TCG Arena. And then hopefully, cross fingers, coverage starts. Red, orange, yeah, Carrot, I think you're right. Yeah, it has to be red, orange. Shyvana has to be red, orange. It makes too much sense. Fury, and Order. Yeah. Oh no, Body. Fury and Body. Yeah. It would be really cool if, like, Dragon Tribal is, like, actually playable. What makes Purple so present at the moment? Cold Shot, Purple Seal, Ezreal. Plus a bunch of cards that just, like, bleh. Great interaction. Probably the best interaction with Fight and Flight and Rebuke. And lots of ways of doing stuff cheap. There's just enough cards where there is a package of stuff and it's just really good. We'll have to see. I think at the moment, tribal decks are just like on the fringe at the moment, right? So we're so close. We are close. Everyone's gonna give them a razzle dazzle. I mean, that's why I think another one will get in the top 8. I'm not even gonna say it. Spring roll, yo! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Wait, I didn't even pin that message to chat. Oh my god, I typed out that whole message and I didn't even pin it. I'm so stupid. Right, and I can't even do it for some reason in this view, so I've now got to switch over and do a different view. What is going on, man? Why can I not pin the message? What is going on? I should be able to pin messages, no? Is that like... What? Why can I not pin? Like a mod view? What is Twitch, man? Will you do a tier list on playmat layout for Riftbound? I'll be honest, I have a very controversial thing. You either set it out how I have my set out, or you're wrong. I'm not even lying. Oh my god. I'm not even lying. I genuinely feel it's like that. You either have it laid out how I have mine laid out, because I min-max space, or you're doing it wrong. What's my setup and draw it? Alright. We're gonna go on a side quest here, chat. Alright, loading up paint. Right. Alright. I can't believe I'm doing this, chat. Let me build a quick little scene. No, 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 no. I'm not a crazy person. Jeez, what do you take me for? Right. I can... Oh, this one is fine. I can use this. I did not plan to have a paint scene set up. I won't lie. No, it's doing the weird thing, so I have to change it to this. No, this. Yep. Right, and then I move this down to the bottom. Oh, God. Oh, why is it being weird? Alright, does this work? You can all still hear me, right? Alright, cool. Right, we're just gonna do it quick and dirty here. Las Vegas is starting in 50 minutes and coverage will be going live in about an hour and 40, hour and 50. Right, so let's just do this correctly. I'll do with shapes, right? So this is my playmat. We're all in agreement, right? So I put my runes here. I have my legend here. My chosen champion here. I have my deck list. I have my deck sideways. And then, like, what? Battlefield 1 here. Battlefield 2 here. This is how I set things up. I play my runes across here. I can have my discard nicely fanned out here. And by the way, I'm very neat and tidy. Like, I will, like, layer them like this so I can, like, see the individual cards. And then I can, like, layer them like this. If you catch me, kind of catch my drift, I can then have loads of nice units in my base. I've got loads of things, but then it's also super clear if I put a unit here or a unit here. Now, size is obviously a little... I'm not great at drawing the size here because obviously these cards are smaller than this. But having my deck sideways, this is a Magic the Gathering thing, by the way. Like, this is something I fully incorporated. Now, I do kind of have a bit of empty space here, but I don't mind that. And the reason I don't mind that is because I can also just put... I like using... So what I do is I will, like, tap runes here, right? And then I will, like, put one sideways or, like, two sideways to, like, represent I am paying for stuff. I also put, like, tokens here, like gold, just so I can, like, represent. Or if I play seals, I can have, like, seals living in this area, so I don't have to worry about that. So, yeah, that's my setup. That's my setup. I know it's not the Riot-approved setup, but honestly speaking, I think it's the neatest way, and I'm trying to get people that I play with at my locals to adopt my way of playing because I think it min-maxes space and it prevents errors from happening. So, yeah. It's not the official setup, and the reason it's not the official setup is because they want your legends, they want these, the legend and stuff to be over here, which I think is wrong. I think that's so wrong. I just can't. I just can't. That's not what I'm here for, chat. It keeps everything in a nice pile. Yeah, I can't understand they do that. I don't know why they did that. Do I put gold with my runes or above? I like to put it on like the left-hand side above. Just so, like, what I do is I then tap that rune and it immediately goes off my playmat. So it signifies to my opponent that I'm using that to pay for this cost. If your playmat is in a triangle, are you actually playing it? Like a mouse. Yo, thank you so much. I mean, it is the correct layout. I appreciate that others people that. But no. No, it's not the correct... It's not the official layout. But it's what I like using, and I've never been corrected for it. So, I mean, that's what we do. So for me, when I'm not playing, I will sometimes put my hand down in like this sort of area. It's normally okay with. You can also put it face down like here. As long as you put it in like one straight pile. I also tend to like clump my hand. Like I tend to where's a deck? So if I've got like, so let's go. Realistically, I'm not gonna have more than like 4 cards in hand, right? So if I'm like flickering, I'll like go, okay, so I'm gonna like do 1. I like hold cards like this, right? And then if my opponent wants to ask, I can fan it out and still go this. Now, this is just part of the nature of, like, I've played card games for 20 years, so I have card game dexterity with, like, holding cards. Like, it's second nature to me. Like, I don't have to look to know what I'm doing. I can just kind of do this. But, like, I also grew up playing card games. So, if you're new to card games, the mechanical side of playing card games is something that's very jarring to get used to. And I can very much go, I am not that person, and I genuinely try to be very understanding. But at the same time, I know I could be better in that regard. And I hope I do. I hope I get better at it. I can't pin a message, chat. I've been trying to figure this out, but I can't. I can't pin a message. Oh, wait, I just realized I was on the wrong scene. So bad. Sorry, your streamer is not a pro streamer yet. So, 3 cards in hand. Oh, I've got 5 now. So if I play a card, I hold like this. I hold like this, and then this is the card. I'm going to defy your thing. Boom. So how I would play a defy would be I would tap, put the rune to the side to signify that's what's happening with it. Cast Defy. And then upon, like, while my opponent is thinking, I will then hold this, or I'll put it down in front of me, just, like, above my discard to represent, like, it's not discard and it's not runes. And then I get to tuck it underneath, then pick up the hand. And remember, I honestly, if you're defying something, have your opponent put the card down and then put the defy on top of it. Represent what you're doing. Make sure you're keeping an accurate representation of the game state. It's healthier for you. It's healthier for you, and for your opponent. But also, in case a judge call does happen, there's not going to be any like weird questions on. I don't actually know what's going on. And if your opponent does do that, by the way, appeal and also ask the players on the other side. There's a chance one of them overheard something, especially if something weird like that, where someone goes, "I didn't do that." You're like, no, don't get sharked by people. Be respectful, be honest. I know 99% of you in the chat are, so, like, don't worry about it. But, like, we want people to enjoy the game, so, yeah. Right. Yo! Aki! Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. I'm sorry. I am the type of person that consistently... Yeah, sorry. I had to come over. Your streamer is bad. But I am the type of person to constantly shuffle my hand. I'm nowhere near as bad as what I used to be in Magic. Having only 4 cards in my hand to 3 to 2 means I just can't do it as much. Now, thank God I don't play Miracle Deck. If I was playing a Miracle Deck, oh... It's a tick. Oh, it's absolutely a way that I can just do it. I mean, for a period of time, I would just, like, sit with a deck of cards. I actually... we've got time to kill, so I'm going to do it. Alright, so your boy had a bit of a poker arc. My favorite deck to do it with is in... Jesus Christ, I just, like, threw that out. My favorite thing is I was in Japan, because of course I am a white dude that went to Japan. And I went to like Alice in Wonderland pop-up. I have these set of these playing cards. Dude, there is nothing as nice as like shuffling with these Alice in Wonderland playing cards. They're like plastic. They're like slightly opaque with like a stained glass effect. Dude, I love these cards. Horrible for playing poker with. Actually horrible. Yeah, they're plastic. They are like actually like plastic. But there's nothing quite like shuffling with these. I absolutely love them. They got such a pretty design on the back. Like, actually beautiful. You ever sell those too? Yo! Yeah, I've got the chips and everything. I'm not going to show it to the camera because, like, then I would absolutely tip it all out, I think. Actually, I think definitely I would. Oh, you're not the Alice ones. Yeah, I think these were only... I think these were only actually sold in, like, a Japan pop-up. And then I have a normal set of them. Yeah, I got chips and stuff. I learned how to, like, shuffle chips. Because your boy was a degenerate at university. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Volibear, good. Aggro. You play aggro Volibear, not anything else Volibear. Aggro Volibear. Okay? Good. We're actually going to go back to the tier list. Took me long enough. And D tier. Lee Sin. I'm sorry. Lee Sin is just currently playing like 2 colors where nothing's very good. But at the moment, he's like slightly better than Renata. Nah, no. I mean, I don't know. All of these decks are bad, right? Luke, do you want to know a quick one? You have to spin the wheel way too much with this champion, or legend rather, to have a semblance of a good start. Now, when it works, oh boy. Oh my god. Rek'Sai feels like the greatest deck in the world. When it doesn't, you feel like you're lost to yourself. But, I mean, at the moment, Lee Sin is at the bottom. The legend ability is really slow. The problem is, you also don't have any benefits for actually doing this. It's arguably as bad as Garen, but you don't even get the removal spells, you get counter spells. I actually think Lee Sin might be the worst deck. I think Lee Sin, chat, is the worst deck in Riftbound at the moment. I think he's the worst legend. I actually think he is. I don't know a redeeming spot for Lee Sin. No, this isn't saying if you are a Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion or one of the top players in the world that you can't. I think because Green has no good stuff in the top end, realistically speaking, Garen, at least in the top end, when you flip an Aurora, you can play Harness Dragon. Can't do that in Lee Sin. You also don't get Call of the Week. Do that in Garen. Yeah, I actually think it's worse. You know the guy with the best volley round 13, if he won, would he be top 8? I don't actually know. I did see it all going down, the judge calls and everything. I was not sure. Both players looked very stressed at the time. If his loss almost meant my mate almost got best volley. No joke. So I knew the second best volley, and there was a chance that he was going to get it, but my mate turned out he needed another win. So the best volley was like really close, but you play aggro volley and go there. I mean, 9-3 is like crazy impressive, but like I want to know how that person got there. You know what I mean? Nah, oh my Jesus. Oh, that's the light gone. I mean, honestly, I want to know what that player's run was looking like, because if it was anything like what the Garen could have had, doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't actually know what the judge call was like. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. These two are just good luck Aurora. This is aggro. And then we're like the only good like Aurora deck at the moment is this. Maybe another champion, which we'll talk about in a moment. I mean, the judge call honestly went on and off for about 30 minutes for that match. It was rough. The Kaisadu cheated? I heard that the Volibear had cheated. I don't actually know who to believe. I was not actually privy to all of the conversations and everything, you know? So, like, I don't know. He said, she said. It gets into a real murky territory. At the end of the day, they played the game out, and the Kaiser player won. And the Kaiser player didn't even win, make top 8 either. So, I mean, it's hard to know. I don't want to get into drama, you know. It's hard to know for sure. Obviously, emotions run high, especially when a lot of money is on the line. But getting best of volley is a pretty good consolation prize, I think. So hey. A tier. we're going to put Fiora. I think Fiora is still a very, very solid deck. The most important thing to think about for Fiora is it gets to play Riposte, which I've already said in this stream, but if you're brand new here, I think Riposte is the best signature spell that we've currently got in the whole game. It basically is rivaled with Ornn, no, aggro Fiora, not Hook. But it is a combination at the moment. So this whole tier list, remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you're brand new to the chat, is a combination of all of the decks that the Legends could play. Obviously, it's like mid-range Draven and mid-range Draven and Miracle Draven. That's what we're thinking about. We're thinking of, like, you've got Miracle Annie and also Aggro Annie. So I don't think it's bad. I think Riposte basically gets rivaled by Shurelya's and Defiant Dance, and that's basically the only thing. But yeah, we smashed them all together. Can Fiora beat Ezreal? It's kind of like, yeah. Hook better than mid. Interesting. We've got disagreements in the chat. I think aggro is just more consistent. Hook is more high-low. I prefer to play more consistency of a deck, but obviously if you actually get to like go off with the Hook consistently, oh, absolutely, deck is like crazy. Deck is crazy good. Yeah, if Shurelya's you could play 3 of in Ornn would actually be like probably a B-tier deck, maybe higher. I'm not sure. If Hook greater than aggro, then Rek'Sai greater than Fiora. Yeah, absolutely. Hook can totally beat purple. But it's got to pop off. And I would also argue the purple deck has to have no interaction. That would be it. Not sure normal Fiora can. I don't think you can. Oh my god, you're popping off at the moment with Lucian. Absolutely popping off, my dude. Top cut day 2. Lucian. I sadly don't think Lucian has anywhere near as much of a chance with the evolution of Ezreal, Kai'Sa, kind of coming further deeper into the game. I still think there's a really good chance that Lucian could potentially make top 8, but realistically speaking, I think Lucian has a really good chance of having a good top cut performance in day 2. Chances of making it a really, really deep run, I think, are less likely. There are certain issues sometimes that can happen with Lucian. Simply comes down to if you see your combo and your opponent doesn't have a rebuke, you pop the F off. Like, go off, king. If your opponent has interaction from purple, you can kind of just scoop. So, yeah, that would be my opinion. Completely agree with you, Zane. Completely agree with you. The problem is, like, people don't know how to play the deck, and really good players can play to time, but then the opponents don't know how to play into them. So, yeah. I actually see the same issue with Kai'Sa sometimes. Kai'Sa players that aren't super experienced with the match, with the deck, they just think they can do it, because obviously old Kai'Sa used to be pretty good at applying pressure. New Kai'Sa actually kind of takes a bit. If there's a ban list incoming, would you think they would go for limiting copies in a deck or cutting altogether like Yu-Gi-Oh does? I think that's a really good question. I think in the nature, because we're playing 40 card decks, I would prefer them to limit cards down to like 1 and then actually see if we're going to go in a different direction before banning cards outright. But I mean, I think the question would be, it's like, what do you ban from Ezreal? Right? Like, what card makes Ezreal broken? I don't think Ezreal is necessarily... I think Ezreal is the best deck. I think Control Ezreal is the best deck, but the problem is, I don't know if necessarily it would do Cold Shot. The problem is, I think you kill Miracle. And I don't know if that's fair. Do we want to ban Cold Shot or limit Cold Shot just so we kill Miracle? The problem is, obviously, if you hit any of the other purple cards, you, like, kill Annie and other stuff. You guys seem really happy to actually just kill that. You're like, yeah, kill Miracle, it's fine, it can also die, and now we can just have something else going. Oh, I mean, I actually think the correct thing to do is you limit Seal to 1. I think limiting Seal actually puts Ezreal in a much lower spot. But then potentially, you also could see a spot where Miracles now becomes the de facto best thing. And maybe Miracles is the de facto best thing to do into a wide open meta, right? Lucian loses to Fight or Flight Rebuke. That costs 1 action. Repair and Grit. Yeah, no, that's true. Ban off of Ezreal Vex. You could ban Vex. Vex would be an interesting ban. But I do think Aurelia just becomes really good. All the time I'm playing Ezreal, my opponent is thinking really hard when tapping out. And I'm like, deal 3, blink. Are we good? Yeah. True. And then you just rip something else out of their hand and do that. I hope we don't do any limits or bans until we at least get like 3 or 4 sets in. That's my opinion. I honestly have the philosophy of we need more cards and for the meta to evolve. We're just in a pretty stagnant part. I don't think you can do it per legend or stuff. No, I think that's fair. I guess if we do limit the seals, it could potentially mess up things in the future. But I think seals are going to be one of those things, like, especially when we get an Eternal format, once rotation happens. I think seals are going to be one of the most broken cards in that environment, right? I mean, we all know when we get to the Eternal format, purple is going to pay, like, 3 seals, an Ezreal, and like cool shots. Like that's already done. Everything else is totally up for interpretation. Maybe stack decks already included. Everything else, who knows? Maybe that's just Ezreal. Maybe other decks don't do that. Cool shot should be 1 energy. Agreed. Or at least for the repeat. At least for the repeat. I mean, we all knew Cool Shot when it got printed was a busted card. If you've ever played card games, you just look at it and go, it's 0 mana, draw 2. But it looks at 4 cards. That's so silly. The alternative is you target something like the Ezreal. You ban Ezreal. I think banning Ezreal obviously makes Ezreal way worse, because then you have to play blue Ezreal. It kills them. It does kill the Miracle decks. Interesting. I'm not really sure. I guess the consensus we're coming to is Cold Shot, but it's hard, right? Yo, free your mind. Honestly, best username for that. Honestly, Lee Sin beating an Ezreal. Oh, that is freedom, man. I love that, man. Oh, that's something special. All right, everybody. All right, as we all know, some of the chat here, we are Leona gamers. Let's just put our girl there. Let's just put her there. It's okay. It's okay. I know I don't want to do it either, but she is a metal card hero. We can't do much about that. We're okay with that? We all know it. We all knew it. We all knew it deep down. I have to put her... I have to. Yes, Leona over Rek'Sai. Bias T's coming into this tier list, alright? How about restrictions on fight or flight, or make it cost 1 to recycle? That's an interesting... Would make Annie worse, but I don't think there's a problem with that. Would make Draven worse. I don't think there's a problem with that. Wouldn't make Aurelia worse. Yeah, honestly, I don't mind that. I think that's viable. Also, welcome to the chat as the first time chatter, Ham. Lovely to see you here. Hello, Leona Blair indeed. No! He's better! Are we being real? Chat, are we being real with ourselves here? We all know Leona's really bad. We all know she's really, really bad. Like, she's so bad. I don't want to, chat. Yeah, you can't. Now they've printed the card. They have to basically just ban it and then reprint it at a different cost, basically. But then that makes Eternal formats. We get 2 of the same card. Alright, fine. 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 We'll just put her in D. Alright, so who's gonna be in C? We'll put Jax. We'll put Jax. I'm gonna put Jax at the top, honestly speaking. On Leona. Not yet. I haven't actually started grinding Leona. Maybe I should start doing that. I will get a 3-0 at my locals. I know I'm good enough, and I'm gonna just skill check people. I just have to dodge Kaisers. And the problem is there's a few Kaiser players. And Ezreals. I think I can beat everything else. No one else is really playing Annie at the moment. So I just have to get lucky. Our music is finished. We'll get the Sessions Vi going. Come on. There we go. Whoa. What happened? Why is my Firefox being weird? There we go. Yeah, Cold Shot is a busted card. Rek'Sai is a day 2 deck for sure. No. I don't like spinning a wheel that much. If you spin the wheel and only play against, like, low-tier decks, sure. You just play against good decks the whole thing? No. Disagree. But also, I just also want Leona to be good, but I know she's bad. All right, fine. Jax, by the way, Jax got a change. Jax got a rule change coming into this. So if you don't know about this, Jax got way better. Grandmaster of Arms. Jax. Riftbound. Card gallery. Does this work? And there we go. All right. So Jack's got a rule change coming into. Oh god, I'm sorry. I just clapped straight into my microphone. Jack's got a rule change update. So let me tell you, his ability where you attach an attached equipment to control you control to a unit you control, it can reattach itself to itself. It detaches, then reattaches. Meaning Brutalizer. Meaning Aphelios gets a double trigger. Like, it's kind of nutty. I'm gonna be real. It actually makes Jax way more playable. If you only have one unit, you can attach and reattach a Brutalizer. You can attach, reattach on a Aphelios, meaning you get more runes, which means you can tap out, float like a bunch, reattach, untap 2, tap 2 more. You can have 8. You only have 6 runes, you have 8 runes. So Jax is real. Ruined Runner, also really good against all these control decks flying around. Just gonna say it. Jax is kind of playable. Jax is actually kind of playable. Good? Playable? Absolutely. The data don't lie. Bree, I'm sorry if you're in the chat. The data doesn't lie. Good luck, good luck. How good is Counter-Strike? Great. It's not quite as good as what you want it to be. You'd want it until the end of turn, not till the end of combat. Counter-Strike. Choose a unit. The next time we will damage to prevent it this turn. If it was all turn, or until the end of turn, actually so sick. But because it's just prevented this, like, it's the next damage to be dealt. The problem also happens if you're getting dealt damage by something else. Way worse. It absolutely nuts. Yeah, it would, but stun works till the end. So why not just have Counter-Strike basically just say, I don't move. I don't move. Jax needs that kind of help. It would be busted, but I mean, I'm okay with giving Jax that power. I feel like it kind of needs it. Ornn is fun. Ornn is way... I mean, Rek'Sai's fun. Nah, Ornn's better than Rek'Sai. I'm sorry. And Rek'Sai, Rek'Sai can beat Ornn. Although I'd be like, Rek'Sai can't beat, and then I remembered yellow. Maybe? Maybe, chat? I don't know. Really? Do we really? No. I'm not going to be swayed. Because green Ornn is really good. So because Ornn has 2 flavors, Ornn is better. You have blue Ornn, where you just make big boys protect president, or protect presidents, because you play multiple, and we don't die. He has a lot more game versus the highest stuff. Rek'Sai spins a wheel and maybe we get there. That's my reasoning. It belongs in this tier. But unless we're playing aggro, mono green aggro Ornn, then we don't care about half of Rek'Sai's stuff. So yeah. I mean, honestly speaking, I'd probably put him down here and Rek'Sai move up, but we're fine with it. I'm fine with this. Right. I don't think anything else can make top 8. I don't think anything else is the best deck, so we'll start filling this stuff out. We've only got 4 more legends to go, so let's put Sivir making top cut day 2. Now, Sivir actually has really good game into Ezreal. Not great game into this. Sivir is not top 8. Sivir is not... Chat, we can't have infinite decks making top 8, but also best decks. Right? Okay, Bruno. No, oh my god, you're all coming in saying I'm crazy. Oh my god. I'm saying it's a top cut deck. I'm not saying the deck's bad. Oh my god, you guys all think Fiora's better than Sivir. Really? You guys actually want me to switch Sivir for Fiora? Really? Really? Yeah, I mean, Nator, you actually just proved my point. Sivir was 10th and 12th. Wow. Wow, you guys are saying some big stuff here. You guys are saying some big things. All right, I'll do a trade. We'll trade Fiora and Sivir's placement. How does that sound? Deal? We got a deal? All right. All right, chat. Okay. All right, we'll switch. I do think Sivir's good. Jeez. Okay, so Sivir is still very, very good. Obviously, Miracle Sivir has great game into Kai'Sa and Ezreal. It has an actively good matchup into Irelia because of all the stuff that we throw out. While we're at it, we're putting Rek'Sai and C-tier. No. 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 The only way I could do that is I put Ornn also in C-tier. And we have to be okay with that. Okay? We have to agree to this. We're putting Rek'Sai up here. Ornn has to go up here. And then I get to put Leona up there. You don't think Ornn is C-tier? Then we can't move him up. Exactly. Carrot understands. Carrot understands where I'm going to die on this hill. If we're putting these two up, my girl gets to go up. And if we're not doing that, then we don't do it. So when Rek'Sai makes day 2 and Ornn doesn't, what we doing? We just go, I want to see what that Rek'Sai's, journey was. I want to know what that Rek'Sai player played. And if they go, yeah, so I just played against Rumble, and I played against a Lux, and then I played against a Miracle player who didn't know what they were doing, and I played against Renata, I'm going to be like, cool, man. Cool. I wish I had this kind of luck in Bologna. All I played against was like top meta decks. Sounds great. What am I meant to do, man? What am I meant to do? Rek'Sai is not beating! You guys are actually baiting me. Oh my god, you guys are baiting me so hard. I'm gonna crash out. Oh, I'm gonna continue. Darius is a metal card thing. Help. Monastery plus Brawler when he conquers. Can he spend the buff from the Conquer on the battlefield ability? Yes. Bruno beat me to it. Yeah. Yes. Darius is better than Rek'Sai. I don't think this is a controversial take. I'm not baiting you. You guys are crazy if you think Darius is not better. I had someone actively playtesting in my play group, prepping for Bologna, struggling with everything in Rek'Sai, switched to Darius, plays aggro Darius, and actually was winning games at Bologna. You guys just don't understand. Nah. That guy is super bad. Oh my god! Bruno, can you clip this? Oh my god! Oh, I'm hearing this. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh. But Darius is actively better than Rek'Sai. Don't at me. We don't play the signature spell. You play it for... Oh my god. Hand of... Is it not Hand of Noxus? Noxus does not help me. I just go... What is wrong with their search? Oh, it's because I'm on Spirit Forged. Set... Origin? It was Hand. Alright, so you play it for his Legion ability where you get to play an extra card every turn, right? This is what I'm looking for. I know Noxian Guillotine's unplayable. No. It's garbage. Like, what does this card do? 4 in a cycle. I don't even know what the card does. Choose a unit, kill it the next time it takes damage. So I have to hit into it. It's a worse Imperial Decree. Legion, kill it now instead. Cool. So if I played another card and it's already costing me 4 and 1, does that? Like, it's so bad. It's so bad, man. Like, this card, what you have to do so much to basically get a slightly better vengeance. It's vengeance with a twist. What a twist. Yeah, I mean, I know, I've got a Void Rush right here. I have the cards. It's not good. No, Void Rush is actually the best card in the deck. That was slight bait. But just, if I want to do that, I just want to play Imperial Decree. Just want to play Imperial Decree. Fine. Main event for Vegas, by the way, if everybody's wondering, starting in about 10 minutes, supposedly. Alright, 2 legends to go. Must-Ye, top cut. I don't think anyone should be surprised by this. I don't know the placement for a Must-Ye. Must-Ye will make top cut. Card is actively good. Deck did not get worse. Yeah. Must-Ye good. Must-Ye still solid. Yeah, Must-Ye over Rek'Sai, yes. Not sure I can be in the same tier as Darius' final offer. This is not like a question here, because you know if he gets moved up, 1, 2, 3 gets moved up. And we have to do that deal. And you guys don't want to do that deal. So it doesn't move. Rek'Sai stays in D tier. In good luck. You will need a lot of luck. And that's why I'm saying Rek'Sai is a D tier. You need luck. You need a lot of luck. Deck sometimes doesn't do anything. And just scoops to Draven. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I got that wrong. Rek'Sai is a woman. Yeah, Rek'Sai is a she. Yep, the brood mother. Yep. Wait. Or is that, is the brood mother the other one? Oh, what's it called? It's like got big wings. Only in League of Legends. Called. What's it called? Oh. Belveth, thank you. Yes. Belveth. You think Renata should be C tier? Once she gets more help. Once she gets more help, I think Renata could be B tier. I'm not even joking. But she needs a bit more help. I'm actually going to put Jax top of C tier, actually. I actually think he's better than all these other champions. I guess probably it's more realistic to go like this. Yeah. Renata has a lot of potential. What's my opinion on the Garen list? I built very token heavy mono yellow runes, confront Vanguard, Armory, Grandstand, Xin Zhao, I think you have to basically play Garen playing Aurora Bust. I think but like it depends, like what are you trying to do well in, right? Like if you just want to have fun on Nexus Night, I think token Garen's great. But like this is like the assumption. Okay. There was a deal made. There was a deal that was made. Bathlio. Fiora was in top 8. And then I put Sivir in top cart. And then chat did not like me doing that. Chat was not happy with me doing that. As such, the deal was Fiora gets swapped for Sivir. Because I was not going to put another legend in top 8. And then chat was happy with this trade. That we had to do this trade. I'm sorry. This was it. Oh, Temporal! Hello, Michael, sir. How are you doing this fine evening? Oh, late afternoon, early evening. What Fiora should be up there? I mean, then we have to take something else out. Understand that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and where's the bingo? Where's our bingo? Remember, our bingo, I need 2 Dravens in top 8. So, I'm not losing my bingo here. Like, one of these is not making top 8. Probably 2. So, chat, you tell me. You tell me. What are we doing? Saying. I'm not saying, oh my god, I put it in top cart. I genuinely think it could be like a top 1. It seems like I put like one thing there and then suddenly I'm like crazy for not putting Sivir in top 8. Like, I think she could make top 8. I think these two could also make top 8, but like they're not all gonna make top 8. Maybe my wording's bad here. Oh my god, top 8 is copium. It's not. It literally made finals. And it could do it again. I think Misfortune is the best. I just disagree. Got the flu from Bologna alive though. I can definitely cut one legend from. Definitely cut one legend from that. No. MF is not C tier. Oh my god. Now you're baiting me. Chat, you're just baiting me. I can't. Okay, now I hit my light. That was me. That was actually me. Maybe I should do a light counter. How many times am I gonna like hit my light? That could be funny. Loki, okay, yeah, you guys are. I think Miracle is D tier actually. Okay, yeah, you guys are just trying to make me crash out. All right, chat. We've got one legend. Yasuo. Where do we think I'm gonna place Yasuo? Where do we think I'm gonna place it? Not even on the list. Below trash. Yasuo is a C tier. Let's be real. We all knew it. We all saw it coming. If you had seen my preview from Twitter, we already knew that, whoa, actually, I was on crack when I did my original tier list. What the crap? Wow, I put him making top cut? That's crazy talk. Yeah, no, he's not doing that. He's not doing that. He is a C tier. He is C. He's forever C. Yeah, because you can't play, well, you could play Miracle. Oh my god, imagine that. Miracle, yeah, no. No. No, it's not happening. Respectfully, no. 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 Okay, chat. This is your final point to convince me. Also, Grand Celebu. Celebi? Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I much appreciate it. Miracle Yasuo for the medal goes hard. Honestly, kind of fuck with that. I kind of get with it. All right, chat. Is there anything you want to try and convince me we're gonna do different? You really believe, genuinely speaking, should be different? I swear. Say Rek'Sai. What happened? What legend on the bottom row has the most potential of becoming really good? Oh, Renata, and it's not even closing. Like Renata. 100%. Ornn should be lower. That's bait. Ahri should be higher? Nah. Nah, Ree. I get what you're saying, but nah. Like, she is a metal card hero, and like, Ahri, in my opinion, just had sheer quantity of numbers. I think if a more realistic amount of people actually play Ahri, it doesn't actually make it as high. The fact is, Ahri is a 40k card. Like, you get best of, you get like a person's salary. Rek'Sai C because she crushes her out. Yeah, no, that's bait. Off the pre-wish swap, swap Yi with MF, but my opinion ends with Bologna, MF to C, Sivir to top of A. But you would want to do this trade. Ornn in D is not right. Wow, first time chatter just flaming me. Grand. Oh yeah, you just followed. Yo, thank you so much. I'm just getting flamed immediately. Everyone wants... Okay, remember chat. Remember the deal, chat? I'm willing to do the deal. If you want Ornn and Rek'Sai in D tier, Leona gets to come along for the ride. Because she's my girl. Yo, Zach, thank you so much for the follow. Yo, as well, TJ Ableturham. I totally butchered your username there, but yo, TJ, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you. Trust Leona has a breakout tournament today. Zach, if it happens, honestly, I'm going to be the #1 fan. A few other people in this chat. We are Leona gamers here. I didn't want to put her in, but I got flamed for putting her in C tier above Rek'Sai and Ornn. So, I mean, hey. You're in good company here. We want Leona to be good, also because people don't understand how it works. I do wish Ornn like wasn't so messed up. Like Ornn just gets so screwed by yellow removal, and then it's also like not like a buy against a lot of the other tier decks. Only like hilariously, if Kai'Sa was the top deck, it wouldn't be so bad. I mean, obviously, people should only play the best deck at the pre-rift. Sterix is overpriced. That's a wild one. All right, none of you have convinced me. So we're going to be clipping and shipping this. All right, let me copy all of this. We are not swapping Jax with Rek'Sai. Hypothetically speaking, if someone were to donate $5, would you move Rek'Sai up? WeGamer, I don't take that, but if you want to sub to the channel, that would be appreciated so you can make my suffering begin. When I have to win a game with Rek'Sai, remember everybody, remember, I have a sub goal at the moment. When I hit 10 subs, I will win a match with every single legend, meaning I will have to win a game with Rek'Sai. So I want to believe Rek'Sai's good. We will be doing this. So hey, if people sub, it just means I'm going to have to play Rek'Sai on stream sooner. Just a fact. Just a fact. I also have, like, no way of knowing if anyone, like, donates. Like, I don't have, like, donation alerts on. I've got to check my email to know. Nah, none of you donated, so we're good. We're good. I can just ship this. We're shipping it. We're shipping it. We're shipping it. The on list with mutations, pit crews, 2 costs only as good. Rek'Sai stream. Yeah, I mean, Rek'Sai stream, if you guys sub, you get your Rek'Sai stream. Yo, Big Jack, yo, thank you for the oh my god, for the follow and then for the sub. Yo, much love, much love. You guys are looking forward to it. You guys are crazy. Oh my god, I'm Vlad. Oh my god, why are you guys doing this? Why are you subbing? Oh my god. Oh my god, you gave out 5 community subs. Okay, so we're basically doing it. Okay. Okay. We're basically gonna be doing it. Yo, much love. Thank you so much, Big Jack. Yo, that's crazy, man. Hi, I'm Newt as well, subbed as well. Okay, guys. Okay, Vlad also gave us 5 subs out. Holy. Okay. I'm doing a Rek'Sai stream. Oh my god, Rek'Sai mama. Oh my god. Crazy, guys. Yo, thank you all for that love. Much love. Alright, fine. I had just edited my tweet. I was, like, in the process. Fine. How's that placing? Yo, no, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. We're having a sub off. I mean, I take it, Ree. Yo, thank you so much again over to Vlad and Big Jack. Much appreciated. Rek'Sai B tier, not worse than Jax. Are we happy? How many subs are Garen A tier? 100. I need to get to 100 subs. Better but not right. Ari beat Rek'Sai anytime. Okay, now we're just arguing, but the Rek'Sai gamers came out for the subs. You know? So we're gonna give it to them. We're happy with this, yeah? You guys used your power of will to get Rek'Sai up to C tier. The only people I'll listen on pushing even higher is going to be Jack and Vlad, and I think they both understand we made this agreement. I can be brought, Ree. I can be brought. I am but a humble Twitch streamer. I'm the influencer that gets influenced. Kamo is as with a different champ, but you also get to play 2. You get to play 2-drop units, so it's actually, like, pretty good. You also play the rat package. It's like, this is like what Ezreal used to be until people realize Ezreal is just better control. You're satisfied for now. All right, Vlad gave the thumbs up. Wallet power is strong. I mean, wallet power can influence almost anybody. Wow, we got like some pretty good... I don't know what's going on. Anyway. I now remove this line. While waiting for a Riftbound regional qualifier, I did a tier list with chat's help. Oh, you pushed the button. Ah, yo, thank you. Thank you. Much love, Temporal. I didn't even know that was a thing. I just see it on my preview. I'm like, okay. Have I misspelled qualifier? Oh, God. Literally in my... Oh, right. I want to say I did a tier list. Oh, waiting. I did a tier list with chat's help. I think we get that. Wait, does anyone know what the thing for Vegas is? Is it... Is there a hashtag? Do I care? Oh, RQ Vegas. I do the thing. Oh, God. RQ Vegas. Alright, we tweeted it. Let me get the link. Copy link. So Vegas main event has started. We're currently in the count. We're in the waiting room. This is the waiting room. 50 minutes, supposedly. 50 minutes, and then we get it. That's the theory, chat. Remember, we have got a bingo going on throughout the whole stream. So, not playing for the full runes. So that's going to be a funny one. If someone does them, unintentional. We give people the blessing. Unintentional cheating. Getting 3 points in a round. So purple Yasuo, basically. I don't think this top line's ever happening, by the way. This might also be really hard because it's like D-tier deck winning on coverage. Maybe we should have had Rek'Sai in D-tier. Maybe we should have had that. Nah, we still got Renata there. And no one was fighting for Renata. Everyone's like, no, Renata can be good. Just not yet. We got Alan winning on feature match. I think this is a row we could do. But then it relies on the Dravens. How's everyone feeling about this? What, especially you new chatters, if you're brand new in, what do you think about our little fun thing I'm doing? I don't know what happened. It said I should open a hype chest. I don't know what's going on. Apparently we got Choo Choo. Did you guys get something? Choo Choo? Choo Choo. Jib's coming in. Yo, Jibs, how you doing, my dude? How you doing? Much love to you. Ezreal win rate will be off. Yeah, Ezreal's going to be the same as Bologna. It's going to have like a 30% win rate, and then it'll have like a 30 or 40% win rate. Probably, it might, I think Ezreal's going to have a worse conversion rate, but it's still going to do really well. Choo-choo for all the Rek'Sai homies, yeah. Vlad and Big Jack came in with the Giga Chad. As soon as it comes up, we'll switch over to it. Yep. Brandy and Prisma are going to be representing it. So maybe this is a free square, I think, honestly speaking. Miracle winning. That's an interesting one. I think it's... Lucian on camera will pop 3 points in 1 round. How does Lucian... Oh, Lucian with the thing. Actually, yeah, no, that's true. We could totally get this. This is actually a way life square because of Purple Draven. Yeah, Purple Draven, Lucian, and or Draven. Purple Draven. No, I've said it all right. Purple Draven, Purple Yasuo, and also Lucian. Yeah. All right, this is way more live. This is way more live. I think this is a freebie. I don't think any order deck will make finals. Unless somehow, like, a Garen makes it there. Oh, Renata. Oh, true. There's actually so many ways. Okay. I think I might remove Annie. I think I might remove this from being Annie. I think we just get 5 turn cycle kill. You counting time warp? No. It has to be in 1 turn. It has to be in a 1 turn cycle thing. Kane Shah, yo, thank you so much for the follow. Much love, much appreciated. Fiora had multiple final matches in China. Yeah, I don't think Fiora was as good as people in China thought it was. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Yeah, time warp steals an opponent's turn. Yeah, that's definitely the way that I look at that. Oh, we got some of the Piltover Archive team in here? Yo, much love out to the Piltover Archive. Been using your site a lot. A lot for my brewing. Oh, it's Mac Pro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, no, I get you. Yeah, that's fair. It was okay when the meta wasn't solved. Yeah, I agree with that. Also, especially when, like, people just lose to riposte. Definitely the thing. Alright, so chat. Supposedly, we've got about 45 minutes. Supposedly. The thing is, they're going to probably do a pre-show. So, while we're waiting, I think it's about time. I need to pause the music. Oh, where is the music? Oh god, what tab have I got in the music? Alright, pausing the music. Hold. I think, chat, it's about time that we come over and do a little bit of co-streaming. Let's have a little bit look. We've got to make sure we get these levels correct as well. That's a thing as well to do. But we're gonna have to get ready. And I want to watch some Alan. I think we all know this man is probably, if not one of the best players in the world at Riftbound. I mean, yeah, he's probably, let's be real, best. So I think and how many of you actually got to watch this match live? I didn't get to watch it. I was in Bologna itself. I mean, I did watch bits and pieces. Ezreal 43. Yeah, I mean, people don't know how to play Ezreal. Like, in general. People don't know how to play Ezreal. So, let's see how this goes. Right, so this is his deck. I don't know why they don't show the sideboard. Personally, where my face is at the moment, they should have sideboard. I wish they had the sideboard in. It feels weird not being able to see that. You could also totally move this up, further up, or something. I don't know. Like, it's so important to the deck. I have mine laid out a little bit differently. I don't know if I've got a screenshot of how I laid mine out. But I think there's just too much, like, dead space here. I do like the graphic that's moving in the background, though. Yeah, it's crazy. Runeterra World Champion, coming over, TFT grinder, and now he is a regionals qualifier, and he's made like 2 top 8s. Like, if he does 3, he's probably the disputed best player, right? 100% top 8 purple, because it won't happen. We want them to be like a little bit of a gimme. Right? A tiny bit of a gimme. Alright, let me just quickly, I've got to put a headphone in just so I can figure out the levels and see if, like, we're actually, like, you guys can hear me? You can also hear a little bit of the stream. Like, I think I've got the levels correct. All right, I think we're actually in a really good spot. Yeah. All right, cool. Test has happened. I'm actually very happy with how I've got these. Slurp! Thank you so much for the follow. Much love. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I personally thought in a vacuum you play 3 Sabotage, and then I think if you're playing 3 Sabotage, I think you have a much better spot into Victor, well, into Ezreal. I think this list, like, doesn't have a great spot. Anyway, I'm gonna just zoom on through. We already knew what the decks were. So, let's see. Alright, so Alan gets the play. I play my runes in order to. Alan plays the play. We don't actually know hands. That's alright. It's alright. So we have Ravenbloom Student turn 1. Okay, so we're going stack deck over. I saw a hard bargain and passing. I mean, I don't think if you've got anything else to do, you just do anything. Just no ramp, no mobilize. I assume they bottomed. Not seeing the mulligans is a little bit annoying. Stacking of a deck. I think Void Gate makes total sense in game 1 versus something like Misfortune. It's honestly a battlefield that's just not going to be doing a whole lot. Like this is going to be a matchup where you never have to worry about going on it as the Ezreal player, and like when you can potentially do that. Yeah, I do want to be able to have it very lightly in the background, but I should be able to, like, whenever I speak, it's like a bit more overpowering. At least that's how it felt on my headphones. If people with speakers are feeling otherwise, let me know. I can adjust levels. But yeah, I mean, you just always slam the Ezreal. The Ezreal can basically never die. You don't have to worry about it. You just want to get seal down, and now you like Alan drawing the seal for the turn is like probably the most important thing. He just wants to cycle as much as possible, and he's basically set up now. Thank you, Orzov. Catalyst will take you up to 7. Alan, I believe, goes to 5 on the next round when we get the table view again. Yeah, Alan will go up to 5. Then I think you can adjust it quite a bit, to be honest. At least cannot hear the dudes in the background at all. Right, I can tiny bit punch them up. I don't think the better way of me punching it if it's better on the... There we go. I'll punch it up a little bit on the stream side. Well, I'll have to slowly work this out. If there's an issue, if there's a problem, let me know, let me know. Anybody jumping into the stream at the moment, this is still the waiting room. We are still waiting. As soon as the main stream actually starts up, we'll be flicking over to that, but in theory, we're waiting 40 minutes. We're watching arguably one of the best players in the world win his finals match from Bologna. The fact that he's getting so many points, yeah, this is free. Like, he only has to worry about bullet time. It just doesn't matter. Oh my god, the Vex.
I think Alan's just accepting that, yep, probably getting Aurora next turn, so I just need to...
Yeah, he gets to go to 5 points. He just doesn't care. Like, what? You have to worry about bullet time? Bullet time actually hurts the Misfortune to play here. It means they get further away, so it's just 3 points. And, like, you're not even the aggro deck. You're just getting 3 points, which just means it's going to be so much easier in a few turns later to just close the game out. You know they also don't play, because of deck list being open at this point, you know he doesn't play any Dead Bloom, so you have no problem with putting your, here. So the only thing you have to worry about, like, you know you're about to also get your hand ripped, probably by a Mind Splitter. So the Mind Splitter comes down, goes to base, and then you're like, cool, take whatever. Hello, trying to build the Ezreal deck. I have 2 Seals of Discord. Do you think it's playable, or do I find a third? I mean, hey, I would recommend playing it. Third one is really important in the grand scale of things, but there's nothing wrong with you, like, getting 2 and then just figuring it out when you can get the third. You know? That's what I would recommend. Okay, chat, so while we're also waiting at the moment, we've got bingo, but now we've hit my sub goal. So I will be doing a very, very long stream at some point in the next week or two. I'll now be converting it into a YouTube video, so much love over to Vlad. Yeah, Jesus, it's still crazy to think that we hit that. Much love over to Vlad and Big Jacked for the subs. Much love to everybody, honestly, for subbing as well. And also for the community gifted subs. So I'm going to be doing a long stream where we're going to just play every single legend and win a game with every single legend. That's going to be converted into a YouTube video. The other thing, now that we've hit that, what's going to be the next one? What's the next stub goal? What do I do? What do I do? Scorpios! Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Much love. Thank you, thank you. I mean, the only one you want there is Watcher. The other cards are actually unplayable. Day 2 of Leona. Carrot, you are a son of a gun.
Once this gets to the late game, that is possibly the area that I can see Alan being able to play through this is I just let you play all the units and then I can deal potentially.
I mean, you pull back the Ezreal and the Ravenbloom student here. Looks like cosplay. What's my prediction tournaments? Maybe top 3 legends. You've just missed all of that, but we just posted on Twitter. Top 3 legends are still Ezreal, Draven, and Irelia. Hasn't changed. They're still the top 3 S tier decks. We just tweeted out the tier list. What round is this? We're watching the finals from Bologna of Alan playing with Ezreal versus Misfortune because we want to see what the world's best player is like. At the moment, he just got early board pressure. The Misfortune player didn't have super early stuff, and now there's no reason to do anything else. And at this point, the game's kind of already over. No, I mean, I put Misfortune in making top 8. I think the deck is still very, very good, Lord. It's like the only good thing Aurora gets to do at the moment. So while till there are like better big units, Aurora is still struggling. Aurora will get better when we get better big units and better ramp at the moment. Or better early game disruption that doesn't de-ramp you, right? That's a Volibear. But we know there's a Watcher in hand. Alright, Mind Splitter, that's going to be taking probably the Watcher, I imagine?
You're totally right. That is, if you want, I mean, when you look at the hand, you got to look at what else is there. But I feel like that is the prime target, right?
Yeah, I think that is the best card that you could possibly hit. Alan, the Q back against the wall, double.
I don't think his back's against the wall, by the way. Not with this hand. Oh, he's got a smoke screen, frigid touch. Nah, this is actually still very, very winnable. Yeah, so he has to take the Watcher, but you just don't care. You go in with everything. You get your... Yeah, you've got so much, man. You've got actually so much to do. And you attack him with Vex. You go -4, -4, so that's -8. So the Volibear's that. So then you've just got to find 14, 15, 16 power. I think that's very doable, by the way. By the way, they can also just go onto the other battlefield if they're not too bothered. Why is the camera moving so much? It's so high up. How is their movement hitting this? Someone like leaning on it in the far end? Because they were like big rafters. Oh, we got Arcane Shift! Oh! Okay. So you can Arcane Shift the Fizz? Fizz get back Morbid Return? Morbid Return, is that the play? What's the play, Alan? Yeah, moving into any other battlefield lets him draw cards, so you can't let him draw cards.
If you can gank over to the other battlefield and then get your Aurora trigger to follow up on it.
Agreed.
So it's not like
Agreed. I really hope they have a better play area. He's just letting him have the draw. Go to 6. I mean, honestly speaking, you can probably just do this. Ah, he drew a Mind Splitter for the turn. Oh no, we knew he had the Mind Splitter because he only took the Watcher. So sack this, look at the hand. Probably just take the last rights or the punch first. I don't think you care. Oh, maybe you don't have the cool shot. I don't think you take a hard bargain. You can't just take one. They already have 2.
shot for on the side of CVQ because you're already so set up. Punch first also does not seem to
Hold shot seems kind of win more, so it's literally just down to punch first or
there is two of those.
the thing. I think it's probably the punch first.
But, you know, credit to Alan in a feature matchup at this.
But I can also see last rights being the correct thing. I don't think anything else is really worth taking in this hand.
To take into account every single thing. Okay, how many repeated hard bargains can you have? How many are you likely to need?
I played my first Nexus night yesterday with Yasuo, won against Kai'Sa, then got destroyed by Ezreal Draven. Yo! Congratulations on going along to your first Nexus night. I hope you had fun outside of the sad frustrations of Ezreal Draven. Punch first, yeah, I can understand that. That was the one I was leaning towards. I think last rights, you only care if your opponent actually has anything great to get back. If they haven't, you're just kind of like, whatever. And currently, he's got nothing to get back, so who cares?
If you're going to punch first, ask questions while punching is what I would say about that. As that is 3 units stacked on the battlefield. We're still in Alan's.
All right, Lucy. All right, chat. I'm just gonna quickly go and get myself a drink. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Get the chair.
What we don't want to see if you're in Sebi's camp for supporters. For Alan's side, you probably aren't that bothered by that. You would hope to see a volley bear go to hand if you're looking for.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay,
also,
sabotage.
hand disruption. Sabotage is such a strong card here. However, as we said before, if you want to double hard bargain on the next turn, if you are just feeling like
Here
there
comes
might
the
be an
ganking.
issue, yeah, we're
Volley bear
ganking
goes
over now.
across. Alan immediately picks up the Raven Bloom student and says, "Yeah, I'm not fighting for that."
Yeah, you can throw some combat tricks at that volley bear, but I don't think it's helping.
With one rune and a dream.
Yeah.
Although, yeah, Vex isn't in combat, so it doesn't reduce things.
Sabotage.
There is a sabotage.
That is going to be the end of that arcane shift.
That's brutal, because if there were a way to kind of...
Oh, top deck in the sabotage is rough.
One arcane shift is gone.
It's fine.
Just leave that hand face up, right? Because we all know what's going to happen.
Most fun deck.
Dazzling Aurora is going to find us another volley bear.
What would I say the most fun deck is?
Everything from the deck at that point. There is a Mind Splitter. Likely, yep, to go over to the volley bear, and as you said, revealed again.
I mean, at this point, it feels like it doesn't really matter, but I think that this Frigid Touch, alright? I mean, Frigid Touch is another guaranteed draw because you're playing the Ezreal Legend, so if you're targeting something...
1 sec, chat. Just gotta take a photo of you and ask.
You're going to get
Being asked questions.
That is absolutely huge.
Wow. These battlefields are as stacked as the decks.
Yep, that is massive. And keep in mind, you do have 7 runes left open. It is almost impossible to get through this. Yes, Alan ZQ only needs 2 more points to win this game, but this is
Cold shot.
very, very far away. Actually, we do
We'll
not...
get it. Tapping the seal.
I mean, honestly, yeah, if you like to gamble, I think the Chestnut King is honestly correct. I think, honestly, Rek'Sai's probably mega fun. You gamble hard. Or any hook deck.
Very much fine. And then another
Any hook deck.
just taking away the entire turn of your opponent.
I said it was
Victor's a lot of fun, though. I mean, Victor was the first deck I played, and I played Victor a lot at the very beginning of set 1. Till I then saw the light, and then just played Leona, basically, until I needed to lock in.
The pace massively now, because otherwise the game is just going to end on this game state. You need to find more cards. You need to build up more pressure.
I thought the streamer just, like, lagged there for a second. What time does Vegas start? 30 minutes. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. T- till coverage starts. I've got the stream loaded up. We're waiting for it. We're in the waiting room. It can't happen fast enough. As soon as it starts, we will flick over to coverage. Well, I might have it on the side, but as soon as we do, we'll get over. Denota, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. All right, I mean, at this point, like, there is everything out from the opponent. So, like, if you could just clear through all of this, like, Aurora dies. He does have... It does have hard bargain, but, like, he's got double hard bargain in hand. He had to play both of them. So, like, he's very much, like, kind of just, like, gone through his turns. You don't want a Catalyst there, my dude. What are you looking for now as the Aurora player? The problem is you can never get off a battlefield, which is, like, the funniest thing. So he's just passing?
And we're going to reveal the entire deck once.
Yeah, we know it's there, and then we're going to see a rare thing in Riftbound, which is shuffling.
I also do really enjoy that we're not even playing out the Misfortune Captain.
it's gonna stay there. It's for now.
You just keep your runes up. You have so many cards in hand. You threaten
I don't
everything that
understand the
has-
reasoning from the commentators of not playing it. Unless you've got, like, another hard bargain in hand, I don't think it. Yeah, Miracle Teemo is a lot of fun.
What do we need to find here? Is it a way to bring
I would agree with you. Miracle Teemo's fun.
recur from the graveyard?
Especially with the rats. Old Teemo used to be very fun. Highly skill expressive, very fun in set 1. I really enjoy playing Teemo. The problem is just, like, you cannot play him in this current meta.
Yes, enough. I don't know actually.
I guess if you've got, no, that makes no sense. You should do it. Alright, cool shot. One onto each of them. If we find a miracle, it means, I mean, it basically means it comes from the Magic the Gathering deck called Miracle Grow, which is where you make one creature really, really, really big. You're playing a bunch of cards. But Miracle is also used in the term from Magic the Gathering, where you basically get to play, the Miracle mechanic. There was also Miracle Rogue, where you basically got to play a bunch of cards in one turn from Hearthstone, and you got to play a big dude. So the idea... Jesus, something's stuck in my throat. The Miracle is the idea of basically getting to play a bunch of cards in a one turn and just, like, spewing it all out.
In the trash for now. I'm like, would need to do the math on how many power and energy you need in order to watch a Arcane Shift with a follow-up, with a Bellows Breath, including a Vex to reduce the cost, plus the repeat cost with Ezreal layered to get Bellows Breath for free. Is that enough with a -6 plus the Bellows Breath to get over the Mind Splitters and potentially...
Hope that makes sense to you.
I think with a -6 we can actually get there.
That's what I'm saying. Is it, like, is that line...
Do we play multiple Arcane Shift copies because we got the first one discarded from a Mind Splitter?
I'm gonna look at the deck
Thank you
list.
so much.
I have it in front.
You can also just play Fizz.
Alright, two
Fizz,
copies.
Arcane Shift, Arcane Shift, Fizz, Fizz, Arcane Shift. That's 6 damage.
I'm pretty sure that there is
What are we looking at? What are these two cards?
that Sabiq can go for, but of course there are other cards.
Rebuke,
There is also
and I think that was a Frigid Touch.
Arcane Shift in the trash, or did it get put to the... Did it get
And then Rebuke number 2, and then something else I couldn't see. So we got 2 Rebukes in hand.
that we actually just picked one up with a cold shot and put it down. To the
2
bottom.
Rebukes. Okay, so we go in. Okay, so we go in with Vex into a battlefield. We can basically flip over everything into hand. Opponent has, and at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they can replace something. But if we can kill both the volley bears, we can throw the volley bears back into hand, and we just don't care.
Good thing is as
Because that's a whole turn. It doesn't matter. If we rebuke both the volley bears, we can kill all of these. We do know he has a last rites, but then if the opponent can't actually do anything about that, we just don't care. So we can get, if we can rebuke both of the volley bears. Yeah, rebuke volley bear number 1. We get to do it for 1 because of Vex's cost. We're gonna do everything with Vex now.
To get rid of the volley bear from the opposing battlefield. We saw Alan using this to great effect earlier, utilizing the Vex combat showdown stats.
This rune should technically be on the very bottom. We should be stacking these correctly.
We'll see a follow-up here because there is a retreat in hand available to kind of bounce that Vex back after this is done.
All right, so Alan's runes are a little bit messed up. There's a little bit of weird action going on here. So then we're going to smoke screen, I imagine, for 1.
Out of the way for Alan in this first game of the finals.
the Raven Blue
We get to just tap the rune that we've already flipped over. So we smoke screen.
But how much flexibility does the deck of Sabiq have?
Yeah, no, sorry. It's because it's been exiled. We can Arcane Shift the Fizz, flip over, flicker it back in, Arcane Shift again. But we could do it on the Mind Splitter if we really wanted to. It's just a way to try and have the Fizz replay the one that was already in our discard if we wanted to do that. So yeah, smoke screen using the 1. So this one should actually be the 3rd. Okay, he's realizing. No, 2. 2. Close. Honestly, the fact that he's, like, remembering all of this, really impressive. Smoke screen. Kill this. Punch first. Okay, that's a little annoying. 1, 2, 3. It's 3, right? It's 3, and you have to pay 2, so it's fine. So he's got 1 floating at the moment.
Is now with those rebukes, first of all, you're taking the steam out of Sabiq, right? Because You're not holding two half of the time, but you're
how do you do
play
this?
the volley bears.
Exactly, you'll never play the volley bear now that you've
So
hacked
you
it
could
there.
start with a
Punch first, and the fact
stupefy.
being in hand is the worst place for it to be when you're playing Aurora, because
You
we know
can
there's
one
no
Bellows
cycle,
Breath
but if there's a
repeated,
Bellows Breath
so
after
it
the
does
smoke screen as
2.
well, and we know that there's a stupefy in hand. So this, if it's repeated, which I'm sure it is, there's an Ezreal on the battlefield and a Vex, which
It's
means
free to
their
repeat it, so you
reduction
just
will
never
go
don't
up.
repeat it.
Vex
So it does
reduction
2.
is
So
significant
Vex
because
goes
there's a Q
up.
a minimum of 1 energy, then the Ezreal reduction comes in and basically makes it
But basically, this goes to 9. This virtually it goes to 9, 8. Yeah, the Mind Splitter goes to 8, and now he's taken 2, so then it goes to 6. Stupefy goes to 5, and then trades. Stupefy on the other side.
Draws another card, finds another stupefy.
So we can still stupefy, kill the other one if we wanted to. I mean, we're fine. I mean, our Ravenbloom student is now 6.
As Stupefy is going to reduce the might as well. The damage applied earlier in the turn, not yet represented.
What was the other card?
That student
What card did I miss?
has been learning a lot.
How is Alan ZQ?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, these spells are so cheap.
Get 2.
Vex is doing so
Wages of
much
Pain.
work. Wages of Pain on the Mind Splitter that is still in the combat with the Vex. We are still in a combat showdown, and Alan is just taking action after action after action.
Yep,
And now
kills it
has
ahead of
control for the
combat.
7th point in our first game of this grand finals. There surely is enough to take this second battle.
Goes to 7, and then between the Mind Splitter and the Ravenbloom student, we can then just bash in, kill the other Mind Splitters. That's it. That's it. He just chained off a bunch of cards and absolutely abused this. I mean, the only way you get Giga blown out is if you see another punch first. So 7, 14, 15, 16. Oh, no, it's not actually because of a stupefy. Both stupefies, right? Went on to that. So it's actually 12. Plus a punch first would be not enough because actually you don't have to pay more. But you don't have the double order. Oh, no, it's fine. No, body rather. That's fine. There's actually nothing to worry about. It's 12 versus, like, way more. You can just go in with the Mind Splitter and Ravenbloom student. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 plus 7. 17. If you're really worried, you can go in with Fizz as well, but I think you're just killing your Fizz. We know we haven't got anything else in hand, but a retreat. If we really wanted to, we could go in... We could go in with Ravenbloom student. We could retreat our Mind Splitter. We could retreat Mind Splitter, and then go in with Ravenbloom student Fizz, and we can still conquer and win. And we don't have to worry about a punch first, because our opponent can't be playing it. You could do Ezreal, but I think the problem is you're just going to be, like, you're going to have to replay it, and then you're looking for, like, a 1-cost card. You could retreat, you could retreat Fizz, if you wanted to. Yeah, I like doing this. Yeah, you just go in with this. This is representing a trade.
The narrowest of margins, 2 runes picked up as Sebi.
Good shot. Yeah, we knew about this.
1 floating, 3 floating now from the called shot.
I don't know what saves him here. Like, I actually don't know what saves him here. Oh, Final Flight.
Yes, but is that card enough? That would just, I mean, save you from losing the game this turn for the moment at least.
Another cold shot if you need it.
Fight or Flight. Get rid of the Ravenbloom student. Push it back. I think you now retreat the Fizz. Yeah. Do we...
a frigid touch in your discard pile that you can play and repeat possibly.
We saw it already this turn, right? Well, we saw Bella's Breath this turn.
Playing Fizz.
I'm pretty sure we have seen a frigid touch go through.
The problem is now Vex isn't in combat, so you can't...
Alan cycles through his entire trash. It's a
Yeah, you can get Rebuke. Throw back the Rebuke. Yeah, Mind Splitter goes in. That's a really heads-up play with the Fizz. Retreat the Fizz. I mean, they can't even play the Mind Splitter next turn either. They just don't have the runes because they paid 2 to do the cold shot. Then they just go in the Mind Splitter for 7 onto the 1 on 5 because of double Stupefy. Opponent's gonna have to do 2 cold shot again. See if they can find another fight or flight. They can't even now play a rebuke if they even play it. Nope, that's it. That's game. They can trade. They can go to and trade with this Mind Splitter. And then the Ezreal walks on.
Then you at least don't lose to the Mind Splitter, but there's still a ready Ezreal to conquer behind it. I don't think there's enough because you'd have to recycle.
Nope, that's it. That's game. That's game. Wow, we figured the line, man. That's crazy how we found that. Alan is an absolute master. Okay, we're gonna cycle again. We're really looking for a fight or flight. We might have found the fight or flight.
Of course, and there it is, off the top of the deck. Yes, you're going to live this turn with
But it's like, whatever, bro. It doesn't matter. You have no runes, no way of playing anything. I think you've just absolutely dug yourself into a hole. But the problem is, yeah, you can't do anything. You have to keep stopping this. Because then Alan just wins. But Alan's winning, man. Alan's just won this game. This game's already over. But you also have to stop the Vex. Yo, Kobe the King. Thank you so much for the follow. Much love to you. Thank you, thank you. 16 minutes. 16 minutes till hopefully the broadcast starts. Hazel! Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated.
We're clutching at straws. We're clutching at the tiniest of margins. I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't...
Yep, so now you've got to try and get through 5, 6, 7, 8 might, which a Mind Splitter can't do. There's no way you can, like... I mean, Alan's doing this to play around the idea that the third fight or flight comes, pull it back, or a challenge or something. The problem is he's got, like, a challenge, but he can't have a challenge and everything. He can challenge, but he can't challenge and bullet time. If he had the challenge plus fight or flight, but he doesn't have the 4 runes. Damn. Damn, man. Alan's an absolute beast. That's crazy, bro. Alright, chat, I'll be back in 1 second. I'm gonna go pee.
Versus triple Mind Splitter, 8 runes open with just a bunch of small spells, small units, a Raven Bloom student going up to 12 might in total, even getting fight or flighted did not matter. He pushed through it. Rebuke, forced his opponent first to de-ramp himself, recycle all of their runes so that these Volibear imposing would be gone completely. And I think in this moment, SebiQ might have regretted using the counter spells, the hard bargains on the culture, just to get a little bit more tempo, even though you were only at 3 points.
But you know, I'm sure you can feel this as well. Like the read on the number of spells that Alan has, of like picking exactly which one to hard bargain is like, you have to be so in it, in the tank, to know everything that you need to play around. So do we think Mundo comes in so you can contest with high might? Is it Rebuke to get rid of things like the Volibears even more? Is it Factory Recall to bounce? Because we know Pickpocket is not going to do the job against Aurora.
Is it Downwell maybe?
Is it Downwell? Because of course, yeah, that will be able to deal with everything. So, you know, we talked about, would Alan be able to play around this Aurora deck? Because seeing the sideboard now...
Alright, let's just zoom on. The fact that we don't see the sideboards is like crazy.
8 rounds yesterday of Swiss. 5 rounds, student. You deserve at least one.
Alright, we're really seeing what they're mulliganing.
That is the kind of plays that you can only dream of making if they pay off like that. It's an Aspirant's Climb game, so we're gonna
Alright,
slow this
Aspirant's
down.
Climb. Who's playing that one? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't think Aspirant's Climb is a big important change here.
We have been talking
You know.
about Alan ZQ aura farming for the entirety of the tournament, right?
I see what you
Oh, Basil, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated.
Heavily on him when they had the Mobilize and the Catalyst of Eons and
They went live?
Dazzling Aurora was having to play it Mobilize.
Ah, they have gone live. I'm seeing a 40-minute on YouTube. Is it different? Thank you so much for letting us know, Singril.
I thought you were gonna say that Alan ZQ was aura farming and he's about to take down Aurora on the way. It's kind of
Oh yeah, no, I clicked live. It's saying 30 minutes. Alright, what I'll do, I know what I'll do. I have a way of doing this. This ain't my first time doing something like this. Alright. Wait.
You draw a fizz and you drew the Watcher.
Get rid of the...
So the only thing that you're kind of regretting with the Watcher being in hand, I guess one problem with that is if your opponent does manage to find the Catalyst, there is a stacked deck. If there is a Catalyst within the hand or these cards, then you're in a little bit of trouble because it's Aurora next turn. And
Bro, I want to get rid of like YouTube chat. Ah, there you go.
3 chances at a Mind Splitter to ditch
Alright.
that Thousand-Tailed Watcher if you
Oh, the video stopped playing, didn't it?
Wait a second.
hang on.
That is an interesting hand to look at because, of course, Invert Timelines is great to also find your own Dazzling Aurora, but there is not yet
Oh, I know what I can do.
one in hand, so
Yeah.
we do
I
not
put
see
this there.
the
That goes there.
classic of Mobilize into Catalyst of Eons into
This should then
Aurora.
still be playing.
Does that mean that you have to play the Mind Splitter out on the curve
Okay.
that you're on there, or is it you
Here,
stack
do
deck,
this, do
which is
this.
what Sebi has taken? Do you stack deck and just go, I'm gonna draw, I'm gonna draw, I'm gonna
Where
draw,
is the co-stream?
I'm gonna draw, I'm gonna look for the Aurora.
How to window
Please
capture.
show me the Aurora.
I think that might actually be an angle for an Invert Timelines now. We know that Alan ZQ has already drawn so many cards there. I think this is another moment where you can try to find a Dazzling Aurora. You put the Volibear imposing to the bottom of the deck. What
There you go, chat.
is actually
Go,
to
countdown.
start a Mind Splitter, because then you can play a little bit
bring it
more
back.
with
As
the
soon as they come, we will flick over.
Pressing line that is
As soon as they come on, we'll flick over. Oh, I'm excited, man. Oh, it's crazy. First co-stream I'm doing.
as well on
This will be something I'll keep trying to do more of.
I mean, already has secured Best of Misfortune in the grand final, secured qualification to the regional championships later in the year, but still has the opportunity to bounce back in this one to look to even up the score to 1-1.
And I'm gonna add, when you're in the finals of the regional qualifier here in Bologna, and you're playing an Aurora deck, you can really just enjoy this finals, right? You try to get some of the
Basically,
most
draw
Aurora
a lot. People use
with
that.
your deck. Now, already in the Aspirant's Climb, a Ravenbloom is played next to the Ezreal, so Alan ZQ is trying to prevent a possible misfortune that is pushing accelerated.
Not to my knowledge, I need permission to co-stream this. If I do, if a Riot person wants to come in and tell me I need permission, they can come in and tell me, and I will ask for forgiveness. I'm working on the philosophy of how I used to do broadcasts like this, where I'm trying to be like actually not just like random dude that sits in the corner of the stream. I want to kind of bring something. I used to do this very similar when I used to do the LJLOU with 2 casters known as Nightmare and Initialize. If you follow the LEC, you might have heard of them. Or the NLC when that existed. What I did is we co-founded the LGLOU, which was an unofficial fan-run broadcast where we were covering the LGL. We never had Riot's approval, but they never closed us down. And at one point, we actually got their blessing, where they actually used our coverage within official Riot organization stuff. So that's the way I always operate on this. Are you watching them on LPL? Yeah, they're my boys. They're my boys. Initialize actually raided us a few days ago, actually.
Goes to the trash. Cold shot comes through. Just able to play off the seal. That is
Deadly Ghost, hello. I'm not sure whom you are. I'm sure if I know you in IRL. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. I have been well. Thank you so much for asking. Hope you are too.
That is going to feel massive because you know how much value you're generating, how much ramp you're getting. Actually, is in the position to get another one of those.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what it looked like.
And I've only recently started streaming.
Glimpse.
I mean, I've had this Twitch channel for decades, but well, I'm not a decade. Jesus, I'm not that old.
It's getting you where you want to be. You're already setting up big
Oh, wonderful.
invert timelines in the hand.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
I hope you're doing well.
So the thing is,
What is your view at the future of Riftbound compared to other TCGs? I think as long as there is a good competitive circuit and they also support the casual, like, 2v2 free-for-all formats, I think there is a lot of legs for Riftbound to actually be, like, the next big TCG. I think it could join the big three. It could join, I mean, technically it's the big four now. One Piece is just so established in the scene. It's there. Flesh and Blood is obviously, like, the competitive card game. But Riftbound very much could have the opportunity to, like, kind of come in and take that away. I just realized the countdown has stopped. But that's kind of where I sit with it at the moment. I think there's a lot of options. I think there's a lot of opportunities. So I'm, like, kind of excited to see what could happen.
Like, Downwell, this might be too early. Surely, Alan, like, again, we talk about it, we don't know that specifically they practice, but you gotta kind of...
Oh, well, the timer died.
Okay, is that an
Back.
actual option in this matchup? Do I have to worry about this? Is this a moment where Sebi says, okay, we're not Auroraing so much this game, I'm just going to break your hand? And look, these aren't even cards that are that influential. You've got an unyielding spirit, you're like, kind of frustrating to get rid of. Okay, bullets.
I don't even know what you take here. I don't even think there's anything. I mean, your hand is kind of bad if as the other side on the Aurora. I wonder if you side out Auroras in this matchup. I just don't think you can. I think Alan does the smart thing and just absolutely spews his hand out as fast as possible. At the fight or flying.
But if you're doing that into invert timelines, next turn you're not going to be able to play Dazzling Aurora if you draw it.
That's very fair.
I mean, you might. I don't know if you have another.
Alan's definitely commenting that. Oh, he's doing it now.
So many cards that can get you those runes back, and now Alan ZQ is like, oh, bro, I just tailored this hand for minutes. I've been working so hard
That's super
on this
rough.
hand. Why are you taking
I think
all
it's
those
smart
runes
to do the invert timelines there. You just, like, ripping a bunch of cards out their hand.
I just get a randomized hand now. Yucks.
Looked like at least a rebuke came off the top.
I'm just not. I don't know, man. The problem is I feel like the fact that now you're a full turn cycle behind even doing a Dazzling Aurora.
From refilling the hand as well.
That is
with the invert
energy.
timelines on. So 4 energy for the catalyst.
Oh, okay.
To ramp back up. So hard bargain not an option on the next turn.
Wait,
but I
wait,
think
wait, 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 wait,
the
wait, wait.
stack deck as well will go for
Wait,
it.
wait a
Looking
second.
short of
Lines. Next, gonna be at 7.
Auroraing so much this game.
So
I'm
1,
just
2,
going to break
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He has 8 runes here.
frustrating to get
Alright, first. But if you're doing that, what
So he
you can do
floats
invert timelines,
1,
next turn, you
still at
draw
8.
so many cards that can get you those runes back, and now Alan ZQ is like, oh, bro, I just
Plays
tailored
these,
this
cycles another. Okay, yeah.
to ramp back up. So hard bargain
Okay, so 1, 2.
option on the next turn, but
using 2 cards effectively, plus I just get a randomized hand now. Yes.
looked like at least a rebuke came off the top. Sebi's just gonna deal 4 from the top. Doesn't even need to look at them yet. It's like there'll be something in here. Stack deck to refill. Hard bargain on the back end as well. Maybe.
Okay, yeah, no, it's everything's fine.
From deck that you're down 1 points for this moment in the game.
Yeah, he's just down so much. He can't play the runes.
Saying, okay, I'm at 2. I know my opponent's only on 1.
I don't know, man. It feels like Aurora's like already so far behind, even after they just reshuffled. That hand. Gear removal, gear get rid of, rebuke. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like this is in a spot where you just almost can't lose.
Get through your deck again.
Yeah, no, that's a tough.
That's a
tough ask.
long road to the downwell.
Alan ZQ just developed.
They definitely have to resolve their issue with capping tournaments next year. I realize all the caps were pre-booked. Yeah, everything is just like mega pre-booked. Everything's like super far ahead of time. So they're just going to have to wait a moment. I mean, I think realistically, like, it would be really helpful if they can get it to like 3,000 player cap. I think that would allow a lot like for the main event, right? I mean, I hope they also get it so that we actually get all the information way ahead of time when we sign up to an event. You know what I mean?
Knowing what's in hand, trying to just keep some tempo on the game, trying to just make sure that you are progressing your game plan as you go. And yes, it is. As Sebi will think about it for a second. Hasn't been paid for, so we're not yet at resolution of that.
No, we're keeping this card in the champion zone for
I mean, oh yeah, but that Vegas GP was like a very special event. I mean, it's not the largest TCG as I've come to learn, but like that Magic event was very special in Vegas. I think Riot is in a really good spot as long as they don't fumble this too much, and it seems like Riot like want to make this work because they are already seeing crazy numbers.
You don't have that one in hand. You're only losing Fight or Flight and Hard Bargain. Those are valuable cards, yes, but you need to get cracking.
Yeah, 3K cap is a realistic goal to M4 for like after year 1. And then from there, we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, we're going to hopefully have, like, the regionals. Because obviously, this is a qualifier for regionals. So I want to see how regionals go. I'm also very excited to see how Worlds goes. Like, there's a lot of opportunities, right? So I'm really excited to see how that's, like, all going to operate.
Yeah, to be fair, you know, these board states do get quite wide. And Alan, of all players, I think, has played extremely clean this entire tournament and finds himself with one hand on the trophy.
Yeah, they couldn't. Yeah, Wizards couldn't run like one 9K tournament, so they had to do 2 separate 4,000 and something like 4K tournaments and then merge them for day 2, which is very funny. I heard the tournament organizers because I knew a few of the TOs that like over in Europe and who had spoken to American TOs, and they were like, it was an absolute disaster. Like they were not set up to do it. I think someone had to do a lot of stuff by hand. But hey, it was a crazy tournament, and I got to go along to the Modern Masters 2 tournament over in, where was it? It was in Utrecht, and that was one of my favorite tournaments I've ever been to.
If you want to look at taking back eventually like a Fizz or something like that. And again, keep in mind, the Vex, if it goes into combat, suddenly changes the game when it comes to the amount of spells that Alan is going to be able to play.
Fizz is being
Shot for free repeated.
So Alan looking for more options to come from the top.
How do I sign up for events like Bologna? As long as you there's normally a sign up link on Twitter and stuff. So that's normally the best thing you can do. I'd love to hopefully attend Utrecht. I'd love to go to Lille. Would love to attend to Lille. Would love to do like IRL stuff or even like be on the commentary team. That would actually be my dream. I'm just gonna say that, chat. My dream would honestly be to be doing on the commentary side of stuff.
Some of your cards already this turn. You have scored a point. Do you feel ready to combat the Mind Splitter this turn, or do you say we're in Aspirant's Climb anyways? I'm just gonna let you hold here. I'm not gonna try and throw resources at this Mind Splitter that I do not necessarily need to remove fast.
Yeah, I don't ever feel ready if I'm playing this deck.
Yeah, we know all the dates at the moment. I did have a thing for it. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna close this down and we're gonna head over to the main stream. I'll pause this for now. Come over. Let's go full screen. And let's get ready to watch some Riftbound. Vegas is almost upon us. The waiting room has been there. Ladies and gentlemen, Vegas is almost upon us. Do we have any hot takes? Oh, I just realized I've got my window capture thing just covering me still. I like that they're using the creative music. It's Casanova!
This is the Riftbound Regional Qualifiers in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna turn it up for this part.
My name is Casanova, and alongside my phenomenal team of experts on coverage, we're here to guide you through this mirage of complex plays, incredible bluffs, and unforgettable top decks. as our parched competitors wade through the vast desert, looking for their chance to win their best of or become the best of all. While our card game may be different than those played in the casinos on the
This
Strip,
is so well made.
there's one core rule that
This is
remains.
hype.
You have to know when to hold and when to fold. The Riftbound Regional Qualifier in Las Vegas begins now.
Oh, I love that transition. Who worked on that? I want to know who worked on that.
Hello and welcome everyone
Oh,
to
God.
Las Vegas here.
It's
for this
exciting
Riftbound
we're
Regional
here.
Qualifier. My name is Patient Time and I am very, very pleased to announce I'm alongside Urs today for this weekend. This is going to be incredible.
I am so
Crazy
excited
pastry
to see what
time.
we
I've
do
watched
this
you do
weekend.
Flesh and
Las
Blood
Vegas
coverage.
has
I've
been
watched you
so
do
much
League
fun,
of
and
Legends
players are
coverage, and
excited.
now
Yeah, we were
you're on
here
Riftbound
kinda yesterday,
coverage.
just looking around,
I'm
shooting
so
some
here
content,
for it.
and kind of scoping out what people were playing in the pre-queue, and already a lot of exciting things here.
Yeah, even in the pre-queue, there was so many cool different decks. I got to
Alright,
see
I'm just
Elvis
lowering them down now.
also at one point, which I did not expect.
No, I didn't. But as far as what we have in store for you this weekend, let's take a look at the schedule because the days are going to look pretty similar. It is 8 rounds each day, effectively. Today on Saturday, 8.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a long time, chat. We're going to be really in the grind here. 8 rounds, then Sunday tomorrow. 5 rounds, then with the top 8. Now remember, they are already a full hour ahead of us. Round 1 is already... wow. Knowing how Bologna went, they still haven't finished round 1 because they're definitely in time. But they are doing everything with a bit of a time lapse. Interesting though, they haven't got like a nice set or anything. Yeah, there will be a lot of round 1 buys. Dude, that promo for winning is dope, but honestly, I think China got better promos. I'm just gonna say it. I think China got better promos. The Ezreals and everything, dude, they look so sick. Pastry Time is amazing, yeah. In my opinion, the best commentators is Cedric. Absolutely, Cedric actually helped me with my thesis dissertation. He's a crazy nice guy, Cedric Phillips. Patrick as well, from what I've heard. I haven't interacted with Patrick, but Cedric is a genuine dude. So yeah. Well, the best of prizes is metal cards. Playmat does look dope, but you're never playing with that playmat. I'm like, yeah, you get a metal card. Yes, it does look dope. The prize wall metal cards look so sick as well. I know a few people that got a few. I'll be honest, you can't hear them? I can punch them up a little bit.
They will rotate out over time. So if this is your opportunity to play your favorite legend, this is your chance to actually win.
Dude, I have to somehow find a way of getting entry into Lille because I haven't got a ticket to compete, so we can make Leona.
If you got to win one, which legend would you grab?
Oh my gosh, which one would I win? I am currently in love with the Azir list.
Huh?
So I think I would want to
Nah,
win,
we
Azir
can't agree with her, chat. She wants green, yellow, but not Leona.
I think would be happy, but it's incredible to see how much the community has showed out just to win best of prizing. Yes, in some cases, the winner of the tournament is also going to win the best
Best of cards. I mean, 25k. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be paying crazy money for Garen.
Yeah, I feel like the community.
I think unless they've got the waifu tax, I think it's going to be a tough
make
one.
really fun
Go,
list
Frances.
and try to,
Francesco,
win
thank you so much for the
best
follow.
of
I missed it about
as
5 minutes ago, but thank you.
Yeah, of course. If you're interested in Riftbound, maybe you're watching this for the first time. You think, hang on a second, this looks kind of
Why is the
fun.
camera
Not only that,
blurry?
there's
It's
more
not just
Riftbound events coming
me.
up. Let's have a look at the roadmap now for Riftbound because there is
Nah,
we
Leona's
started in the
terrible.
in
We
Houston,
don't
that was
talk
the
about it.
first
Ah!
regional qualifier in North America.
Basil, you're asking about this. This is our the actual roadmap. This is perfect. So we've already had all of these. This is happening now. So we got Lille, which is like right before my birthday, which would be awesome. You got Atlanta, then Unleashed, then I get Diana, and then I become a Diana gamer, by the way. And then we get Sydney, which would be a crazy event to go to. Vancouver, Utrecht. Utrecht is definitely one I'm going to try and go to.
Utrecht, and then
Hartford would be
Basel, and
cool.
there's,
I'd love to go
even more,
do
I have to
Atlanta.
tell
I mean, I'd love
that
to
is
go to
not
all of these.
Riftbound events.
Singapore's one of my favorite places in the world, so I would love to do that one. Barcelona. Hilariously, Los Angeles kind of combos with like whenabouts I'd like to try and go for Los Angeles, like September, October. So like, what, October time. So maybe if I try and stay a little bit later, that could kind of work. Unless I go earlier, I think it works. I can't remember.
Yeah, there's been so.
Well, I'd need to get Riot's attention and try and get them to help me. Ah, it's not blurry. They fixed it.
Regionals that different players can attend and get to meet everyone at.
It's wild to think that we are at event 3.
Yeah, already it's insane.
Yeah, I already feel like you would expect maybe 3, things start ramping up, maybe not that many people. There are a lot of people.
I'm just gonna give you a warning.
Maybe even bigger as far as number of attendees.
We don't do that sort of thing here, okay?
Kick things off. So a lot to look forward to if you love competitive.
You know what you
maybe
did.
Want to try your hand at a tournament. You honestly should get out here and try and play if you can, because there are some really cool things happening.
You know what you did. We don't.
Play for Riftbound.
Yeah, I love
not in this
regionals.
community.
Like you meet so many cool different people. Everyone's so excited, and you all really have like a love for the game that you.
The sign up for those should be soon. Sign up for those already happened.
You don't watch some Riftbound? Let's have a look. We have a feature match coming up. We can have a look at some deck lists.
It's already sold out. Outside of like spectator stuff.
Oh my goodness, we have Rumble on stream to kick things off. Brianna Hatfield going to be piloting this legend. I did not expect to see this.
I can pump it up a bit.
Tournament.
Yeah, Rumble is such an interesting deck, and it's not one that you see too often. I'm really excited to see how she really pulls this off. Rumble is so cool, and it's the introduction really of these different mech cards. There's so many different in here that work well together, and I'm
Just
also
gotta make sure that you can still hear me, or there's I'm not being transformative, you know.
That are going to be trying to
Why are we talking about Rumble? Also, this is not the Rumble deck.
One really interesting one of just in the main deck here. See Bella's Breath.
You know your memes. I know. I know what we're doing. I know what you're doing. I gotta be on top of it, mate. I did my degree in marketing and like social media and like Twitch and stuff. Like I genuinely did.
Probably the Ezreal we might see.
Oh my god, we got Cyborg!
Yeah,
oh my
so
god,
cool.
yes, you're so right,
Ezreal,
Jax.
against Irelia, Draven as well. It just stops any type of interaction that your opponent could have during your turn, which is
sign up
really
for Atlanta
nice that you know
happened this week already.
Well,
Wait, Atlanta's already gone? Oh my god. Riot, Papa. Hear me? Fly me?
Although I will be very happy if we do. We can have a look at the other deck list here as well. Silverfuse, of course. Someone I've actually worked with on Legendary Runeterra a long time ago.
Oh, wow, really?
Well. So really cool to see her competing here. Playing Rumble of all Legends is really nice. Those battlefields also, by the way, sticking out.
Yeah, I think
they definitely do. I think it's the sort of thing like
Over the God Willow is so much fun.
They
I
will
think that's one of my favorite battlefields actually of set 1.
I've just pumped them down a little bit. Let me know. We're gonna have to slowly adjust this, I feel.
When you
but that's
conquer, you
mental that it's sold out in 5 minutes.
Second, and your unit has survived. And
no, I don't think it's bots.
You get to save your unit,
I think it's just genuinely like thousands, like a thousand or two people want to go and play in these events.
You just want to put light on battlefields and hold them as long as you can.
That's
Rumble
it.
Legends gives you shields, so it makes you
I
better
wish
at
they would
holding.
give like priority personally. I wish there was a way they could find out or link Riot accounts. Crazy idea. If they could have it so
you do get advantage on some of your cards as well. So makes sense to want battlefields.
If they could have it so like active players playing Riftbound at like local legends actually like get an opportunity to play over people who are just randomly signing up.
It'd be really cool to see if she
I don't know if that's fair, but
to
that's
gain
what
her
I would
win
want.
In this round 1 and set her up for
like people playing the game regularly at their
Rumble
LGS actually have like a slight priority queue.
Who's on the other? Oh yeah, we have obviously
especially to people that live in the local area.
I wouldn't expect it too much if I'm being completely honest, but Jinx is such a cool card. Also, so many cool arts with the arcane version of Jinx and red purple.
Like, locals, like imagine if your local game store is in Atlanta and then you just can't go to your play in the main event. Like that would suck, man.
We're probably gonna see a lot of this weekend.
Yeah, I think.
I also have the controversial opinion. Apparently, this is controversial. I don't know why it's controversial. I think if you win a skirmish, you should get free entry into the main event.
It's a.
I think it should work like the old Magic the Gathering GPTs.
One of your units.
I think you should just get a standard entry in.
So you can hide it and play it for almost permanent might later in the game.
Yeah, a lot of really good
Like,
hidden
you
cards
get a
on the phone, so I
playmat,
do like it as a one-off because it's
you
something
get the
else your
entry.
opponent has to think about. This obviously is
and
kind
you get
of
a buy.
the Miracle Shell that I alluded to.
I mean,
3
for some
seals, 3
reason,
Rastas,
some
a
people
last right,
don't
some
think
fizzes,
like
and
it's
the
like
3
that's
Ezreals.
fair.
kind of
Like
the core
apparently
you're
that's
gonna
getting
see
way
among
too
all the
much.
other
But I
good,
think if you
Fury
like win a
and
skirmish, you should like
Chaos
guarantee
cards
you
that
can
have.
enter
Interesting
into
to note
like
for
the
me, at
skirmish.
least, Battlefield's
I think the
looking very
problem is,
standard,
I think
but
the
in the
reason
chosen
people think it's
champion zone,
controversial is
Purple
because
Jinx.
you
Not
want
one
people
you
to play
see from the
multiple
typical Jinxes,
skirmishes.
maybe back in Origins,
And if
where
they're
the
always
discarding and the
seeded
aggression was
into
way
the
more
next
important, but this one's
regionals,
just maybe a
it
bit
kind of
more
forces
bit
people to
bigger,
go.
which again,
I
both
don't
these
know.
decks in different ways are going to try and put a lot of might onto the battlefield.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think
These
it's a
these
great
these
choice.
should
There's
be
a lot of big
vacations.
might
Also, every name.
characters
Thank you so
here
much for the
in
follow.
the set two,
Thank you.
And a lot of different decks that they're gonna have to deal with. I think one really interesting thing though is all purple.
Yep.
That's insane for 12.
Big
all
Boss Bruce,
12
yo,
rooms
thank
to
you so
be
much for the follow
purple.
as well.
And
Thank
so
you, thank
obviously
you.
the deck is going to mirror that as well. You do have to recycle cards in Riftbound, which is different from a lot of different games where we're going to place the
I don't know what
chosen
to enter
recycled
here.
cards at
Thank
the
you so
bottom
much
of
for the
a
follow as
specific
well.
deck.
Appreciate it.
But it will make sure that this deck always has purples to recycle.
Well, I think we've
Yeah,
yapped enough.
absolutely.
know
I
what
mean,
the
it's
people want.
the
I've been casting
GPT
for a while, at least
system.
in other games. So let's get down to
I
the
mean, you don't have to
feature
pay
match and
entry
have
into the
ourselves
Pro
round
Tour,
number
so
one
like,
of this
or at least
regional
when that
qualifier
existed
here
for
in
Magic,
Las
so I don't think that's
Vegas.
crazy.
It is Brianna Hatfield versus John.
Oh my god, are we
Berkeley.
coming into
Rumble
round one?
versus Jinx
We're
and
just diving
Paper
straight
Tree.
in?
It's going to be the first battlefield for game one versus Zorn Warrens.
All
Zorn
right.
Warrens, very
Oh, so
standard.
that's why they were
Paper
showing
Tree,
us
I'm gonna be
Rumble and
honest, I don't
Jinx.
think I expected to see this at all this weekend.
Yeah,
Oh.
I definitely did not think I would see it, but I think John's list is set up for Zon Warren's.
All right, round one. Rumble
Rumble
versus Jinx. Jinx is playing Miracle. Jinx is favored
One of his
here.
plans to be here is going to be to make sure he finds his 2-drop.
Oh, these
in Traveling
graphics. I
Merchant.
love this.
And I mean, it's important for both of them, but Zon Warren's is going to allow him to discard a lot of cards, which is going to play into
Okay,
his
so we got a
chosen
slightly different overlay.
champion of that Jinx.
We haven't got like an
and then
actual,
also,
like consistent
Traveling Merchant will
overlay
double that
between
Yeah, I think one of the
Bologna
things you can think about when you look at these purple decks and we talk
and
about
this.
Miracle Shells, what we're really
It's a
talking
different
about
map. We're
are
getting
decks that wanna
different
churn
stuff
through their
every
deck as
place.
fast
We
as
need
possible. The
to.
goal is
That's
draw a
one
lot of
thing
cards,
they
get
need
through
to
your deck,
do is
cycle
like
through it, and then get to a
kind
point
of
where you
make
start
it so
recycling
everything's
cards and
always the
putting into your
same,
deck,
in
and then
my
all of a
opinion.
sudden, the
I
only cards
also
who are drawing
personally
are the
could
good
not
cards.
do this.
and that will
I would need
make
mine
for
over
a
here.
fantastic game for you if you
Like,
can
this
do
is-
it.
this works
So
fine for me, but I
fingers
cannot do
crossed We
opposite.
see that come down here. They are just doing their mulligans, it looks like, or maybe they already have. But in this
It
game,
is bigger.
it's
I
actually
do
kind of
like
a
that the
unique
map's bigger.
mulligan where you get to choose 2 of your 4 original cards and then put them at the bottom of your deck. Then
Oh, it
you get to
is.
draw
It's
the
not
next
even
two, so
head
you don't
on.
actually shuffle afterwards.
Oh!
And no matter what, you would have
Oh,
seen the
God.
next 2 cards in that
Also,
exact order.
Very
Why-
much
why is the
appreciate
lighting
lack
on the
of
cameras
shuffling.
not great?
As, it is
Like,
gonna be
there's
Rumble
so
starting
much
off
set
first.
design that's gone
Hungary
into
Polo
this.
Going to be the first unit deployed to base here. And John going to go second here on Jinx. Going to channel through runes. As you astutely pointed out, only purple.
Okay,
decks, so
we're just
only
gonna have to
cares
deal with this,
about
chat.
purple power. All of the Fury cards
Yeah.
are on turn cost power and a
There's-
merchant
there's
on turn
stuff
1.
here that's
Pretty
weird.
nice.
Yeah, very, very
Okay, stack
nice
deck.
start. I
You
think
stack
Brandon's
deck
also
first
happy
before
with
you play
this.
your
Plundering
Traveling
Poro
Merchant,
brings
by the
out one
way.
of the new
Can't see
new
it,
mechanics
so
in set 2,
we have
which is
no clue
gold.
what he's
if
got
this
in hand or
Plundering
what
Poro
he's
can
taking
conquer
here.
either of these battlefields, he'll be able to generate 1 gold.
Yeah, that gold.
There's
of course,
also really
basically,
harsh
acting as
shadows.
an additional power. It's kind of like a seal that you only get to use once, but very powerful when
well.
you're trying to pay power costs, especially if you're trying to play.
You see what I
multiple
mean? Like,
spells
you
a turn.
shouldn't- you
And
shouldn't
Rumble,
see
a lot of those
this.
mechs have some pretty
This
hefty
is
power
like-
costs. You think about a card
yeah.
like Singularity, very powerful card in mind. That is 2 blue power you need to
Oh, well.
power that one. So gonna
Yeah.
be good to get the gold early here.
Yeah, that'll be really nice. Singularity is so strong. Love to see it
Right,
as soon
so,
as
I
turn
mean-
3. Though I guess Jinx is probably running some lower might units like this Traveling Merchant. So
Oh, whoa, she's
we'll have
got
to
the
see
old
what comes
Rumble,
out
red
here
Rumble.
from the Rumble.
That
The
actually
code
looks
is
really
nice here as
cool,
well, 'cause
actually.
Obviously, you have a 2. Going to go to the Warrens here.
Goes in, goes to
Brianna, just go ahead and,
one,
conquer, get a point. Our
discarding.
First one of the event.
Couldn't see
Always
all
nice
of the
to get on
cards
the
in
board
her
first,
hand.
and then draw discard. Make a gold on
I'm
conquer
assuming
there for
her.
the Plundering Poro. One of the nice things
I
about
don't-
Rumble
I-
is that this
I-
is
I know-
a 4
I realize
energy
it's one of the scary
champion
things
that you
in
can
this-
put in your champion
in
zone
this.
as Rumble
I just
that
don't
doesn't
wanna
cost
get
you
that
any
wrong, you
power,
know
so
what I mean?
it's really easy to curve turn 1. turn 2.
Bryn here.
Yeah,
Bryn
that's
here.
so
good.
nice. And
Whoa!
getting these
Oh!
nice little
Oh,
units
chat,
out
I
that don't have
can't.
power
Why is
allow
the
you to
discard discard
get
here.
all your runes set up.
Oh, I
and
just
have
friggin'.
more for
Oh,
those
chat, I
following
can't.
turns.
I'm sorry, I can't. Why is
I'm interested
why
to
is
see
the
if we
discard a
will see
pile
different
and
card
why
in,
is
or
the
if we're
discard
actually just gonna
there?
play it directly from the champion zone, but it looks
Her
like
deck
the
is
Gym
blinged
Jammer
out, like
is
it
going
looks
to be
so
our
sick.
turn 2 unit here.
Gym Jammer. I'm
I can't
now
believe the
checking,
discard's
is
there.
Gym
I
Jammer
would
a
just
mech?
not
Because
follow how
I've been
they've
looking at
got
the mech
this.
cards. It is a mech.
It doesn't
When
look
you
like they're
play
doing
giving
any
it
of like the
ganking
cool
this
effects
turn,
or
shut out
anything though.
production,
So I think we're
valuing the
fine.
extra 2
I
drop
think
and the
we're
mech,
okay.
Maybe holding up a spell here also.
Yeah, Jim Jimmer is so nice with that game.
Discard above deck is wrong.
I am interested to see
Discard
if
a
Traveling
scrap
Merchant will
heap, draw
successfully
2.
get into this battlefield with 2 runes up. Red and blue have some options to stopping this Traveling Merchant from taking that point. But
oh, we've got
Dawn
we're
does
doing
get their
this
point, and
instead
we're
of like
even
the
now.
little thing they have
feels
at the
good.
top,
Again,
which
I
I
kind of like
liked.
this, going to the Warrens, denying
I guess the
Jinx a
thing at the
potential draw.
top, so
Again,
the
gonna get
idea
to
is
the
that we're
deck quickly, so
punching in on the
every little
sides
draw
more,
discard does
but we're
count.
leaving
Merchant
room for the
obviously triggers
top
on
more.
move, so has that
I don't
before
mind
anything
that.
else happens. But Ezreal, a card you're going to get sick of hearing me say, I think, over the course of this weekend.
Discard
3
Rasa,
energy,
makes sense.
very
Draw
powerful passive
2.
text, but the
Deal
one that
is
feels
not
good is the
God.
first
Seeing a
part. When
slight
you play
wrong
me,
order
discard
here
1,
for
draw
Jinx,
2.
but I think it's
I
fine.
will say we drew a card that we wish we'd already had in hand.
got
Ezreal is
hard
discarding,
bargain, I
like you
think.
mentioned, in drawing 2, but
You just
you
pass.
really want to start with that seal for Ezreal or be able to
That's a
discard the
2.
scrap
I think
heap
if
with Ezreal.
you're-
And we drew into it. We can still play it later when you discard scrap heap.
Don't
You're
that
allowed
when
to
you
draw
play
an
Ezreal
extra card.
approach, you have
So we're
to
going to
pass
be looking
focus first.
at
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Zon
yeah,
Warrens
yeah,
or
yeah.
movement from that Traveling Merchant to get that extra draw from
Yeah,
scrap heap.
again, makes a lot of sense. Just trying to get through the cards, get the deck as thin as you can, and then start really just vomiting might onto the board, honestly. Is that a lot of what the battering ram style stuff does. Seal, though, very important to, again, being able to play lots of spells as you get later into the game. Some lists we may find over the weekend have things like Nocturne, which can benefit from finding off the power when you see them on the top of your deck. But for now, it is a classic of Origins, Falling Star, pointing at the
This
2
Falling
units on
Star's
the board
going
and
to
said,
get
I would like these gone.
blown
And it looks
out.
like
Well,
hard
it's not actually
bargain
going to get blown
to
out.
be
He's
the
going to
card
hard
into this.
bargain and force them to
Ouch.
basically
We do
time warp the
have
whole turn.
multiple
Which I
runes
think
up,
makes the
though,
most
so
amount of sense. I think this is
while
just
Reina
what you have to
almost
do.
could have been stopped there. She knew to hold that, hold those runes, and was able to play that hard bargain cost, meaning.
No, there
John's
isn't any
board is
table sound,
completely
sadly.
wiped.
We're only hearing
What
the
are they going to do here?
the
going
commentators.
into
It doesn't
their
look
next
like the
turn
players are
potentially?
mic'd
Yeah, get a
up.
bit of a discount
At least
as
I'm
well,
not
thanks to
seeing
the
it.
Gold plundering pro generated. Jam are now going to get on the paper tree. That's 3 points to 1. Has to feel
Ooh.
pretty good for the start of this game. And again, Battlefield wipes out Ezreal. Again, that passive text is extremely good for this deck. So taking that Ezreal off the field doesn't
I
seem
mean,
like
this
the
is
most
like
threatening
a
unit. Doesn't have
really
that
hard
much
spot. You haven't
might
got your
as a 3-drop,
Wandering
but
Merchant, you haven't got an
you definitely get it off the board
Ezreal.
if you
You
can.
didn't get any value off of
Yeah,
Ezreal
This
either.
deck is all about not only
Yeah, only purple runes
discarding
as
and
well.
setting
It's a
up that deck
mishmash
in the
of
order
the
that you
normal
want,
ones and everything.
But
Like,
also discounting. As you
I think
mentioned,
this
the
is low-key kinda
battering ram,
cooked.
trying to bring it in as low cost as possible. We're going to be looking for that Rasa that gets discounted based on how many cards are in your discard pile. And Ezreal just plays into that, discounting
Just playing a battering
additional
ram and then
costs,
just
which can be
passing
like
is
the repeat on
Yeah.
hard bargain
Goes
or
to 5.
accelerate costs as well.
Yeah, we talk about gold kind of being a thing to discount power on Rumble's side. That
Are
is
the players
effectively the same
writing
for
that
Ezreal's
down,
text,
or
right?
are they
Reducing some
tapping
of
on
the power
something? It
burden
looked
there
like
as
she was
well.
like tapping on
Especially if you're playing
something.
powerful repeat effects. So far, so good. 5 points now for the Rumble player here in game 1, off to
Interesting.
the races. And I have to say,
I mean, the
you do
Rumble
need
player
to
can
get
just
an early
pull
start here, I
back
think, with Rumble.
now.
I don't think you can match the
Bang,
late game that this
bang.
Jinx deck can get to.
You're not too
Yeah, we'll have
fast.
to see. We do have a couple, I think, bigger units that you can be playing in Rumble, like Ferris Forerunner. I'm not sure I saw
What's
it
the
in your
hand?
list or not, but
I mean, I think
Ferris
you can just
Forerunner
play
with
Red
6
Rumble
might
here.
is really nice as well.
I would
By the
guess
way, I think
Forerunner
you just play
blind
Red
looking at any
Rumble.
Rumble deck
Same,
that
same,
is
yeah.
registered this weekend. So
I don't think you
maybe
need to
not
do
hand
anything
right
crazy
now,
unless
have
you've
to
got the
imagine
bubble.
that's available.
If you
Looks
got
like
Bubble Bot,
7
you can
runes
go
right
Bubble
now
Bot
and no
into
gold,
Red Rumble.
as both units do retreat back
Is it
to
a Bubble
base here
Bot?
again,
It's not a Bubble
valuing,
Bot. It's
taking those
Red
battlefields
Rumble?
later, not wanting to hold with the battery
No.
on the board was basically the play there for John.
Is it Blue Rumble she's
Popping
playing?
down a,
Okay,
5
Blue
which
Rumble.
is
Oh my
good, but
god, her
what
deck
worse
is
when it costs
fully
5,
blinged,
gonna be
bro.
matched by a 5-drop of
She must be a
Ernest.
top
That is
laner. I'm
Rumble
sorry, there's
Scrapper.
no other
Very
reason.
good when you can hold. Makes a mech in base.
Yeah, we love the Blue Rumble. It is the other choice that she could use in future games for the chosen champion spot. But yeah, nice to see come in, and we'll have to see if we can see a hold next turn. But
I mean, they
also,
do.
+1 might
I'm
to
covering
all
it with my
mechs,
face.
so
I guess I
just
could
just a buff
cover.
across the board.
And of course, don't forget,
I can
Rumble's legend
come-
ability
I
gives
can put
all your mechs
myself-
assault. So
yeah,
on
that's what we
offense,
do.
which they're currently
Ooh.
queued up for, thanks to being all in the base, it's effectively
We'll do this.
+2 on offense with Rumble Scrapper being
We do
on the
this.
board.
There you
So
go. There you-
Megadeth
we can see
Rocket's
the
gonna
cards
shoot
then.
that one in the face. And going to deal 5 to a 5-might unit.
Ooh, we have
Living in
one.
that
to
regard,
get.
then. I'm
Ooh,
gonna have
retreat!
That's a nice one.
Do, do,
Retreat
do.
not only saves your unit potentially, but
There we go.
also
I'll
helps
transfer
generate
it
runes,
because now
which
it
we
looks
can
when I'm
use these
looking
for
over
future
it, it's
turns.
looking
Yeah,
over
kind
at
of
the
makes
game.
up for the power cost that
There we
Miranda
go.
just had to pay.
Now you can see it.
Did have to
Super
use
Mega
one
Death Rocket.
mind power
Yep,
there
it's a
in order to
card.
Scrapper out, so nice to see kind of a
Not many people play it. No, he hasn't got any red runes.
And battering
I'm guessing the whole deck is
Lawrence
just
for the first time,
purple
actually, for Jinx,
mostly.
which is going to be successful.
1, 2,
Again,
3, 4,
I think
5, 6,
being on
7.
the
Or
play
he's
and
just gotten
taking
very very
Battlefield
unlucky.
first.
Wait, no,
Really
we did see
dissuaded
the
Jinx from
deck.
wanting
I
to
think
take
it was a
so
5-7
finally getting a
split,
draw
so he's
discard,
just
which
been
again,
unlucky.
I can't emphasize enough how much this deck just wants to get through their deck. So slowing that down as early as possible felt like a really good opening here. But I see a Fizz, I see a stack deck. I think I see a Fight or Flight in their hands here for John. 5 cards to go and 3 more runes after this play, which is going to be stack deck.
Yeah, stack deck will bring us, it looks like we're at 3 runes. We have some options still after the stack deck. We do luckily get to look at the top 3 cards of our deck. We get to choose the best card from those 3, and the other 2 will go to the bottom of John's
Hello, Tom. How you doing?
Somewhat in the order that he wants it, but also to procure a good card for his hand in his upcoming turn.
Yeah, just the kind of card that gives you a lot of selection, which is very powerful in just about any card game. This was, I think the most expensive uncommon in Origins. This
Do you know
is a card
anything
that was highly sought
other
after
than
as
the Vex Legend?
I see John
we know it's
fishing through the trash.
purple-green?
I know what's going on because I can see John's hand. But I think probably knows
I think it's
that a Fizz
purple-green. That's been
on the
confirmed. And that's all.
here as well.
That's all we know.
The recycle's going to be. Look, it's 2-drop instead. Is that Merchant? No, it's Battering
Slamming
Ram.
another Battering Ram.
Thanks to playing the stack deck and the seal that turn.
I don't know.
It's really
It feels
nice
rough. I feel like the Rumble. We know they got a Stupefy in hand. If they have any form of other interaction, like this Battering Ram's just not going to do much.
And so, depending what it is, it could be a really
But losing
strong
Blue
turn
Rumble
coming
there
up.
was pretty rough.
1 rune is left up for John, which is
The thing is, the Rumble player only got to play like 1 card per
so many
turn.
options in these purple decks that when you're at 2
Jesus,
runes,
what's this thing?
Brianna
Is
would
this
have a
the
lot
Big
more
Mac?
things to think about.
This is
when
the
they
Big
either
Mac
go
which stops
into
something?
Zon
Singularity.
lines or paper tree, but ow, Singularity coming down and wiping the board again.
Kaiser
Not I really
cards.
think of in terms of just playing efficient
Blue
removal, but
control.
These other domains that Rumble is in. Falling
Now we
Stars,
just go into
Singularity,
both
the All-Stars,
battlefields, we
Origins,
stack one of them, pass
Again,
to our
John trying to
opponent,
establish
tell
might
us,
be
can you
relatively
stop us from
big
holding
units
for a
for their
turn
cost,
cycle? The
especially when
opponent goes,
battering ram discount,
no.
and
And we win.
Brian just saying, nope, I'm going to take point number 6 and a gold, and probably Gem Jam is going to move over to Paper Tree as well. And as you kind of alluded to, I think without a hidden card especially, very hard for Jinx to represent much of anything. Especially as we could see, even if Brianna doesn't know it's only purple runes, you have a pretty strong suspicion at this point, because you're not going to get a Hex Decorate in this spot either.
Yeah, 100%. So even though she has red,
anything else they can put
maybe
there?
we don't have to worry about some of
Like
those
literally
red,
anything else they can put
red
there. Nothing.
spells
They're
that
just
can
going to
remove.
hold up this. All right, well,
So
unless
Rihanna
there's
has
any
that
accelerate units.
plus or buff in their deck.
Okay, no,
actually
this
having
deck
those
is just
removal
mono
spells.
Gives you an idea of,
purple.
like, what
This
could
is
my
mono
opponent have, right?
purple
A lot of
Jinx.
options get narrowed down.
I thought it was
As we
like
can see, has
5
to get
and
out of-
7.
fantastic
I guess there's
situation.
just
A hole
no
is going
red
to win
cards.
here. I will remind the audience, Brianna is at 7 points right now on Rumble.
So
a
we
hold
have
is
to
good enough.
fight
Of
or
course, a double
flight, push
conquer on the
off
following turn would be good enough as well. Not
one
that
of
many
these
runes left up here,
units.
just
We start with
3
an
on the Rumble
Ezreal.
side, so not a lot of potential protection on
1, 2, 3,
offer,
4.
but you only have to hold one of these to win, and you're looking pretty good in general, given how ahead on the race was. So it's going to be Jinx.
Ooh.
Win, discard, get
Purple
bigger, get ready,
Jinx.
which is going to be pretty
Oh,
good
okay. So we're
in
going to
this
play
spot.
Purple Jinx,
Yeah,
cycle,
this is gonna be so
discard
nice.
a card.
Hopefully John will be able to take at least one of the sides, but he has to take both.
Yeah, playing Ezreal,
in
this
Riftbound, that
cycle
win
this,
con
discard a
is
card,
not
because
just
I'm not
hitting
ready
8,
to
but
think.
to
Wait a
hit 8,
second,
you either have to conquer
aren't we
both
screwed now?
battlefields or have held or have had control of the battlefield both in the same turn or hold to 8.
Didn't we lose?
So
Didn't he just lose?
well, maybe if there's a
He had
conquer
Fizz
or
in
maybe
hand.
a
He
good
could have
deal,
gone fight
he
or
has
flight
to wipe
Fizz.
both sides here, or he's
Like,
going to lose this game.
how
That
are
might
we
be
getting
pretty
onto
good.
both
Jinx is gonna get ready
battlefields?
and get bigger. Ezreal spell 2 for
Tell
the
me
turn.
how we're
Battering
getting on
Ram,
both
one of the draws
battlefields
off the
here.
top from those Ezreal draws. So we can play a few more spells. We can put a lot of might on the battlefield nice and quickly. Instead, going to go ahead and start by challenging the
She just
Pondering Horror at
holds.
the Warrens. And that is also going
Yeah,
to give
she's like,
Jinx,
yeah, she wants to put it down where we all
Jinx
want to put
again
it.
by drawing and discarding after the conquer. So a lot of nice synergy here for Jinx.
Yeah, very.
Oh, if he's
very
got
true.
Gust,
So
yeah,
we'll see
yeah,
that
yeah,
discard,
yeah.
That ready, and I don't believe she has Gankings. We'll have to go back to the battle,
Yes.
the base. But I'm sure there's gonna be another option to discard.
He's
and
got
get
stacked
into
deck
Paper
called
Tree.
Shot.
I see a Boots of
Battering
Swords in John's
Ram.
hand, but unfortunately Boots is a little too expensive.
Nah, mate, he
to play
could
on
have.
this
So he
board.
could have
That would
fight
be a
or
way to get
flighted,
ganking in this
Fizz,
spot.
fight
You
or
can see Jinx
flight,
Rebel on your screen.
and
When you
played
discard one more cards, ready and
Ezreal.
give me +1 this turn.
And I think that
There's
puts you in a
also
better
the ability
spot to
pick
win.
up, Super Mega Death Rocket
And
from
we're
the trash,
just
but a
scooping.
little expensive to go here as...
We totally had an out there.
It looks
We
like
totally
are
had
just
an
going to
out. We could have
concede and go
also
Gankings.
started with an
I think the
Ezreal
other
first.
option, if we
Like, doing
had one
Ezreal
more rune
second
open,
is
which we
definitely not the
didn't,
play.
is to get that that
I mean, I just
fight
don't
or
think playing
flight
Jinx
back
Fed's ever the
to
play.
base. It would maintain the readiness and then be able to go in, but we did just miss by 1 rune. So sad, but it's something to
Want to
keep
get
our
double
eye on.
conquered?
If maybe we'd even just been able to get Seal a turn earlier when we had to spend 1 to play Ez. We didn't have that rune to be able to
yeah,
fight or flight
yeah.
back
No, you're
and go
right.
into to paper.
So if we go
but-
Ezreal
Catch there. It was just
first,
a
I think you
whole-
go
a
Ezreal
two-man
cold
unit I
shot
didn't expect
first.
to win by holding in our first game.
Yeah,
but
you
that
go
is what
Ezreal
happens.
cold
Rumble
shot, then you
gonna
get
take
to look at
first
the
one
top
here.
4
1-0 up
cards
now for
repeated.
Brianna. We'll see if Jinx can get the wheels turning in game number 2 as we switch battlefields. Vilemore's lair on the
Okay,
other
so
side,
this
and
chat is why they
Minefield, the two
wanted to do like.
Yeah, Vilemon
But
is
didn't
such
he
a
even
great
try to
choice,
draw
in
a
my
cold shot? He
opinion,
didn't even try.
For Brianna,
Man
she's gonna
didn't
be
even
going
try,
against so
he
many
just
purple
scooped.
decks today, and
I
many of
think he
these
realized
purple
his
decks are
mistake the
relying
moment
on
it
that
happened and was like,
same
nope,
cognition
nope,
earlier,
not
fight
doing
or
this.
flight, or
So
different
chat,
movement
what I was
spells
trying to get
that
at is
purple has to bring
production-wise,
their
this is
units
why
back
we're
to
starting
base.
like an
And
hour
Vilemon
after
just
the in
says you are
theory
not allowed
after
to
round 1
move to
actually
base. So
started,
really,
just so we
really
can
nice
like
against
come
purple,
in
and Jinx
right
is not
after,
gonna
and then
want
we
to
don't have to
conquer it
watch them
first.
like
Yeah, as the Yasuo
sideboard and
player makes him
everything.
very sad.
Now,
Even in the
I
instance we saw with
personally
Jinx Rebel,
like
if it's
the
ready,
idea of
coming
doing
back
the
the regular way.
sideboard
Have to
because
find
then
another
that
way.
actually
Maybe
gives us a
ganking
little bit
over
of
with the boots
downtime.
and
But then
super
I am a
is
Magic
gonna
player,
be
so
one
I'm
of those
used
ways,
to
but
like
we'll shuffle up for game
watching
2.
that sort of
Minefield,
thing
of
and the
course, on
deep
other
discussion that
side.
can happen between the games.
Some of the same, I think we can say, as far as zone ones go. Not exactly the same. Don't get the draw with the discard,
We'll
but
just
you
see.
get
We'll
to put
just
some
see.
cards
Also,
in
I
your
just
trash,
realized
which,
that
as you
my
mentioned,
headphones are
with
just been
cards like
sitting on my
Rasa,
desk
with
this whole
having
time. I
access
don't know
to
what
your
the case
graveyard
is
with
for.
things like Fizz, get a lot of benefits from conquering there and kind of,
We seeing
again,
mulligans?
shuffling cards between different zones, which is really what this deck is
Okay,
trying to do.
God, we're playing with
Exactly. So we'll
alt.
have
Wait,
to
we're not
see
all the alt
if
arts. Not
they
her
can
red rumble in
utilize it
hand is an
well.
alt art.
It's gonna be so interesting.
Is
Hopefully,
that
John will be
Bubblebot?
able to get more cards than discard, be able to discount
So
more of
what
their
they're doing
units
with the
that
graphics,
having to pay full price
your
for
boy,
battering ram, or having to
your
pay that,
streamer has actually got a
cycle
full
for
tool
Ezreal
that can
is just
also do this
not what we
ourselves.
You can kind of see some of the
Not
appeal
even
of Rumble,
joking.
just even
I
watching
can
that
do
game.
all
He's
of
very
this
consistent,
overlay
right?
wise.
If you find your two
I
drop,
actually have a
you
tool.
it.
I'll
Two
show you. I'll
into a
show
very
you when
clean
if we
floor.
get a
You're
break.
constantly putting
I
good
will
numbers on the
actually show you
battlefield,
the tool
applying
I've built.
pressure to your opponent, and just saying, hey,
You might
I know your
actually
deck is
be
gonna do
like,
something
oh,
very
wow,
powerful
we
if
can
you're
actually
given
do
enough
some
time.
cool
My
stuff.
goal is to just not give you
But yeah,
enough
this
time.
I can do. I can have it on
It's a
both
good game
sides as
plan.
well if I
would say
wanted.
that's a good game
I have a
plan.
whole like
So
deck view thing.
if we can do it again, it'll be great to see. I do think sometimes.
But I
those
haven't
miracle
figured out
decks
how
come
I
from
can make it
behind,
like
but
nice fade between
Rumble's
everything.
gonna
I
try to
won't
stop
lie.
it,
I need to
and
figure that out.
Rumble does have extra might from that assault you mentioned, from the +1 from the
Yeah. Also.
blue Rumble, I believe it is. So we'll have to see how it really plays out and if they'll be able to take game 2
No, that's
as
true.
well, or
Yeah, I'm not
maybe
gonna
we'll
judge
see a
him
game
too
3.
much.
That'd be awesome between
I mean,
those
it's
two
always the
It certainly
thing.
would be. Have a
Make your own
feeling
tourney
I
then. I
mixed
might.
up my Rumble,
I
which is
might.
okay. I think
Chat,
Rumble
I mean,
opens
the
with
Master One
Shield, and
Invitational.
Red Rumble gives Assault. Yes.
Hey.
My bad.
No, that's fine. That was
Maybe
I led you
maybe
down
I
the
will.
wrong path, and you just went with me, which I
Maybe
appreciate.
I
You following
will.
me
Maybe
blindly,
we
but,
do the Master One Open tournament or something.
mild
Get to do
correction
commentary
there.
and
Rumble
stuff.
isn't giving Shield.
That'd
But
be
again,
fun.
If you have them both, and again,
It
if
would
you're
have to
Legend
be
and
in
you're
London
champion,
/ the
you effectively
UK
just
to
get
start with
+1,
because
which
I
is,
am
by the way,
UK
the text
based.
on Rumble Scrappers. So if you have all of them in play, if you have the full Rumble, I suppose, as we say.
But I
the full
mean,
mech
Riot
of
are
this
very
Rumble,
open to the
you get
idea of people
+2
hosting own
effectively
tournaments and
whenever
everything
you're
else,
on a
obviously, because
battlefield,
people already
which
do
is-
because it's
I
a
guess
card
even
game.
if you're going to a battlefield, yeah, it's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I could potentially do an online one to
getting
start
3
with.
plus might is fantastic in this game. We love
Commentate,
might.
get some people.
Do you love Might?
What are we doing? We got a judge call?
Players are just having a little yap.
Wait a second, I feel like I
and, should be
recognize
off
that
to the
guy.
races in short order here.
Yeah.
As that Rumble up
feel like
1-0.
I just recognize the
early on
hairstyle.
here.
I don't actually know. Wait,
I
is
would
that
love to see the
wait, is that the
Scrapper
lightest
Rumble
tech
be able
tips
to
like laptop
actually,
they were holding?
Get one of those 3 might mechs though. Maybe that's my wish list for this.
That's
game.
your
Does
wish
anyone
list?
who
That's my
won
wish
a
list for this game.
skirmish,
one.
the streamer
Think of
did,
what I want to see. I wanna see
can let me know how to get round 1
But that would
by.
require
I haven't
Owen to do
received
which I
anything
think
from
is
the
probably not going to happen.
stores.
Sorry, medic, I'm trying out here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the nice
I
thing
mean,
about Rumble
I
Scrappers,
just
the
contacted
passive
my
text
local
of max
store
hitting
and
+1
they
applies to the
that sorted
3 might
I got
token
my
you
buy
make.
from
So
and they
you
sorted me
basically
out with
make
everything.
fours whenever you hold, as long as that is in play. But we're back here.
How do
on
I store my
play now
playmat?
for John. Jinx is gonna
I'm
play
the
Traveling
worst.
Merchant on
I
turn 1, and
literally
all of a sudden feels a lot better for the Jinx
There's
player.
my bag that I
Yeah,
take to my
getting this.
shop.
I mean, getting their 2 drops so quickly, going first.
While
I
our
think Jinx is
gamers
going to be
here think for a while.
confident. But obviously that could change.
I literally have
quickly
mine folded
if
like this.
maybe
I
we see
don't.
falling star in a couple
I
turns.
just
if
pull
we
it
see
out.
that same
And I
board
currently
wide
use
that
a Flesh
Brianna
and
was able
Blood
to pull off
playmat.
last game, but it does look like Bumblebot is going to be coming down.
Oh, yeah.
I mixed up Rumble. Coming down here into the base.
Was
When
it a
you play
physical
it,
card
there,
or
you're able to
online?
ready another friendly mech, which is really nice. Later in
Everything's
game,
physical for Riftbound.
but for now there is
All
no
the
other
cards.
mech for her.
My
Just a great little
my
card in Rumble.
Blitzcrank
Good early
and
key, you know,
Tryndamere
pretty
were
good rate at
physical.
a 3-drop
I
retreat
think I
might.
got them at the
But,
day. I can't remember.
readying,
And the
something being
skirmish
a full
playmat
run
that I got
maybe
for
break
winning,
neck
I had
if
to
you're
get
playing
like
that.
ordered
How
or
many Rumble
something a
decks
bit
playing
later.
that? I'm obsessed with that card
Oh, no.
because I want to play terrible cards that cost too much energy. Is Stack Deck going to be the first spell put on the chain here?
Let's see. did we get Seal off of Stack
Yeah, I
Spot?
think an idea is that if I host a tournament, I probably do an online one first,
So
and
we
then
are
I
gonna
come
be able to
over and then
recycle the
do
one that we had
an
already
in-person tournament. But it'd be
exhausted.
fun. I'd love to do an.
really nice
I'd love to
handout.
host
It
some
brings
tournaments
a
and
couple
stuff.
options here. I see Called Shot in hand, which is gonna be really nice to draw.
It was all
through our
done online. I
cards
didn't have
and
to
get look
touch.
at.
I also
It's
got an
kind of
email.
a smaller stack deck, and for cheaper.
The event I signed up to,
where
and
you
then
get
they
to
confirmed
look
it.
at 2 cards
One or
and
two
choose
people
one,
I
the
know
other goes
didn't get it, but if
bottom
you
of
go
your
to
deck. And I also saw
the
Ezreal, which can
tournament
feed into his quad
center,
shot well, but it looks like
go
the
to the help desk the
Rebuke
day
is called-
of
oh, no,
or the
Rebuke
day
is a
before,
discard. I'm
they can
probably
always
missing
sort it
Yep,
for you.
gonna move, draw discard, and now
What do you
puts
miss?
the card
Not
into the
much.
garbage
We
bin.
we
For already,
watched
again,
the
having
Rumble
a
player
roster
kind of
count,
get going,
it's
and then they
looking
had
pretty good
like
as far as discounting
the Falling
that unit
Star,
goes
so they
between
could just kind of
that and
keep the
Battering
tempo
Ram is
going the whole
big unit
time,
you
and then they
often
didn't
see
really
in
have to
these
worry
shows.
too much. They were
These
just
style
able to
builds,
really
I should
push
say, whether
pressure.
it's Jinx or Draven,
They were
there's
able to go
Ezreal,
like Falling Star
very
into a
nicely
Traveling
curved here, using that
Merchant,
seal that was used
and
earlier,
then they
just
had the
getting a
Singularity.
backup Ezreal.
So they kind of just
Then
killed
drawing two
all the
cards and
units
hitting a Rasa.
super efficiently.
That is nice. You were mentioning that discard pile is going to be beefing up here, especially going into Minefield. You get to potentially discard, I think it was the top 2.
But
of
it
your
was
deck.
very much play draw
so
sort of
many cards
thing that
can
went
end
down.
up into your trash
Now
pile.
that she's got another Falling Star, so I feel like
Yeah, definitely the battlefield
this
where
is
you
very much going to
benefit
be
the most
Falling
from that
Star,
specific
kill
angle of
both
attack.
these
Thorn's
things.
kind of a good
Hopefully has a
all-rounder,
follow-up
letting you again
unit.
discard and draw, which is kind
I
of
can't
where you wanna
really
be
see
for
what's
most
in
of the
their
effects from your
hand.
deck. I mean, look at Ezreal. Thorn Runs is basically a mini version of that effect that everybody wants access to right now, as it is going to be Rumble hot-headed and
Not
bottle
even
to the
doing
battlefield.
that.
Nice little
Interesting.
sequencing thing here by Silverfuse.
Not killing the
Just
Ezreal,
playing
even
the
though
Rumble
you've got the
first, so the
Falling
Assault,
Star. I
if
guess
it
they
mattered,
really
was
just
gonna
want to keep
make Bubble a little
developing.
stronger there. And again, has shield now from the legend ability, as we do remember.
You
how
have to
read
reveal
all the
whenever you
different
discard
rumbles in the
anything.
game.
Wait, what's
And
the
I'm
other
gonna go ahead and
card?
trash 2 cards from the top.
Yeah, I want
That
to see
was
what the other
Breath,
card
and
is.
one more
Retreat. Okay.
as Barkus does want a look. And we'll pass it back here, as again, the plan has been established, a point each, but mechs are being deployed to the battlefields. That's all you want to do is Rumble.
Yeah, I think Rumble is
Yo, Pezel,
playing
thanks
out
so much.
their
I'll let you know.
game plan pretty well
I'll have to get
here.
that organized first and
We are
foremost.
going to be going back to Ezreal.
I still
Not
think
Ezreal,
killing
Jinx, but
if
Ezreal
she's
is
got like
getting
any
there.
like
Come on.
2-drop, 3-drop
we'll have to
unit,
see
like
what
you just
happens, but
you just
I'd
killed
love
the
to see a card
the
track down
Ezreal. Like,
and
you
get
can't
some
let the
more
Ezreal
cards
player
into Jinx's
keep it
hand.
up.
And as we
All
mentioned,
right,
Ezreal discounts
that's a
itself,
Super Mega Death Rocket killing
discounts
the
additional cost.
Rumble.
So the second called shot, it's free.
It certainly is, which
love
is
free.
a very good price for a cold shot. Already costs 0 energy, so getting that power discount is real nice as well. Super
Quite
Mega
cool,
Death
cool
Rocket
shot
coming back
repeated.
out once
I mean,
more to
the
take out
general
Rumble,
advice I
and
would
there's that
always
cold
give
shot you
people
mentioned.
is always full
there's
shots
called
repeated
shot,
first
and
before you're going to play anything
the
else.
Death
Always draw
Rocket,
first, never draw
you know,
last.
starting to clear
If you've
out
ever seen a
some of
Hearthstone streamer, they'll
Silverfuse's
tell you
board,
this.
But this is leaving us at 1 rune, which does mean we won't have during Silverfuse's turn the option for fight or flight or
I don't
different
think we could ever get chess
two-cost
clocks.
cards.
Yeah, it's really
I
feels like a
don't
setup
think
turn,
you're wrong, but I don't think we could
Jinx's side.
ever get a chess clock.
As you're going to get some
Sadly.
discounts. Again, just pointing out that I can't
Ultimately speaking, I think an hour is fine.
move
I would
Ezreal over,
prefer
try
it to
and
be
challenge the bubble,
what
but that one has shield.
What? Oh, this is the blood rush.
Let's
There's Blood Rush, so that's going
Ooh.
to make the difference
See, and
here.
that's
yeah,
I
that's
don't
gonna
know.
bring
I
Ezreal
think
just
if you
up
have
to
the
the mount
Falling
it
Star,
needs to be able
unless
to kill
that red
Bubble
card
Bot.
isn't Falling
but
Star.
We have
Gem
one
Jammer.
that
She has a
doesn't look
Gem
like they
Jammer.
are
If she has
gonna be
Gem Jammer
using it,
Falling
but
Star,
there are some
it's
options in the blue
Bryn
deck
here.
with just one. I'm not sure if it's in the deck, but there are things like
God, I'm trying to
Stupefy
trying to
or
work
other
out
things
this.
that can help bring the mic
Yeah.
down of your opponent's cards.
Yeah, looks like we passed all the way
Looks
to
like
resolving
Gem
damage
Jammer
there, so
Bryn here.
those windows have passed. Silverfuse just going to say, okay, Ezreal can get on the battlefield.
It's just a
That's
logistical
fine.
nightmare, the chess
Second
clocks.
seal.
There
Comes
isn't
another
like
seal, and Rocket's gonna
there
come
isn't a
back here, so-
genuine bad reason. The problem is it's
That's
like
gonna be
very hard to
so nice to
actually
get it back in
like
the
figure
hand.
out.
Now that
Logistically
Silverfuse
wise.
knows it's
I mean, the
there,
Jinx-
it's a
the
risk
Jinx
that
player's very
she's
far
gonna have
ahead
to weigh
now.
for every single turn.
Yeah, it looks like that seal's actually discarded because you do have to discard it. Well, on Conquer, discard a card, get your rocket back is how Super Mega Death Rocket works. I was
I
like
had no
running the text
clue,
through my head,
Bruce,
just
what that
double-checking,
fault was for.
exactly when that happened.
What
but on
does
Conquer
I'm trying to
Project
even work out
deciding
what,
that, you know
remember what Super
These
Mega Death
mech
Rocket
units
does.
are pretty good when you're able to stack a bunch of them. So now my goal is to just shoot every single one of them with a giant
Super
rocket,
Mega Death
so that
Rocket.
you can't do that.
Let me read the card out.
Sounds like a feasible game plan when we're pulling it it off here on Project side.
Very Jinx coded to just shoot everything with a big gun.
Deal 5 to a unit.
You know,
when you
that is very Jinx
conquer,
coded. I think.
may discard one. If you do,
League of
trying to
Legends, you'd be
crash. It's
happy with
crazy that
this.
he
Well,
decided
I will say,
he
as far as
recycled
units
it.
that are tough to Super Mega Death Rocket,
Seal.
first form
That's-
might
that
be
was
at the
crazy.
tippy top.
I
of the
can't work
list.
out. Oh,
Yeah,
4 was
Bear's
from the
Forerunner, you
from the
wouldn't think too much of it. It's a 6 for 6, and you're having to recycle
Blood
one.
Rush.
But Jinx, who's going
I
to be
got
trying
there.
to clear the board, wipe it.
I got
Fair's
there.
Forerunner says no, killed me, I dare you, and I'm going to make 2 more.
To be honest, if people,
Yeah,
this at the moment is just
better with
people
Rumble,
slow
because
playing at the
Rumble
moment. They're
had
not
it
figuring
before,
things
so
out.
bigger.
In time, we
Shield
will
also
get
get
better
if
at
Rumble
stuff.
had played a
Unless
bit
we
of
have
assault, if Scrap
decks,
hasn't played
which
a
like will
hustle,
always go to time
these
because
mechs are
control.
already annoying to have a 6-mite unit and then.
But I
split into
don't see a
2 3-mite
genuine
units and
reason
get another
why
6-mite unit.
it's like
But
super
when those
needed.
individual units can
It
also
also
get
just
buffed
punishes
by,
like control
Blight, which is basically the only
control
thing Rumble
players
wants to
far
do,
more than
then,
aggro
those
players.
numbers get pretty big.
And
But
I
quickly as Traveling
personally
Motion
don't
gonna
like the idea of doing
reinforce
that.
this
I think
minefield,
people should
really trying to
like
hold
the
for some
time
points
is
here.
there
It's
to be
3-1
shared.
currently,
Some players are
Jinx
gonna
ahead on points,
not
but
have a lot of game
Rumble's
actions to
kinda geared
do,
up
and they have
for
very
a
like straightforward
pretty reasonable
turns, and
assault
others
here in
they
this
don't
mid
need
game
that.
as
Ooh.
Rasa comes crashing down onto the battlefield.
Yes,
Yeah,
the salt.
Project
Thank
is
you, Bruce.
really trying to hold. I think we are up to.
If you can bring players, you can bring
Ross
chess
is a
clock. I mean,
6.
I don't want to
We're
bring a
up to
chess clock
11,
with me.
right, on the minefield. I mean, maybe we're not too shy of that with already 6 might in our base, but Silver Fuse is going to need.
I've never seen a reason
multiple more cards
realistically
here
in
to be able
any
to take that spot.
TCG
Yeah, I think
tournament
either
I've played
removal
in
spells or
that there's a
something like
fundamental
Singularity maybe
need
full
outside
star.
of.
Or you mentioned earlier Bubble Butt in this
It
section
leaves
of the
space for
game
sharks
with
and
another
cheeks.
mech could be quite
Absolutely,
nice.
it
I see a
does.
second full run
Absolutely,
in
and we're trying to
hand.
minimize all
Ooh.
of
I see a
that.
Stupefy, which I think was the card you were alluding to earlier. See a bunch of different 3s, but none of them are 2s or 6s, which are the removal spells I would otherwise be looking for.
Yeah, both of
Rumble
those would
now
be
is
really
having the
nice.
door
I mean, Falling
closed on
Star to
them.
take out
What is
Falling
this?
Traveling
So this
Merchant?
is
Oh, there
okay.
Looks a
So
lot
we got
like
Falling
Falling
Star to kill.
Oh.
As soon as your opponent recycles 2 red runes, you're like, I'm in danger.
I mean, that's Traveling
Okay,
Merchant
and then we go
that's
into the
Ezreal as we take
Rasa.
that,
We
take
know
out here,
opponent
and
has
then
Super Mega
Rasa
Death
versus
Rocket.
Forerunner. They're the
Is
same
Super
might.
Mega Death Rocket
Yeah,
an
unlike,
action
you know, something
card?
like Aurelia,
This
which
is like
maybe
one of
has
these cards like
other,
I don't even
spells
think
that can
about in my
help,
life.
Fight the Falling Star.
I don't
You
think
get
it
that
is.
option with hard
Is
binding,
it?
At least when Silver Fuse leaves this many runes
Super.
open.
It's not
Yeah,
action.
really,
Okay,
really smart
so
play
this
leaving
Rasa's
those up.
dying.
You know your
Wait,
opponent has 4 runes, which is
what happens
potentially
to the?
4
Why is
more
Ezreal
on
not
this
dead?
So he took the Rasa out instead, actually. Decided
Oh, he
to
just
Falling
took the
Star that
Rasa
unit
out?
twice.
Oh, so
I
then
mean,
we
that
don't
is
even
the
lose
bigger might
that?
of the
Yeah,
two,
that
right?
makes
It was 11
sense.
split between 3 units, so 6 on one side is the bigger half. But we are going to Rebuke, try and get
Nah,
this
we get
back to hand.
punished
because
because we're playing a blue-red deck, and
Rebuke.
Rebuke
Yeah, that is
is like
really
really
nice.
good
And
against us.
By
I feel like I'd always kill
taking
the
out
Ezreal
Rasa,
there
you could've
personally.
potentially won the
I
whole-
I like the
whole
idea of doing the
showdown
cute
as
thing.
well.
Yeah,
But
it
I
was,
think you've
6
just
might
got
to 5
to.
was
I think you've
pretty
just
geared
got
up
to
to win.
always
I mean,
kill
again,
it.
things like Fight or Flight, things like Rebuke, you're really only looking at getting pushed
I think you
out of
just
that
always
fight.
have to
You're
kill
not
the
really
Ezreal
looking
and
to get
the
outmuscled in
Traveling
that
Merchant.
spot.
Rasa
So
doesn't
I
do
like
anything
that
once
play
it's on the
again,
board
trying to
outside
keep
of
the
being a
tempo
big
high, keep
unit.
the points
But you
up.
play
As
big
Forerunner
things, so
gets
like you
redeployed,
can
they try and get
absolutely
past
fight
that.
into
So
that.
4 points
Ezreal
now
is
for
like
Jinx,
the
holding onto
value
this
engine.
minefield for dear
You
life.
just have to kill it.
Yeah,
I
it's
get,
gonna
I
go
understand
for
her reasoning.
4
Like I
points,
think
which
I
we're
get
feeling
it, but I
confident
just
halfway to
I just
the
think
winning
it's a
mark.
little greedy. It's just a little greedy.
I mean, at 1, we need to do a lot to come back.
That double Death Rocket, that is double Super Mega Death Rocket. Not enough runes to play both, so this first Forerunner is going to be extremely sticky. Instead, it's going to be a seal.
I mean, just
Choosing
win
to
the game
recycle
is
here
my
instead of
fundamental.
tapping
Like,
the
both
seal.
players
Usually
should be actively sitting
playing
down in
seal
good
by
faith
tapping
trying to
seal
win
is
the
kind of
game.
a
I think if we're
very
thinking of
classic
any
play
other like
from Origin,
situation
but wanting to
where
maybe
like
preserve
people
it
are
for
not
something
playing
else,
the game
a
in
bigger
good
play
faith. You
coming
know what I
back,
mean?
It's going to be Death Rocket.
Like I mean, obviously that
This,
happens. But like I
We
don't
get a
I like
Rasa
to have a little bit of
again.
good faith
I
about
wouldn't be
people.
surprised if we decide to play. We are
Quarter
kinda low
one
in
is
hand,
pretty
but
rough.
This is where Jinx's legend comes in. Jinx has a really interesting
Rumble
legend
is
where
crazy.
it
You're
is when you're
crazy.
at 1 or 0 cards, you get to draw an extra. So
Yeah, I don't know what's
maybe you
going
don't
on
see the
here
small of
with
hand
the
normally
recycling a rune.
in a Miracle
I'm
or
confused.
you know,
Okay,
Ezreal
yep.
engine deck, but for Jinx,
Don't know how many cards are
she's
in
really
graveyard in the
happy
discard.
Yeah, this
sadly.
is kind of actually a unique spot that Jinx gets in this shell versus something like Draven.
I mean, absolutely, Carrot. That would have been a really good option if she wants to do this sequence. Is you go for the Falling Star into the Bryn here. Oh, you Bryn here first, obviously. Actually, you Bryn here first to stop them from playing anything. I mean, I don't think they play anything, but yeah, no, absolutely. If they have Bryn here, just as though they got Bryn here. So yeah, they should have absolutely just slammed the Bryn here, gone in, and then you eat everything, and then suddenly all they have is
like a tough spot here. His first Forerunner gonna go to Vilemore's Lair, which I love.
like what
This is basically saying,
Rasa
this is my arena.
and a
If you come,
Jinx.
you cannot leave. Let's fight.
yeah, I'm not I mean, Project's been avoiding it a lot. but oh my gosh, a second Ferris Forerunner.
I'm playing that in my
and
base.
It's going to be hard to deceive.
Why are we playing double Ferris Forerunner
Displace
to a
them
Vile
from,
Maul's Lair when our
the
opponent is
Vile
at
Maul.
4?
We did see Rebuke, which is an option. But I will say, as I mentioned earlier, Fight or Flight isn't one that they can use here.
Yeah, shutting down that card is pretty good. Decent amount of might though on the other side. I think the other thing is like, yes, you're getting this.
You know, he's
part of. You'll be able to hold it potentially for the entire game. These are 2 6 might.
I don't agree with this sequence. I would play. I don't mind. I don't mind playing the first one.
So that is.
I'm not a fan of the second one.
Right now, holding onto that lair, but Jinx is at 4 points.
Not a fan of the second one.
Racing. If you basically each decide,
it's not bait, mate. You just get to go there.
Let's just race to hold.
It's actually fine.
If this stays like this.
Yeah, but
oh,
we do
Diggers!
Thank
you so much for the follow. Much love.
Gives ganking. And so
I understand her reasoning. Like, I do understand the reasoning. Like, she's worried about something happening, and she wants to just like lock down a battlefield. The problem that I'm concerned with for her is you're already at a points disadvantage. If the points were at parity, I don't mind it so much. But being down on points and then hard committing onto a spot where you can't move off of, it's like very hard, especially as you can't, like, Rumble has no way of getting off this battlefield. Those Forerunners are now just live there.
A card that's just helping you cycle through the deck, which is an angle that this version
Alright, so that's a fight or flight.
Is actually unique to it.
No, just passing. Yeah, I love this from the Jinx square. Like, we don't. I mean, clearly that hand is nothing.
Are we playing?
But I mean, hey.
Up at the top battlefield.
Could be anything.
It could.
She has double ganking in hand. Does she
have
the double ganking?
Edge of Night, I think.
If she's got double ganking, fine. Oh, she does. She's got triple ganking. Oh my god.
But I'm going to say this is the one of Edge of Night.
I would love it be Edge of Night. I think it may be one of my favorite cards of the set. That's not, a unit, I guess. But I just think, like, bringing out that gear, it introduces not permanent.
As long as people are happy and healthy, that's all that really matters.
And
I was never playing this event. I mean, unless I'd somehow would like absolutely smash Bologna,
especially in this kind of matchup, because Rumble
and then would go pray to somebody and be like, "Hey, can I go over?"
Any little bit you can get, and again, I like the bluffing aspect. We mostly expect fight or flight, right?
Okay,
that is the
Bryn
card
here.
When someone hides a
She's
card,
seen the line.
This is the card I'm expecting as Bryn here.
All right, showing an Edge of Night.
Hey, it was Edge of Night. Look at us.
Yeah, look at you. You got the guess, but we will react to that Edge of the Night.
I mean, fight or flight was technically
resolves.
Yep.
Then
doesn't look happy about that.
Project will not be able to play any more cards till their turn, so that we don't.
But now she can't do anything.
Attached it to that Rasa said, "We're 8 might. Deal with it."
Yeah, again, quite a lot of might to get through. Bryn here, 5 might.
You can't play that.
Own, which is pretty
so what do you do now?
When you play me, opponents can't play cards this
You just
turn.
want to smash your.
Anything, so if you
no, I think you just. Oh my god.
You can't do that either. If you manage to play it on your opponent, you can have a lot of fun. Not in these domains. I know some people have been cooking.
I think this was just double gem jammer and just smash in.
Your poor opponent.
No way, they're getting. She's
I
passing.
think the same issue
No
here with
shot.
6 points
Oh
to
my god,
3.
she passed.
Yes, you are
That's
likely holding this
rough,
battlefield for a very long time, but you need to.
This has to be just 12.
At least need to prevent the double.
Oh my god, he's got
you
ganking.
definitely need to
He
prevent
can
a
do
hold.
it over.
It's going to be a tough spot here for Rumble to get enough might over there to displace the 8 might
you never
Rasa,
do
and
that.
that's not including the rest of the
You
might
never
that's
do
currently
that.
hiding in base.
Yeah, there is so much on Project side, and Silverview's gonna have to find a way to make.
No,
it
I think they're
back.
just nervous.
3
I think our
versus
players
6
are just a
points
little bit nervous
better
at
than
the
1 versus
moment.
4, in my opinion.
No, we
but
got-
let's see how it goes.
Why are we
It's
playing?
11 might right now. Boots of Super's going to make it 2 more, and of course give that pretty
I
critical
don't-
ganking, which is a nice way to get out of the lair if you find yourself trapped there.
Very true.
But Death Rocket
Super
once
Mega Death
more.
Rocket.
Shoot
Okay.
the Bryn
The
here. Basically anything
Bryn.
with 5 might, the rocket gets pointed at. I just don't want to deal with that. Take that out. And can
Pull
we
back
get
the
enough
Rasa
over? I mean, I said there was 11
and just
might
pass.
on the side before. Boots
We
is plus
just
2, that's
passed.
13, but it's 14 including the shield with the 2 Ferris Forerunners. And you don't. Not only
Yeah,
do you
being
not
on stream makes people do
wanna
weird stuff, or you
go-
lock
you do
in.
wanna go there 'cause
I
you
think
wanna
it's one
get
or
the
the other.
Forerunners
The
off
one
there.
time I was
But
on
not only is it a lot of might for you to
UK
get off the
Nationals
board,
coverage
if
for
you do
Magic
get
the
over
Gathering,
there, you just
I
drift them over.
locked in. I like
yeah,
absolutely
you
locked
take
in.
it, and there's 6 babies in the base, and then you don't even have to worry about him finding Jim Jammer. He
At
can
least
just
he'll be
move up
a
into the other
LOL streamer.
battlefield.
Yo,
So
that's
hard to think about,
awesome.
but it looks like Rasa is
Love
gonna
seeing
come
the
back
love.
to base. And it kind of says to me, we're going to be really pushing next turn to take not only the 7th point, but the 8th as well and finish off the game.
Yeah, kind of a classic Jinx play.
I mean,
Even
it's
though
very
this
different
Jinx
being
deck
on
doesn't
feature
have a lot
match
of assault
coverage.
in it, playing
I won't
for
lie,
the last 2
it is
points
a
by
different
conquering
experience.
both
Yeah,
is
you're
a
good.
very
You can
common
draw.
play pattern in general in Riftbound, especially with a legend like Jinx. So 6 points sitting pretty so far against
Oh
the
god,
4
okay.
after
What's the
hold here with
sequence
these
here?
2
You know
Again,
they've
this
played
fight
Super
almost
Mega
is gonna
Death
be
Rocket. When they
extremely hard
when they
to keep
conquer,
these
they're
units
probably
off.
going to take it back.
But being behind in the race means you can't just sit there and hold for
You
the rest of the game. You
play-
have to keep putting units on the board.
Okay,
but
that's
thankfully,
fine.
that is exactly what Rumble wants to do. Is here's
I don't know.
Forecaster, not
Actually,
Shoutcaster.
I think you have to
Can,
play that onto the
look on
bar.
top card with vision, and then
I think you have
decide
to play
put it
this
on
to
the
the
board.
Varmel's Lair. I think you have
like
to
a
play this
very
to the
tiny
Varmel's Lair.
step
You're going to move
effect.
one of them over with the
we
Gem
get
Jam. I
to
think you play the Gem
see
Jam
the
into the Varmel's Lair.
cards, you know. So at least we'll have an idea what
You've
we
just
get
got
in
to
our
you've
next
just got to
draws.
put yourself in
There
a
are
spot
some
where you can't
cards,
let them double
you know,
conquer.
that Silverfuse has that
You've got
have the additional ability
Stupefy.
of drawing as well. So
Oh,
maybe
you've
will
just got
help
to
us
work
set
out a
up for this
way,
next
because
turn.
the problem
We
is,
talked about earlier, the
if
two-drop.
Project just
it's
actually
Stupefy
finds a way
right
of
now.
getting
What was
over.
it?
I think I
Whoa!
heard Jam Jam at one point, and I'm pretty sure I've
Okay.
seen 3 of them
Oh, those as well,
in
yes.
Silverfuse's hand. That would be a way to get another point this turn.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
Singularity is the
generally
make or
odd
break
point
in this
break
match. It
points are
does
the
feel
ones
like
you
it.
love
But I think
in
it all
Riftbound
comes
because,
back to,
as
sadly,
you pointed
that
out, you generally get points in
that
even
Bryn here
increments, 2
turn, when
at
if
a
they had
time,
gone Bryn here
things are going
first
well.
into
But it is going to be a
the
reinforcement here with a dangerous
um,
duo, which I'm going to need to have
into the
production
Falling
pull
Star,
attention.
they just
I
absolutely
do not remember
like
what that
destroy
card
this
is. When you
game.
play me giving you a
Yazriel's
+2
already
this turn.
dead.
Okay, so
Then
nice
our
little
opponent
three-drop that
only has the
sometimes in
Jinx
the mid-game makes things a
plus
bit bigger. Not
the
super
Rasta
over
that
here.
they have played,
Does
but then
trigger the
you're in
Legion
so
text,
much
but
more
that is
control
not
because
gonna
you
matter.
don't
Currently, the
lose your
Superfly is just gonna
Ferris
get
Forerunner that
cycled
turn,
here
which then
to
means
draw
they have
a
to
card
do
of
it the
itself.
next turn.
Unless there's a
Like,
damage bow coming after this.
You see, Stupefy.
Yeah.
Shrinking the
Yeah.
Ezreal.
So we shrink to Ezreal to 2.
That
I
was
think we've already,
Michelle,
I think
thanks
we've already
for the follow.
started Bella's
My club,
Breath,
my
but
club.
right now it would help to kill Ezreal and put additional damage out, but it may just be a card draw as well. We got the vision, so maybe we've set something up at the top of our deck that
Okay, so we're
we
full
needed to
stacking
draw,
now, but
and
we
Stupefy
didn't
was
put the
an option
first
for
one
that.
on there. I don't
Jam also
really
gonna come
get
down,
this.
reinforce the same battlefield. Seems
I
like
guess we're
Silverfuse
full
is
stacking
committed
on
to at least
one.
putting as much might as possible.
But I think we have to put the bubble one as well there.
And put it to the bottom thanks to Forecaster, which does trigger every time you
Just think
play
we have to put
mech,
the
not
bubble
just
there.
the time you play Forecaster itself. And that's going to be a pass back here. 2 runes open.
Alright,
but
so
not
all we
that
need to
many cards in
do from
hand.
Jinx's
Again,
side is
just
get
really
through.
going for this plan of I'm going to make you get the last point,
Yeah,
and you're never getting
yeah,
it from
this
this
is it.
point. Because again, as you
Alright,
pointed
we
out,
know that they've
it's a
got
whole to a double conquer to win
a
that
Super
8
Mega
to
Death
get that winning
Rocket. So we
point.
go Super Mega
Yeah,
Death
and as you said, there's
Rocket.
2 more Gem Jammers in
Kill
hand.
one of these
We're
things.
threatening a lot here, and while we
1, 2,
have
3.
2 runes up on Silverfuse's
Need
side,
another one.
we're
Need
kind
another
of
one.
not
Unless
only
what's this Fizz getting?
threatening-
I can't remember their graveyard because I can't ever
Plus
see
2, I mean,
their
if-
graveyard or their
if I
discard, and now I
read
can't even
the
see it now. You
Dangerous
got
Duo
Rebuke?
correctly.
All
when
right,
you
yeah,
play another
play the
card, it gets
Rebuke.
+2.
Yeah,
Ooh.
okay,
I'm
I
not
don't know
sure
why
if
we're
I
doing that.
actually, I could have read that wrong for the record.
Do that,
Maybe
get
it's
rid
a
of
win.
that.
I think it's
Bang,
when
go.
you play, if
Okay.
you
That's
Legion,
that
Never
one.
mind then. I'm thinking too
That
much
is
of Dare.
that is
Go
that would be
Super
hype.
Mega
Yeah,
Death
that would be really
Rocket,
hype. That
kill
would be
the
hype.
other.
I don't know the
Smash
card well enough,
in
obviously.
It's certainly called like
with
Danger Zone.
Jinx.
That would be funny,
Jinx
though.
can
Rumble card.
eat
What happened to Paul?
that plus that.
Oh, we've got push
Wandering
back.
Merchant. Yeah,
Rebuke?
this is game.
No, I
This
didn't
is
see
game.
Rebuke.
GG.
Oh,
Where
here
did-
comes Fizz.
I looked away for 1 second. Where'd the first one go?
Bro hates using his skills.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Fizz getting Rebuke recycled. That's
Yeah.
almost assuredly what happened.
Whoa,
Now
what
Death
the-
Rocket's going to shoot this thing.
What are
and
we
again,
doing?
shield is pretty good from
Yeah.
the Legend and out of Rumble. You do not get shield when damage spells are being thrown at your face. Only when you're fighting
What
on
a-
the battlefield.
Huh?
Yeah, that's like
Oh my god, Jinx
one
had that?
thing
Why are
that's
we
so
not?
great about these removal
Okay.
spells or these like damage spells.
We just had to win.
Shield doesn't
We
come
just
in.
had to
either,
win!
Like, effects for like defending don't come into play, and so we are able to go in and kill some of
Jinx
these
plus
units.
2.
We still do have 8, 10, I guess, if you're including.
Are we
shield here
discarding
and
so she can
Biomarker.
ready again? Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
that
then
is
she's just gonna
really
come in,
sick.
and we're gonna go
Oh,
smashing with
that's
everything.
so cool. Okay, so
He's
the
thinking of
rocket
the
trigger happened
contents.
on Conquer, discarded a card, which triggered the other rocket, and then discarded the rocket that they picked up before after the Conquer, just to pick up the other
Play
rocket.
it,
And you might think,
and then
why
play
on
the
earth would you do that?
rocket,
That's so useless.
kill,
It's because
hit
Jinx
the
gets
first
triggered every
forerunner
single
for
time we discard.
for 5,
You just got a free
and
might
just
by
smash him
cycling
with
through your rockets.
absolutely everything.
Yeah, that's so nice.
That's so cool.
She's an 8 now.
Yeah, she's huge. I mean, again,
Well-
we only need to get through this battlefield, and there is only 6 might
Okay,
left.
or we
7
just
if you
kill
count the
things and
1
we
shield
don't
that
care.
Rumble gives you.
Sure.
But only need 1 more
And
Conquer.
then
7 points. The 8
everything
could be coming
goes
through here. There
in.
is so much might moving onto this battlefield. That's 6. That's the gatekeeper from the boots, and that's going to be the game here. We are going to play a
Yep.
game number 3
Everything
almost
comes in.
assuredly.
Discard draw.
Yeah, it looks like game 3 is going to be coming
Yep.
down here. I don't think 2 runes is enough to stop it, and it doesn't look like like Silverfuse does
Of
either.
course, there was nothing they could do. Rumble has absolutely nothing.
Grover the God Willow versus Obelisk.
I think it all comes down to that one turn.
We've seen a lot
If they then are like
game,
playing
Grover
from
the
so
God
much
Willow will
catch
do
up, it's
great
there.
in that type of position, helping draw more cards. And interestingly enough,
they...
Obelisk is
Oh, dude,
a
I
really
need a
cool one as
read
well,
Super
where
Mega Death Rocket.
your
Oh,
first
it's when
turn,
you conquer, you get
may
to discard and
channel
then
an extra
Purple
rune.
Jinx.
Hopefully we'll see both players
Dude,
do that.
I've
Yes,
like
please,
seen
both
Purple
players do not
Jinx
forget.
like
The
Yeah.
rules
in
are
my
going to
life, and then I
you
just
do have a
picked
little
the
more
Jinx
time
player.
than normal to remember. Obviously, it does give your opponent a bit of an advantage, but
your
generally when I've
comeback
seen
for the
Obelisk,
4 I play.
getting an extra rune, I think either on the play or
We're
good,
definitely
but
seeing
makes
some
sense here
special
that
stuff.
Jinx
I'm
wants
now
to
going to
go
have
a
to
bit
look at my
bigger,
folder
kind
and
of have a
think,
more
do I have a
explosive
Purple
first turn when they are
Jinx?
starting quote
If I
unquote
do, what
behind
does
because
it
they don't
do?
have the first opportunity to play a unit. I assume
Where do I have it?
chose to go first here in
Do
this
I own a
final
Purple
game.
Jinx? I
But
don't
yeah,
think
we
I
have
own a
seen
Purple
quite a lot of
Jinx.
like, let's call it
No.
like meat and potatoes Riftbound, right?
I'm
Just
okay
a
with
lot of
this.
holding, a lot of conquering, a lot of might numbers being added up. And at the end of the day,
I'm okay with
the
this.
Miracle Shells can do a lot of like very powerful things. But they
Yeah.
are still
Wait, she's kept in
trying to play Riftbound. At the end of the day.
Bellows
They're just putting a lot of
Breath?
by
I mean, I
the way
guess
they do it
it's
might feel a bit
fine.
unfair.
It
But they are
kills like
ultimately
the
just
early
trying to
backline,
get
but you only
big
care
numbers
really
onto
about.
battlefields.
Yeah, it's very true. I'm interested in seeing as well, though, what Silver Fuse
We
has
get rid
to
of
do
Bellows
this mulligan.
Breath and
I
like
think I see
you've never played that
Bellows Breath
Stupefy.
here,
I think she had a few
and
spots where
it
she could have
is,
cycled that Stupefy into
removal
something
we see
else.
early in the game, and did look like there was a chance that she was going to mulligan it away. And if I remember correctly, she doesn't have too high of a count of Bellows Breath.
And then it's
so
like her rumbles. Like she's never
it'll be
actually been able
very
to. She hasn't
interesting what
attacked
she
him with a
decides
rumble
to
a
do here.
single
I do
game
also
yet,
see that Plundering Poro, which
which is
a
a little
2-drop.
rough, right?
And then on Jinx's side, do we have a 2-drop? Maybe I see Traveling Merchant.
I'm using my keen eyes as best I can. I see an Edge of Night. I see a Scrap Heap. That's the two. I see a Seal, and I think Last Rites is the final card there in Jinx's hand. So it's going to be resolving some mulligans here for both players. I imagine Poro's going to.
She's really agonizing over this.
Seems quite good,
Yeah.
and you know we can be a little reductive here. We've seen 2 games now
Jinx
between
is
these 2 decks.
playing-
Does seem like getting on board early. Looks pretty important.
Oh, yeah.
Not game breaking by any means. Both decks certainly have ways to come
Oh,
back
that's
in the mid
Edge
game,
of
but
Night.
getting on base seems pretty good.
Something
here.
else.
Yeah,
Scrap
it does
Heap
seem like
and a
whoever
Seal.
does that ends up
We have to get rid of 2
pulling
here.
ahead,
I'm
and
getting
neither
rid
deck's
of the
been really
2
able to come
gears
back
personally
from
and keeping the
that.
Scrap
Maybe we'll
Heap.
see it a little bit different here.
Just getting
And
rid
we
of
do
Scrap
have more
Heap.
runes, as
Bro,
I
you
mentioned
have to
earlier,
dig for
for this
Ezreal.
first turn. Project, I'm assuming, is
No.
going second, so he'll have
No
4
way. You get
runes,
rid of the 2
and Silver
equipment
Fuse
and
will be going
pass.
first,
Oh
but
my
he'll actually have
god.
3
Jinx's
runes
hand is
instead of 2,
actual
so
poopy.
multiple options.
Looks like
I don't
just
agree with
resolving
keeping the
mulligans
Bellows
here.
Breath
I think
either.
keeping
Like, what it...
No,
Mm.
Jupiter's going to the bottom.
I mean,
So
as
I
it
assume
turns
Poro- I
out,
think Bellows Breath is the other card that's
the
getting
Jinx
jumped. We're
player
going
has
to find out
absolutely no
Yeah.
cards in
very
hand.
soon, though, as game's going to kick off.
1,
Silver Fuse is, in fact, going first.
2,
Obelisk is going to trigger. Good
3,
work remembering your trigger
goes
in
to
round
the
1 of the
Obelisk.
RQ.
You pointed
Don't
at it. I
forget that
like
one.
the
Draw your
point.
card and put something
Play the
on
Poro,
the board.
'cause we kept
Plundering
it in
Poro
our
did
hands.
get capped. I see a Falling Star in hand as well.
Jinx gonna turn one Edge of
Poro
Night.
takes
Where
himself, pass it on
that's
back
where
to
we're
Jinx.
at.
Yeah, and with 1
I mean, it's
rune up,
4
there's-
runes.
I mean, they're not going to battlefield yet.
Raw.
We'll have to see if there's anything that Project has to worry
Edge
about.
of Night
I don't think
pass.
so.
See Mind Splitter in Project's hand. Just peeled that one off the top. I don't believe that was in the main deck when we checked before. So that one coming in for kind of the later stages of the game. Once maybe just bigger units, bit of disruption.
So we get to
and
go on a
just
Grove
plays the Edge of Night.
as the Rumble
Natty.
player. We get our
Interesting
battlefield,
choice.
which is
I mean,
crazy.
we got to spend our runes.
Oh,
that
she's
we
playing.
would get to
They're
spend
playing
later,
Piercing
so
Light. I like that
it's
from
nice.
Silver.
I think in general, when
I
your
like
opponent makes
that.
this play on turn 1, you're
I like that in this
extremely
matchup.
happy.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
would
really
agree.
strong.
Because your opponent's playing Obelisk. They're trying to maximize their first turn as much as they can. They want to use all of their energy. And seeing just Edge of Night, nothing that's really committed to the board as far as a unit that can maybe challenge you at this battlefield.
I would just
especially
slam
with Grove
my
of the
Rumble
God
here.
Willow. You're going to get your gold on Conquer. You're going to potentially
I'm just
get your gold as
slamming
well and
the
get an extra
Rumble
bit of
into my
card draw.
base
So
and
reading
passing.
Jinx, knowing that that is a unit that can absolutely be played next turn after
Unless I've got
Tomorrow's
something bad to
channel.
do.
Does in a discard
I can't
to
really
ready
see
it,
the
but that
hand.
Jinx would be quite good
I
at
don't think you care about
challenging the
Longsword.
lonely
Your
Poro
opponent
in
just
his
played Edge of
tournament.
Night pass.
Yeah, it very potentially could. I wouldn't be surprised if we were just checking to make sure or see if there was an accelerator on something. You don't see Jinx too
Yep,
often.
Rumble.
So just
Rumble.
making sure that Plundering Poro here
Is it Rumble?
safe in the Grove with
It's
God Willow,
Rumble.
because we would love to get that extra draw. We'd
Pass.
love to get that head start in points.
Pass, you only have 8
and,
minutes
we
left.
know that that is a threat, like you mentioned.
Yeah, just playing the Rumble
Play needs
on
to
curve again,
play
just
speed
so
needs
nice
to
with these
increase.
Rumble decks to just
Please,
have a
we need to start
two-
playing
a
quick smart.
Turn 2 play that you're always happy to put
3
out.
minutes and 3 extra
Jinx
turns
would-
is enough
could,
to
of
get this
course,
game done,
if,
but
she was
we...
able to get ready and get
What are
bigger,
you
could
thinking
potentially
about?
challenge at the battlefield.
Just
There's only
play
one
your
mech,
gear,
only
mate.
one
You've
instance
got
of shield, so
nothing
that
else
gets a
to do
little
at the
funny, but
moment.
I think Silverfue's taking the more conservative line, just playing out out the unit.
You can't
and say,
play
you know
a
what?
Mind Splitter,
I've
so
already got
just
a point. I already made a goal.
slam
If
this
I
boost
hold
of
the draw
swiftness
card,
and slam
excellent.
the
I've done 99%
last
of
right.
Pondering Pro could ever do. It is overachieving. If you don't, if you do, that's fine. I just lost a unit. I already have my point.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
last rights
he
cost
may be a
1?
pondering Poro, but he's an overachieving Poro.
Certainly
Am
is.
I crazy?
One of the hardest working Poros I've seen on the broadcast so far. We'll see many
I've
more.
never
this weekend, I'm
cast
sure.
last rights.
Yeah, very, very hard work.
Does it cost 1 to recycle?
So far of,
No.
the blue
Why are
side,
we not
but
casting the lot?
let's see here. A second
Unless he
gear
must have
coming
the.
down, second potential equipment. I think Silverfuse is happy to see.
Yeah,
it
it's
like
just
this
3.
this
It's
far.
just 3. I
Already
just
2
checked.
points.
He must have
Even
hard
more
bargain.
overachieving
Like
on
it
that
doesn't make
Poro.
sense
I would not
otherwise.
be able to contain myself. If this was the turn, the way I started in Game 3 of my first round of the RQ, I would be out of my chair jumping up and down. This could not have started better for the Rumble. It is nothing committed to board, some gear that certainly can be used later. We know that there's ways to, you know...
Oh my god, she's got
kind of
Singularity. Boys, I
accelerate.
think she's got this.
Fake accelerate, but it does...
I think
share
Silver's
some
got
of the
this.
DNA from the champion zone with the Jinx. Like, we know these Miracle decks. They're good at coming back.
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of times you just give 6 points and then you do so much stuff.
I mean, I agree. I'm not.
That you're happy. Know what Rumble wants to do? Rumble certainly wants to start early. And
I'm
have
just
a really powerful
saying.
mid-game
I'm trying to
with a lot
figure
of
out the
big
line. I
sixes,
don't know if I agree
especially.
with it.
But this, I mean, the Poro
I know.
is gold star Poro at this point.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Gold
just.
Star.
I'm just.
He's,
I mean, she's got
number
Singularity,
1 in his
man. Like
class.
she's.
Yeah.
She's
And,
got.
we're gonna be taking that other
he's
side
doing
as well.
something.
Obelisk not as high of a priority.
Whether the
as
Jinx player will
Rover
start
the
doing
God
something, we're
Willow,
waiting.
but
It does give points.
it does give points. And
I
we've
mean,
already
the
drawn
Jinx
Astro
player's
God
just
Willow.
gonna. The Rumble player
Really
will
good
just win on
right now,
points at this
honestly.
point,
Even a
maybe.
blank battlefield gives points, which has
Well,
to
actually,
feel good.
no, that's not how
Rumble's
this game
gonna come down
works.
here looking for the
Blue
hole,
Rumble,
does not
and do we have another
to
2-drop? Do we have another
reinforce
2-drop?
Again,
No.
being a bit conservative, wanting to let Jinx commit.
Oh,
to
we got the
battlefield
longsword.
first
Pass.
before deciding
Pass.
to kind of go back in. But this is going to make
Your
Obelisk
turn,
especially
Jinx. You haven't done a
much harder
thing.
prospect to
All
hold
right,
on
now
to.
the opponent is going to
Yeah,
slam
harder
a
to hold
Seal
on
plus
to,
Mind
but
Splitter.
It's nice to develop our base. We need to get Might
Seal
in our
plus
base,
Mind
so
Splitter.
if Project is able to clear
Yep.
the 2 battlefields, we still
Yep.
have a plan for our following turn. And we have a couple, it looks like a couple runes up as well. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 or more, but there's hopefully things that we can do here. It looks like we are going to be spending a lot of runes though here on Project side. And what is going to be coming
7.
down?
Use that.
I
Seal.
love the-
Cycle 1.
The rune
All right.
has, by the way.
Oh, it's beautiful looking. Going to recycle one more. And
Mind
Mind
Splitter.
Splitter.
We did
In
spy
response.
Mind Splitter
In
earlier, showed us the hand.
response!
Ooh, a Kai'Sa,
You've
Bellows
got the
Breath,
longsword,
Falling Star.
no?
Let's look at all the pretty cards. Piercing Light,
Oh, yeah.
Singularity, Longsword. This hand was really good.
That is
I guess
really,
you don't even
really good
care.
hand here.
I guess Mind
I
Splitter for a
would-
longsword, you're
It would be a
happy.
difficult choice for me.
I
What
guess
do
you
I
just
think
don't
here
care.
would be the most important to
You're
take
already
out?
winning this. You're about to
Singularity
go
is,
up to
able
5
take out larger
points.
might units,
You full pull off.
and
like, the
multiples of
game's
them, but maybe
already
it's not
kinda
the
over
immediate
for
threat.
the
Kai'Sa
Jinx
is more
player.
might on board. Longsword potentially, that semi-permanent might. I don't know what I would choose.
I think the good news for Project is that no single spell can take out this Mind Splitter.
That's true.
That would be bad timing.
Singularity,
So Singularity
yeah,
can be the choice.
is the
I
one
think
that makes the most
probably
amount
the
of
best choice
sense.
given the texture of the mid game. A lot of like 5-ish might units.
Low-key,
right? A lot
kind of wish
units
they
in
had,
range of Singularity, let's say,
Very
in this Jinx deck. So wanting to just take out.
Low-key,
the spell that is
kind of
most
wish they pulled the
efficient,
Poro
in
back. I
terms of
guess they
taking
wanted
out
the extra
most amount of might.
draw.
Are still on the back foot here again. Mind Splitter, very powerful card.
But like you
very
could
good
have just
7-drop
like
here.
not had the draw, got
And,
the
that
gold.
7
I
might
guess
is
it's
gonna
like, but
be,
you got Kai'Sa in hand, so you could have found the draw
walk
anyway.
over to the
I don't
battlefield,
know.
Especially if we have some equipment.
I think I'm talking
But,
about like
not this turn,
1%
unfortunately, for
point
Project. So going to be
sort of thing here.
5 points behind.
Jinx
at current
pass.
state if this holds. And now I'm really gonna
Please.
wish I had Rumble Scrapper on a battlefield.
What are we thinking
For
about
sure, I'd love to get
here?
that +3 might mech. I'd love it. For
You're
sure.
not cycling
But,
runes.
it is
Oh
the
my
safer play, and it
god! You
looks
just
like we are
looked at her
setting-
hand.
Oh,
that
double
we're going to
equip.
attach our gears here.
Okay.
What is that? An 11 mind split, or is it?
7+4, yeah. It should be 11. Has ganking and
7,
doesn't have the edge
8,
of magic.
9,
The edge of-
10, 11,
The
12.
rest of edge of night is just hidden.
12 or
text.
11.
Yeah,
It's
As you can
something.
see,
Is it
Silverfuse
plus?
saying, hey, just
Plus
especially for the
5
feature
plus
moves,
2,
can you
7.
stack them nicely so we can
Yep,
roll the numbers?
cycling
And
so
it
he
is a
doesn't
7
get
plus 2
falling
plus 2,
star
as you
piercing
pointed out,
light.
11 might.
That is
Yeah.
so much, and it's going to be hard to deal with.
He's
as
going
Silverfuse,
to, yeah,
especially
he is currently in a
preemptively
spot
before it can even
where
take over these
um,
battlefields.
Not going to matter this
he's at
tournament.
5
The God Willow
and
Poro is still
well, she's at
going.
5
Poro has made a
and
goal,
he's
drawn
at
2 cards,
0.
and scored 3 points
now
this
gets to
game.
draw
Yeah, I
2
think he made it to
cards.
college and may have gotten a PhD
Again,
while holding on this
one.
God Willow. He cannot stop overachieving.
PhD
Did
in
she draw
piracy,
another?
was plundering Poro,
Did she
working
draw more
so
than one,
hard out
chat?
in
I
the
think she
final
only
game
drew
of
one
round
for the
one
whole thing,
of
unless
the
I'm
original qualifier
missing
here in Las
something.
Vegas. 5 points to 0, looking like a dire situation, but do not count
You think she did?
these
Alright,
purple
cool, cool,
decks
cool.
out. Chaos is quite a good domain.
All right, we do the
and
old
Jinx still
full
has the tools
pull.
to get it done. I think especially
The full
from the
pull
champ
off.
zone, we saw a lot of cool
Really,
discard ready
holding here
action
does
in
not-
our last game actually for Project to close out game number 2.
It's not
I think the thing to
advantageous
note, though, is
thing.
that this
We can
player
now just
making
play away,
really big
run
by
away from the
attaching
Mind
gears.
Splitter.
Very
Hope our opponent
convenient as
doesn't have any
resources go.
discard
Only going to have
for a
6
Jinx.
runes at the next turn, whereas you look over across the board and there's an embarrassment of riches on the
2,
other side.
she's got double my
Playing
Falling
spells here to
Star.
take out the splitter.
Dude, if she's got double Falling Star, that's so funny.
5 left.
So we need 5 more minimum here.
Wait.
But I think we have it in hand.
Wait, does she
right?
not
like,
count?
We saw so many different spells.
Oh, she got
one.
Got a second Falling Star as well. And Mind Splitter, we spent 4 power on him last turn. And he's trapped.
It's over, man. It's over. It's already over.
The second Falling Star on the Mind
Oh my
happened.
god.
That one came off the top thanks to the overworking
Okay.
Horror, drawing an extra card.
Oh
on the
my
turn over the
god.
Buffalo. And that is,
Oh
I mean,
my
we're
god, pay
always
the
gonna be a
Kaiser into your
2-card point to
base.
take out the
Sure,
Smash, which is not the most
sure,
efficient,
sure,
but at this stage of the
sure.
game, you are just happy to get the
Play
work
Kaiser
done,
in your
Falling
base
Star,
and
Falling Star,
pass.
about the best you could ask for as far as 2 cards to answer one.
Kaiser pass.
Yeah,
Kaiser
this is what
pass.
is
You've got
very
2
happy with
minutes.
What the Plunging Port is
Please.
to do throughout this game. And it's, you can rest in peace. I'm gonna swap
Okay,
you
wait.
out
So
with,
she's got
my
long
Blue
sword
Rumbles will
plus
make more babies,
Stupefy
for
is
base
what
as
she's
well,
playing
but
with.
We are sitting pretty here on
Dude, double
both
Falling Star
battlefields.
there after he's
It is
double
gonna be 2 more
cycled is
turns,
so
though, before we
funny.
even win. Even if we hold another turn, we are only going to 7
Like,
points.
sees the
which,
line, goes,
because
oh,
the
okay, I
opponent
have to
still
do
has
this, and
time
then
to
just
come
goes
back,
bang
it's
bang.
gonna be
It's
a
just like,
difficult
oh,
Yeah, we can do a bit of
dude.
math here as we kind
Oh,
of look at the battlefield
so
that
rough.
is presenting as far as Mike goes.
Oh
Reminder,
my
shield
god.
on Rumble Legend to get +1 when you're defending.
It's
with it.
like,
You can see both
I
mechs
can
primarily
Fight or
are,
Flight,
and then
Fizz
+1
Fight or
thanks to
Flight,
Rumble
but I
Scrapper.
kind of
So
just
full
don't
base
wanna.
for the Rumble on the bottom of your screen, so make it 5 +1 for shield is basically 6, and it's 4 in the same math on the other side, +1 for shield. So 2 6s
Fight or
here.
Flight,
Fight or
kick that
Flight's gonna
back.
kick Rumble Scrapper out of his home, the Grove of the Godwiller, which would have been such a delicious bit of value if able
we're
to
gonna
hold.
Fizz
Unfortunately,
here,
gonna
Fight
be
or
a
Flight
scared
it
back to
back.
base by Jinx.
Yeah, we didn't have to worry about it as much last game because of that Vile Maw, but we are
And then we're gonna Fight or
very
Flight,
happy, I
kick
feel like,
that
to find Fight or
back, but
Flight,
then
and only to be able to push them off, say, like, not to hold, and not
to my knowledge, you don't have any counter
draw,
spells, so yeah,
not
the
to
fight,
get the
yeah, he goes
extra
back.
mech as well. It would have just been
Technically,
disastrous for that hold.
Yeah, unfortunately
That's
for
ready,
the
but it
points,
really
not
doesn't
going to make
matter.
the biggest difference just because you're going to be effectively in the same spot.
Rumble
The double
beating
hold would have
Miracle, I
gone from
think
5
you
to
need to
7.
admit,
The double
no,
conquer
my
that you're
opponent,
basically inviting your
the
opponent to
Jinx
do,
player
because
kept,
with one ring,
nah,
what
nah.
is Jinx to do in this spot? So going to be basically in the same spot as far
Nah,
as the game's points.
nah,
Fuse
nah.
should go to 7 on her turn.
I would not
Not a
have
lot
kept
left in the
that
tank for
opening
Project,
hand.
and Just this lone
I
Fizz
would have
again,
gotten rid
that
of my
Mind
2
Splitter was
gears.
really the play that was committed to this board. No
I
other
would have kept
units
the scrap
clearly
heat
in
for
hand
sure.
in the early game because of all this gear that was getting
Enough
played.
Rumble.
Making one big unit
Let
feels
him
pretty
cook.
good, but
Yeah, I mean, he's
once you have
cooking.
removal spells
He's
over
still
in
not
Rumble
played
to
that
try and,
rights that he
cut
kept
that
in his
down to
opener,
either
man.
Again, Fizz is going to be the unit that is towered up to
Oh
a
my god, he's
7
just full.
might unit.
This
In
man's
this
a
kind of board,
maniac that needs to
with
be
these mechs
stopped.
and these Rumble passives, 7's not a very big number.
I will say it is,
All right,
you
so
know,
we got
trying to stop
Piercing
some
Light,
of those
Stupefy.
damage spells because
Like,
without
is
those,
there a way we can kill
Piercing
this
Light
Fizz?
could have
Dude, if we
wiped
can
the Fizz
kill this
off the
Fizz,
board.
it's so
We could
funny.
have potentially maybe like moved up Punning Pro, gotten the
Stupefy.
gold, and Piercing Lighted the Punning Pro and Fizz. Where do you come back when you continue to not have units on
Dude,
board?
bro,
And
yeah,
so
he
it's
definitely
good to keep
played
it
it.
safe, but it's
He's
costing
playing
us
and you're not.
points.
I mean,
look,
true.
You're absolutely correct.
He
This is
definitely
the
played
play
the
you
entry
have
to
make.
play.
Oh yeah.
It's not the play you want to make when you're
100%.
playing this deck. Rumble
12?
Gonna
What's
go
that 12? Is
back
that
to the
turn
obelisk
1 or
and,
turn
get
2?
point number 6.
Dude,
And,
I
I think
swear
the
to
question
God,
is
if
how
this
much
this
might do you wanna stack it?
Rumble
Plundering
player
Power
isn't gonna win, I'm
again,
gonna like
a second
kind
gold
of.
made in this game. This is the same Plundering Power that was
I'm gonna
played
be
on turn
so
1, I will
tilted.
remind you. And so I have to imagine that we're going to stack as much
Dude, if
might
you're
as
the
we can
Jinx
on the top
player
battlefield,
and you
because we're at
just go,
7.
we drew,
just need to
ha
hold
ha,
Yeah,
I
think
would
it's interesting.
actually
I think
lose
Moro
it if
has
I
gotten,
was
like,
the
4 points this
Rumble
game, but
player.
he's only gotten
All right,
this
so you play
gold
this onto
because
like one of the
we've
battlefields.
just been
You play the blue one to
holding
the
and
other.
holding. Looks like
Sure,
Argmi played
it
that
really.
Fierce
I think
Forerunner,
it.
which
This is
does
slightly better.
threaten 2 extra
Yeah, this
mechs
is slightly
in base
better.
if you decide to kill
And then
it.
blue Rumble.
And it leaves up a rune
Gonna
as
start
well, which we're gonna have to
blasting.
watch out for.
Why is the blue
Doesn't
Rumble
wanna
not going
commit
onto the other
scrap it to a
battlefield? We
battlefield,
just
he
need to
just
find a hold.
decides
You saw you
not to
just
maybe
lose to Fight or
overfill one of the
Flight.
battlefields that wants
If
to
he's got
hold it
Fight or
back.
Flight Rebuke, we actually get
I mean,
real sad
most
here,
of
but
the
it
units
doesn't
end up
matter. I
backing
don't
base
know,
when you're
man.
playing
I
against
don't know.
purple because of all the I guess base bounce style effects. effects, things
I
like
guess
Battle
it doesn't
Flight,
matter. I don't think...
with Fizz, of course, can
Wait,
do
is this
rebuy
the
of
last
his. Ezreal gonna
turn?
try and find a few more cards. Ross is straight
Dude, is
to the
this the
trash.
last
They can't
turn?
even
It's
do
gonna be a
anything right now
draw?
for you.
Yeah, we
Nah,
do not have a
man.
lot in our
Jinx should
discard pile,
Jinx should
but
concede.
Seal Ezreal feels so
No, because
nice.
it was a
little bit
2.
later in
It
game
was a
that
2
we
at the
would have
top.
preferred. but it is.
Is this like the final turn?
We still have 2 runes
It's 3
as
turns,
well.
yeah.
Fizz is a 7, so potentially able to take out at least the.
Drawn stream was on the bingo, was it?
But
Oh my god.
Sides if we don't want Silver Fuse.
Let me find the bingo.
Only from Battlefields? I believe it is.
Yeah.
It is. That is the reason Scrap is in base.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Love that play from Silverfuse. Wanting, again, so you said 7, and it immediately triggered in my
Oh
brain.
my
I have to do
god.
Rumble Match again.
I can't
Rumble is
handle.
Dude,
Dude, I can't handle.
What's 6 plus the shield is 7.
I can't
plus
handle.
The Scrapper is 1. That's 8. That is much bigger. Well, a little bit bigger than the Fizz is
Please,
right now.
please
And
tell
that's
me
what
the
I was
Rumble
thinking,
player
is
has
why would
another
you put
turn.
Scrapper
Please
on
tell me the
55
Rumble player has
Well,
another
you actually
turn.
just want the passive. And of course, if you know,
Silverfuse deserves another turn.
to really do some damage on both these battlefields, which I will remind you, Jinx needs to conquer or at least push the units off both of these, or the game is over, and you are losing round 1 of your RQ.
Yeah, it's that holding to 8 points.
Oh my god, no, the way that the
Project's
commentators are
right here.
talking, it sounds
There's
like
that
it's already
but
over.
There's so many things that Project can do. There is only 2 runes up, though, which does decrease how many we can do, but there's a lot of options still within 2 runes. We have that Rebuke.
There is no options between 2 runes. Oh my god, he scooped.
It looks like it's game and Rumble.
Oh.
An awesome round 1.
Yeah, they got the
sentence
W.
I expected to say
They got the
at start
W.
of the RQ in Vegas. Rumble is going to win our round 1 here in Vegas.
Whoa, chat.
Yeah, I completely expected. It feels like we're going to see it for the rest of the tournament, but
I would have
I doubt,
maybe lost it
that
there.
is the case, actually. Rumble, so interesting to see. So happy to see it in Jinx versus Rumble.
So that was the final
Yeah, I
one
think
going
so
into
for
the
end
Rumble's
there again.
turn.
Not the greatest start with all the gear early, not a lot of units to try and contest the early battlefields that Rumble wanted to. Stack Tech, Cold Shot.
All right, so that was never going to be a draw. I thought it could still be a draw.
And find some answers, but after that Minesweeper
It's 3
play, committing
turns,
so
at
much
least
of your
2
resources,
points ahead.
losing a bunch of them to recycling,
Are we sure it's
and then
that?
just getting that unit killed by 2 falling
Rumble,
stars. And there's
Sierra in the
nothing else
finals.
you
I mean,
really have
hey,
left. You're just digging
not a
fences,
draw, not a
and
draw.
even
She
if
got
you
there.
find them, you don't
No,
necessarily
did we
have
get
the
anything on
energy
this
or the
one?
resources to even deploy
They
them.
always
So
pay for the
very
rune cost. We
nice
were watching that
navigating
like
game
all.
for Silverfuse.
No
Yeah,
crazy
fantastic by
thing.
Silverfuse. It
No
was really
sabotage.
painful for
We didn't get
Project.
mirror
We had to
match.
play 2 gears
No
in a row, and
Annie.
obviously
Can't see
we
this.
tried
D
to
tier.
protect our units with it later, but just
Well, either of them
so
D tier
much
decks?
removal from the Rumble side. It's about a loss, sadly.
Yeah.
for Jinx.
Really great game 1. Can't wait to hear what the winner has to say, because we have an interview with Silverfuse coming right up.
That's gonna
No
be
one got stunned. No one drew.
Silverfuse.
Did he draw? How many cards did he draw in that turn?
Rumble. Why Rumble?
Big thing was I played Kaisa last set, and I didn't have a ton
And
of time
Jim
to prepare,
Davis.
so I
Hey,
also
we
was
love
thinking about
Jim.
stuff, so those things came together. I knew the colors and how to generally.
All right, in that final turn, how many cards did he draw?
Yes, we were going
Fairest four.
Because he had played Ezreal.
Because we're at 7. We just
Not like
enough.
it was like
The question is,
5. We
does the
sure?
game's points go.
All right.
Oh.
In his other turns, he didn't do anything interesting.
For both sides. But
Because of all the.
All right, so drew
I
for
guess
time.
base
So
bounce.
1,
not have a
2,
lot in their
3,
discard pile. Have
4.
out
He could go to
sense.
5,
Love that
6.
play
Yeah,
from
no,
Silverfuse.
it
One
wasn't
thing,
it.
Again, so you said
It wasn't it. It wasn't it.
So, yep.
Awesome, great stuff. Well, good luck today. May you rumble many folks.
Yep, none of the bingos got done. None of the
I love
bingos.
to hear it. Shout out to the Legends of Runeterra community. Silverfuse, again, someone I've literally worked with on Legends of Runeterra events back in the day. Great to see her winning her first round here.
Yeah, it was so awesome, and it's
Good
so
on
cool to
them,
see
winning
so
that
many
first
different
round.
Communities represented within Riftbound. You know, Legends of Runeterra, one of them, and so cool to see Rumble.
All right, while
did
they're
you have fun
talking, I'm
commentating on
gonna,
game? Do you
I'm
like
gonna
seeing
quickly
games of Riftbound on stream?
use the
Do
bathroom.
I like Riftbound? That's a great question. I might like Riftbound.
Would you like some more? Is what I'm asking.
I would love.
Oh,
I
great.
would love
We have
some
some coming up
more.
right now. We have our backup match here from round 1, still in our first round here. Let's have a look at our deck list and see what matchup we have. It's going to be kicking it off with the deck we're going to be talking about quite a lot throughout the course of the tournament. It is Draven, Glorious Executioner.
Yeah, he is such a dominating force in this set, I think. But I will say, runes much more normal here with a split between both colors. There's going to be so many things to watch out for, but it's Draven. I think the #1 thing, though, is going to be his leader ability. For those who don't know, when he wins a combat, you do get to draw a card, and that can be a lot of different things, including when that fight or flight happens. We mentioned it, and we saw it a lot in our last game, but if you're able to fight or flight someone back during a showdown, it will count as a win in combat and a card draw.
A spicy piece of tech I see in this main deck, by the way. There are 3 copies of Detonate in this mid deck.
Ooh.
Kill a gear, its controller draws 2 cards. I have a feeling that's going to get pointed at Scrap Heap quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it may as well, and it's just another way to, draw more cards. We do love card draw, I would say that.
Especially in this shells, we are going to have a look at the other side of this matchup. This is deck
round
number
1 or
1.
round 2
It's
we're
Draven
jumping
versus
into.
Aurelia.
All right,
This
we
is a
got
matchup
Draven
we're gonna see
Aurelia.
Probably quite a lot this event.
Draven Aurelia.
I
Interesting.
love Aurelia.
Okay.
These two decks play very differently, though. I would like to say that Aurelia is like a protect the Madam President. This deck largely built around protecting Aurelia, and you're going to see trying to make those Zonias, those Guardian Angels, getting to the turn so we can just protect Aurelia, and she can dance around the battle.
I believe I heard Amy from the Bologna broadcast say, protect the princess, and that is what I'm going
like that
with
one. I like
for
that
Aurelia. I think that's great. Only 8 units, very standard looking Aurelia list
the
here.
princess?
There was, of
Nah,
course,
protect the
Aurelia finishing in the
president.
top 4 in Bologna.
Madam
I've looked at that
President,
deck list
Aurelia.
many times when I've been playing Aurelia, and
Oh,
this
yeah.
is looking very standard. So super excited.
Anything crazy
super
about these
excited for this
lists?
matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be
I mean, I
so
don't like the
interesting to
Aurelia
see.
list. I think you have to now play Sneaky
I'm excited
Deckhand,
to see
in
how it
my
ends
opinion.
up. I love Aurelia. Draven's
I think
an
that just
interesting
makes the
deck,
deck so much more
but I'm
playable.
sure we'll see it later as well.
I think this Draven build especially is
into the aggro
really
mirrors.
unique. Again, Detonate Main is not a card I expected to see. Treasure Trove, that's a card that usually goes in Shovel Sieve. These are cards that want you to turn through your deck at kind of maximum velocity, really committing to the I'm trying to get through as much of my cards as possible and then set up with all this recycle effects. So there's definitely lots of speeds you can build these different miracle shells. Draven is obviously the most popular version of building this kind of deck, but some decks will certainly have more units. This one is like, nah, I just need to get through my cards as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these decks are built around drawing and drawing, but
No, Teemo
as you
being on the
mentioned, we
bingo
haven't
card
seen
is the
Treasure
idea
Trove
that
as
like
much
it
with
actually
Draven
we get
itself. We're seeing,
to
like, maybe
we get to
other
see a
purple lists,
Teemo.
but
Like
not
the hope
Draven.
is we
It'll be
want
cool
to see a
see
Teemo.
how they decide to play.
We just think it's an unlikely.
All right, well, I'm very excited for that, but unfortunately, I have to issue a slight apology to you all. That is going to be our round 2. If you saw that, you did get spoiled. Just forget you ever saw anything. We're going to have a look at our round 1 deck, because that's where we still are. We saw round 1, Rumble versus Jinx, and we have a backup match to show you as well. We are going to have some deck lists on your screen in just a moment, so be patient as we do bring you up those matchups.
Oh, wait,
then
so
I'll
that
ask
was
you a
our round
question.
2 matchup?
I'm excited to see that when it happens. What are you excited to see now?
So
we don't know
now we're
what's
going to
coming
see
up.
another round 1 match.
What
Okay.
would I be excited to see? I think I have like a couple decks I would love to see. I'm a big Azir fan. Love to see Azir. I think maybe like one that we sometimes saw during set 1.
What does the color
like
caster
Volibear would
mean?
be cool. I played against
Just to
it
make, no, I
in
mean,
some
color
of,
caster
like,
is to be like the
the
knowledgeable
grassroots
one,
tournaments I played
right?
in.
Play-by-play is
I
to say
lost,
the stuff
sadly.
as it happens.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people say they lose
And
to
then to kind of set
Volibear,
up the
but it and
caster,
Leona,
the
I
color
have, like,
caster
a
for like
negative win
interesting stuff.
radiance.
I've lost to Volibear in the trial decks. I've played a lot of those decks. Taught a lot of people how to play Riftbound, which is really
The thing
fun.
is, like,
I've
card
actually
game
pointed out
coverage
that
works
one of the
very,
things I
very
consistently
differently
made a mistake of is
to,
you mentioned it actually in our first game. Where,
how
you can
people
tap
are
your
used
rune
to
and then recycle
doing,
it to a seal.
like traditional
Getting
like
that in my
gaming
brain
esporty
took
stuff.
Weeks. Like an
So there's a
embarrassing amount of
lot
time to be
more.
like,
The
oh,
problem is
that
like I can
so
tell
not
the
how I thought
casters
that
in
would
general.
work.
If
In
you
Riftbound,
watch the
there are two different
goats, if
things,
you watch
recycling,
Patrick Sullivan
and
and Cedric Phillips,
exhausting
they
your
are
thing
more
are two
than
separate
happy
things,
for
so you
Dead
can
Air
do
to
both.
exist,
Yeah,
to build
I'll agree
tension.
as well.
But
That
like
was one I
they
had
did that
a lot
for
of
like
trouble
a
with. In this
decade,
game, you
right?
can float your runes, which means that you generate energy by
The
exhausting
color caster
it
is
or
meant to be
turning
like
it
the
sideways,
super knowledgeable
and
one, right?
then you
Whereas
can
the
also
play-by-play
recycle it
is
and
the one that
generate
says
power
as things
by putting it
happen.
at the
So
bottom of your
Cedric
deck.
was the
And I
play-by-play, but
remember
obviously we all know
whenever-
Cedric
I feel like
was
all
a
of us
Pro
when we first
Tour
started playing
player.
the game, we were, like,
He's
really
a
heavy on
very,
seals,
very
and we
good
all wanted
Magic
to do it,
the
and then
Gathering
we were like, no,
player.
Seals
So
are
he
killed,
would
and then
be
obviously
doing
we're back
this.
here.
Yeah.
With so many
Whereas
seals.
Seals might be pretty
Patrick
good. So we do
was
have the deck
the
list for round 1. We have our backup match, our B match, if you will. Hey! You got it right!
Volibear! Oh no!
How did you get it
Okay.
right? It's Volibear!
whoa.
I am excited
This
about
is
this one though. There's a
a
couple
Aurora
things that we
Volibear.
can watch for.
Okay.
It is
Interesting.
an Aurora
I
list.
do like if they're gonna
but
do
I
it,
think
like
this
just
deck
go
has a
full
little bit of a
in.
different curve where we are going to be looking for some of those units prior to the Aurora, because then
Playing the signature spell is
Cad-
correct. In my
We were
opinion.
told how to spell this
Cadrigan.
card earlier. Yeah,
It's like Cadrigan.
Cadrigan.
That's what I'm running with.
Cadrigan is able to draw off these mighty units, so we'll have to see how it plays out.
Cadrigan's a
very
kind of fun
excited
card.
about
Yeah,
That card's
Volley definitely has the
getting
advantage of being
pretty
able to cast quite a few of the targets that you'd have for Aurora. So unlike maybe the MF Aurora decks or the Civ Aurora decks that I just want to play, a low number of units like 5. Well, we have 3, 6, 9. We have 12, actually 15 with the Minotaur Reckoner and then. So the hits won't be quite as high rolly, let's say, but you will consistently put good threats onto the table.
Yeah, very good threats. Big, mighty guys. That is for sure. And they definitely play a bit differently, especially coming into the set 2 with Last Rites,
Yep.
the purple Aurora list.
Yep, triple Stormspringer, triple Skysplitter. Lots of love here in this deck. Very fun one here. But we are going to come back to us.
Akshan in the Aurora mirror match is always very funny.
Volibear, not a deck I expected to see. I'm not surprised it's an Aurora variant, that I will say, but I didn't think we'd see much Volibear at all.
And we got
so
Misfortune Aurora and Miss
Oh, it's a mirror.
The one we accidentally were mentioning is going to be
almost identical to what won.
Wait,
we're playing purple as the chosen champion, not
so much
orange?
units because of that last rights
Okay.
back, but as you mentioned, much lower counts, 3 Mind Splitters, Volibear as well, 2 Volibear.
Oh, yes.
And so we're going to be able to high roll into those Mind Splitters.
Yeah, so, it's fun. I'm glad that we
There's a
teed
few
up
differences
the
between
stuff
this
with
one
Jinx
and the one that we
a bit
saw
with Draven.
at
again, no spoilers.
at the Bologna
this deck
finals.
Is actually
It's a
weirdly
few
trying
cards
to do
different.
somewhat of a similar thing. Obviously, the way you get there is very different, but the end result of having an Aurora in play with only having 5 targets
Got
and
purple
having 2
right
copies
before you
of
play
Shovel,
Aurora,
which is
but I mean,
probably
then
better
you
than
need to have
Lane
10.
last
You need to
rights.
go
You
in
can just
knowing that you've got
consistently
10 runes.
put cards back
So
into
like,
your
it's
deck
a
and
kind of
replay them over and
it's a
over
bit
again. The
janky.
best thing to replay is Mind Splitter, because if you Mind Splitter your opponent every single turn of the game,
I mean, yeah,
not
honestly,
only is it
Akshan
7
in the
life you're
sideboard's
putting
going to
on the
become
field,
like
your opponent's
mega
hand just gets
tech.
completely ripped apart.
They've
I don't
got
know if you
Fading
know this,
Memories
but trying to play a
and
game of Riftbound
Rebukes.
with 0 or 1 cards in your
I
hand
mean,
is not very fun.
Unless you're Jinx.
In a
Unless
vacuum,
you're
like
Jinx.
the
Not in this
Misfortune
matchup,
player should be
Volibear.
favored, but I mean, in fairness,
it's
the
so
Volibear player
strong.
just
We've
has
also seen,
sheer
like, an
quantity
addition
of cards,
like,
so
gear removal in
it's
set
going to be
2.
interesting.
We're running a lot more of it, I would say.
Yeah, Gus is going to be
especially,
sideboarded
but
out,
Mind
so you have to
Splitter,
bring in 2.
you're
You're
trying
bringing
to
like
high roll
Faded
up into
Memories,
that Mind Splitter
Rebuke,
on your first Dazzling
Factory
Aurora,
Recalls
and
will
be able to
come
Mind Splitter
in,
out
so you'll probably
whatever
take
would
out.
have been able to destroy your Dazzling Aurora.
All right, well, players are ready, so let's get down to the feature match here to cover an Aurora mirror of sorts. We're going to join in progress. This is game number 2. Aspirant's Climb was selected for both, and now it's Sigil of the Storm versus Obelisk here.
Game one.
It's Edrift on one side,
we're coming in
with Volibear, and
pre-sideboarded.
Steven on the right with MF. Aurora did make top 2 in Bologna. I will point out this is a deck people certainly had on their radar, but probably not the Volibear version.
Yeah, I don't think Volibear version was it. 2 Aspirant's
It
Climb
was.
in game 1. I
Okay,
don't think
so our
I've ever seen
commentators
it.
are
For those who don't know,
misinformed,
Aspirant's
or they
Climb,
don't know.
it increases the
Volibear,
amount
as we just
of
saw in the
points that you need
finals
to
while
win the game by
watching
1, so it would actually make it
Alan's
10 points for game 1.
victory
But
lap
we are
almost
going
is what
straight
it felt
into game
like.
2. These 2 battlefields, we've seen Obelisk Power
Misfortune
does
won
start
game 1.
you with an extra rune, but Sigil of the Storm, to conquer it, you're going to have to recycle
Ed Chu? Do we know Ed Chu?
specifically
What's
a
he?
rune,
What is
not
he
a gold.
famous for?
And
Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh,
they're kind
Magic.
of
I don't know if he even plays
counter
Magic.
battlefields almost, it seems like.
Yeah, it is kind of the opposites of each other. I mean, this is kind of a classic in Volibear. It was actually, funnily enough, one of the battlefields in the trial deck. Volibear, of course,
Riftbound,
whenever you play a
Legendary
mining
Terra.
unit, you get to put a Channeler Rune Exhausted.
Unless
from the
they're in
top
like
of
a
your rune
tiny
deck.
magic
That is a
sphere,
very
I
nice
just
way
don't
to
know who
mitigate
people are.
the downside of Sigil of the Storm, where your opponent does not get that luxury. And as you pointed out, it is not pay a power. It is recycle one of your runes. So you are, if you want to go there, you are going to be forced to pay the price.
Lorcana.
Yeah, very important.
A game I played
in,
the
set
first
2
2
where
sets
we now
of
have
and then
gold
dropped.
that can pay the power, but
all these
Sadly.
seals running around.
yeah,
Can't do
seals
that
as
either.
well. You can't use
Top
those.
5.
and
Oh,
it'll be interesting to see
damn.
what they
Okay.
decide to mulligan. I did.
I'm assuming
see,
that. I'm assuming
that
because the Ed is
Steven had
Ed.
a punch first
Oh
in
no.
the end. We
Oh
are
god,
mulliganing
we've
after
moved the
that,
play
but punch
map.
first is
Oh,
plus
oh
five.
god, everything's all over the
And
place.
it's
Oh,
definitely something that they would want, I feel like,
Wait,
against
oh
these
god, the
huge,
camera's
mighty units of Volibear.
trying
I see
to.
Aurora for the one
Did
Aurora
they
player,
get
so
it
that's
back in
a good
place? I
start
don't
there
know
for
what
Steven, who
happened.
did win game number 1. I may add again. We are joining
No,
in progress
Aurelia is
here
actually
in game
round
number
2. We
2.
just got
So
like
it is
shown
3
it
runes
early.
channel and a pass from Steven into 4 runes channel here for
Intense
Edrift
shuffling has to be
into
good.
confront.
I mean,
cycling
these
that
guys are
dead.
playing
Not gonna ready
pretty
anything,
quick.
just wants to draw another card. Again, both players are speed running to play the first Aurora.
Yeah, they have. Oh my
I
gosh, they have
do
so
like
many pretty Nexus
the
Knight
Misfortune
runes
sleeves.
on
I
the
will
Misfortune
say,
side.
I do
but
like it on the
confront-
runes.
It was basically to draw
That's not
a
the Spirit
card here.
Force ones, is
we
it?
do have the Dazzling Aurora on Steven's side. He's at 5. We were able to play. I mean, we were able to play Catalyst of Aeons, which is really nice to ramp up here for 2 more runes. And we're just trying to get to 9 runes as fast as possible to be able to play that Aurora.
You know what 7 plus 2 is?
9.
It is 9, and I see 6 runes exhausted thanks to that catalyst. I see 1 over there. I see 2 more channeled onto the battlefield, and here I see an Aurora. Plop down onto the battlefield here for Steven. Gonna win the race to play the big gear.
That is a rough. Getting it immediately down. We'll have to see what he hits. I'm not sure if Edrift has a Dazzling Roar in hand as well, but if he hits Mind Splitter, but it's Volibear. Where's your high roll now?
I mean, still pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, both hits are good. That's the nice thing about this version of the deck.
I mean,
Right? You only play
Volibear
5 units, so if they
basically
get strength in
wins
hand,
most of the
it can
combat, so
become a
like, I
feels
don't
bad
think
for Aurora,
Volibear's a
but
bad thing here. And once you go onto a
Akshan!
battlefield, it
Gonna take
basically
Aurora!
forces it. Like,
That's
Oh, the action!
So yeah, so
It
Akshan,
steals
such an
it!
interesting card. You're able
Oh
to
my
take control of your
god.
opponent's
1,
gear until the
2.
Akshan
There we
dies.
go,
So
man.
you thought Steven had
There we
Aurora.
go.
Joke's on you. Ed has it now.
And now we get to play
We're
ours.
going to get to use it. Once
Right.
we hit, we see another Dazzling Aurora.
Oh, they get the Minotaur. Ah, it's like the worst one.
A lot of the
Oh,
movement
it
cards
was
that this
looking
purple
so good, and then
Misfortune
it didn't.
also has.
Ah.
Actually, a card that seems a decent amount of decks here if they're in the Fury
It is
domain.
very-
You have
yeah,
time to
it's
the
super
exact
good,
text
Chad.
on that 5-might.
Oh my
drop.
god,
Not the
that's
biggest hit in the game. This Volibear
crazy.
deck is kind of playing a more medium set of units and playing way more of them. But stealing your opponent's Aurora, I thought it was Jova. It may be, but for the other player. Volibear going to go to the Obelisk though and get the first point. 10 might, it's a 12 drop, but 10 might if you go somewhere else. I draw a card.
Oh, the Faded
And there's-
Memories.
goodness.
Wait.
Fading Memories.
No, you
And
Faded
yeah, let's
Memories
get
the
a- we're gonna read her on
action.
stream for the first time.
No.
Yeah, Fading Memories makes a gear be
Ephemeral? Temporary?
temporary. That's the word.
Isn't
Yeah, at least I'm 97% sure. Yeah, temporary.
Fading Memories
gear
is
or
definitely
units. So we're
give a
making
unit
the
at a
Dazzling
battlefield
Aurora.
or gear
Basically, Steven's
temporary.
having to kill his
Yeah, you
own
just do it on the
Aurora here,
action, and the
but
action
it
gives back
will
the gear.
finish
Oh wait,
off
it's not
his turn before it
equipped.
dies.
So yeah, no,
Yes,
you
that's
have to
at
do
the
it onto
beginning
the
phase,
yeah,
which
because
obviously is at the
action
start
says
of
if
the
it's
turn,
equipped.
fit
Yeah,
things
yeah, yeah.
like,
So yeah.
Sprite Mother that make a
Yeah,
sprite,
Abchan,
which is
yeah.
also
So you have to
temporary. We
do
saw a
the
decent amount of
thing.
in Origins. It's give a unit at a battlefield or a gear temporary. Notably, the gear doesn't have to be at the battlefield because it can't. There's no way. I don't think yet. Maybe an equipment. Anyway, I'm not going to think about the potential complexities of gear being a
No, you're right,
battlefield.
chat.
I'm
You're
just gonna
right.
say
You're
that,
right. You're right,
correctly
chat.
noted by us today that gear is now gone as
It was.
Sabotage.
We're
Gonna be
playing game
floated
2.
on over.
Misfortune's already a
Interesting
game
enough,
up.
It will take out another. I'm assuming.
Sabotage.
It may take out another Dazzling Aurora.
If it doesn't, I'm going to give you $10.
Yeah, I think he's taking it out. Remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, there's 109%
Got
sure. And it is going to
recycled.
go to the bottom of his
The
deck.
make it
MF
more bigger,
player
more
does
dramatic.
not trigger our bingo. It's
Yeah,
okay.
But we have our own Dazzling Aurora now. We already spent the
Okay.
Fading Light.
We get rid of
So
his Dazzling
What is Steven
Aurora.
going to have here to take
Now
on
we'll
this
play our own
on
Dazzling
X side?
Aurora.
I mean, Volibear's still on the battlefield.
Volibear
that is
can't
good.
move,
Again, if you go to
remember,
the other
chat.
battlefield,
Volibear is
Steven's gonna draw some
stuck
cards,
there.
It feels pretty good for any player, really, but
Yeah.
Aurora's going to be happy to
I don't mind just
get to the next
passing.
Aurora, because we've already seen
I actually
two
really don't mind
go by
passing as the
wayside.
Volibear
One's on the
player.
bottom of the deck, one is in the trash.
Yeah.
After getting
Unless we
clipped by
really
Fading
want to
Memories.
kill the
So actually gonna
Volibear.
go over
Okay,
to
so
the
we let
sigil.
the
Gonna go ahead and recycle a rune.
other guy draw
No
cards.
discount yet from the Volibear Legend, but did trigger off the Minotaur earlier and is going to trigger, in fact, probably going to trigger off the Dazzling Aurora.
Aurora.
Akshan is a hit that does not trigger. There's another
Oh,
Akshan.
there's
That's a
nothing-
miss.
Akshan
quote
comes
unquote.
in,
Yeah,
and then we
sad.
pass.
Yeah, with no gear on the other side. What is Akshan really doing here, sadly?
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
swinging in.
You're
Yeah,
absolutely
he's
right. We
still
can
full
tap,
line.
move it
He's still
across.
full
That's why I
line.
just.
Better than nothing.
That's why I don't really
Doesn't
understand
get a
the
doesn't get
Volibear
a
player,
channel,
like
does get
the
some
Volibear
more,
player. I feel like you
material
just
on board.
stay
I
in
can't imagine
base,
there's
let
more
them go to
than
2,
options, though.
then a
So at
3,
least the
and then
next
if you
hit,
hit like a
surely
big
we're
thing,
next,
you
right?
can
Gotta
potentially
gamble
just
a
go,
little.
cool,
Surely
I'll
the
just
next hit
kill the
is
Misfit,
going to
I'll
be a
kill
big one.
the
As Volibear continues to mount up
Volibear
points here for
next
Steven.
turn,
It's
and just
2-1
have
right now
value.
in that regard. Is stack deck going to be put on the chain?
Because now we know the
Yeah, I
MF
think-
player is now digging as
Yeah,
hard
you're
as they
right.
can to
Dazzling
find their
is
Aurora.
very
Orders
good
just like
for Las
try and
Vegas,
find
or
a
should
way to
say
not like
fits
fall
the
super out of
theme.
line.
It does look like there is
You know?
still 9 runes up though for Misfortune, so we are digging for that third.
Challenge is an interesting one. What
third
did they take here? Was that
Dazzling
Cold
Aurora
Shot?
in Steven's deck. To note, if we can find a called shot, this is a really interesting part of set
He did
2,
take the Cold
is
Shot.
that because called shot doesn't take an energy, but takes a rune from what we were talking about earlier with floating, you can actually use both of the called shots triggers, float the 2 runes.
They are 0 and
after
0,
cycle the
these
2, but
players.
you would still be able to technically
You are able
have the
to
9
confirm that by
energy,
looking
that you
here.
would need to
And
make
yeah. Some of this overlay is
Dazzling
really
Aurora.
nice, I will
Definitely
say.
way to find
Some
it
of this
there.
overlay
Just,
needs a little bit more
Took
work.
a little double
but,
take
like,
there.
I'm a
How did
big
Volibear get
fan
over
of
there?
that.
He does not have ganking. Misfortune, of course. We don't talk about this much
He
when we talk about
conquered, so he's
Aurora,
gonna have
but
to
it does come up every
cycle.
now and then. You can
Did he
give your
cycle,
units
chat,
ganking
or
and
did I
kind of
miss
go
that?
from battlefield to battlefield. So now going to go ahead on the sigil. Is going to have to recycle one, but last right's going to be the play here.
Yeah, it does look like
Did I miss the
mean, I love her
Conquer
ganking. I
cycle?
think it's one of the reasons that she's such a strong leader for Dazzling Aurora. But yeah, last right's coming down. We don't see the recycle from it yet, but there is going to be that called shot. 2 more, and I think I
I don't
saw
know what that
the
first one
Aurora.
was.
Yeah,
It was
not going to be
quick.
playable this turn because last right's already ate some of the
Oh,
energy.
that's a
we
hard
otherwise
bargain.
committed, but given that
Was it a hard
there's already a
bargain
Volibear in
take?
play that's doing just really being a menace on this
Oh, yeah.
battlefield at 10 might. I mean, there's going to be enough on the other
Oh,
side.
so now this guy's
Maybe
playing like
the
turn,
right way
but,
round. Like
there's
they're not
the
doing
shooting is likely,
at
does have
all
Fury
how they
obviously
were
holding
told
up.
to do
Just
things.
while
Like
playing a
discard
little bit,
piles are
decided that,
back
you know what,
below.
I've only got one Aurora trigger before bad things happen to me. That might actually just be enough.
And it looks like we're actually be playing a Dead Bloom to the base, which is very
Yeah.
unique.
This little
Well,
Riftbound
not
logo
unique,
represents the
very rare,
win.
I feel like, for Dead Bloom. He has a very interesting
Another one.
ability where when he's played, you can play him if there's another unit in the battlefield, like that your opponent has.
My opponent just
to
went
immediately start
Dead
a
Bloom,
showdown. But
pass,
we are gonna be
get
playing a
another
base
Dead
just with
Bloom,
that
go.
extra might, start
I mean, that
building
volley
it up
bear's
here,
probably dying.
and hopefully be able to deal with the volley bear in these upcoming turns.
Yeah, got to crack through the volley. So it's 2 points a turn right now, thanks to MF just with one unit, which is pretty spectacular as far as
1,
rates
2,
go.
3,
Already got one for
4,
holding. As we
5,
noted,
6,
MF,
7,
that legend
8,
exhaust can
9.
give ganking over to the big teddy bear.
We know the
Walk
opponent has
back
double
over to
punch
the
first
opposite
from
power, and we know
our
the roll is there for
sabotage
Steven.
earlier, so we know
It's
this volley bear is going to
slightly
get
better odds to hit a mind splitter than the
absolutely
volley bear, for what it's
massive.
worth. So if you do feel like you want to rip cards out of your opponent's hand, you can get that going there here as well.
This
Of course,
volley
if
bear
you
is
don't
just
know,
holding
simply,
dancing
whatever's on the
to
top
and
of the
from.
deck.
Oh,
And I can't imagine we don't
another
really
Aurora
put
has been
Aurora
found.
here. I'm going to have some extra runes
1,
ready.
2,
5.
3,
Is that
4,
10,
5,
11?
6,
My
7,
brain
8,
is
9. Well, I mean, you
hurting
slam the
as I try to get
Aurora.
through the beautiful
You
borders
just slam
of
it.
these runes, but Aurora, you know what? I'll decide
Aurora
Steven.
number 3.
How much does this cost and how much do you have left at the end? The answer is 0.
It looks like we're going to use, all of our runes here to get down Dazzling Aurora, but you don't need to have
Volley
runes to
bear,
play a
big
card
boy,
here.
number
Dazzling Aurora,
two.
including a second volley
Do it.
bear.
Electric
Reinforce, let's go.
Boogaloo.
Oh my god.
Can you beat 20
is that,
might?
like,
Yes, I have 20 might on my
24?
battlefield.
Oh, yeah, shield.
I
Because
will
he's got
smash
plus
in.
2 shield. Like,
8,
plus is
16,
24 in that obelisk of power.
21.
We
You can just go
currently
in with that plus the
have-
2 Minotaurs, and then the Misfortune
What is
has
it,
to figure
6?
something
oh,
else
it's, oh god,
out.
it's 26. He's plus 3.
Oh,
I was giving him plus 2 with
Because
it.
you know they
He's
don't have any
26.
runes up for
25, I
punch
believe.
first,
8,
so you
16,
can
20 plus
just
the
kill.
5
If you
minute,
want to
I believe
keep the
25.
Minotaur around,
Oh, yeah,
you do something else. If you've got a punch
That's
first, I
somehow not
can't
enough.
see the
That's
volley
what I
bear's
didn't think
hand,
in
and
the
I
sentence
can't
would
recall
say
what they've
after playing all
got.
these dead blooms and triggering Aurora for ourselves, but it's rough out there sometimes. These big teddy bears are really dominating the battlefield, and maybe all you need is two
Kerrigan.
10
What was the others?
That are a bit bigger
Is that
on
like
defense to get
another
the job done. And
Dead
again,
Bloom?
If you want to try and get points on the other side, you can.
All
But
right,
you're
so
gonna
yeah,
just
we're
let
gonna
your
just
opponent draw
draw
cards as category.
1, 2,
It's
3, 4
category,
cards.
And he draws for each mighty
Up with
unit.
this,
That
so then we get a
Minotaur,
new one.
It's not Sean.
Everyone but Ak.
But yeah, and then the
1,
2 Dead Blooms, that
2,
and himself, I'm 97%
3,
sure. So
4.
Yes.
that's going to be 4 cards here that Ed
Oh
is
yeah, it
going
goes
to
to
draw.
16, doesn't it?
It's going to be actually insane here for Ed to get those, and then we'll have to see if he's able to pull anything from there. It
Oh,
looks
yeah,
like
it
we're going
gets
to
shield
go
plus
to in their
3.
turn, though, triggering the Dazzling Aurora and another
All right, no, it was
Dead
not
Bloom,
another.
which we'll
I can't
play
see that.
debates.
That
So now the interesting thing
hands.
is, going to go to 6 from holding here for Steven.
So annoying.
Does going to 7 matter? Aurora is a deck that holds
Yeah,
quite
it is
often,
clean.
as far as things go. I drew a Mind Splitter off the top, by the way,
Tons
which
of
is
body runes, I like,
incredibly
yeah.
good here, because we already played our final Aurora. So we're going to
All right,
Mind
so
Splitter into
6.
Mind Splitter here. Going to give ganking to
He's
the bear.
thinking.
Not yet. Making some decisions. Floating a rune. Volley bear goes
7.
over. Going to get point number 7. Again, holding feels like a way.
And now you just hold up double punch
keep
first,
staying in this game
right?
or win this game at this point. So it's just a matter of what else do you want to do? Do you want to commit the splitter? Do you want to hold up all your interaction? We have a bullet time. We have
You got
punch
bullet
first,
time
we
as
have
well.
fight or
You
flight.
just hold
There's a
up
lot of
that
ways to
plus
kick
the
these
double
big
punch
mighty
first
units
plus
away.
the
And
bullet
if
time.
Ed
You
can't
just
get in
can't
here,
lose, right?
The game's just going to end.
Yeah,
How many
my only
runes has he
question
got?
Is I'm not
Let me
sure that
count.
the full text Minotaur. I'm not
1,
sure if he can
2,
push
3,
your own,
4,
our, like, our
5,
units
6,
back
7,
here,
8.
but it may be that
So
Minotaur's only from your
he
opponent.
can make a
It
volley
is
bear
everyone.
plus
You are
3,
correct. Bring up
13. A
Minotaur and
punch
just
first means he needs to
Refresh
go in with
ourselves on the text
triple
one
Dead
more
Bloom.
time. Units can't move to base. You are correct. You cannot
So-
go home.
Fight or flight, therefore, is not an option here for Steven. So just to keep a note, because
Hello.
Misfortune loves fight or flight. All of Purple does, and Minotaur says no, ma'am.
Yep, no, absolutely not. So punch first, I believe 2 copies of that, a Mind Splitter, a Last Rites, a Fight or Flight, a Hard Bargain, and a Bullet Time. Always a fun
Ouch.
one, especially in the end game when you gotta do some shooting.
Yeah,
I don't know what
Misfortune,
cards they
a
had
lot
in
of times,
there.
like,
All right, they got a
against Aurora, you like
challenge.
have to try to hold into your last point, and Bullet Time is not good for that. If you try to hold
The
against
casting
Misfortune, she's able to.
If you had a clear, you absolutely
pay her
take the
runes
clear.
to increase the damage to each of the units, and it
100%.
can completely wipe a battle.
Yeah, using every part of our deck here, by the way. I've seen the
100%. I mean,
Legend
you know they're
activate a
about
couple
to
times.
play
Now
my
the champ's
splitter.
coming
Oh,
out. This is
God,
Mind
right off the
Splitter
top.
off the Aurora, which we, of course, knew was going to happen. Now going to take the best spell in
Oh,
the hand.
can I
There
read-
is some
they
decent
kept
targets
that
here.
in?
Sky Splitter
That doesn't
challenge.
do
I mean,
anything in
probably
this
one of the removal
matchup.
spells if I had to guess, because again, to remind you all,
Like, it's
7
smaller
points
than
to
all their
1
big
when you have
units.
2 big units holding each battlefield. Sigil, you only need to hold
And I
on
guess
to
if
one
you
more
don't have
point
anything
to
else
get it
to
done.
take
That Mind Splitter
out,
did reinforce on the Sigil, by the way, but doesn't have to
Guy
reset the wound
Splitter
because you
is
haven't conquered. You've simply been
5.
chilling there for most of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be nice, and it is going to bring up that side.
Now that removes that,
20
so
might
they
as
only
well,
have to, they'd have to worry
we
about
know
mind
that Steven
splitters.
has extra in his hand.
So I don't know if there's enough to punch through. Excuse the awful unintentional pun.
Unintentional?
It was. It was actually unintentional. I did work with Freak for quite a while, but that one is unintentional. So we can do some math once again. Right now, it is 10 plus.
I mean, you got a
that's easy.
bunch
That's
here.
20.
You just got to
7
figure
plus
out,
3
do
for
you
the
have an
shield and the
actual
10
enough?
naturally on the Volibear. That's 20 on one side versus 13 on defense on the other. So let's again go over what the other side.
The problem is you've got to try it. You've got to conquer both these battlefields, because if they get the hold, if they're at 6, it's a totally different game.
Is going to hurt. Challenge is a really nice.
7 points is the issue here.
Where you're able to basically
7 points.
send your might as an attack to the other.
You could go in
unit,
with.
selected, and then they send it back as well. So we could have flooded like one
Kerrigan's
battlefield
9
and
mites,
then
so you
tried
could
to
look to go in with Kerrigan onto just one
I'm not sure
Volibear.
I don't think he had a second.
And trying to force.
To be able to do it now.
Okay, so
because your punch first, the punch first is trading with the Sky Splitter. So how do you do this?
Is it 8 each for Deadblin or 6?
I think it's.
Go Kerrigan plus
8.
Action. Kerrigan,
8, 16,
Action,
24 plus 9.
Minotaur.
That's 32.
No, you can't throw the Minotaur in.
33.
Oh god.
Yep, 33 plus 4 is 37 plus
Oh,
5.
you've got to do so
42.
much just to
That's
kill
a lot
one
of might.
Volibear, but I don't
Category is a
understand how you
9
get through
and
the other
Deadblin was
one.
an 8. I believe I have done the math correctly. I believe there's 42 combined might on Edrift's side.
I do think Cadrigan is 9. Either way.
I'm looking at it.
Now I'm like, I like suddenly can't remember.
So enemy
looks like an
side
8 from
has
It's a
20
9.
on one
Category
and
is a
13
Oh,
on
I'm
other,
blue,
plus
and it
another.
looks like an 8 from here.
It's an 8. So if that's
Problem
all
is,
true,
if
That's
you
a lot
ever
of
put
might.
the
42, the answer to a lot of
Minotaur
questions
in
become very
danger,
meaningful here. So that is enough to break one of
um,
these battlefields. But
you
do
just
need
know
to
that the
kick
fight or
both
flight becomes
all
active,
units
so you
off
can't
all
ever throw the
battlefields.
Minotaur
Very
in ahead
true,
of time.
yeah, and so we'll have to see what they're
You know
able
they've
to
got
do
double
here.
punch first
I mean,
from the
you said
sabotage
could
that you had
take one
done,
side.
but then
we do have to be
you're just
wary
at
of
a
those
point
punch
where you're
first and-
basically like, okay,
I mean,
so my
Ed
opponent can double
kind
punch
of
first,
has
but if
to
I
not
ever put my
care what's in
Minotaur,
hand
which is how
in
I
the
can get
case
over
that
the line, and they have a fight or flight and it dies,
it's the
I
last
lose.
turn, he can't really wait any longer. So he's going to have to punch into it and see what comes down. It looks like we are bringing
Oh, Snap
down,
Vine.
yeah, Carnivorous Snapvine. He's able to deal his might as an attack
We're just
to
gonna do
one
this to
of
hit
the
something?
units in the battlefield. Doesn't look like it's going
Okay.
to kill anything here.
So
It
we're
will
doing
die
this to hit
itself, but it will be
6.
extra damage that
And then
is
we're gonna
calculated
just,
into the showdown.
Yeah, we just have to
Oh my
mark 6
god, we're
damage,
just playing
6
the other one.
again, going
Okay,
for
so we're just doing
once
this
more.
double
So
hit
remember, one of the Volibears has
Volibear.
deflect. This one
Kill
has
a
shield.
Volibear.
Shield, as we pointed out, not good if you're not actually getting attacked.
Okay.
So we're going to clear that out with 2 Snap Vines, even channeled on extra.
I think this is now enough.
And then we are going to move in onto these 2 different battlefields. And all of a sudden, it is 13 versus 13 and 7 might onto, not 20 and 13.
7,
Yeah.
14.
Big difference.
Huge difference, and it's going to be at least nicer to go into. We still have to worry about, I mean, 4,
7.
5 runes on Steven's side, but I mean, we may have the might to do it now.
As you pointed out, though, you can't play around everything.
Exactly.
So now it has to decide.
It's
what do I think I
not
can play around?
reaction
There's
speed,
2
so
we
you
know
can't
there are
actually
2 punch
respond
bursts
to
in
the
Steven's
trigger
hand.
from Carnivorous
So you're gonna
Snap
move
Vine.
in with
Sadly.
21 might, 9 17, and then 4 is 21.
If punch
so,
first
good
was
number of lives.
reaction speed,
21 versus
totally
7 certainly
different
going to
story.
seem big enough, and 10 plus 7 is only 17.
Yeah.
21 is still a bigger number than that.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to be fighting
Oh.
work here.
That doesn't work. Yep. Points to the Minotaur!
Oh, Steven didn't
Ouch.
realize.
And that is going to be fight or flight stopped by the Minotaur.
Not a legal target.
It's
little rewindy.
Yeah, I don't know if they, but yeah. So it does get stopped. Misfortune
You cannot
loves
do
it.
that. Yeah, sorry. You cannot fight or flight a unit back to base here, as you pointed out.
Yeah, you can't fight or flight him back because of that ability of the Minotaur, really stopping to some of the
Does
kits
the
that
card get
Misfortune
counted?
relies so heavily on, and it does look like Steven was depending on.
Yeah, I feel like it should
Yeah,
just
looks like we are
fizzle.
gonna
Like you
have-
try and
I
cast the
assume a
card
little
and
bit of
it's just
discussion
not
here
allowed to
between the judges
happen.
at the table,
But then
in
nothing
general, It
happens.
feels like that's a spot where, play didn't realize usually typically finds a rewind in spots like that. I'm certainly not going to speculate. I'm simply going to
I
commentate
definitely
the game
Jibs
as it
agree.
continues on.
I
It
feel
looks
like they
we
need
have
to
rolled
just
back
go,
to,
nope, smack,
Steven's
slap.
action on
It just
Showdown
gets
as well,
discarded.
and I'll see what Steven wants to do. Because as we pointed
Kind
out,
of like when
needs, quite
in
a
Magic
lot
the
to
Gathering there's a
overcome,
card called Chalice of the
this 7
Void,
versus
and if
now
you play the
21
card
rolling
into
in.
Chalice,
And as
your
we
card gets
kept reading
counted
math,
and
it
it
is only
goes
13
away,
with
even
the
if you're
shield
like,
on the
oh
Volibear
yeah,
side,
that's a
and there is,
mistake.
more than 13
You fucked up.
waiting in base.
Yeah, to note though, it is not 13.
Yep, this is
if
the
we set
dazzling
Carnival
mirror
Challenge in
match.
Misfortune's hand, but it's only a 10 in
Yes, that
challenges
is
if
true.
we see that come across. It is only a 10 if we have more damage come down, but it is 13 if we end up going in with the 16 of the Dead Bloom, or 21, as you mentioned, with the Minotaur.
A lot of
I
21.
mean,
I guess
now
42 does split quite
the volley
evenly
player knows, okay,
into
my
21,
line of
so,
playing
two pretty
around
good takes here.
everything
Mine
was
Squid is
correct.
gonna go
All right,
bye-bye.
6, 12,
And,
so
he's just
6,
gonna start
18.
crawling back into this game. Again, Steven is at
No, 8,
7
16.
points today.
Oh,
Yep,
and mine's
go in here, and then we smack both of... Oh my god, he got a
basic
second? I didn't
free.
realize he had a
Just cost
second
the
one.
power.
Just
the
one.
Fury power.
Oh,
Yeah, just
well,
the Fury Power, because it discounts
okay.
based on the highest might that you have. So we have
I didn't
more
realize
than
he had a
8
second
might
one of
units
these.
on our
Okay,
board,
now it
and
explains
so
everything.
Spectre, only the power is going to be
Game's
able to kill
over.
the Volley Bear,
GG.
or at least put 5 damage on the
I
Volley
would
Bear,
definitely
and
put
so
the
we are gonna
other,
go in, and take it out.
That was nice.
Oh,
I
okay,
guess,
we're gonna
as
play
you
the
pointed out
Kerrigan
a few
to
times,
that
Shield
battlefield,
only
fair
works
enough.
when you're getting
Okay.
attacked, and removal spells do ignore
1,
that
2,
fact.
3,
Cataman
4,
coming
5,
down
6.
off the Aurora. Lots of cards getting drawn here. All of a sudden, this game has turned completely around for Adrift.
Alright.
This is really nice. And then the question is,
I want to
can
like
we come
fast
back
forward
and-
now through this game, because
Ed
now
has
the
a lot
Misfortune
more
player
units
looks
in
at their
his-
hand and
in
just
his-
goes, ah,
in his deck than Misfortune
I have no
does.
way.
We just got
That looks like
3
game.
sent to the discard pile. Obviously, Last Rites does have some options to bring them back into the game, but Ed is going to have a lot
I mean, the
of might here
double
trying to hold.
snap
And there's a
vine
potential that he
into
could
killing a
hold all
volley
of
bear
them.
into
Certainly could,
having
and
the
after
double
look at
sky
bullet
splitter.
time real quick here, 'cause that, of course, is the
It's one of
signature
those
spell
spots where it's like, it
Misfortune.
looks really
That
good,
was
but if he doesn't have like
basically deal damage
that
to all
kind of
enemies at
sequence
a
and does
battlefield.
exactly
A battlefield,
that,
only
it's,
one, notably not both.
I don't know.
Which is pretty important
Still
in this
feels,
spot. Not
still feels like
untapped
kind of
power.
whatever,
Deal one for
you
each
know.
rune you decide
Still feels
to
like it's like,
recycle when you
okay,
play this. So I think
sure.
it's one base, and then you can
You
just
have the
basically say
cards.
how many runes
You have a
do
lot
want
of
to send to the
cards.
bottom. Now, if you're gonna win,
You have
when
infinite
cast the
cards.
spell, you
Your
just
hand
chuck
is
them all
bigger
to the
than-
bottom. That feels pretty good.
Well, your hand
You're
is
gonna need a
almost as
pretty
big as your
high
deck at
number
this
to
point.
clear these battlefields without any other effects, which I guess Ed right now has no runes up, so probably nothing you have to worry about. Court of Glory not going to be a thing. Wallop not going to be a thing here. So you can channel a decent number here and clear one of these battlefields if you channel.
God, I mean,
9,
this is a mind
which is
split
lot.
just to get
Instead, you can
information
start
from
by
the
mind
opponent.
here and just taking the card away. As that's a pretty big hand thanks to those double cat.
No, you give your opponent a point.
I love the 2
No.
rows of cards.
Having the other Kerrigan in hand is
I
actually
had a
really
little
nice for the
laugh
volley
at it,
player.
but there's a couple
That's
things
never
here, like,
getting
maybe
played
you
now.
want to look at. There's that third Cadrigan that
Like,
could be
never
for
getting
draw,
played.
But with already, 3, 4 of our units of our 5 being played, that Thermo Beam might be, the card we have to discard here, because otherwise Last Rites could be gone, and then how do you get them back into your deck to continue the game?
Yeah, would take out the Aurora as well, but at this point, feels like you kind of got enough out of the Aurora. You know your opponent doesn't have that many units. They're going to run out relatively soon. You don't really want them recycling them all. You obviously have more hits you could go for, but I actually kind of like Thermo Beam as an option here, so might be something that Steven is priced into, but sort of Stormbringer, Volley Signature Spell, Minotaur Reckon are going to be the one already shutting off the fight or flight we saw Steven try to cast earlier. So apparently does
definitely
not
play
want
the
that
backup
effect anywhere
Reckon,
near this game.
like
Unfortunately, that's a
100%.
backup copy in Ed's hand.
There's a backup copy in hand, but there's also a backup copy on the board already. It's in the base, so fairly safe, you could say.
No, if you
And
don't deck
Ed
out,
was
you just
very
shuffle.
careful to make sure he did not move it
You
in
just failed
either
to
of these
find,
battlefields
basically.
where it could potentially be taken out by bullet time, could be taken out by
Unless
a
I'm
unit moving up
misremembering how
into
Aurora
the
works.
battlefield, and I think it's a key here to continuing to win for Ed.
He just
I know
asks
there's
you to
this split
flip
correct. I
over, but
think
you're not drawing
Steven's gone
cards
through
explicitly.
Now unit number 5 at this point. Gonna
At
get splitted
the
again, so
end
now can
of
take
your
the beam.
turn, reveal cards from the
knew
top
that
of your
this was gonna
deck
happen,
and put
so
them in.
was able to strip 2 cards away on this turn.
Play it,
no
ignoring
matter
its cost,
what.
yeah. So now
Trying
you
to
just
remember if
reveal
I've seen
cards.
3
You don't
Mind
actually have
Splitters
to
too.
like
Obviously,
draw.
last
So
get them back,
drawing
good
is
call.
what
That's the-
gets
that
you
Therm's gonna
forces
hit
your
the bin.
opponent to
Yeah,
do
there
it.
goes the
You're just
Thermo
revealing,
Beam.
so because of that, you
Try
don't
and
actually
pick
end up
Last
giving your
Rites
opponent. So you don't have to
I
thermal
think
beam or do
there's
anything
something so
crazy like
interesting about
that.
this Aurora list. Right? Last set we saw 9, sometimes more. I mean, Ed's list has a lot more units in it, and one way that deck would lose was you would run it out of units. And here, Misfortune going down to 5 units has even more
35
of the risk,
minute.
really relying on that last
yeah,
right to bring them
that
back
is
in.
The other thing, though,
rough.
is like, do you even have enough stuff? like, there's just more might total in Edge's deck. There's playing more units, and they're huge.
Yeah, I mean, I would say in Misfortune.
Yeah, this is
really
game
rely
2,
on
but like the
big
chance of them
line Volley
actually
Bear, but what
finishing
about when you're
the
against
series
Volley
is
Bear?
like
I don't
stupid.
know. Reckon are going to come down.
I don't think.
Bunch of
By the way,
people
I
getting
don't
turned
think
off
this
here
clock
thanks
is
to these two
accurate.
Minotaurs.
Yeah, unless
There's
they
a
actually have
James Conley
already
in
done
base.
both games in this
5
time
points for
frame.
holding.
But I
from
swear
3
we
to
came
5
over to this and
transfer
this
from
was like
holding to
40.
presumably
I'm
go
actually
to
just going to
7.
double check.
deck.
when he played it. So I think it's 1 base and 2 10.
So yeah. So
Yeah, we came over, and this was like 40 something. Yeah, we came over in 46.
I mean,
so maybe they played game 1 in 40 minutes.
spot, I think.
Maybe.
Looks like Ed is playing
I think that's unlikely, but
I think, yeah.
maybe.
Okay, so that was from hand.
Yep. From base. That one moved in.
Oh, from base. Okay, sorry. So we're just...
Is there anything else to play? I guess you're playing so many units in this Volibear deck.
Oh,
nope.
nothing.
That's everything.
Out. Did we just... Ouch.
Something in hand, perhaps? I'm trying to count. I think there's 15 units in the main deck, but we are in game 2, so some might have been sided out.
Yeah, he did have another Minotaur in hand. He had another Cadrigan in hand. He had...
Oh, you're right. That seems like most of them. Yeah,
so it does seem like they're mostly in his
So
hand.
next time we're going to just slam the big one.
I'm trying to think if there's like any way that he can recycle them back into his deck as well if they're in the discard pile. And I'm not sure.
I don't think so, but we'll have to keep our eyes peeled perhaps for something like that. I think it is very telling that this Minotaur is important for Edric to hang around. We know Challenge can snipe a Minotaur in the back, but not both of them if you only have one copy of that card. So really,
we're a little bit off at the moment, actually, of even casting big Volibear number.
Right? Like,
whatever.
Red is really good
doesn't matter.
at getting your Aurora out early, which is exactly what your deck wants to do. Doesn't really do anything once we've churned through basically all the Auroras in the game.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, everything's pre-recorded. Everything's on a time lapse.
Once you've already gone through them, what is this
7, 14,
what are
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
What are you going to do? I will say, I guess there's some world where, like, we don't have 2 rooms down if we ever want to play the Volibear in our spot.
Unless I'm really bad at math, this is less than 26.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, like, are there any other Volibears in his deck? I don't think so. And it's like the one time you would want your chosen
go in
guy
with
to
this double
Aurora.
punch first, and then ask the Volibear player to find ganking.
As well to bring him in.
And because of his Minotaurs, he can't pull back, so he'd have to kill his Minotaurs,
which allows him to come in
which would trade with Misfortune or trade with, like, a Mind Splitter. And then he could pull back, and then... Has he got a way of readying his units?
Have to try and make
Confront doesn't ready units, right?
And I don't think you can win this game.
It just lets them
by
come
double concrete,
in.
Which means you're now trying to win by holding. And if you're trying to win by holding, you have to break one of these battlefields first. So we're going to pump up a Mind Splitter here with Punch first. That's going to go from 7 to 12 power.
We're starting with a punch first.
So 12 might on this one. It does. So both battlefields.
We do have a
top battlefield is.
I did the math already.
Oh, you did? Oh, 25. And then the bottom one is 1 left.
17 plus 4, 21.
21. Okay, you've already done it. Yeah, we're not fully there yet. I'm glad you did the math.
We did challenge Cadrigan though. So
oh, Swan's dead.
Out of there.
Still 12 down there.
Gets punched by the big Mind Splitter. Rumbling on in.
Okay.
Hello, my giant Mind Splitter would like to take out your units. You only have 8 plus 4. That's 12. Hey, I'm rolling with a. Oh, that's also a 12. So
oh wow.
Showing something here. Sky Splitter.
Yeah.
Gonna try and change it here. There's a hard bargain available. Steven does have a window to
add a
play
hard bargain
if he wants. Is going to go ahead and do so. Cut that off. And I think the plan right now is to hold this battlefield and then just send it with your bullet time.
All right. Now we get the.
Looks like that could very potentially be the way to win.
He doesn't have 9 runes.
We do have 2 units as well in base, so as long as they're able to make their way in.
6.
Shovel? Yeah.
So we're just going to, okay, so we're going to go here.
Okay, this is nice. This is really nice. Okay, so here's what's happening. Shovel's getting equipped. We are recycling 2 units. That is the cost of equipping a shovel. Both Volibears are going in the bottom of the deck.
We're going to go in here, conquer, get this back,
if I've counted units correctly. So that means a Volibear is going to join this battlefield that has this Mind Splitter on it. The Sky Splitter actually took out the other Mind Splitter that had already been marked for damage. So that Mind Splitter didn't make it, but the backup Mind Splitter is going to make it. So that basically traded off because they just left both at 12. MF's going to go over here. And I think the plan is, I mean,
Aurora,
now
we get to go hit
at this point. It was much better when you had 8 runes that you could potentially channel away from it. Now you only have 4. But trying to hold up enough spells here to just hold for this final point, because I don't think if Ed double holds, he's basically in the same spot. So you have to get on base first and then just try and hold on for this final point. As we're going to flip over quite a few cards here. Again, there are 2 Volibears on the bottom. Light speed we go.
Just put recycled through onto the bottom.
I would say the one negative thing about Aurora is your opponent gets to see your entire deck. But yep,
I mean,
there
the
is that
opponent
Volibear
already
you
knew
holding.
I think there's Aura. So showing your opponent entire deck. Yeah, I think it's just like, look at what I have. Aren't they great?
Very dazzling.
Can you beat this? All right, so 10, 7, 17 plus 4, 21 once
again. I'm trying to figure out how you get back from this, but I don't see a line.
Hanging out over on the battlefield.
Oh, Skystorm! Wait, how does that spell work?
It does not. That is Misfortune.
My lord, I'm seeing like weird random cards I've like played against like a few times, and then that's it.
Right now.
That would be really nice in base. Right? We do have Confront in hand, so cards that we play could come in ready. Do we have anything? I'm trying to see.
Sky Storm
to confront. There's
Stormbringer.
Stormbringer. There is a sweeper in the hand. That is going to do a lot of damage. Choosing it in your base. I'm going to choose this 5 might one. Deal damage equal to its
You do
might.
9,
to
right?
all
You do
enemy
9
units.
to everything?
Then move
That's
your
what that
unit
does?
here. So that's going to take out 1. Now 5 is going to challenge the rest
Use
of
a friendly
them. But there's still
unit
damage
in your
marked on these
base.
units. Do
Oh,
not
in
forget.
your
The
base.
Volibear's
Still
gonna get the shield
damage
trigger.
equal
That's
to
gonna
its
be a
might
little
to
bit
all
bigger.
friendly
Called an
units.
8
Then
at this point with
move
5
your
damage marked
units
on it.
there.
Minesweeper is a 9.
Wait,
taking
was it
5
not
damage, called
correct
a 4.
to...
So one thing is
I
gonna get
guess
taken
the
out
problem
here.
with Volibear
This
is you
not
do the
enough
thing.
for Ed to kick off
But
this
no, you
battlefield.
can just...
Yeah, and the sad
nah,
part
yeah, you're
here
basically
is
boned.
right now they both have 5 damage.
Because you know he's got punch first.
Whichever one survives will be healed, and if both of them survive, they will both be healed. Because at the end of a showdown, all damage is healed.
That's it.
Oh, so he was just hoping that
Steven
Steven just doesn't actually acknowledge that he has a punch first in hand.
Didn't need the ball.
I was trying to figure out, I was like, we know he's got
very
punch
nicely navigated by
first.
both players. Steven correctly identifying their turn, where I have to go here. I have to go. If I don't get a unit on this battlefield, I am not going to break the might you have presented. Ed had so much might. We were counting 20s constantly on both these
yeah, he could have absolutely suicide both. Yeah, to play around the punch first. So if he suicides both, he can
You only need 1, and he was able to get that win.
move
Honestly,
it back, and if the Volibear dies, he can then...
in the battlefield, and over 50,
I feel like the
if
Storm
you
Splitter was the
included Ed's
misplay.
face. I
Because you have to
didn't
move
think he was
in
gonna be able to pull it off, but
thing.
he was.
But I feel like if
Steven
you
still
go in
brought
with
out the win 2-0, I think.
I think for round 1, I could not be happy
You
with
can
the match
kill
we've got. You know
the
what? We've got a bit of bonus content too, because we've got
Mind
with the interview from this
Splitter,
game.
right? Yeah. You go in with
All
both,
right, Steven,
kill
that was a
Mind
crazy end of that
Splitter,
game. I walked over, the board was
hold
completely
back.
cluttered. Great comeback.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. He got, I think one of his
Yeah. So the play is
20-something
going
might,
with both
the other one
Minotaur.
was
Oh no,
like
because you know there's a
22
fight or
might, and it was
flight.
like 22, and he had 10 more in the base. That was
Nah, it's always screwed. I was just
I
thinking you
wrote
could
you
go
off,
with both
and maybe I
Minotaurs,
shouldn't have,
assuming
so
they
I
both
walked away. I'm
die.
like, wow, you won
You
that
trade
one,
with the
great
Mind
stuff. So,
Splitter.
Emma Ferrara, wide
Pull
shooter
your
for the
Karrigan back,
Honest answer,
Sky Splitter,
I feel
go
like there's
in.
a lot of
The
trade
problem is you
representation,
still get
and
blown out by
I
the punch
do
first.
fairly decent into it as long as I see
You
Aurora.
do it, everything.
I
You kill the
think the hard parts when I
Misfortune.
run into Miracle and they high roll,
And then your opponent
besides
just fight
that,
or flights
I
you.
also did not have a lot
If
of
the
testing
fight or
units
flight
in
had
the
been
event, so I felt like
fizzled,
playing something that's pretty simple, like ramp up, put down Aurora, put
Yeah,
down your bodies, and
yeah,
just try to
it
play
was
out from
cooked.
there was a lot safer than trying to like play something complicated, really. Like,
Oh, you can't, yeah, because, oh, it's
Sounds
got
great.
tank.
So
Oh,
overall
yeah,
thoughts on the
it
metagame and the
was
tournament. Got
cooked.
any big predictions for the
It
weekend?
was cooked.
I feel like it's pretty. I mean, I'm only going based off yesterday. It wasn't like too diverse, but I feel like today we're seeing a lot more representation. I definitely walked by at least like 4 Garens in the room, which is like I'm praying for one.
God bless them.
Yeah, they got that. But besides that, I feel like it's nice. The venue space is really good. It's really big. A lot of judges on staff, which I heard was going to be a problem, but it feels like it's working out pretty well today. And yeah.
All right, awesome, great stuff. Well, good luck today. Great start of the tournament. And good luck.
Thank you.
I can't believe Frodan has stopped
decided to
playing,
play Aurora 'cause they wanted to play something simple. Would you describe
stopped
that last game
playing
saying
Leona
simple
and then
today?
moved over to
I
Set.
don't know if I would call that last
Disappointed.
game say simple. I will say maybe Aurora, I can see what he's saying, but when you're going up against 50 plus might, I don't think I mean, I don't even think I could do the math. It wasn't so simple.
No, he brought in the
I
action,
have to do,
didn't
my
he?
brain already hurts. And this is round 1.
We saw it.
I do like that, you know, wanting to play the Garen. Again, bless the Garen players. I know Tia's out there representing, trying to win the best of again, which would be a pretty amazing feat. I do
did
like,
the Aurora,
being honest
did
with
the
yourself.
MF player
I
not
see them out
bring
there.
his
I
in?
appreciate that the Garen players are playing. I would like to pair into you because I think my matchup is good.
Oh, no.
All right, well, that was an awesome round 1. We do have a break, but don't go too far away. Round 2 from Las Vegas Regional Qualifier here for Riftbound is coming right up.
All right, I'm here with Randy, fresh off his top 8 in Bologna, here in Las Vegas, looking to try and do it again. I mean, even in Houston, there's a top 64 finish, so you've been going.
How do we get Cass on cast?
32.
Almost.
All right, so back to back to back of making the top cut is the goal here. How are you feeling coming into Vegas?
Honestly, pretty confident. I made some changes to the deck. Playtested a bit more because I was very light on playtest for Bologna. Just switched deck last minute. And yeah, feeling pretty good.
Okay, and I mean, let's get into the deck a little bit. Why not? You know, you swapped from Sivir in China, getting that top 4, over to Draven, able to make the top 8. Tell me a little bit about your version of Draven, because it is a bit different. You were playing some unique tech cards.
Yes. So me and Talion, my friend, we built like a special Draven. So I switched from Sivir because I figured people were going to play very slow because it's the start of the set, they're getting to know the cards, they don't really know. And Sivir is a very control/combo heavy deck, so she wins in the late game. She needs the game to go long. And I felt like it would be a hindrance to my ability to top if I took this deck for certain rounds. So I decided to switch to Draven, and we built a version
Alright,
of Draven that's
this is
in between
Randy's
the two
deck
current,
that he
like,
played
popular
at
version.
thingy. Wow, he's
Draven,
got
which plays a lot of
Steel in the
Strakes
sideboard,
heavy,
and he's playing Vayne.
creatures like Mindspeeder,
Whoa.
Forerunner, and all that
No
stuff.
way this is
and
the
you have
actual
Miracle
deck he's
Draven, which
playing.
plays Seals, Cold Shot, Ezreal, and tries to go fast with a Ram. And we built something that's like in between, with an interesting side deck, and we think that's just like the best deck in the game by
This is a
pretty large
nutty
margin.
deck. I'm
So
like
two of
just
us
trying
took
to
last week. I got
process
to
it
top
all.
8. E went day 2 and finished, I don't know, top 100. I don't know, not very great for him, but still pretty good. So yeah.
All right, I mean, with that confidence level coming in, where do you see yourself placing? Is this another top 8 for Randy?
I'm aiming for the win, obviously. So top 8 would be like good
Randy
for
going for the win.
stability,
I love it.
consistency. I mean, it's pretty hard, honestly. Like over like 1,500 players entering, 8 make it to the final stage. Top 8 would be great, obviously, but I really want that win. Top 4 in China, top 8 last week. I wanna get this one.
All right, well, let's see if you can continue on this legacy you're building in Riftbound. Good luck in the tournament, Randy, and hopefully we'll see you on the stage.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, we're on a break. We're on a break, chat. I mean, that's... We're on a break, chat. We're waiting for it. That Randy deck looked very interesting.
Forerunner and all that stuff.
Oh, the 3s need to be moved up. That's a weird thing. Not playing the 3 seal in the main is so interesting. Wonder why they do that. Oh, the crap heap as well. I guess they really want to play the... There's so many questions I have about this deck. Like playing a 1 of Vi and a Ride the Wind? Like there's so much.
In Riftbound.
Absolutely. I think one of the most rewarding things about
What does
any
Beast
card
Below
game
do?
is
When you
meeting the people in
cast
your
it,
local
you
area,
bounce
playing
things
games,
back.
getting better, and honestly just making
You bounce
friends.
something of yours and your
I
opponent's
agree.
back
I
to their
think
hand.
it's honestly the best part about card games in general, just how much fun the community is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to love as far as like Riftbound. There's really everything to offer, right? We're here at almost the top level. Of
I mean, you also
competition,
play
right? These players are
Shovel,
trying to
right?
qualify.
And you have Miracle Draven, which plays.
You're playing Last Rites. But I guess it's this is like the way to always do it. Plus, you can stack how you want it, because it's 1 at a time.
Okay, with that, we do have a fun bit of content coming up that I'm pretty sure we were both in. Do you remember words you may have said yesterday?
About Nexus Knights?
No. We're going to throw to some hot takes. We'll see who had the most scorching hot take as we throw to this little video of a Casanova interviewing some people you may recognize.
Maybe.
All right, hot takes, hot takes.
I gotta ask you got any hot takes for the weekend?
Garen's the best deck in the format. There's nothing close. All these people are playing Draven and Ezreal. They don't know what's up. It's Garen or bust.
That's definitely a hot
I
take.
think Aurelia will convert more than Draven into top 8. I think that's a hot take. I think the deck's really good. I think
I mean, a hot
it
take,
maybe can win
but
this weekend, but obviously hasn't had quite the best results, even though I think it's very powerful. But I think Aurelia is going to do really well this weekend. That's my hot take.
Hot takes. Draven isn't actually the best deck. Ezreal, Resident Sleeper. Nobody builds Aurelia right.
Hot takes for the weekend. I actually I don't even know if it's a hot take anymore. I don't think Draven is winning this weekend, respectfully. I do think Volley might make an appearance in top 8.
Ooh. Okay, that's certifiably hot.
I think my hot take for the weekend is I want to see Annie in the finals.
Annie in the finals. Okay,
Annie
that's
in
a
the
pretty good
finals.
one.
That's a
that is
hot
a hot take
take
for sure.
Yeah, I think one of these players who came into the event saying, you know what, I'm going to play one of the less popular legends and get a best of card, it's going to sneak into top 8. They're going to have good matchups. They're going to overdeck really well. They're going to play really well. They're going to find themselves a little big surprise in the weekend.
Any hot takes? I think Sivir gets it this weekend. I think Alan loses the finals to a Sivir.
Yi destroys Ezreal.
Okay. Do you have any hot takes?
I do have a hot take. My hot take is that there are not enough Yordles in the game right now. I need a Bandle City set immediately, and I need to play Lulu all the time.
This is actually just a base take.
And I need to polymorph a lot of people. That's my hot take.
Some of those were hot takes. Some of those were kind of based. I mean,
some scorching takes, I have to say there. That was fun.
I think my favorite one was the Lulu. I would be so down to see Lulu in the game, like chosen champion Lulu. It all tastes like purple.
It does? Yes, allegedly.
I think that's what she says, right? I haven't played in a while.
That's what she says. I do think that I like the person that was just like firing off hot takes. It was like, Aurelia's gonna win, Draven sucks, Ezreal's resident sleeper. That's the kind of energy I like.
Ezreal's not resident sleeper. We just saw Alan play it and also win. Like, it's definitely not.
Just earlier, but we'll throw up the deck list in just a moment when we have them ready, just to refresh your memory about what we're gonna get into here for round 2.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
We'll have to see if those hot takes are real. I think it was Draven versus Irelia. Supposedly Irelia's not built correctly, and Draven's not what everyone thinks it is. So
Draven's like second best deck, as we already did with our
one of them does have to win.
List.
That's true.
So certainly that's going to be coming up in just a moment. Again, a matchup I'm really excited for. I think this is a matchup that many players coming into this event, especially obviously if you're piloting either side of this, you expect to play this quite a lot. So I do think players will be very practiced on how to approach these matchups.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be great to see. Like, we've had some great gameplay, obviously, between Jinx and Rumble and the Volibear and Misfortune, but I'm not sure they had the reps into those decks as much as we're going to see with this Draven Irelia. And we're going to get some, hopefully, seasoned gameplay of knowing what to do each turn and hopefully figuring out the way to win.
All right, so we'll have a look at the deck list for our round 2 matchup coming up in just a moment. I may have misremembered, because it's Leona, baby! Leona going to be on stream.
I do love Leona. I said this to you earlier. I think I'm maybe one of the few players with a negative win rate into Leona. I've never beaten it. And I think with set 2, it only gets better. You have the Wonk, which is absolutely insane, or a Pete.
I mean, I've tried something like this, and it
Stun
felt
is so much
rough.
fun in this game. It absolutely just cuts out the might that the unit would be able to deal.
Well, no, then, no, this is like the best of list, man. Nah.
Really cool Emperor's Divide, but I'm going to watch that Silicorn Herder, I think, to see if it can draw the cards it needs.
Yeah, these are honestly just domains, at least in this combination, that we just do not see. We see a lot of Khan, right? Aurelia running around the place, see some Yasuo sometimes, see some Ahri is a reasonably represented deck often. And we know kind of what the toolbox of those cards do. Things like Zhonya's, GA, not so fast, all these new tools added. And, we don't see that much order. Victor really is the one that runs the order. And Leona's not running any cards that Victor wants to run. It's all Leona cards, right? There's 3 Zenith Blade in the main deck there, really trying to leverage Leona's legend ability.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if they can do it in a way that brings them the win. I will say the one leader that has a similar color scheme, unless my color blindness is like making
I mean, Hibernator is definitely got build around card.
Green and
yellow.
It
will get there.
Absolutely love him. Obviously, there are some huge differences. Zier's running a lot more gears. This
All right,
one's going for a lot more stuns.
So one, you need to be playing the buff battlefield.
All right, we'll see what's on the other side then.
2, giving your opponents a lot of...
And that's not anyone's fault but my own.
So you need to play buff battlefield.
It is...
You need to play Windswept Heat.
No shot.
And also, it's like Growth is a bait battlefield to try and get people on.
In round 2 of the original qualifier.
But they're completely different.
They are completely different.
The other one was built more around that stun package that comes with Leona herself.
Oh my god, what am I looking at?
This one with baited.
What am I looking at? Wait a second, chat. I need to just figure out what I'm reading. Okay. Give your streamer just a split
China,
second.
I think there was like a baited hook in the finals.
So we're doing
in one of the regional
Leona
opens over there. And now in Leona, I'd love to see it.
Okay, so
this is going to be such an exciting matchup. I mean, baited hook definitely a very unique card, very powerful card. We'll talk more about that as we get into the games themselves. But big differences here, much bigger units.
We play
Vanguard, really trying to take advantage of the hook to effectively cheat on some costs. Think about the thing Aurora does, where you play this big gear, but once you play it, you get to basically put very, very big units into play for free. Hook needs to do a little more work to get to that point, but the end result is roughly the same. You're trying to go from a small to mid-range thing to a significantly bigger thing.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. I mean, there's a lot of really cool units in this deck that could lead into it. I'm looking at that Harnessed Dragon. That could be cool. It's basically
most likely
a kill spell.
always
when you play it, you get to kill a unit.
doing
We have things
this.
like this Green Ornn. We have Yellow
We've
Darius.
got none of
not
the same
Darius you
battlefields.
normally
This
see.
one plays
And
Arena's
I
greatest.
think Tasty Fate Folk was my favorite card of set 1.
Well, there's one here as well, potentially for the
What is going on here?
Stop the happening once again. It is time to get down to our feature match once more for round number 2 here in Las Vegas. Luna Nicole is playing Leona Radiant Dawn, and Straw Hat Skull is playing, what do you know? Leona Radiant Dawn.
I don't think that it was... You know, I might not have expected a Rumble round 1. I did not expect a Leona versus Leona anywhere in the tournament.
A Leona mirror match
Two
in
different
round 2 of
battlefields,
the
but
Swiss.
very
Both these
interesting
players,
ones.
I'm assuming,
Trifarian
won.
War Camp is
Yeah,
one
they
that
both
affects
won their
both people
matches.
attacking and defending. It is +1 might,
But
and
all of his
so
cash on
that's gonna
steals
be
and
really
hooks and
interesting
didn't have any more
figuring
money
out
to fill out the
trade-offs
deck.
of might and who's going to win.
Oh,
and
my
then
God.
Also, Dreaming Tree, when you target a friendly unit,
One
you
of
get
these
to draw
players is
an
also
extra
definitely a
card, and I
One
think
Piece
Leona had a
One Piece
little bit of
fan,
difficulty
and I can
with-
respect it.
A lot of decks had difficulty.
Both of them
set
are
one
playing with the
maintaining card
signature
resources.
legend. You know what? Honestly,
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the comp package
honestly,
that Nicole
mad
was playing
respect.
very
One of
much
them
kind
has
of reminiscent of
the
things like
altar.
Ari. So,
I mean, Leona
something
wins.
like Dreaming Tree, which
Leona
both,
wins.
Aurelia
Oh
and
my
Ari
God! And I
now.
never moved up Leona.
apparently
So
do
wait,
share
wait,
as a common bit of DNA.
chat.
Does make a lot of sense.
The
Then you
bingo
lots of stones, lots of tricks, lots
is
of buffs.
happening.
On the other side,
I'm sorry
we're
to
playing a
say,
Brewlaser on turn
the
one.
bingo
We're trying to make some
wins.
big might numbers because again,
Leona
if you
wins
remember
on
Beta
stream.
Hook,
We
you
get
need
our
to care about
bingo.
what might
A
numbers you're
D-tier
going
deck will
from
win
and
on
to.
stream.
And equipping your units, especially something
We
like Brutalizer,
just get
which
it.
gives 3 might, +1
Oh
plus the +2
my
if you do it that
God.
turn. That lets
I
you
can't
hook from a
believe
very small
it
unit into a
happens.
very big unit, and that's exactly the kind
Oh
of
my
resource
God.
imbalance you're
Okay.
looking to take advantage of.
We take it.
Yeah, it's going to be
We take
so
it.
nice. And you would think with Baited Hook, like having, I think it's kill your unit that has the might.
Wait, Aurora.
Would
Wait,
be
wait,
bad,
wait,
but we've
wait.
talked so much
Aurora
about
won
how
on stream.
holding is strong.
We had our Aurora mirror
because
match. We got the
you don't
stream.
expect your unit to survive.
Oh
so
my
You kill
God.
the guy, and then you get your new one in base that's still protected. So it does work out. Stella
We're
Converter is
farming.
gonna come down.
We're
And
actually
this is one of those
farming.
cards that's just so nice for drawing. Whenever we move, Stellarcorn Herder will draw one similar to Traveling Merchant, but now we get to draw
Oh, dude,
not
no!
just a star.
Don't
Yeah,
say they
cost twice
draw.
as much, but is,
Oh,
I
you're
don't know,
right.
more
I
than
have
twice
to
as
go
powerful,
back off
maybe,
it.
especially
No,
with
you're
decks that
right.
want to
You're
move on.
right.
Obviously,
You're right.
Aurelia
That could
loves
be a
this card,
draw.
but in general, I feel like Calm was wanting more options
Oh,
for card draw, and this is one of the
no.
most stellar ones. And in the game, Lonely Poro, though, going to go ahead and poke around one of the battlefields, maybe?
Ooh, I think Lonely Poro is adorable. I love Lonely Poro. And
Yeah,
we
if
will
they
have
draw,
to watch
we
that
don't
death
get
knell.
it.
It is a draw effect as
One
well.
out,
When
all
Lonely Poro
combat,
is
no
killed,
damage.
you're
yeah.
able to draw
Just
one.
bonking
And
one
don't make
another.
the mistake I made when I played this. If I died alone, one of the saddest
yes.
pieces of text printed on a Riftbound card. But Death Knell, if I die alone, draw
Yeah,
one.
it's a Lonely
Right.
Poro. You're not allowed to make it not alone.
It's the
Yeah.
judge
And
reading the
Warcamp, by the way,
battlefield.
I feel like the Casanova, by the way, big Baited Hook Fiora enjoyer.
No, no.
So sorry that they're missing
only
this
playing
match.
against,
But I do remember the other thing that
Leona
Warcamp
once.
does
Do
to
they
you in Baited Hook
usually
decks
play
is you get
Warcamp?
might,
Nope.
which doesn't sound all
No,
that good
but
'cause
normally
it's
you
works
don't
for
do
both
hook.
players. So, you know, kind
So
of
I
in the
mean,
wash
this
as far as
the
doing the math
Straw
on the
Hat
might
Man
goes.
is
But when you
is
move
doing
unit
some
there with a
crazy
unit on the
stuff.
battlefield that has more might. And Baited Hook cares a lot about the might number on the unit, not printed on the unit, the might
Draw
number that it
equals
has
tie
at the
and
time you
draw.
sacrifice the
Draw
unit. When
equals
Hook gets
draw
played, don't worry, we'll
card.
bring it up.
Are
That's
we
going to be one
tying
we're
again?
absolutely going to have to read. But
Draw
Leona
plus
is
draw
making
plus
her appearance
draw.
from the Chosen Champion Zone
draw or
into
we
the
draw?
base for Nicole.
Yeah, we get to see
Yeah,
that
Chestnut,
chosen
we're doing some
champion.
crazy things.
Leona
We've
is
got
a very,
on the left,
I mean, very nice
Luna
card,
is
also
playing
very fun,
traditional
character to
like
play.
stun Leona,
Leona determined
and on
she
our
does have
right
shield, which we
we've
saw
got
a lot of with Rumble, with the volley bear, so she gets
Hook.
+1 when she
Go in,
defends.
draw.
But also when she attacks, she gets to stun her enemy unit there. The hope is that Leona will have more might than her opponent, and she'll be able to kill it without it killing her.
And of course, that plays into the Leona Legend ability, which, if I remember the text correctly off the top of my head, when you stun a unit, buff a unit.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
So even more might. So a lot of really good numbers that Leona gets to pump out here. A Seal of Unity going to be popped onto the
Ooh.
battlefield here. Again, Baited Hook costs a lot of power to run. So triple yellow seal here for Straw Hat Skull, which makes a lot of sense. And it's going to be...
Vanguard Captain. Vanguard Captain is a...
Yep.
Was that the old seal into captain play? I did that in Victor a bunch. That is so much fun.
Makes
It was like the
two.
best thing I could
and
do
so
on the
by
draw.
playing that Seal of Unity, honestly,
5
it is
might
such a
on
strong
turn
turn to
two-
pull
on
off.
turn
You
one.
get your,
Oh, we got our
your
hook.
seal down, which is
Oh my
almost
God,
permanent
this guy's
resources.
actually
You
doing
get to
it.
also spin the
Does he not
Vanguard
need
Captain
to
power
cycle?
and get more
Did I
and
miss
more
something?
units.
He just
Yeah,
slammed
very
those
Victor
3
coded
here,
Playing a
right?
Vanguard Captain to Etrafarian Warcamp, that's a lot of extra might spread across. But
Oh,
it's
no,
time to
if
read
you
Baited
wanna
Hook because
use
it has
it,
been
it's
played.
one in
A
a
3
cycle.
energy
And now the
gear,
judge is
pay
reading
1
Baited
and a
Hook.
power exhaust.
Trying to figure out, it's
a
like,
friendly unit. That doesn't seem like a very
Leona.
fun thing to do. But if you do so, you look at the top 5 cards of your main deck. You may play a unit from among them that has might up
you're not
to
getting on
one
the
more
camp, my
than
dear.
the killed unit, ignoring its cost. Then recycle the
Get
rest.
it too.
Yeah, and that is so nice. And it doesn't matter too much bringing one off the battlefield to kill.
The reason I learned like playing Dreaming Tree in Leona is that you don't actually have a lot of cards that you actually.
Yeah, I think especially things like Vanguard Captain might already made 2 extra recruits.
You don't have a lot of cards that actually
really
trigger
want things
it,
that either
and
do
a lot of the
things
time when you're playing against other matchups,
when they leave the game, or if you're really lucky,
it doesn't make any sense.
You are going to constantly be kind of bouncing units
especially when
between
Aurelia
zones
is
with things like
one of the
Beta
meta decks in the
And
format.
again, when you equip, when you at the war camp, when you can make things bigger, you can kind of
Ezreal's
go
also
from a
able to
very small
trigger
might,
it,
you
so
know, like a 3
I would
all the way to
rather
something
not
else. Let's
play
just
it
do a
than
little
play
bit of
it.
math right now.
Is my
Vanguard
personal
Captain's
opinion.
currently at 3 might. Brutalizer would be plus 4 from the war camp, excuse me. 4 from the war camp, plus 3 from the Brutalizer on the same turn it's attached. That's 7. So if you activate Baited Hook, sacrificing your Vanguard Captain after you do all those steps, you can look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you can pull a unit that has cost. Is it might? It's up. It matches might. So might 8 or less. Goes up to 1 more, and then you look from that top all the way down, and you get to play it ignoring its cost. That seems quite good.
Yeah, it seems really nice. And or you could even do these smaller units, like the recruits that were free to play in the first place. There are 2 in the Trevelyan War Camp. Imagine you hit another Vanguard Captain and it makes 2 more.
Yeah, or if you get the Brutalizer, you can now look for a 6, right? Because it's 5 might plus the one that Hook goes. So the words ignoring its cost, as we've learned from things like Hook and Aurora, very powerful piece of text to put on a Riftbound card. But we are back to the other side. Sorry for the Baited Hook tutorial. Hope you all enjoyed it here. As Nicole going to go ahead and pop a Zenith Blade onto the board. It is time to do one of the coolest things in Riftbound. This spell is so sick.
Yeah, Zenith Blade is an interesting one. We'll have to see
that Leona
what we're
comes
able
in,
to pull off here.
stun
What
the
exactly
other
does
one.
Zenith Blade do here?
Let's give it a read, because Zenith Blade has a lot of text on it.
We get double trigger. So one
Action.
buff goes
Stun
on
an enemy unit
Aurora,
at a
one
battlefield.
buff goes
Costs
on
2 power,
Leona.
by the way, so you know it's good. You may move a friendly unit to the enemy units, to that enemy unit's battlefield.
Okay, not exactly what I was
and so
expecting.
stun and
I
move
guess Lonely
something.
Pora, we don't want to die.
Yeah, so you stun a unit at a battlefield. You can then move a friendly unit from your base to that battlefield, and then Leona's going to get an attack trigger when she moves over and buff herself into the legend. So pretty much what happened is Leona's coming in, stunning 2 things, moving for free, still stays ready, and is going to now just try and cut down the things at this war camp. Though. So it doesn't matter that there's 4 units on the side here for Straw Hat Skull. It doesn't matter they have extra might from the war camp, because 2 of them are stunned. They can't do anything in combat.
We can kill this.
Yeah, what are they supposed to do there?
We can
That
kill
buff
this.
from Leona is just going to
We can kill
keep helping
these
her.
2.
She is currently a 6 might
Like,
unit here at the
it feels
Trevelyan
bad.
War Camp.
Draw a picture, draw a
she
match,
could
draw a
kill
card.
a good number
Supposed to draw,
of
love English.
Straw Hat Skull's
It's the
units.
worst,
Yeah,
and I'm a
2 4s and 2 2s is
dyslexic,
kind of
so
the
I
way to
get
look at it here. 2
absolutely
3 might units
messed
plus
up
2
with it.
1s, giving +1 to the war camp, because again,
There was a
math
nice
is
scene in the
mathing.
first
Only 6 might, as you pointed out from the war camp there. So gonna do the math and take out 2. Not going to take any damage, but does have to go back to base,
So
because
true.
I don't know if you know this, and I had to learn this very early
I guess
on
it was
playing
5,
against
yeah,
Leona.
Stellacorn plus
If you are the
recruit.
attacker and move into a stun
And now we get
battlefield,
recalled
the stun
back.
units win the
Our
combat
unit
if they're
still-
left. So the attackers get kicked out. But
Yeah,
the good
and
news
now
is,
we
because
get
Zenith
back
Blade
in,
doesn't ready to
readied.
move, you can just go straight
We have
back
another
in.
unit we're playing, we should
At
definitely
least,
do
yeah,
this.
that is so nice, and they'll
So now
potentially activate
because we
kill here
Zenith
this
Blade
time.
in,
We get
stun
another stun,
that,
and
we don't
stuns
have anything
do
to
last
target.
throughout your turn.
And then we go
So we can
kill
potentially
the
stun one,
Vanguard Captain.
left it there stun, and now we can come in, hopefully not get dealt too much damage, and take the battlefield. It looks like exactly what's going to
That
happen.
was 4, 5, 6.
Trevelyan
How was
War Camp is
Leona
definitely
killing
nice
both
for the
those
whole.
units?
It's a very
because of the war camp?
Yasuo-coded thing. I should probably stop saying X-coded things on stream.
Someone explain that
Here
to
for
me?
Leona.
What am I
Moves
missing?
in for free with the Zenith Blade. Got kicked out
That
thanks
was
to all
4,
the
5,
stuns, but
6.
still stunned a couple units moving in. Moved back in, stunned another unit because of the attack trigger, and then cleaned up the entire battlefield. And because 2 stuns happened, 2 buffs
What am I
happened.
missing
so
here?
Leona's got a buff, and that little lonely
What am I
Pora is not
missing
so
here?
lonely now. Got a buff as well on the Dreaming Tree.
He's going to have to stay lonely, though, if he wants to draw a card.
I was Leona.
But,
Oh,
yeah,
because
I
of the
mean,
battlefield
Stay
herself. I'm stupid.
Stay up there in the Dreaming Tree. But he
I'm
will be
stupid.
3 might if Straw Hat does want to come up into
I'm
that
stupid.
Dreaming
I forgot
Tree.
the
units
camp on the
board
actual
right
Leona
now,
had
though,
attacking in.
which is pretty nice
That
for
was-
our other Leona.
That was such an efficient use of Zenith Blade to clear an entire battlefield. Again, quite a
I
bit
mean,
of
she could
complexity
also
there
just
with lots of
go
different
in-
triggers and readying
yeah.
and moving back, or moving and still being ready to go back in. But the end result is wiping your opponent's board and giving your unit some extra stats while holding 2 battlefields and scoring some points. So 3 points to 1, feeling pretty good. And we are going to go into the Baited Hook mode in just a moment, because that lonely Pora, I have to tell you, it's going to die alone.
It is about to die alone here. It is currently, though, a 5, meaning we can look for a unit up to 6 might. And let's see what happens. We are going to have to read the text a little bit about Baited Hook, but I don't think many of us practice too much against Baited Hook.
Depends how much
Alright, so
your
we're
testing group
killing
might be
the
cooking, I
thing,
suppose.
flip over 5.
Or how much they really like
We're going to look
you.
at 5. I see a 3. What else do we have? I see another baited hook. That's not something you can bust out of the top of your library, unfortunately. I see a seal, and the selection is going to be... Oh, that's a Darius. That's not so bad. Your Lonely Poro drew you a card and made a Darius.
Yeah, not so bad at all. And the rare yellow Darius is going to come into play here.
What? I don't think I understand how
this works. See what they're able to
works.
do with it, though.
Do you like what's happening here? Again, a nice way to answer back here.
Oh, because they equipped the Brutalizer, right.
Again.
Brutalizer go to 5,
too much,
thingy go to 6. I mean, fair enough, yeah, the Darius is definitely better. Darius is tapped, for sure.
This one costs 6, is 6 might, which is works out pretty nicely.
You played the
Legion, when you play ready, we've certainly done that. You're play
these cards are wild,
and other friendly units have +1 here wherever I am. And as you kind of noted,
so, I mean, I guess the Darius can go in and hit the Leona.
The battlefield. So things like
if you really want to make sure it lives, you can equip the Brutalizer.
If it was reasonable for him to cast. But in a
going in here is
deck,
probably
much
safer because then
play,
it's
and now we're going to go ahead and challenge the poor Lonely Poro on the Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, 6 versus 3. I think this Darius is going to take the win here on the showdown. We do have 3 runes here, though, on Luna's side. So there
Mask
could
of
be
Foresight's
some
like,
spells, but it
it's
looks
a tough
like
one,
the
right?
Poro
Like
will
Mask of
die.
Foresight can be very, very strong. The problem is it's only like really good when you know
Poro does perish.
The one might like get you across a breakpoint. At the moment, it doesn't actually get you across a lot of breakpoints at the moment, especially with purple. Like breakpoints sometimes don't even matter.
It is going to decrease how many units we have on board. At least we still have the Leona on the other side. We are going to play Leona as well to our base, and it looks like we will be passing.
When I mean breakpoints, I mean damage points. So meaning like one isn't typically the change as opposed to how it was in set 1.
Similar story here. Even if the decks
normally
are very
the other
so
problem is like Mask is meaning
here.
you have to take like
Currently
a full turn off,
which is a pretty good spot.
Which is like pretty rough.
Of course, hanging out with 6 might over there. Probably nothing to really worry about as far as tricks go with all the runes currently exhausted, but still want to make sure you progress the game forward because you know as every turn this hook goes, your opponent
it's something that like I definitely got more used to using. I can understand why it's like self-depressing, but like it's something I learned from Flesh and Blood far more than anything else.
Lonely Poro is getting played.
Wasn't something that really mattered too much.
Things are going to get worse once this hook deck can find more and more things to kind of combo together, right? By getting an effect again from the unit you play, but also the unit you find on top.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how big these units can get and how well this baited
in like Magic or like Magic the Gathering. It didn't like super matter as opposed to like in Flesh and Blood. Like it's a huge part of the mechanic, and in Riftbound it definitely matters a lot more.
But also craft these different leaders.
I also want to point out there is a sleeve kind of dangling between the base and the champion zone there from the I believe that is a hidden card. So at the battlefield there, yep, gonna look at it like it's a little trap. And it is indeed a hidden card there for Leona. It could be Hidden Blade, the most obvious of the hidden cards. Telecon Hoarder can actually get played to base, which makes me feel like... Oh, actually, interesting. Just wants to move Leona away and have the Hoarder hold it instead. So still holding up 1. The hidden card's still there as well. So options here.
Okay, so we've got to be representing Riposte.
Yeah, let's...
But like stun doesn't care, so
an interesting choice to hold here. It is only 4 might compared to the 6 that Leona had. But hopefully there's some type of stun that could come down. And stuns are really interesting, even
from the other Leona
units. And I think that's something to
watch. So Leona just attacks in, stun buffs.
Very built to stun. Leona Chosen Champion itself is I think it's going to attack
stun.
Sure
so what we're
if any of these units come up into the Trifarian War Camp, even if let's say they were
not Riposte. I mean,
if Luna can stun it, it
Riposte?
can't deal damage. And as you mentioned earlier,
what was it? 1 green, gift 2.
Okay, well, Straw Hat Skull, I talked about, wanting to get value out of Beta Hook. It is Value Town USA right now. Unsung Hero.
From Origins.
It's a little unit, only a 2-might unit, but if it's mighty when it dies, you get to draw 2 cards. Well, Brutalizer, 2+3 as it turns out when you attach, that's 5, so you have a mighty unit.
I don't even think it plays it. I don't think Leona plays it.
Off the top of your deck, finding a 5-might unit with another Death Knell that helps you kind of recur cards back from your graveyard, and all of a sudden, you turned your little 2-drop into a 5-drop and 2 cards.
That is really, really nice. Very unsung hero, and definitely the hero of the turn. It is going to make it now up to 11 might up in the streaming tree, which is just so
On
much.
guard.
Darius also giving
That's
one
what I
more
meant.
as well.
On guard, on guard, on guard. Yeah.
That's 12 total, I believe. I don't think Darius buffs
Sword
himself. It's
of
going to
him.
be
Yeah,
Hidden
yeah,
Blade targeted at the Stealth
He is
Holder.
on
Now, you
guard,
do get to
but,
draw
like,
cards as the controller of the unit that dies, which
just
has to feel
smash
pretty
it.
good. But of course, if the Stealth Holder goes away, that hidden card's going with it.
Yeah, I wonder
is it
what
a hidden blade for a
what
hidden
card
blade?
is, if it is something that could help here. Hidden Blade is battlefield only, but I'm not sure that there's anything that could pull it out of the battlefield. It's Zhonya's, though, which does mean Stelicorn Herder will be able to survive this Hidden Blade.
We're trading
It'll be moved
this.
back to
Leona
base.
gets to,
And
Luna,
I mean,
the
it's just
Leona player
really
on
nice
the
to be able
left-hand
to
side.
keep that Stelicorn Herder alive.
Yeah, I think important.
Yeah,
note,
On guard is a 1.
Zhonya's recalls the unit. Puts it back
On
to
guard, give a
which
friendly
explicitly
unit
in the
+1
reminder
this
text
turn,
says,
then
"This
an
isn't a
additional
move,"
+1
which is
if
very
it's
important
the
for
only
this
unit
exact
you
case.
control.
It's Stelicorn Herder, so you don't get to draw
It's
an extra
+1,
card.
but
You do get to
technically
save your
+2.
unit. Interesting. Drawing for turn. I might be misunderstanding how the interaction works, but maybe not. Oh, Hidden Blade. There we go. I was like,
Yeah, the
that's
Hidden
going
Blade
from.
drew 2.
Yeah, okay. Everything's above board. Don't you worry. Hidden Blade. Oh, interesting. Hidden Blade still lets you draw the cards, even though the unit. Oh, it did die. It just got replaced.
Yeah, it dies
That
and
is
rather it
confusing.
gets recalled.
Yeah,
and
so
the
it does
Zhonya's is a
survive. I mean,
replacement effect. You still draw the
stays
cards.
alive in the base. We do get those 2 cards, and that is going to be really nice for Leona.
Yeah, those effects are not tied explicitly together. The unit doesn't have to die for you to draw the cards.
Exactly.
Which I guess in theory means you could do it to your own unit if you had a Zhonya's.
I was actually interested, like, if it was a hidden blade, could they both kill it and then you draw 4?
You might actually. I'd have to.
I don't know.
I don't know. You know what? That's a rules question I'm going to ask in our rounds off, because I'm curious to know, because that would be a fun bit of value to get. Instead, we pass it on back. It is 3 points to fall here, Straw Hat Skull. Establishing a pretty nice board, especially in that northern battlefield, but still plenty to go here. Leona back in base where kind of she wants to be. You can see both players actually leaving her back for the exact value you prescribed, where Leona does want to be attacking to get those stun triggers, and that cascades into a whole bunch of fun stuff for Leona to get to do. But right now, you know, it's I think 12 might in the top battlefield versus only the 8 we can see right now on base. And as we know, plenty of tricks, plenty of moves, plenty of fun things for Leona here to try and pick apart these battlefields, but do want to do it pretty carefully, especially when your opponent is presenting 2 runes as well.
Yeah, and 2 can just be so many things, a little bit less in green and yellow, but still a lot that it could be as an answer. It does look like Guardian Angel is going to get played. Guardian Angel is very similar to
feels
Zhonya's,
like
except that as
the
a
Hook
gear, it
Leona
attaches
player just has
directly
infinite
to
value
a
at this
unit.
point,
So
and I
Zhonya's
hate to say
only
this,
bad
but it feels like
thing
it's almost
is that
impossible
it's the
to
next
come
unit
back.
that's killed, but
Like, what
because
does Stun
GA is
Leona
attached
do
to one
unless we've got
specifically,
double
it's
stun
whenever the one
again?
you're attached to dies, so you can be much more targeted on which
I guess it is like point advantage for Luna, and Straw Hat is currently like playing catch up a little
You
bit.
can kind of send in, get a stun here from Leona maybe, you know, trade off with the unit, die, but the GA pops, and then go back to base and go again. I don't see another way to ready or move right now in Nicole's hand. She flashed it very briefly, but there's a lot of spells
I do
in the
think
hand
I
as
see
well.
Discipline, which could
There
be
is
helpful here.
Discipline. I think there's also, I think it's Emperor's Call, Emperor's Divide.
There was an Emperor something in the deck list. I do see the card that you're talking about. Not fully.
I'm going to find it.
Okay. But it'll be interesting to see how this happens. Sometimes you would want to maybe play like Discipline early to be able to see what you draw, or make sure it resolves
Okay, so
before
coming
you
in,
bring up
stun
a
the
unit that
Darius.
is extra might or would die otherwise. But in this case, because it's Dreaming Tree, we're
Stun
probably going to
Darius, we're
save
currently
these disciplines
killing the
for when you're
Mixologist.
actually there, so that you can get
Yeah,
the
get a stun
additional
here.
draw off the Dreaming
Yep. Okay, going in, stunning the Darius, I
Unless
assume,
we're
and then
doing
buffing the
something else
Stealth
and
here.
we're killing
Emperor's
the
Divide was the card I was
Mixologist
thinking of, which is
beforehand,
Aziz's
but, like, we
ulti's
don't
only
have
Legal Edge. In
enough
this game, it's an
4,
interesting
5,
one.
6.
It's a
We can
hidden
kill
card
Darius
that
unless
lets you
we've got a way of
recall
killing
friendly
the
units from a
Mixologist.
battlefield to
But
your
then there's
base.
no way
So
we're
often
actually doing
hidden is
anything
kind of
with it, so we're gonna
a proxy copy of
discipline?
Zhonya's
We're gonna try and
GA,
kill
where you can
both?
save your units. It's a bit different, doesn't quite get, maybe not quite as powerful, but
So we
kind
draw
of does a lot of the things you
Dreaming
want to
Tree,
do.
draw
So
for
Discipline, as you noted, is
draw
going to
for
come out here,
Discipline.
make this Leona even bigger, and draw
What are we
2
trying to
cards
look
thanks to that
for?
text on
Are we
Dreaming
looking
Tree.
for, like,
So it is
on
a
guard
stunned
Discipline?
Darius and a Glass Mixologist versus a quite large
I mean, I'm
Leona.
far more
4,
in
5,
the
6
idea that I'm
plus 2,
playing
that'd be
Baited
8
Hook Leona now. If that's what
is
my
gonna be
mission in
able to
life is, to try and make
kill
Leona
either. We
good.
stunned
Oh,
one of
the
them.
thong!
Ouch! Thwonk is going to come down. I actually love Thwonk.
It's a great card.
The name
Actually
as well
over.
is
What do you
top tier
do?
Thwonk.
The
You know exactly what's gonna
judges
happen.
picking
You're
up like
stunned.
all their
Yep,
cards. They're like,
pretty good stun
I don't know
cards, but yeah,
anything
the
here.
Thwonk, a little bit better. It's an action. It stuns an attacking unit. but you can repeat it, which when you have some extra resources lying around.
Oh, not so fast.
Spells. Not so fast, Straw Hat Skull.
Not so fast. But
I mean, so we kill the Darius, we still get recalled back.
Yes, that's another really great name. We got Blanc, we got Not So Fast. Top tier naming.
It's only 4.
Here. It is
5,
a reaction
6,
speed,
7,
one step
8.
up
So
from action itself.
that's
and
more
it
than
can
8.
counter
So
a
she's
spell
gonna
or
just
ability
kill
that chooses a friendly unit or gear.
the Darius, because if she doesn't kill the Darius, the
you don't get to
Mixologist doesn't
choose
die,
my
because the
Leona
Mixologist was a 6 anyway.
So we are still an 8
He's got
versus either 6
He's got
or
some
6.
expensive cards in our hands.
It's 2 different 6s. So
yep, kill the Darius.
Win out the combat.
Get
Because
pushed
can
back.
only deal so much damage. You're going to do extra damage just because the unit's done. So he's going to be pushed back thanks to how the rules with stun and attacking and defending work. The way to shortcut that in your brain is that defenders
Stellacorn
when
moving
stun
is
units are left in the
aggressive.
battlefield.
Not having one rune up and then just go,
like the right unit to try and
go
pick
for
off
it.
Oh yeah.
Mixologist does get to
That
stun.
seems
Stellacorn does get to move on over to
he
the war camp.
miscounted, I think.
Does
You
have a
think?
buff, so it's 3 might
Do you
plus
think
2
she
for the
forgot that the
different effects that are
Darius
floating around on it. Draw
gave
a
the
card,
thing?
hide a card, and
Alright, so
pretty
this
good
has
times
to be
here.
like another
5
Zonya
points.
or a
Straw Hat
Mixologist.
Skull kind of
You
getting
have
the value,
cycled.
but struggling
You
to
have
really
cycled, Luna.
deal with
You're
the
good.
continuous
You're good.
Leona plays. In fact, it doesn't even seem that bad to get kicked out of your battlefield as Leona, because you kind of want Leona to be in the base anyway.
Yeah, I would say that it's almost a plus to have your Leona in the base because you want to be attacking with Leona. She does look, you know, like she would defend well, but she actually attacks well. And so being able to bring her back up in and attack your following turn is just so nice. You get that stun off, which, as we have mentioned, I think the most times all day, is a really great ability.
Yeah, we'll only mention it in this round. In fact, I don't know how much more stun we are going to see throughout the day, but this is a fascinating little, not mirror match exactly, but I mean a fascinating legend mirror match here. Certainly a fascinating matchup between these 2 different versions of this deck. Kind of much more standard, good numbers, good tricks from Nicole, and then Straw Hat Skull with the baited hook in play, trying to extract as much value as possible. Going to start by equipping this Leona, who again is going to buff when a stun happens thanks to the legend ability, and it's going to be quite a bit bigger than this Stellacorn. But there is something hidden, and today it is Emperor's Divide. Going to save that Stellacorn, and this one is a move. You get to draw a card this time.
Right, so
we love
move
moving
it back.
as Stellacorn Herder.
I was drawing cards.
We still do get the stun trigger because this trigger still happens.
So, yeah, get moved back.
then
We are going to be
action
up
stuff
to
happens, so you
4
have to
points here,
resolve
so we
all of
are
that stuff.
starting to
Wait, did we have a
the
stun on
divide
bingo? Oh,
between
you might be
points.
right.
Potentially try and come back. 5 versus 5. My bad on that. And let's
I think you're right.
see if Straw Hat can completely
Where's
bring it back.
the bingo?
Luna still with 2 units. It's not like either have died here.
Yeah, it's a kind of interesting back and forth because even though Nicole's constantly picking off units by sending in the Leona and kind of presenting the tricks, has the GA to kind of reset, maybe go again if you find something like a Zenith Blade to, you know, move the Leona with the stun that's attached to that. I don't know how many other ready effects Nicole's playing in her deck, but
a unit gets stunned. A unit gets stunned. Yeah, we're going to do this, and assuming they don't draw,
it's just so good on
a D-tier deck wins on coverage.
So,
but we have had a unit get stunned.
If you don't kick everyone off, you do get points for holding. So this is kind of ebb and flow of like, I'm going to get
We're actually
points
kind of winning. I thought this was going to be unlikely. I didn't think we'll see a single Leona, and then we get a Leona mirror match.
Not necessarily taking the points away from you. At the end of the day, the points are the thing that you really have to focus on, especially as you get near the end of it. So 5 apiece as we awaken here for Nicole. And looks like 1 battlefield at least ready to claim here, but is picking off the potential
I'm sorry, chat.
more important as Straw Hat
I've not touched anything. Does it look a bit
It's
saturated?
going to be quite a lot to navigate here.
Can I fix that for you guys at least?
It's going to be really interesting to see what Luna does about the opponent's Leona. We have... Yeah, I do think that there's a little bit of problem with Leona where she's so strong attacking, not good in defending, and then you have that problem, as you mentioned. But in this case... They both have that problem, so I guess it's not as big of a deal.
Let me see if I can
It'll be interesting to see if we can
like
find a way to take both battlefields again, try to pull ahead. But it is rough right now. This Leona is at 7 in the bottom battlefield for Trevarian War Camp. Our Leona only at 6. We could bring both in, but then you potentially have your Leona die as well.
So, so on the math, they both each have a buff and a +1 piece of equipment. So the math checks out that Nicole's Leona is currently going to win the fight because the Leona's battlefield is going to get stunned.
You think that looks better?
I thought there was an extra +1 on this Leona.
I think what I'm doing makes it look a little bit better.
Fight back. And she's okay on defense. Does have shield actually,
very
which you
slightly like
that is actually going to matter if we want to travel to the bottom battlefield on Nicole's side. So
that definitely looks a little bit
easy
better.
point going to 6. 6 a number that feels pretty good. And you can maybe hold back here, but
I've
I
just
do
lightened everything a little
trying
bit.
to clear out this Leona feels relatively important. Although
Looks
it kind
a
of
little
depends
bit
how much
nicer.
danger are you putting your Leona into. It's a BF sword being put into the table now. That is going to give enough might for the other Leona to pop in. And again, with the
Probably
GA, I
flash
think
with
Nicole's
Leona
not too
if
worried.
you
This
place
Leona can get
teleport.
sent in, threaten to hold for the win at 7 points, and just say, you know what?
So far, this feels
Deal
like
with this, 'cause I don't think you can.
Princess
Yeah,
Knight,
it's gonna
honestly.
be a lot to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, we all know
+3
why
for
they're doing this.
sword.
I mean, Nikki, you're
we have the
absolutely
BF
right.
sword,
But like, the
and
reason
then
it feels like
also
this
the
is
two,
because
the
like
one
tomorrow we're
for
not going to
War
see
Camp, it's
any
gonna be
like
so
weird
much here,
random stuff like
for
this.
Straw Hat Scarl to deal with.
Also, I don't know if I ever
current
called
10
you
on
out.
7, I believe, if we
CCTV, if
factor
you're
in the
here
War
still,
Camp.
thank you for the follow. I don't know if I
6+1
actually
versus
called you
9+1.
out.
Send in the Leona. Stun your unit. Buff.
Day one is a
nothing,
jungle.
sadly. There's nothing
Absolutely.
that's unbuffed.
Yeah.
We're gonna get some extra value, but still gonna feel pretty good here. Pass it on over, and there's a death grip.
Ooh.
That's grip. Kill my guy. Make my Leona huge.
+5 here. It is stunned, so it won't be able to kill our Leona, but it could push us back. And going up to 6
I mean, I
points
think you defy this.
does not seem good for Luna Nicole.
You defy this,
I just
right?
love the synergy that's
100%.
present in this beta hook version of Leona. The death grip reaction.
Absolutely, you
oh,
defy
never mind.
that.
We're not going to get
Defy,
to the read it because
though.
defy happens.
Nat
So that would have
defy
not
off,
only buffed and
cycle
drawn a
the
card,
rune.
but triggered the Mixologist, which gets the unit back from your trash into the base. So
Oh,
ton
wow.
of value presented on the death grip. And Nicole reads the card for 2 seconds like, nah, I don't think so. Defy that one away and try and hold for the win here. Again, 7 points with 2 units on each, 1 unit on each battlefield.
I feel like
Threatening to
the
win.
hook
This
Leona
Sword
player
Scout can't
definitely had a good
displace these
spot.
units from their current places.
And then kind of
Yeah, I
got
think
mega
Defy's most
punished.
cards was a fantastic flavor text. It's
The
exactly
Zenith
what I
Blade
think
was
when I
like
play Defy.
clutch, and Luna played
I
it
need one
really
word.
well.
Yeah, there's this long-standing term across, I think, a number of different games where spells like this are typically
But also,
called
like, hook
permission
does
spells.
mean you play
Because,
some janky
when
draw
you
stuff.
play a spell, your opponent holding the
So,
permission spell,
how do
you have
we
to ask them
do
permission.
anything
You
here?
have to
Oh, you
command
got
it.
tasty.
And Defy is simply giving you the answer. No,
No.
you
Do
don't
we,
have
can we
permission.
rush a tasty?
Actually, no, I
One,
love that.
two.
That's a really great name for it. This is my first game that has these type of spells in it, so it's very interesting to see. We do have a couple options, though. It looks like I did see Tasty Fate Folk in hand.
4, 5,
Tasty Fate
6,
Folk
7,
does
8.
have
Okay, so he has got a
Accelerate,
tasty.
something to watch out for here.
How makes this
to
Leona?
help
4,
move in,
5, 6,
a unit potentially wipe Luna
7,
Nicole's
8,
board,
9.
but
That's a
we'll have
BF
to
sword.
see.
That's a
Are
big
just doing
Leona.
some math as well, looks like, on this.
Why does it say
Leona
2 of
side.
9?
Yeah, it's definitely 10.
Oh, you're right.
Reading. 10 with a Guardian Angel.
You're right.
most notably. So even if this Leona is taken out, she's going to be back and available to swing
Oh my
back
god,
in
you're
to the
so
battlefield.
right.
So Straw Hat Skull's
Ollie,
got quite a
it
task
should
here.
just
And
say
it does have a
8.
decent amount of runes, but
Oh my
you
god.
have to
I
kick
could not.
both
Oh
units
my
off the
god.
battlefield, either by taking them out or by stunning them, by pushing them away in some way. And after that, you have to make sure
Double
you get double
brutalizer
confidence.
the
So,
chem. Yes. Oh my god, you're right.
Gonna live through this turn
We played
because of that GA.
tasty,
So I'm not sure how much
accelerated,
Straw Hat Skull has to maybe
double
make work with
brutalizer
this.
the
Yeah, but
chemist, smash
I may have
in.
spied a cold a week.
Chemist
Looking through the cards very
5,
quickly, I'm trying
6,
to
7,
catch
8,
just the
9,
tops
10,
of the
11.
costs. I see the Fey Folk you mentioned. His Glass Missile just going to start.
He's just gonna go in
with
here,
the
isn't
simple
he?
stuff, I suppose. Rumble on in with the Stellarcon Hoarder, but again.
But we didn't
he's
get
one
Alan on
open. There's
feature
something like
match on
guard
round
if
2.
the
Like
goals
I
got
said,
that
this
in her
would be
list.
my
There are
feature match
options to
round
still
2.
at 1, but instead we're going to try. We have to try, right? So we're going to start by trying to take out the battlefield that looks a bit easier to take.
Yeah, and potentially we can
I mean, if
play
you can't
something
take
to
this
help
battlefield,
with
it's
this unit
basically
when we
game
could
over
draw
anyway.
more cards off that Dreaming
Well-
Tree. Ooh, Call of Glory. So Call of Glory is an interesting card because not only does it have a cost that is runes, but it can have an
We can
additional
scoop here.
cost where
It's
instead
okay.
you pay a buff. And Leona has been making the buffs this game. So suddenly, we're not just a 4 at Dreaming Tree. We are now
We can't
a
do
7.
anything here.
Much bigger there for Stellarcon. Protects
Let's
the
game.
Call to Glory, one of the few kind of free
Unless
spells
we have an
in
accelerate
the game
unit,
of
but
Riftbound so
I
far,
don't
but
think so, because
it's just
Tasty's
so
the
sick.
only
You can take
accelerate
a buff
unit.
from the other battlefield, so it doesn't even affect
wait,
your
we
might
could go.
there. You have to target your Stellarcon at the Dreaming Tree
So we
for the
could
first time, so you get to
go.
draw a card. There's just so much good value built into this Leona deck. And again,
Tasty
there's a lot more complexity,
accelerated.
perhaps a lot more really cool things happen
Right?
on
Can
the
we
beta hook
tasty
side for
accelerate
Straw Hat
and then
Skull.
hook?
But
1,
in this
2,
particular
3,
position,
4,
we're
5,
trying to
6,
kick these
7,
units
8.
off the
No, we're
battlefield.
one
I
short.
mean, Nicole had 1 rune open. She still has 1 rune open.
We
You
can't
use
do
anything
that.
to try and protect that Stellarcon, who's still going to stay that big for the rest of this turn.
I think our play
yeah,
was
it's gonna be so
honestly
nice. And there is a
double.
second buff if we had like a
Yeah,
second Call
I
of
think
Glory
our play
or
was
needed it.
honestly
It does look like
double
we have a
brutalizer,
unsung hero
the
being played
chemist.
again, and
Chemist
we're
come
gonna
in,
use
hope we kill this,
to make
flip
its
over the
might
top of our deck, and
even
if we...
more
Okay, I
to
mean, now if we
potentially get a
find
really good card off of this baited hook, but
the dragon...
note,
Oh my
it
god, he
is at
fucked
7
it!
points, meaning
There was
Strawhat
the
will have to clear
line!
both sides
There
of
was
whatever
a
he pulls
line!
off of the baited
Oh my
hook.
god, double chemist, smashing. Sacrifice it, dragon, eat the other unit.
Options. No, it is Hunter. Oh,
That
Hunter
was
is
some
a 6,
play.
I forgot. It costs 8, but it is
Oh
only
my
6 might, which
God.
makes sense, because getting to kill a unit when you play it is quite a powerful
He had a
effect.
sequence.
So we wanted to give the
He
dragon
just-
less might,
he just
but that is
didn't
actually
see it.
perfect for a deck like Baited Hook.
Which one will die, though? If we kill the Leona,
does he
it
still
does
have
go
enough?
to Baron War Camp, but it
One,
will still
two-
survive in the
Oh,
base.
he's got Xin
If we
Zhao.
kill the Stealth
Oh,
Herder,
okay. Well, Xin Zhao
it does officially
doesn't come in
die.
ready
You
because
have
he
to do
needs
both.
another
That's the
unit.
problem. You-
So unless he
both
has
units
another
need to leave these
2-cost
battlefields
unit,
here. Otherwise, Nicole's going to take game 1 in what is starting to become kind of a tight one. In fact, never mind, Straw Hat Skull decides I did
think
that
that was
much.
a
that looked pretty
sequence
good,
there.
but I could not take both battlefields.
No, I agree with you. I want to play
Nicole
this
gonna win
deck.
game 1 on her, let's call it
Like the
regular
decks
Leona.
that are always
I
praying
like
for a
it.
top
I
deck.
did
I mean, honestly,
see, like, Straw
I'd
Hat
rather
did
be playing
potentially
something
have
like a
way to
Leona
get a
deck,
second
which is
Harness
like
Dragon in
praying
hand,
for
but
a
I saw
top
him
deck to
count
win a
his
game and
runes,
actually
he
has a
does
chance
not
of winning
have
a
enough to
game
play a second one.
rather than
So
something
we are
else.
going into game 2. It's going to be a little bit different. That Obelisk of Power for ramping up runes, but also Arena's Greatest
I think
to
there was a
ramp up the
sequence there.
speed of our game.
I think
Very
you
interesting
just
that
do the-
Arena's Greatest would be something that Hook would want to go for. But I guess in general, you're trying to do kind of a lot of powerful things in a somewhat condensed timeline, right? I think in general,
they
games
did.
go really
They
late
did.
unless you have like a big engine.
Also, one of them,
building
for some
can
reason,
maybe be
is
tough
playing
to
Hook,
crack
so
through.
it
I
gets
think
very
trying
weird.
to win a little bit
We
faster
got double.
because you are generally
Hook,
deploying
I mean,
things
this is a
far ahead
great
of
one.
schedule, right? Much like Aurora.
Yeah,
when
11
you
might
get the things
chemists,
down,
unless
you
they
flip a
stun it. But
big,
they only had one.
Harness
They only
Dragon
had
that's
one
gonna
up,
6
and there's
might,
nothing
kills
for
something that comes into
one
play. If you do that on
that
like
can stun.
turn
So yeah,
3, let's say,
he smashes
that's
chemist
very
in
ahead
for
of
a
schedule.
bajillion
Yeah, that would be
damage.
absolutely
Tries to find Hungry
insane.
Dragon,
Clear
hits the Hungry
board
Dragon,
and
eat
get that
Leona.
huge might unit down. There's so many options
Win.
with this
I think
beta
that's
hook,
the
and
only
it's
way
so
you're
cool
winning,
to see it
in my
paired with the
opinion. That's like the only way you win.
Yep. Yeah, I think Spiritfold adding a lot to the Baited Hook decks here. Brutalizer especially giving so much might for
I mean,
so
you also
little
have got the
investment.
tasty
Just
Fae
2
folk, so if
Fear
you want to go
itself,
for the
plus it's
super
free to
safe
equip. I
play,
mean, you have to recycle a room, but you have to pay
you can
resources,
Fae
let's say,
folk
and just giving so much on the
onto,
attach, which is really the only time it matters. Baited Hook actually a pretty
yeah,
cool
you
deck in
Fae-
that you
unless
get to
you're
move
worried
your
about,
equipment
like,
around a lot. Typically,
double,
when you equip equipment,
cool
it
to-
stays on until the
If
unit
you're
goes
worried
away.
about double,
But this deck
you
is
have
trying
to do
take
the
its
line
units
that I've
away.
just said.
You get a
If
lot
you're
of
not worried
additional
about the
value there as
double
Obelisk
line,
gonna channel
then you
extra
can
on
still
here on
just like
turn 1.
brutalizer equip
Straw Hat Skull. I
one,
believe
smash
they remembered
in,
Arena's Greatest, and there's
flip,
a Vanguard Captain with a
smash
seal. That is a
in,
real
yeah,
nice
float
opener.
one,
That
smash,
is
play
such a
tasty Fae
strong
folk,
start.
smash into the other,
Immediately,
and let you still
we
win.
get the seal for the Baited Hook. We get the Vanguard
the safe is
Vanguard
that- I mean,
Captain with
yeah.
3 might and 2 1-might units. Oh my gosh, that is
So
absolutely
13,
insane. And
Leona
going
could've gone
first
up
here, it's only
from-
possible
so
because
how
that
big was
Obelisk
Leona?
of Power. I
4,
will mention
buff 5,
Arena's Greatest
6,
and
7,
Obelisk of Power
8,
both triggers that
9,
you have
and
to
then
call,
if
and
you 10,
books are
11,
potentially
12.
still
So
at 1
Chemist
0
was
for Straw Hat
5.
Skull.
I did see
Yeah,
him
Chemist would
like,
only go
point
to
the card at the time.
11.
So I believe the players have remembered the trigger. It may just not be reflected on the overlay, but we'll see
Yeah,
what
I don't
happens.
think-
We'll kind of let it
think-
play out here.
I think the
As,
only way
now
you
could
can
conquer both. You're
realistically
going to go for
do
1, go
it.
for 2.
I mean, you
Recruits
could, I guess you
really
could
good
double
at taking points there. So
Fae
Straw Hat Skull
folk,
going to start
right?
off at 3. It should be at the end of it all. And that's brutal. Call the week.
Well,
Call of the Week is such a strong card. It is 2 and power 1 that we
This
have
is how you normally
the
scoop
seal,
as
so we
Leona.
kind of get to cheat it. But
your opponent played a
especially
Call of
when
the
you're
Week.
making
Well,
these token units to
I'm
recruit,
done.
I mean, that is only 1 might. We
the
didn't really
one
have
of
to
Call of
pay
the
for
Week
first
in the
place since
Leona
Vanguard
deck
Captain did
against
it.
the
We
Leona.
can kill one of those, and it's
Oy.
any of the units on Luna's side. Luna, though, only had 1 unit. She had nothing to protect her Leona, and now that chosen champion dead in the trash pile.
Yeah, don't get fooled. I believe there's more than 1 copy of this Leona in the
Wait,
deck, but the
oh
one
my
that was
God.
from the Chosen Champion zone, it's kind of floating between the graveyard and the Chosen Champion
She's
zone.
trying to
Yeah,
call
go to game
back.
3.
That was the that was the one that made it.
Remember,
in there. So
Luna-
that one's
Luna
kind of
won,
been
so
for
we need
now.
to go
Lonely
to another
Poro
game.
deployed. Again, quite good in both decks, as it turns out. Fun to see them both utilizing Lonely Poro in such different ways.
wait, Prisma's playing against
But,
LS?
already off to a
Oh
rolling
my
start here for Straw
God.
Hat Skull. And again,
I wanna
still
watch
currently
that.
updated on the screen. Maybe the players
Oh my
don't know the
God,
button
better the
tap.
streamers.
Well, maybe too
Wait,
locked in.
Timo
Yeah,
Mirror?
who knows? I did see her write something. So
What the? Oh my god, I need to see this match. Oh my god, it's literally my streamer playing.
Yeah, they both.
That's just literally one of my streamers.
We've
Like,
solved
he is like I love that.
So we did get that updated.
I love Nick.
To reflect the.
See, I'm cool like that. I can
greatest.
call him that. I can't. I don't know Nick.
But nothing else there for Nicole. Just holding up some runes. Wanting to try and, you know, this is relatively small units, but wanting to maybe try and fend them off. But here's something bigger. There's Leona out of the
Mirror.
zone.
So they're both playing
love
Miracle
all the
Teemo.
alt arts in this game.
What?
They're absolutely
How did you
gorgeous.
see this?
Leona,
Where did Prismat
so
or
cute. She looks
someone
like a
stream
lion,
this, or is it just like
absolutely
common
adore it.
knowledge?
That should be to 5.
I want to.
points now,
I
believe.
need
So
to see
held
this.
Both
Oh,
after
wow.
conquering. So 5 to
I
1 is
need
the start
to
here for
see
Straw Hat
this.
Skull. And again, the Arena's greatest
Oh my God.
accelerating this game. We're still playing to 8, but it feels more like 7 when we start with the 3-point.
Yeah, you're mentioning how
Did Prismat
potentially
stream
a
this?
baited hook could
That's it.
accelerate and go in, but we didn't even need baited hook. To be able to
He
get
didn't
5
tweet
points.
Yeah,
either.
and that's
Neither
it.
Alice
Game
nor
2's
Prismat tweeted
done.
that they're playing one another.
Scooped up there for Nicole. Decided that start was actually just too good. Baited hook not even needed.
Yeah.
And Straw Hat Skull's going to equal it up in about
Oh,
3
you found it
minutes,
on
I think that
the
Kim was.
network thing. Oh my God.
Insane game 2. Arena's greatest is able to speed it up so much.
I'm pretty
It looks
sure
like game 3 is about to start.
LS is playing team mode. All right, yeah, I mean, we saw
Grove of the God Willow. We saw it earlier.
I said the Culver Week plays you scoop.
And we're
This is
also
why when
gonna
I
be
play
going
Leona and I
into
play against the Victor and they Culver Week me, I go, yep,
Yeah,
that's
Valentine
game.
was kind of a fun one. When you
When
conquer
I
him, you
made
ready a
top 8
friendly
with
gear.
Leona
If it's an equipment,
at
this is an important part
the
of the
first
text for this
skirmish
deck.
I
You may
played,
detach
there were
it.
there was like
actually a way for you to detach equipment.
3
Again,
Victors.
some decks like the Vanguard Armory deck,
No,
sometimes
4
like this, you can
Victors,
reactivate Armory, that's pretty
3
sweet.
Annies,
This deck
and
actually
me.
wants weirdly the
Guess what?
unintended
I
function,
wasn't
or
winning a
the,
single.
the perceived
I
less
had
good
beaten
function,
a
let's
Victor
call it.
as well.
The detaching part actually mattering
like
for
round
moving
2
this
to
equipment around,
actually even
shuffling the
have a
brutalizers,
chance.
shuffling
I don't know
around
how
the
I
other
beat that
equipment
guy.
that Straw Hat Skull has
I
access to
don't know.
here, as players are going to line up here for our final game, round 2, and already we're going to game 3 between, again, 2 Leonas that are 1-0.
I love it.
I think Prismat's playing. I thought Prismat was playing
getting those
thingy.
brutalizers moving around would be great, but readying
I mean, we
a
don't
unit
know.
would be so
I thought
interesting in a
Prismat was
baited hook
playing.
deck. I mean, I just I think like the Vanguard captain line potentially, where you already have those 2 tokens. You could do both potentially. That being said, only up to 2 might, but still crazy.
You figured it out. That's actually the best use case for it. I
Oh,
completely
let's
forgot.
go.
It's
There's
ready
less
a friendly
people playing,
gear. If it's an equipment, you
Vegas than
detach it.
Bologna.
Baited
Bologna
hook,
hit
thank
over
you for
1,700
reminding me yesterday,
players.
is
Crazy.
a gear. So that is a way to use baited hook multiple times in a turn.
I love how everyone has a trauma story
We
playing
kind of
versus
saw that,
Victor.
like,
It normally
in the
involves
value
Calder
game,
Week.
Luna Nicole
Let's be
felt
real.
pretty
It almost
comfortable.
always involves Calder
Baited
Week.
hook,
I mean,
pretty
this
good
is
when
why I
you go
wanted to
once.
build Leona. I was
Backbreaking
just
if
going to
you
play a
can go more
bunch
than
of
1 to
2 drops
turn.
so I
And there's a
just
hook
don't
right
lose
on
to
time.
Calder Week.
Yeah, baited hook immediately.
I'm not
coming
even
down
put
here.
myself out
Game
there
1,
aggressively.
down at a pretty
But
good
I mean,
speed.
hey.
Game 2, you
This
didn't
is a
even
pretty
need
good
it to
spot.
win. Game 3, turn 1, absolutely insane. And we are going to have to see how Luna Nicole deals with it, because not only does she have to deal with it immediately after turn 1, she's potentially having to deal with it as well twice a turn. But Leona is already made, also with that Guardian Angel, so it is kind of 2 copies down.
Yeah, it's a pretty big Leona. Going to be a 6 if it stuns a unit thanks to the legend ability. Kill a gear, though, salvaging that Guardian Angel, so no extra protection. And notably, Nicole had to recycle 2 runes to make that play. Played the Leona, but paid a power for both the GA equip and the Leona herself. So not a lot of resources here to work with, and Straw Hat Skull's deciding to play a bit slower here, wanting to set up a bigger baited hook turn. But just saying, you know what, 1 Leona right now, not particularly scary when they only have 4 other runes.
Yeah, he is getting set up, though. He's got that Seal of Unity already in play that can help with this baited hook.
Leona goes in,
we are
doesn't get a
moving up
stun,
Leona,
so
though,
it's actually
to
not
that
too
God
terrible.
Willow. He
If they have,
because
oh my
Straw
god,
Hat
if they've got
has
the
no
card,
cards
if they have a way of
as
killing
in
it,
units in
I think
play,
I'd want to
hopefully
die.
this Leona will be able to draw a card off Grove of the God Willow. I do think there's more draw in this set too, but especially set 1, if you could get to the single card of Grove of the God Willow, sometimes it could win you the entire game.
Yeah, Grove is a very powerful thing to hold on to, so Lonely Poro going to get deployed as a bit of
Raven,
backup, and I feel like the Temple is fairly important, but deciding that the card draw is more worth it right now, there's nothing really to contend for, so also no units for Straw Hat Skull, so
yeah,
not
very
a lot of
ballsy
potential
play.
threat for a conquer
Very
right
ballsy.
now, so Nicole going to
There
take
are
the
lots
early
of ways
point
you can get
and try and get
punished.
ahead. Kind of
I think at the same time,
she given the
kind of
nature
needs
of the
to
first
do
game
something.
especially,
She's only at 1 point, and the other guy has like set up fully. So you've kind of got to do something, right?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We do also have a hidden card coming down.
After this, I'm actually going to put my dinner on. I forgot it's like 9:30 in the UK. I haven't even
Oh,
eaten
it could be
yet.
Zonia's. I would love to see it.
I didn't even realize. I've been streaming for like almost 6 hours.
Hilarious.
This is mental. And we're only at round 2. Oh, it's going to be a long
It
one.
looks like it's actually Emperor's Divide.
Hidden Blade would have been GG. Yeah.
It's going to help protect
no,
Leona,
the Emperor's
brings it back
Divide.
to base. And while we're not going to get that hold, we do keep the link.
So then we're just going to slam our own Leona?
Did not get the draw cards.
Telecom's actually a little bit better.
Like the card has to actually.
We don't want to cycle.
I guess it
Leona
doesn't
at the moment.
resolve because it has to kill Leona out of battlefield. Leona's no longer out of battlefield, so it doesn't get the extra bonus that Zoni's ended up getting, which was quite juicy. But saving maybe your most important unit in your deck feels pretty good.
Yeah, I would say she's kind of determined to survive, but we do finally get Stellicorn Herder, so Straw Hat is threatening to be able to take points. It's also, with 3 might, potentially threatening that baited hook, but we're going to be the one going up with Lonely Poro into that Vild Temple. I think picking which battlefield going to here is a little bit interesting in this matchup because a lot of times you would think Grove of the God Willow is like the higher priority, but if you could actually get 2 baited hooks off, like that's insane. So which one is it?
Oh. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to answer the question of 2 baited hooks because it doesn't matter.
All right, Salvage is like critical.
He's going to put that baited hook into the bin. 2 points, and the main engine of Straw Hat Skull's deck is now deleted from the battlefield, from the base.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be able to find another one. He did show he has that ability. He had 2 at the end of game 2, but it's definitely painful. Straw Hat said no to the Guardian Angel, and we're saying no to the baited hook.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, both pretty impactful cards. I have to think for the baited hook deck, losing your namesake card feels pretty bad, but a big rune advantage here. This is the thing, like, Nicole is using a lot of power to generate these turns, right? So, definitely has to try and hold here once again to get the early points. I think at this point, like, you are going to get overwhelmed, especially with against Veiled Temple specifically, because there is so much extra value that this baited hook deck can kind of churn out. So Celicorn's going to get to draw another card. Lots of runes in play here to try and make a play. So we'll see what Straw Hat Skull lines up. It's simply a Harness Dragon cast the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, nothing wrong with actually paying for your cards. It does mean you won't
I feel targeted. I do not like paying for my cards. I like hitting them into play.
I mean, like, it's a lot stronger not to pay for it, but sometimes you just pay for your cards. And with it, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this Leona die.
Are we just hard casting a dragon?
I do assume it is going to go Leona versus giving a draw to
Goodbye, Leona.
Poro, but what is the
Leona?
card?
Is the other Leona player now trying to figure out
with this playing out?
if he
could be Zhonya's, which would be maybe not the best
play the hidden card or not?
Get through it, so
I mean, if it's Zhonya's, you have to play it, and if it's a hidden blade, you kill your unit.
I can tell you, it is not a Zhonya's.
Oh no!
There's almost some level of like bluffing happening here, where Nicole's presenting a card that is going to protect this Leona, and Harness Dragon says, you know what? Let me see. If it's Zhonya's, show me.
Like,
if it's
I don't know why we're
I'm
thinking
pretty
here.
sure is what it is. Unfortunately, moving away on like Hidden Blade does not save the day.
Tragic, and it is just like you said.
So long about that.
There you see the hidden card. It's supposed to be hidden.
It was.
Like you're not bluffing there.
A little too far up on the top of the overhead view we have here, but Celicorn
it's like,
still gonna
I'm
move
killing
into a
this.
point and a card. First point
you got it?
scored
No,
here by Straw Hat Skull.
yes,
Always
no.
feels pretty good.
Cool.
But it does feel like
I mean, it feels like the Hook deck has now just turned the corner. One of these decks has three runes. One of these decks has just cast an 8.
Runes going to 5 just does not feel enough when you're going into to a player.
I mean, that Lonely Poro is going to try and go the distance. How many cards has she got in hand? How many cards has Luna got in hand? I mean, she could still win this. That salvage is rough.
As it turns out.
Yeah, going to 5 versus going to 9.
So she's got like +2.
Yeah, 9 is just so. It does not feel a good spot to be.
No, we'll see how much play Nicole has here with the cards in her hand.
I mean, it's 14 minutes. Like, you can't stall at this point. Like, 14 minutes, like, you could play a whole game
maybe try
in
and
this
navigate
period
the
of time. And the fact that they're this far developed, I don't.
But
I think it's like Leona.
The baited hook Leona is going to present. It's going to generally be a lot bigger and have a lot more impact when they're played, right? Leona wants to kind of combine a lot of cards here. Sona actually to reinforce this battlefield. Trying to deny some value from the hidden temple and say, you know what? I'm willing to hold up all my runes, and I am not leaving this battlefield until
I saw a hidden blade in the other
Leona's
hand.
Hopefully it's me.
Yeah, and I think Sona somewhat
I don't like
that
the
problem
pullback.
you mentioned where we do not have the runes
do not
that
like the
Straw Hat
pullback.
does, but she has a
Really don't like the
where when she's
pullback.
at a battlefield,
I
holds,
don't
not
like
conquers,
this.
but you're able to ready 4 units at the beginning.
Goes to 2, draws 2 for the turn.
Which means, as we go into Straw Hat Skull's turn, wow, we would have only had 1 up. We now have 4 that he
Wrong
has
order,
to,
but I guess everybody's fine.
With the Harness Dragon, with these different cards
Pull back, draw another card, draw 3 cards in a turn.
To base, actually, so winning that maybe for a future turn. Celicorn Hoarder got the point for holding. Now going to move back to relative safety and draw a card
into the
Sona.
Ask them to show them what they've got.
Again. Not quite the overperformer that our Plundering Poro
we're just doing a Hidden Blade. We're not even going to try and make them do something.
4 runes open.
I mean, I like it.
Nicole can have here to deny this.
I mean, I don't like it. I'd rather make them use cards and then go.
We saw a couple turns ago. So that
I guess this only plays around.
Also, though,
like,
if we can't
like
find a way to stay there, Harness Dragon could just move up.
No.
We'll have to see here. It does look like we are going to use 2
and they don't have enough
runes
runes
to discipline.
So
we're going to draw off of it. It will leave 2 up. Is there something we can do? 1 more? Does what?
And now we're going to.
Okay, +2.
Now we're going to defy this?
trying to think what we're looking for.
Alan's also 3-0. I mean, as expected.
To be able to save this.
As expected.
Defy and Not So Fast would both work here. Unfortunately, Not So Fast in particular wouldn't mean that Sona can win her subsequent combat with the Harness Dragon. So kind of need like a Defy and an On Guard here, just thinking about the tools that are generally in arsenals. There's no buff either, so we don't have Call to Glory as an option to maybe use here. That would be really nice, but haven't stunned anything yet. It's just kind of been, you know, removal traded back and forth. There is the Defy, so that's going to stop the Hidden Blade. But does Sona have another plan? Because that Harness Dragon is going to come rumbling in right about now.
Guard
on the plus side, they're both 6-6 right now, so you would have to sacrifice the Harness Dragon. But he's kind of done his job. His job was to kill the Leona.
Oh, he's got the other. He's got the thing. He can kill the Stellarcorn.
To the Veiled Temple.
You can kill his Stellarcorn unit.
To speak of just
There's no green to defy this. Oh, this is insane, because now you don't even give a crap about the captain. Now you can just go in with the dragon.
It's the one that really develops your pace, though, which is just so strong. And when we
represent
do
a trade, or we can just do it now and just rip the Band-Aid off. We're just going to rip the Band-Aid off. Kill this, goes to 9.
I'm just going to go ahead and rumble on in, draw a card, sacrifice my unit.
And now we just don't care. Now we just smash in. Sona's dead. You've got a Lonely Poro.
Even bigger than the On-Guard that could be lying in wait. And rumble
the game's
on in
actually
to try and
over
conquer
now.
the Veiled Temple, and Sona goes goodbye.
Sona goes bye-bye, while Death Grip also
it is
gets
reaction
an extra
speed, so
card.
we could have actually just not... We could have just gone in. I guess it doesn't really matter.
It's great in his ear.
We have to do it in our action speed.
I think my problem with Death Grip is it's kind of hard to find decks that really want to utilize it. Beta Hook Leona, obviously one that does want to. I think that just means I'm not playing the decks that want to utilize it.
Yeah, I think with these decks that just generate so many different units are cool with killing
Beta Hook
their own
Leona
units. It
is probably going to win.
And it doesn't cost power, which is really nice as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of felt like all of the games here, the Beta Hook Leona game has like been strong.
At this point. I mean,
game 1, it felt like the Leona, like Luna had like the Zenith Blade and a few other things, right? Like it's not that she played bad. Like I think Luna's actually played super heads up in spots. Like she's repped stuff when she's had to rep stuff, but like it's just been a rough thing, right? Like this feels like you're playing against Leona deck that can also do everything you do, but goes bigger.
I guess we are slowly crawling our way back.
Like what do you do, man?
You know, another card
I don't know.
draw as well. I wonder how Luna and Nicole will be able to.
I mean, now you get to go Poro for Poro, and if they do anything else, you go, okay, I'll adjust.
When it comes to the board.
Unless you've got something else, goes to 4, so like, he's not even like super ahead on point advantage, which was like what was going for her like 2 turn cycles ago.
Obviously, it's
so it's actually really frustrating if you're in Luna's spot, right? Because like you played everything out as best you could.
There's going to be more to come here. Brutalizer out of Straw Hat Skull. That Darius, by the way, Legion ready.
On demand. Whoa, okay, Stellarcorn, because now you're forcing him to have On Guard and Discipline.
With this very wide board. Is Stellarcorn Herder going to
be one in? You're going to get On Guarded here.
The lonely Poro.
No, it's okay. You're just going to let it die.
Yeah, getting to also get that Darius down when you're trying to hold and grow is so nice. And there are other units
5. Yeah,
that we
because
can
he
move
was
up there,
for
like
holding.
those recruits.
Now we pull back. Now we put the Poro here because we
definitely
want
can
him
get
to
a lot
die.
of value off that Darius.
If we've got anything else we want to play, we play it. Otherwise, we just pass.
Still a little behind on the point race, but catching up pretty rapidly, it feels like.
Oh my god, they've got a hook.
Does have to pay power now. Doesn't have the
Oh my god, they've got the seal. They've just been holding it because they didn't have the opportunity to play it. So now we can just play this, pass. I mean, we've got infinite things. Until we need to find what we're looking for, we don't even have to worry about it.
Still attached to the Stellarcorn, so you could do the
just for understanding, they can react to move triggers, right? If they kill Stella with the reaction, do not draw. So you still draw for the reaction trigger.
We're sitting pretty here.
But you can respond to the movement.
Though, if we could,
you can respond to the trigger happening, but they will still draw a card.
Just in the way that you mentioned earlier,
as I understand
instead of actually using it to run a baited hook twice.
Fortunately, already held at the temple, which means Nicole passed back with 6 runes and no plays. I said getting to 6 and taking a setup turn might be the thing you have to do. I don't think there's a way out of this game for Nicole. Channel some runes, draws a card, doing the pleasantries.
We checked for it. Okay.
Triple Zenith Blade, 2 not so fast.
That hand is not it, and that should be game here for
Straw
Hat Skull.
GG.
The shake of the hand does
Hook
go
does
across
it,
the
but
table,
when your opponent shows you triple Zenith Blade, double not so fast, I mean,
exactly the sentence you expected to hear.
Yeah, you just kind of you can't do anything about that, right?
Exactly how everyone expected today's tournament to go. Leona baited hook may be the best deck in format.
I liked it. Nicole's bantering back to her friends. Hey, look, I won the first game. Okay, it was going well. Everything was okay, but unfortunately at the end, baited hook Leona was enough to kind of push it over. I mean, game 2, very fast. Just kind of a blazingly fast start. But then you kind of see, I mean, the engine that this deck assembles being very powerful. And again, this is kind of a thing with decks like Leona where you have a lot of interaction spells and you have a lot of units. If you draw a mix, you usually feel pretty good. If you draw all of one and none of the other, feels kind of bad.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened in Game 3, sadly. But great job by both of these Leona players. It was so cool to see just how you can build them differently and how they can succeed in those different games.
Well, I would love to hear more about how that deck was built, and there's no better person than the winner of our last match
go to our bingo.
With.
All right, I'm here with Straw Hat Scarl, fresh off a victory in a Leona mirror. First things first, I gotta ask you, why Leona?
I mean, realistically, I was kind of thinking not a lot of people are going to be on Leona. I played Leona a ton in solo queue after she came out. So, playing a little bit of a different list, though. We're on baited hook. Just, I don't know. Regular Leona package feels so bad into such a removal-heavy meta, so I just figured baited hook was something that no one's going to see, and sure enough, now people saw it, I guess. It didn't really, it worked, but,
Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit about this match in particular. I mean, it's a Leona mirror that can be a little dicey just due to, there's shield and then stun, so there's offensive and defensive pressure. How do you feel your hook deck was faring? Did you get any advantages from being hook versus not being hook?
Yeah, so I think it was game 1, definitely, I hit a Harness Dragon off the top, which is really nice. It's really hard into traditional Leona sometimes with my setup because we're looking at GAs, Anya's, Emperor's Divide, all of the ways to save everything. I mean, it's everything in green, right? Just saves everything and not so fast. And she not so fast with the Harness Dragon, which was excellent play by her. Game 2 started with Arena Greatest and led with just Vanguard Captain Seal. So it was
while we're waiting, I'm going to quickly
I was
put my
at 5
food on. It's an easy thing. I'm just
it was over on that one. And then game 3, I just drew every single piece of removal that I sided in, and it was just Call of the Week, Hidden Blade, and she just couldn't keep a unit on the battlefield. So I think overall, a lot of decks that we're seeing right now that are really good are token decks because a lot of removal hits one thing or two things like Singularity. It's they're not going to spend a Singularity on 2 tokens normally, or if they spend it on my stuff, I definitely when it gets back or I draw or whatever. But I think stuff that really hurts it is Bellows Breath, obviously. That hits a lot of stuff. I don't know. Tried the pre-regional last night and it was fine, but I don't know. We'll see if we can shoot for a best of.
All right, well, good luck with that, and thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the win, and good luck in the rest.
Thank you.
Now we'll send it right on back to the desk.
We're so back. Still here in round 2 of the Las Vegas Regional Qualifier. I'm Patriot Time, and that's Ursa Day. And I don't think I expected anything that's really happened so far. I'm glad I read enough cards, because we've been throwing some curveballs as far as matches we've had on feature so far.
Yeah, there's been so many really fun decks between Rumble, Jinx, I want to say Leona. Who would have even expected to see some of these matchups? And so it's been so cool to see really just the spice that people are bringing to Las Vegas.
Certainly is. And speaking of spice, I have something that we've teased you with for quite a few rounds now. We once showed you Aurelia and Draven as the upcoming matchup. Well, look, guess what? They're finally here. It is Draven versus Aurelia, and this is
we're finally getting Draven Aurelia.
I will refresh you all. This is an extremely unique take on Draven. I don't believe triple detonate main is standard.
The main?
I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know everything about Draven, but I'm going to put that out there.
Yeah, it's an interesting list for sure. This detonate can be so cool. I'm excited to see how it plays in this matchup coming up. We do have Unveiled Temple in this list as well, just like we saw in the last game.
Not a fan of this list, chap. Not a fan.
One thing to note is the one spinning axe in main. In the
there's some things here that I just don't
both of them. There's a second one, and it's just the reaction speed is just so nice.
There's Pack of Wonders in this sideboard. That is one of my pet cards from Origins. If you don't know what that one does, you exhaust it. You can pick something up and
This
put
is
it
still
back in
round
your
2.
hand.
This
So if you
match
pick up a
coming
scrap,
in
you
is round 2, so we don't have to worry too much.
When you replay it, you get to draw a card. If you pick up your Ezreal,
Excuse me, I'm not like the other Draven.
There's a lot of cool things you can do.
I'm not like the other girls.
Pack of Wonders is a treasure trove.
I mean, this guy is 2-0.
So you just get the benefits of the treasure trove.
But he might just not see the detonates unless he needs it.
Yeah, and Treasure Trove is in main. I was interested to see Treasure Trove there without Pack of Wonders being in the main. So we'll have to see how that ends up playing out.
I'm not sure about this one, chat. This one feels a little bait.
In a lot of these purple decks. Sometimes the Misfortune list will run it. to pick up the Mind Splitter and then put the Mind Splitter back down, pick the Mind, and then you just have it repeating over and over. We'll have to see how that plays in this deck for sure, but a lot of cool.
Yeah, I'm not sold on
we'll
this
talk
one.
about it more in
I get
the
the
game, but this is
idea of it. Like
definitely
it seems like a really fun little thing.
The extreme limit
but
of the idea, right? Really trying to play all the card draw, trying to get to the deck as fast as possible, and then recycle things and have just a really robust deck you're consistently recurring things from. We'll have a look at the other side.
I actually got like 2 replacement cards.
This exact deck
oh, waiting for them to figure out what they're doing.
Quite a lot over the course of the weekend. It is
sneaky deck
very standard. We had a top 4 list that's
Draven.
looking very similar to what we saw in Bologna.
Yeah, it's going to be a really great, I mean, a really fun, excited
this is
to
the build
see
I like.
this matchup. We will have to cover
This is the Aurelia build I like.
It's not
369
surprising to see it in this list, but if we can get sneaky deck hands out on that turn 1, a lot of decks really kind of want to get some early point leads against
Ride the
Aurelia,
Wind,
and
double
the sneaky deck
Zonya,
hands
triple
stops
Guardian
it.
Angel,
Yeah,
one Adventure Knight. I don't like the Edge
getting
Knight.
points
I like
and
the
kind of
triple
comboing
boots,
off to the end of the
honestly,
game.
but
It's the thing that
speaking.
Aurelia generally wants
Otherwise,
to do,
I can
but
get
I
on
don't really
board.
know what Draven
Too
wants to do
Lonely
in this
Fora is
matchup, because again, this
interesting.
is such
You can
a
play around with some cards
different
there.
build of Draven.
But
Again,
I don't
plenty of Draven
mind
decks do
playing
this, but
2
this is
Lonely
kind of
Foras.
the quintessential, I want to do this specific game plan pushed as far as you
It's
can. So you know
fine.
what? Instead of speculating about what's going to happen in the matchup,
But you can still see through these if you shine a flashlight on them. So like they still haven't fixed
in round
it.
2, it's Will Julian versus Troop Dupe Scoop, which is quite a set of words with a bunch of vowels in them. Gonna put with Obelisk Power here, Draven versus Aurelia Yesterday.
This is such an
Interesting way to
interesting
think
one,
about
starting
Leona,
with
but
both
it's not for me.
powers.
I like traditional concept Leona, even
I
if
feel
you
like
still play
oftentimes
2 to 3 6
you don't
make it
really
viable.
want that to
no, I
happen.
completely agree with you, Shadowy.
But so we are gonna be
I think
starting with our
I'm gonna
first
give it a
player
go
with
on
4
stream.
runes
I'll
potentially,
give Hook
our
Leona a
player
go
going
on stream, especially during the
5
challenge. I
runes
think that would be
potentially,
fun.
Not the count you normally see, but it will mean we could see Aurelia really early. We could see a lot of cards from Will. There's so many different things that could happen here with these.
But yeah, I wouldn't want to go higher than that.
So both players going to mulligan 2 cards.
Also, while we're between, I did a 3-minute ad break. The reason I do that because then we don't get any ads for like a full hour. So my hope is that we get to go through all of this match and then hopefully the next match without anything, chat. So we should be good. We shouldn't get any pre-rolls. We shouldn't be anything. We should be all done.
And let's just play this thing. Yeah, sure. That seems good.
Straight
It took them like
Draven.
5 minutes of nothing. Anyway,
out
turn 1,
super
no
early.
2
You
drop
can
for.
win those
Oh wait, we're on the.
Obviously,
We're
our
going.
leader
We got a
here is
bingo.
gonna be so
We got a
nice
bingo.
to draw
We
cards
got a
in the showdowns.
bingo.
But
Yes,
when
Shadowy, you're
Draven
right. We got a
Famous
bingo.
comes in, if he wins
We
the combat,
got a
he gets to get a golden gear as well,
In
which
the
is just
mirror
so
match.
nice. Start building
Mirror
those
match battlefields.
resources. So let's
Okay.
see.
Yeah,
There's a
second line
chance
of checks
Draven wins on
Draven, by the
coverage.
way, not one to ignore. When I attack or defend, you may.
We've got to see an Annie, and they've got to get a quick
red
kill. I think
power,
I've
red
realized
power.
in
If
hindsight
you do,
this
you
is
get
a
plus 2
terrible.
turn.
This
I
one's
had this opportunity because
weird.
Jim Davis took me out.
I think we could get these, and then we just never see this.
Every time. Draven attacks or defends. So if you get, I don't know, say
We've
5
got
or
a. I
flatted
think this is.
out of the
Oh, this
battlefield
one's
after
unlikely.
Draven pays, Draven can pay again. And all of a sudden, you have to deal with an 8-mat unit after getting
Got
pushed
some
out
interesting
for the first
ones.
time.
Yeah, it's definitely painful. And if you're like defending as well with him, you can
Wow.
just keep doing it as many
Will's
as you
pretty
win.
lucky.
We do see that Silkhorn Herder coming down on Troop side.
Discard 1,
It
draw
will help
3.
draw those cards. And while we may have
I
had
wanna
enough
be that
runes
powerful.
to play the Aurelia, which is going to be, you know, our end game here, the thing is that you do not want to play Aurelia if you don't have the cards to protect her. There's only one Aurelia in this deck, and if she dies, your game plan. There's some options, but not many of them.
Yeah, certainly Aurelia is your best threat,
Looking
so you
for
want to try and
you.
protect that one as best you can. We are going to see Ezreal discarding a scrap heap, though. So again, tearing through this deck at light
He's got
speed.
Ezreal
Cold
out.
shot
I'm
also
I'm
going to keep
stupid.
shuffling through some cards.
Well, we're
that
back
die,
to.
by the way,
Oh no,
that
this
is
guy
counting
doesn't.
how
That's the
many
thing I hate
cards
the
have been played this
most.
turn.
Playing
Why would that
runes
possibly
and
be
deck on the
important,
same
Yesterday?
side. It's a personal
I wonder,
preference
there's gonna be
thing,
a
but I can't do
a
that.
Battering?
Battering ram.
Battering ram. But yeah, Battering Ram is so
So we
nice. We have so
played
many of these discount cards. We've talked over and over
1,
today
2,
about
3
how much
cards this
discounted
turn.
cards can be powerful.
Ezreal,
and Battering
cold
Ram
shot,
plays many
stack
cards
deck,
as you play
playing
the turn.
2, battering
Discounts, I believe,
ram.
down to
Seems fine.
one energy, and it does look like with 3 we'll only have to pay 2, meaning that's not just a 4 Draven threatening 6. It's 9.
Scooper. What you got, my dude?
Conquered all the way
Great
to 3, but
name.
2 feels pretty good
Great
at this stage
name.
With all of
I feel
that
like
life
Will
presented on the
probably
battlefield.
like
So this is the kind of thing that Draven does to you.
never
Just
played
presents
League of
really good
Legends.
numbers, puts good might on the
Duper
battlefield.
duper
I'm gonna ask you a
scooper.
question.
That's
Do you
a
want
League
to
of
try and
Legends
challenge him?
player.
Because if you do,
That's
and you
one
are
of
wrong,
us,
I
chat.
get further and further ahead.
Yeah, he is so so good at that, drawing cards, generating gold. he can just gain such a lead.
All right, trigger draw.
I mean, Irelia,
Oh,
we
foil
we're
Stellar
already at 1 point.
Promo Stellar Corn.
Cards, but
all right.
Irelia needs to find a way
Look at
in
somebody.
and then dance around the field to a win.
I have to respect Troop's bling, I will say. It's a beautiful looking deck so far. These beautiful ult-out runes, this foil Stellar Herder, the boots are going on, Aurelia's popping. We're getting ready just to draw a card here from the Stellar Herder. We already scored our point. We're not getting over on the other side. We're just going to get ready and maybe
we'll give ganking.
I suppose.
We
So
ready
it's only 5
There's
mana
no
right
way
now.
we're
That's
going.
just
We're
the
probably going back.
Ram.
We're going back
yeah,
to base.
that is not nice. It does look like a charm is going to come down. There are no runes up on Draven's side, so the printed cost, at least for the battering ram, is
okay,
you know
charm.
the same
I'm surprised
one.
we're not charming the
You do, I
Ezreal,
believe,
honestly
only play
speaking.
power for the Draven plus,
Yes,
not
correct.
energy. So we could still see him go to 6. It looks like that would not be the case, and Draven will die.
Yep, had the option, and now going to gank on over there. That's 5 currently. Draws a card. Going to need to play another spell, but there's plenty of gas in the tank here. On guard. Going to be the trick of choice here for Troop. And that's going to give +2 to the lonely Stellar Herder. That's going to get a point and another card for moving, and of course a point for conquering. So a very efficient bit of movement there from this Aurelia player, and that's exactly what you need.
That guy playing Aurelia could probably deck me or like break
that
me like a
turn was
twig.
very well kept under control.
Man is
Yeah,
built.
I think we put Draven in his place a little bit here, the Stellar Herder, but I mean, she is.
This is a very good time
right
for
now, sitting in Obelisk of Power.
Pretty big.
I mean, good size for sure.
Very good time.
Our player does have Ezreal, though, able to discount these additional costs.
We're doing it again, by the way. We were putting the die out to indicate how many cards we have played this turn, which again, battering ram for 1 is going to be
2 plus 1
here.
floating.
We have 2 counts, though.
Cold shot going to get put on the chain. I think Troop asked just to
Cold shot is the card you should counter.
Because he's going to be a defy.
Good nose.
So not wanting any more selection. That also does turn off the count card, I believe, for battering ram. Yep, so it does tick down. Troop does know how that works. Very similar to Ravenbloom Student, if you're familiar with that interaction out of Origins. So you're going to have to work a little harder here for the battering ram. And in some ways, having a little die to remind yourself, that is good. But you may have accidentally tipped to your opponent that you have another battering ram. Or maybe you do it every time and they just have to call your bluff.
Yeah, I feel like you'll have to do it every single time. Otherwise, it's going to give a little bit too much information. It looks like we're potentially deciding to move Ezreal, and we're putting our 3 Ezreal up into the Stellar Herder. We must have something here, and it looks like a rebuke is going to come down here.
Well, for one, we can't stop this.
Kind of nice, actually. Baited out the defy, potentially. Oh, actually, you can't defy rebuke. Never mind. That costs 2 power, so not even an option. Not so fast turned off in some ways by tapping your opponent under 2 runes. So that is going to work out. And of course, Draven,
the fact that we know
the one
Will
thing
has
that really makes it sing is that when you win a combat,
means obviously
you draw a card. And it
pretty
turns out,
likely
bouncing a unit back
they're
to
going to
hand
leave
when you
2
have a
up.
unit there
If they
is
don't leave
winning a
2
combat.
up, like they're just
would have thought.
letting their Ezreal
that
die
being
for
said,
some reason.
It is so nice to get that draw. It'll help us find more cards, the pieces we need, maybe more cards to play to discount other cards in our deck. And so it all comes together so nicely with this Miracle Draven.
Yeah, Aurelia, a deck that really commits a lot of power.
1, 2, 3, 4,
when she does
5.
powerful
I
things.
actually
Kinda
don't
saw that
even
with the equipment,
mind
the
playing Aurelia
activation
and
for the Stellar
passing.
So
I actually
does
think
have
that's
room to
kind of
replay
the
Stellar Corn, but
base thing
just
to do
doing
right
that
here, right now.
feels like you maybe going to be
You already
a
have a
little bit
bunch of
behind,
cards
so
already in
curious
hand
how
if
much
you're...
Troop wants to commit here by ready
Troop?
again, reattaching the boots,
So
maybe
I kind of like
because again,
playing the Aurelia.
when you choose wrong against Draven,
Wait. He can't...
You cannot beat this Ezreal in combat. Not only are you going to probably lose
fight
your
or
unit,
flight, but we
Draven's
can
gonna
Yeah, it is
we have a way of
so
retargeting?
painful
We
to
don't
lose
have a way of
combat here,
retargeting
especially when you
if we do
don't
that.
think it's possible. You're there with your
But if we
swiftness, you're
go
like, I'm a
with
5 versus your 3, what's going to happen?
Stellar
And
Corn,
nope,
we
Rebuke
could.
takes
Yeah,
that.
I
Looks like
think we
Aurelia
just
is
play
officially
Aurelia.
coming in, though, so we must
And
have
pass.
something to be able to protect her, hopefully.
We already got a bunch
Does
of
look
draw
like we are
stuff.
currently just tapped out, though.
From
we're
here
gonna
now,
need
it means we're
Aurelia
basically
in
going to be able to do
base.
everything
Taking
we
a turn
want
off
to
here, not even
do. Our
equipping the
opponent,
boots
like,
with
we
swiftness,
can't...
obviously,
Realistically, we
that
can never
equip
kill
be
the
a true
Ezreal.
effect for your Aurelia Legend, so
there's
you
no
kinda wanna
sense in
bounce
us,
around
like,
those different
pretending
things,
we
but
can.
This is kind of scary.
could have
I don't know
maybe-
how much removal is in Will's deck. I didn't remember it all off the top
Discard.
of my head.
Let me guess, we got
But
the
Traveling
thing
Merchant's
again.
going to move in, try and cycle through some cards.
No,
This
we got
Aurelia is
the other
looking a
one,
little bit
that's fine.
vulnerable potentially over on the other side. But if she lives, and it's kind of a setup turn
So
here for the Aurelia
Ezreal
player,
comes
gonna
back.
have a lot
We
of
are at 4
action
points.
to
We are at pretty good.
dance
Also,
over these
like
battlefields,
Aurelia
as
is
the
able to
Queen put it.
be able to jump around. So
it'll be interesting
that,
to see what she's able to do.
that
Hopefully,
Traveling
she
Merchant's
does survive
dead.
the turn.
Ezreal number
while
2.
she's
So we're really happy
vulnerable
now that we
here,
didn't like
but
try and spend like
we'll have to
multiple
see
cards
if
to do that.
Draven's so
Opponent
diligent when she's moving
discarding a
around.
fight or flight is interesting.
Here's Ezreal. We should probably read Ezreal.
I mean, Detonate is
that is true.
for this
We've
match.
been talking a lot about his discard.
Yes.
But I think that one of the big things is his optional additional cost. It gets discounted. We now have
Killer
2
Gear,
down,
its
which
controller
says we're gonna get
draws
even
2.
more. And so things
So I mean,
like,
part of the reason you're playing these treasures is because you want to be able to do it to your own stuff.
And different
But I mean, if you really want to get rid of it, it is
at
at action speed. It is a normal one.
For Ezreal.
You got to just play it in your turn
I mean,
or not.
Ezreal's just been so strong in so many decks.
One sec, I think my
yeah,
food's
cold
almost
shot
done.
definitely the one that kind of most people think of, but lots of different things with the repeat effects that Ezreal lets you get a very big rebate on. 4-2 right now as far as points go. A Traveling Merchant holding down the fort in the northern battlefield. So Aurelia is going to go ahead and say, hey, let's challenge you and see if you can get away with it all. Already has an extra might thanks to her. When I ready, get +1, or when you choose me, give me +1. And Awakening at the start of your turn is readying, which I literally looked up last night because I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. She reads like a 4. You see her,
Yeah.
she costs 5 and she's only 4, and you're like, oh man, she's not even that big for how much she costs. But the moment she awakens, she is already up to a 5. And with this, when you choose me or ready me, give me +1, you just continue to grow her. We attach the boots. She gets, you know, chosen again. If you discipline her, she's not just a +2. On guard is not just a +2. It is so crazy to see her grow because she can become monstrous.
Yeah, so now the thing is, are we holding with this Aurelia as we replay the Silicon? Looks like we are. So Aurelia currently a 6 at the battlefield. Again, readying during your opponent's turn, not
So
impossible.
he just went in 1-2,
So it's just one room
played
opening. There is a
that.
Zhonya's in play,
So
though.
interesting.
So we'll have to see if this
Well,
Aurelia can
Macy
lead
didn't try
through
and pull
fight
back the
either,
Aurelia.
holding at the battlefield, which would be best case scenario, getting a point.
It feels a
or
little
just
bit of a
getting
mistake
pushed
not to pull back
base
the Aurelia.
with that Zhonya's replacing her potential demise. Again, need
But
to
I guess you have
protect the
to
princess
cycle
here on the
another
Aurelia
rune,
side,
and
as
without
Draven is
fight or
still
flight, it
cycling
gets
through this
really
deck.
awkward.
Yeah, we have to protect the princess. Zhonya's will do
You
that.
want to
but we do
ready,
still have
move,
one
fight or
rune
flight,
up,
move, and then
meaning
move
that
back.
There could be things like Defy that come down. We could see things like On Guard that can make her.
Well, we know
reach the
they've got
4.
Defiant Dance. We
She's
know they've got On
6
Guard.
right now, and it would make her up to a 9?
Mhm.
9.
+2, +1. Thanks to that Aurelia Texas stacked deck is going to continue the battering ram counter, I guess we can lovingly call it. And again, Will just trying to get through this deck as quickly as possible. Not doing nothing on the road to doing that, I might add. Like, still playing units, challenging there, trying to get Draven triggers. Like, you still play, you know, regular-ish Riftbound, but when the game gets really late, that's
The
when
problem
things
is you
get
can
out of
never use
control.
your
The
Ezreal
question
to
is,
actually
can you actually
attack
get that
in.
late against Aurelia, who's going to
So,
constantly put pressure on your battlefield? Here's a
going for a
bushwhack. This means this turn's going to get quite big.
Okay.
This is going to be an interesting one. Bushwhack is a. I mean, I like the card a lot. It's a nice little red. When your friendly units, they enter ready for the turn, and you can also get a gold gear exhausted, which is so nice.
Now, when would we want to ready units on a turn? When would that maybe be good?
Let's see. Maybe if we play some big units that want to attack, maybe Battering Ram can come in ready.
Detonate.
What is this detonate, though? You did mention it earlier.
Took out the Zhonya's. So again, I did look at this card and think, is this just a card draw spell for Draven? But there is a lot of good gear running around in Spirit Forge, and just even giving your opponent 2 cards like Hidden Blade, sometimes that's okay because you killed the single most important piece of equipment they have, and that Zhonya's is gone.
Ooh, yeah, what is this Irelia going to do now? Again, we still have 1 rune, but the Zhonya's was trying to protect the princess. It was that fell safe if we weren't able to give her enough might to be able to survive whatever is coming at her. And Rasa coming in here. I have a feeling we did not get to have to pay very much of anything with this big discard pile.
Doesn't look like much got paid again. Very aggressively cycling through the deck, and now that 6 might plus the 3 from the Ezreal rumbling into this battlefield thanks to Bushwhack is going to get readied. That's without the Rams even coming through. There's so much discounting that these decks do, these Miracle Shells do. And now going to challenge the Aurelia, who, as we noted, is currently a 6, but could be bigger.
She could be potentially a 9 with an On Guard, so we could see a trade, but I'm not, I mean, we would not be happy as Irelia to have that happen.
Yeah, you can see Will actually, I think, counting exactly to those numbers, thinking On Guard the most obvious card being represented here by a troop. Can't play Charm in this spot, so that's not an option there. I'm trying to think what else you could even have. I mean, Defy is kind of the obvious one you think of, but that doesn't matter in combat. That only matters when, you know, spells are there that you can potentially counter. And there's Defiant Dance!
Defiant Dance. I didn't even think about it, even though I've been saying dance way too many times this turn. While it does get +2 like On Guard, it also -2s your opponent, which means what was a 9 is now a 7, and we are a 9.
And you get +1, and that is an effective +5 for a single energy. And I don't know how that slipped my mind, because this is one of the reasons to play Aurelia. Such a strong signature spell, and that is going to turn this combat upside down for our poor Draven player.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to be paying for something here. So it looks like oh, it's the one I mentioned earlier, which is our reaction speed gear. We are going to try to counteract that -2. But again, it's still only a trade right now.
So,
and the problem is as well is
oh my god, it's a Rasa coming in.
Spinning axis is so strong, giving +2.
There's a Draven. So Define Dance was played, so that gave +3, and I'm assuming that gave -3. So Rasa is currently 6 with the Ezreal 789, and then this Aurelia is
temporary. Unfortunately,
5, got chosen 6, 789, so it's a full trade.
That number that was that big. So Ezreal's gonna live. Axe is going to get unattached, so we'll have to reattach it if we want to hold on to the Axe, but winning the combat, drawing a card, and most critically,
6, 7, because they're chosen 8,
Aurelia, 9,
10. Yeah, it's not enough.
I always forget it's
crazy.
instead of +2, but it's absolutely huge, and it is going to be able to make this Aurelia die, and we still get
I missed the Leo game. Did we hook? Not draw. We did. We actually were successful with the hook.
6 feels like a pretty good number to
be at. Bingo. Only paid 1 + 1 to recycle.
Let's take a peek at those cards and see what we can find on top. I see a battering ram. I see a detonate that immediately gets put to hand.
Who mispay?
So nice.
Was it the axe?
Go away, but we do have no runes
Nikki,
up
was
for
it the
the
axe?
end of our turn. So when Troop does play this next one, he'll have all the information possible of what could occur to him.
Yeah, tough when you don't have your biggest threat available, but this Telecon can still get some damage done. With the boots especially, can go around drawing cards, finding pumps. The card's going to get hit and wonder what that one could be. But that's, that Ezreal in the back is actually not going to go over and grab point number 6, deciding that 5 is enough. Wanting to present some might at the one battlefield that we're kind of forced to hold, thanks to the exchange that happened earlier. Again, threaten some Draven triggers if Troop does want to come in. And then you just hold back.
Wow, that was
Feels
a
like
huge,
the position in the game
huge,
doesn't need to push all the way to 6 and try and threaten to win too early. Can get Shrek is going to get readied. That's without the ram. Yeah, you can see Will actually Defy is kind of the obvious one you think of, but that doesn't matter in combat. That only matters when, you know, spells are there that you can potentially counter. And there's Defiant Dance!
Defiant Dance. I didn't even think about it, even though I've been saying dance way too many times this turn.
The card
While it does get +2 like on guard, it also...
And you get +1. And that isn't one of the reasons to play Aurelia. Such a strong signature spell. And that is going to turn this combat upside down for our poor Draven player.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to be paying for something here. So it looks like oh, it's the one I mentioned earlier, which...
Did he have one float? It looks like he had one floating. Looks like he had one floating.
Just like...
We checked the tape. We checked the tape.
Really?
It's good for us to check the tape, because if he doesn't, then it's just cheating on camera. And then I get to post the clip on Twitter.
We're going to defensively move back here.
I get to engagement farm.
Runes up that we're worried about. You know, he may spin a Defy if he actually targets the opponent's card.
No.
We are going to take that.
I mean, it's good to like. At the end of the day, we need to police this sort of thing.
There, so it's 6 for the Ezreal just on its own. There's another one in the back.
Nothing to apologize for.
This is quite a bit of power, funnily enough, for Draven, despite all the runes getting recycled under the deck. But Troop is getting closer to the magical mark of points. Again, Aurelia is a deck that when she gets to 6, she's really good at taking those last 2 points.
Yeah, she definitely is so strong at it. And a lot of these decks that run, like, Ride the Wind, hitting 6 can just be so important. I did notice this Draven, I believe, is not running a Ride the Wind, but I see one in Troop's hand. So it's something to watch for. If we can hit 6 here, then we could have a really strong turn, even in the Draven's turn.
Yep, and again, readying the Herder, sending it back to the other battlefield thanks to ganking. And what did we just say about 6 points being good for Aurelia?
Crazy, it looks like we hit it.
Are we going to be able to move the Stellacorn back, or are we just going to let it hang out and hold? Already, Stellacorn is...
I'm not going to stand back and hold.
6 might at that battlefield. Ezreal is already bigger, with the one with the axe is looking pretty good, but Aurelia does have tricks, and there's one of them. Going to try and charm a unit to the battlefield, because that Stellacorn already got bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, that is so nice. So this charm is going to be able to bring it in, kill it, and
that's kind of crazy.
Hopefully, if we can end before they're able to catch it,
Ezreal plus getting rid of that
threat will disappear as well.
I mean, you
wait, they got Final Flight in hand.
Doesn't feel good to roll the axe over. Nope, never mind, just goes away. Yeah, right, beginning of the turn, of course, the axe goes away. No real window to reattach it, so bye-bye axe.
Exactly, and we have to really, you know, worry here if we do decide to move in one of these battlefields, because with 2 runes up, that Ride the Wind is definitely an option.
I'm surprised against Aurelia as
we are
Draven.
Detonate come down again to take out
in the
one of these
vacuum,
gears,
you go for Obelisk. I thought you would
these runes
So you go for
and
Zon
making
Warrens.
stopping the right to win
For the sheer
making it
factor
not
that
an
you'd
option
actually.
is kind of
I guess.
Yeah, and Will's digging.
I guess you
Just
want to ramp,
detonated
and it's
the
now
treasure
just
trove,
that
right?
really
You get the trigger
unfortunate
from the
spot that you
treasure
found the
and you
mirror.
get to draw 2 cards. This is the thing I was talking about with this deck, where this is a really interesting, flexible spell in this Draven build, but behind here, I mean, absolutely threatening to win on troop side, even with not that many runes. That Celicon's going to hold for 1, and you best believe it's looking to gank over on the other side. So Will needs an answer pretty soon, and that could be the one, hiding a card at that battlefield and redeploying a treasure trove. That is basically, I have a fight or flight, please do not have a counter.
This as
yeah, for sure. I think it's so interesting that he just like let the Ezreal move in instead of like riding the win over, but I think we'll still have the option to show the fight or flight to try to push this Ezreal back because Ezreal is no longer at Obelisk of Power. That hidden can't really.
I like that the troop. I like that troop moved this guy over. Like
exactly
I'm gonna.
In order to control a hidden card, you need to be at the battlefield where the card is hidden, and when you get pushed away, you're no longer there. So that is a win for Aurelia. Without Aurelia in the middle point of that
so
game,
the card
very
thing's an actual separate layer.
Navigating with a Stellar Corn Herder and a Dream.
Clearly being done by a graphics operator.
And they made it all the way to those 8 points. Going into game 2, it looks like we will be doing Sunken Temple and Vil Temple.
So the Yasuo enjoy, we need
really
to remove Aurelia from existence.
Today.
She's just
First
better
the
Yasuo
power,
she
now
is.
the temples. But we will have to watch out, I feel like, for those gears. Similarly,
except in this game, he only killed his opponent's gear with the thing.
Round with the Vil Temple.
Now, players are going to put some cards under.
Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't enough. It just was not enough to overcome.
Right Aurelia. See if Draven can mount a comeback. With again this very draw-heavy build of Draven. Scrap heap.
He also killed one of his own
on the first turn. Going to draw a card, and that threatens a little bit more than it might look like in terms of cards in hand. Not so good at.
Well, we gave his opponent 2 cards, and he drew.
Yes, sneaky deckhand.
This is the kind of attack. I mean, honestly, this card got me playing Annie last night at my Nexus night.
Especially going second, Sneaky Deckhands is really going to put us so far in the lead, even though it doesn't look like.
Oh, because that's the key interaction where you get to
once
drop.
Once you get to 6, you can kind of play to set up for the win.
It also means you can play Scrap Heap early.
You can do, especially if you have
enough
later
of a lead
to take some time and set up. And Sneaky Deckhand's the kind of card that just gets you points early. You kind of really want to, get in early on the battlefield, get to points, and then set yourself up to win.
I can see the methods of the madness.
Some of the decks run Yasuo.
Because I see it, though, doesn't mean I like it.
Some just want to kind of play all the way to 6 and go from there. And for now, Troop's happy. Going to get his point, retreat the deckhand, and play the Aurelia.
Yeah, and we already
get 2
2-0
points,
now.
Aurelia,
Draven
pass
hasn't
the
even
turn.
moved into one of these battlefields. We don't have anything up to mention, so it's not like
dude, I hope that's on feature. Dude, if LS versus Priz isn't on feature, I'm going to be so sad.
Yeah, actually, I guess I missed the pass back after the deckhand happened here, because I was just a Draven go on Will's side. So that is 2 points, 1 for conquering, 1 for holding, that Troop Dupe manages to scoop up here in the start of this game. And Aurelia, as we know, very
this is LS from League.
Whenever you try and contest the battlefield. I mean, Draven might be tricky, tough to play against when Draven's trying to force combat, but Aurelia is really good at busting through that.
Yeah, for sure. They were both kind of play and go from their chosen battlefields, but oh my god, we're going to be playing
I think he's got a full master collection of set 1.
So much might. And
he came over to America.
Surprisingly, in our Rumble game.
Went back to America to play in some tournaments.
He threatens those 2 baby mechs
during set 1.
Yeah, this card's really hype. If you're trying to hold a
I
battlefield
don't know if
and
he
make
came
things
back for
tough for your opponent,
Houston.
First Forerunner, exactly the kind of thing you want to be at. So that is 10 might.
He played a bunch in. Yeah, he played a bunch in the States. And he's even getting stuff going in Korea.
One bigger. So, Troop, is this the turn you want to move in and try and take out these battlefields? Because again, when you pick wrong,
he also went to Riot Officers and played there in like their closed beta sort of thing.
Especially when it's a Protect the Princess deck.
Yeah.
Aurelia,
LS is like super all in on Riftbound at the moment.
A lot done with
but he doesn't play Magic or other stuff.
If we do that first turn,
I'm not a super fan. I swear. I've just followed Nick for like.
That's another way for Aurelia to kind of get
like 5
quickly.
years.
So you need to do a little bit more work.
He has still kept some of his big things, but yeah, he sold a lot of his stuff for Riftbound.
And Aurelia pretty commonly mighty at different points throughout the game, but the question really is coming at
I think he's collected. I think he's kept most of his power stuff.
Can go again when we choose, thanks to Aurelia. I think there should be 2 more. So already in my head, I think we're above 10. But I'm going to let Troop Dupe show us how it's done with that die.
Let's see.
At 10. I heard him say 10.
Yeah.
I got close.
the really big ticket stuff, but I think all of his lower costed stuff. I think he had a lot of Final Fantasy like sealed stuff, and I think he sold a bunch of that stuff.
And multiple
like that's
other
mostly
cards
funded
that
his
really
Riftbound stuff,
and even if
which
she
is like
does
dope.
die, Guardian Angel is gonna protect her.
I feel like we're setting up a ready into gank angle here, so gonna go to the temple here. This is a pretty free conquer. Gonna take point number 3, and again it's 4, 7. That is 10. There is a Ride the Wind available here.
There is, yeah, you are 100% correct. And one thing to note is if we would be able to conquer with the Ride the Wind, she would be ready and could protect herself. Nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ate some food.
We'd get
a bit more.
One bigger from getting chosen.
I got some energy.
Just decides to say go. Doesn't want to commit the resources there. Again, it's 12 might at that battlefield. It looks like 10, but Draven can give himself +2. And I think in that spot, with the
12 might is so easy. I mean, if we see a 20 Aurelia,
happily recycle one of his red runes to try and win that combat.
100.
If we
100%.
see a 20 might Aurelia,
get Syl of Discord here.
Unlikely.
I mean, always nice in these miracle decks.
These things can happen. That Aurelia, if she untaps, will be 5,
use the power
6,
now,
7, 8, 9. 9 just from untapping. You play anything 10, 11, 12. You play another thing 13, 14, 15. You equip another thing 16, 17, 18. It's like you need like another equipment.
Even better. And
Slash
again, that's the
3
version of
pumps and we
Draven
hit
that
it.
Will is presenting here in this matchup.
Nuts, mate. And that isn't including also like moving and doing anything else. Like, so much could happen.
Not the easiest princess.
I don't know why I'm like conducting with a water bottle.
100%. She is.
There's a lot, and this Draven has to be scared of that. I think you pull off. I think you pull off unless you think you can kill this Aurelia. Now he does have a Detonate in hand. Detonate allows them to get rid of the Guardian Angel or the Boots of Swiftness if they want some more protection. But at the same time, it's like, what are you doing? You're doing this to hopefully hold for one. Currently, the sneaky deckhand isn't doing too much. We're going to Detonate, hopefully killing our own scrap heap now, which lets us draw 3 cards to see a little bit deeper. In turn, lets us look for things like
defied, but can let this one go.
What are we looking for here? What are we digging for? Fight Flight's a pretty nice card to draw. Rebuke's a pretty nice card to draw. The problem is our opponent has left 2 up, so they are representing
is that retreat back?
Not so fast. If they have got a not so fast, like our whole sequence of play doesn't look so good. So we want to just kind of be as resourceful as possible.
Yeah,
so this is what I really like. Okay, play 2. We need to use this
knows
1.
that the late game's going to be pretty well in hand. It can establish a pretty big presence. So kind of let Aurelia do her thing for a couple turns. You know, 5 points doesn't feel so threatening. 6 can be, but Miracle Shells are the kind of decks that will happily play from behind and then go from there. So players looks like they're just trying to out exactly what resources happened. Will knows exactly what sequencing was made here. Troop says, okay, just wanted to make sure. Everything
All right,
was,
1, 2, 3 for the Ezreal.
Clear.
1 for the.
And here's a battering ram, which is
pretty big
and pretty cheap.
Very cheap right now. That is for sure. And it looks like after.
Wait! Whoa! Hold up! I'm confused. So.
It looks like 10, but Draven
opponent has.
+2, and I think in that spot.
Okay,
with
Will has 7 cards.
Nice in these miracle decks.
1, 2, 3. Plays Ezreal.
You get to like get a push up. So
4 up.
She has a T.
More points than you, so.
Opponent plays Detonate, puts the thing to the bottom.
Troop says,
1.
okay, of course this can be defied, but can let this one go and draw
2.
That is. We still do have 3 rooms. I'll put 1 up.
Yeah, again, I think happy to play the slower game here in general. Is this Draven deck knows that the late game's going to be pretty well in.
Ezreal. Detonate. Treasure.
Go from was exactly was clear.
Battering ram. Nah, chat. If I'm unless I'm mistaken, he did pay. Did he pay £2? No, he used the seal, so he's fine for that. Wait.
Discord. That is such a.
One energy. To try and win that combat.
100%. Does look like we
he had 1 floating. He had 1 floating. He had 1 floating. He had 1 floating.
Because there's a lot of might on
he had 1 floating.
It's 10 again between the Draven and the Forerunner. Can be more if Draven wants to recycle. Green here, Thunder Song, going to shut out any potential tricks here. So you have to retreat your Aurelia right now.
Yeah, Rhaenyra's Thundersong is so interesting. It is an
The fact that they sometimes have dice and sometimes don't have dice is just like, oh, it just makes things so much more complicated for no reason.
So you are allowed to
and people just aren't maintaining the game states.
Chain
Steal
off
gear,
of her
kill
ability.
Trove, yeah, seems
So
okay.
we can
Yeah,
see
yeah,
things
yeah.
like
It's
that
because he
flash
like
that you
cycled at the
mentioned to
very
bring
beginning.
her back to base, or if we have something
If he just
else
didn't cycle
help
at the very
make her
beginning,
too
it's
large
like
to
not a
be
problem.
used, would also be helpful. But we'll have
right.
to see what
well,
exactly
Aurelia went to
happens.
5. We are going to
But,
have to
you know,
flash in
Troop
response to this Bryn here.
expects will save this Aurelia because that's his goal at the end of the day.
Most notably, Not So Fast, which I believe is in Troop's hand, does counter abilities, but only if they choose a friendly unit.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, opponent is not choosing. It's simply saying all of you don't get to do anything, which again, relevant because Riftbound is also a multiplayer game you can play, not in this context we currently have. So instead, the flash does have to be committed, and it is free reign on the battlefields now for Draven.
Yeah, Draven can make it a 4 points here. Maybe we don't have a huge problem with that, as we mentioned. Like, we do just want to get to 6. So maybe we only have to take 1 battlefield next turn, though.
Yeah, need to at least get 1, but again, needs to continue to protect said princess. Resets the seal, by the way, thanks to
The
Veil
flash
Temp,
here
which is
was
a pretty cute little
really
interaction, makes his
good.
cold shot feel a little easier to cast. In fact, between the Ezreal and the seal, looks like it's not going to cost much at all.
Let's see. Looks like we have, a couple options here. It looks like Rasa versus a fight or flight right now. Both kind of different game plans. Rasa helping us develop might. Fight or flight helping us either defensively or aggressively in some of these battles.
Yeah, you just add a power to something.
Both are really nice cards to draw.
That's
yeah,
cool.
Seal, notably for the second one, over another Ezreal, which is a pretty... you would think those cards would not be that
I like
close
it.
in power,
Cool.
but Seal being the more valuable one here, again, especially to get through your deck, being able to effectively mitigate so many of your purple power costs is a really powerful thing. That's why this deck plays 3 Seals, because you have a lot of costs you want to pay when you get towards the end of your deck. And again, probably going to take our extra point here by rumbling on over, but just counting the cards, making sure everything's all right, and we will check which card
So then, Seal into Seal, we still have to cycle. Seal. Red gets cycled. More. Detonate, killing our own thing. Let's just get an extra rune.
Yeah, treasure trove.
So much value.
So much value.
You get to channel the rune you lose from the power, you get to draw 3 cards. It's great. Treasure Trove does it all.
That is really, really nice. That is for sure. Yeah, normally you see when you treasure trove, like Pack of Wonders, treasure trove, but detonate kind of gives just more versatility.
Yeah, a lot of cards too, and for a very low rate.
That
so
feels
again,
a little...
It's a Draven build that's very much focused
a little
on
hopeful that everything's going to work out, in my opinion.
So far, so good, but we're still a little bit behind in the points race. And
so, like, what do you do? So this is only 11 might, and you're fully tapped out. So your Aurelia opponent knows, okay, so we're going to go here.
That's immense.
Wow, this is a little mental,
so many
mate.
cards, it's crazy.
Ezra going to take that point, though, and that's probably going to pass on back to Troop.
All right, 5,
Yeah, so
6,
it looks like
7,
we are
8,
going to tap
9.
out this entire turn over Will. So there are no cards
With
that he can
ganking.
play during his turn. There's no hidden
Oh,
cards
there's
as well
just
that
so
Aurelia
many
is,
things
like,
you can do
watching
here
for.
as Aurelia.
But there is a lot of might in the Build Temple. Sunken Temple, though, on top, it's only 3 right now.
Yeah,
so he's got to be
easy to take, and again, I think getting 1 point here feels
15.
pretty relevant. I don't know how
he's
got to
be 15,
really
16, 17. If he can beat 17 might, he wins.
It happens all that often. So I think you're happy to do this, reset your Aurelia back to base.
Okay, I think you always draw here, by the way, for Sunken Temple. They go to 6, draw a card.
You don't have to worry about all that much. And then you have to solve the puzzle of how do I crack the 15 might or so that's on the other side. In fact, it's 17 if Draven chooses to get active.
So if you have a way of doing it, you just win.
Maybe
if you have triple pump, you win.
Nice to remove
if
some of
you
that
have
might
triple
from the
pump, you just win here.
But obviously, multiple
On
problems.
guard,
Forerunner,
discipline.
you're not really removing his might. He's just going to get
Has he got
split
it?
into unbase. And also, we can just wait till next turn, like you mentioned. But it does look like discipline's coming down.
Discipline.
I'm not sure if we're committing to moving
trigger,
over or if we're,
float,
you know,
discard,
dipping our toe in and seeing what our
Oh,
next
wait, he's
card
got
is
it because
that
he
we'll
also
draw.
goes in the deck hand.
Kind of a fun little offensive trick with Guardian Angel where you just pump up Aurelia and then send her over, and then you expect her to trade off and come up.
Oh,
with
that was
a
another
cross when
discipline,
she is
wasn't
there.
it?
You don't actually trade.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
You get to replace her demise with your gear, which is a pretty good exchange, all things considered. Can't win this
9,
turn, most notably. So
10, 11,
if Troop does
12,
want to make this play over to the other side, it's just going to be to cut down the battlefield to set
13,
up the next
14,
turn.
15,
but maybe also taking
16,
this as just an opportunity to retreat as well. But I
17.
have to think if you're committing a discipline and your legend ability, you're probably going over there to do some damage.
Yeah, for sure. And especially like this turn, there are no runes up on Will's side. So he can more reliably take out some of these units just in case there's something he doesn't expect next turn, or if Will's able to leave up enough runes to threaten.
Yeah, great point. No hidden card either, so no
okay, so he's basically going to asking the Draven player, Draven, hello, do you have, are you going to cycle a rune? The Draven player goes, yes, I will cycle a rune.
He's going to get a trigger here.
Please tell me he said yes.
Legend, if that's a little confusing. So can recycle a rune and go to 17, but Troop's got more things to do before that happens. And I think if we're playing a card we've already passed on Draven potentially getting might from his attack or defend trigger.
Interesting.
Fight or flight instead.
Well, fight or flight's a really good one.
Yep, get that out of here. I do not want you to make extra mechs.
Push that, kill these.
And I'll blow up your board. Thanks very much.
That's so nice, and we will be going to 7. We still have 3 runes up as well, so while maybe we don't like
we got Ride the Wind.
It's definitely an option here.
So we just can't lose.
Early when you put your opponents in this spot, you're threatening the
we
hold.
got Ride the Wind not so far, so and Defy, and oh my god, we've got everything.
And
we actually have everything in the
go back to
kitchen
base, and you're still back in the same spot you want to be in, which is ready Aurelia that already got +1 from her own ability, that's ready to dance back through the battlefield once more for a double conquer. So I said Aurelia likes to play from 6, which I think is true, but this is the kind of spot where you're also happy to play for 7 because you're kind of forcing your opponent into a choice they don't really want to make. I can't leave you here because you're going to win.
4, 5, 6, 7, meaning you have to go in with both of them here unless you have a way of pumping and you only have one spinning axe.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about going into this next turn. We obviously do have a good number of runes. It looks like we are at 9
He's
right
got the
now
one spinning axe in hand.
Seals. There's a lot of draw power in this
I guess
deck.
this is a detonate coming out.
Treasure troves. Obviously, just the normal miracle package
draw
as
3,
well.
mate.
So we could find some pieces, but we are digging.
Alright, he's going to go for
Rebuke. That's a very good card to find, but I was going to say, one of the problems here is that with all this card draw, you kind of have some dead draws in a sense. Yes, the card draw typically gets you more cards, which is good because again, you're trying to get through your deck.
I mean,
but I worry that there's just maybe too many bricks, right? Like there's only so many treasure troves you control that don't do anything.
low key, if he had moved the sneaky deck onto the other battlefield, he never loses.
So Will's going to have to set this up here. Still plenty of resources left. We're going to send in a bunch of might first. 11 over here to this Aurelia, who is.
I mean, I guess you just still you go
8.
Yeah, I think this is going to be so interesting because to some extent here, we're saying try to make it bigger, try to do it, and then the moment you do, you burn through those cards, that Rebuke comes down and it nullifies it. And we'll have to start from the beginning, and then those cards aren't in Troop's hand anymore.
Yeah, I think a worthy sacrifice.
I think if he just goes thumbs up, I think the play is thumbs up.
If you win. So maybe just killing off the Bryn here and saying okay to the GA trigger, just letting it really go back to base.
You just thumbs up, trade with the thing.
Ride the Wind is going to happen instead. I would like to go over here, please.
Yeah, and Ride the Wind is such an interesting card because normally in Riftbound, you're only able to conquer once per battlefield during your turn. But actually the wording is during a turn. So because you're moving over, you're able to kind of, circumvent that to some extent. It's not the same turn.
I mean, because we know Will has Rebuke.
That being said, we're at 7, so I'm not sure if we'd be going to 8 here or if we'd be drawing a card.
So it's still the same rules to the winning point where you have to hold or conquer both battlefields, which is technically possible with the Ride the Wind if you get really spicy with it.
If he had gone in with the sneaky deck hand, he
once
wins.
You do hit that conquer. But the problem is this Rebuke is going to open up a window that's still here, and not so fast got tapped out of here to play this Ride to Wind. I think Troop was playing for the hold and instead gets maximum punished as Aurelia gets returned to the hand.
Ouch.
So no card draw.
Because if he splits, Aurelia just goes, okay, because he has to have another breakpoint, so then he has to play like the spinning axe.
11, I lied, there is 17 might parked at the Veiled Temple thanks to Rasa coming down.
Yeah, that is a lot of might here in the Veiled Temple. That being said, Sneaky Deck hands could take Sunken Temple. It won't put us to 8 points because just as you mentioned, you have to hold or conquer both sides at some point during your turn
to play around the idea that the deck hand
Vi
also coming down.
Really nice.
Yeah, so I should clarify, it is hold for a point or conquer all battlefields for the winning point.
It would have definitely put Will in a way tougher spot. He would have had to have played the spinning axe. Now he does still have 2 runes up,
astronomically high.
But he would have had to have committed the spinning axe to one of them.
If Vi wants to get real big.
100%.
Can only do it on Draven's turn. Can't do it as a reaction or anything. So Vi mostly good on offense, which I think is in the spirit of the character from the game. But I feel like Troop wants to try and score the 7th point right now. And again, you have to break through 7. Is it really 17? It is 17 points of might just at one battlefield, and there's a bunch in base as well.
There is so much there. That being said, Irelia is in hand. She's not in the trash pile, so we could see her come back. But it will be a lot that she has to get through. But William is only going to 6 if he's able to hold here, meaning we do have additional turn if needed.
I see Draven Audacious in the hand.
Yeah, he's got 2 in the deck, I believe.
So that one can score the winning point if you score the bonus point. The issue is that Draven Audacious has to win a combat. Much like Draven, combat has to move. So you can't conquer and get an extra point. But if that Draven is big enough to take out that battlefield, and there's only 2 runes over on Will's side,
so
that extra point from the Draven
if the Aurelia player had just gone
because all the bonus point
up,
effects do count as the winning point. That is
yeah,
one
if the
way to
Aurelia player had
circumvent
just
the
gone
regular
thumbs
rules of
up,
winning.
Aurelia would have
really
gone back. We
We'll
would have traded with the Ferocious Forerunner.
Pull it off.
He then would have played Bryn here. He could have played Bryn here, double Rasa.
Not so fast.
But then we still would have had Aurelia on the battlefield.
How big is Draven Audacious?
And their opponent would be holding up the thing that we would have had.
It may be the card that's coming up, because it is fan to the front of the hand here for Troop. 6 energy, 1 power, 6 might. Deflect, that's fun. The first time I win a combat each turn, you score 1 point. We're not going to read the rest of the card right now, even though it does do some funny things. If it dies, your opponent gets a point as well. But if Draven can win this 17 might combat over on the other side, Draven's going to win this game. And GA kind of gives you a second shot at combat here.
This equip,
but you do have to ready,
go in,
and you can't re-ready Aurelia without conquering. So how are we going to re-ready the Draven if you get kicked back to base? Because right now, 6 + 3, that's 9. That's not enough might.
Are we just playing around the... Is Troop just going on the assumption our opponent just doesn't have, like...
Sneaky Deckhands has been just
anything
hanging around
to
here,
deal with this?
sitting in the base instead of going for any of these extra points as I really started moving around, but we'll have to see if Draven's able to do anything here. It looks like we are moving both in. It is currently...
That's 11.
He has 11 right now. We do have 3 up.
Yeah, 9 on the Draven and 2 on the deckhand. So 11 total, rumbling into, again, I will repeat this, 17 might on the other side. And 2 runes up as well. Like Fight or Flight, there's plenty of things. Rebuke as well would be, I think, an absolute blowout here if Will had it. There is a not so fast in hand, but can Troop get the Draven back into the battlefield? Because if we're making this play, the plan is to re-ready the Draven and go back in. And Aurelia only readies if you conquer. Currently not conquering. So what is the plan?
It does look like we are going to be hitting that spinning axis. It is a +3 we mentioned earlier. So it's, what 16 might now, 17 might, 16 might?
It was 17, so 6, 6.
Yeah, so we're going up to 20 might here.
6, 11, yeah. 6, 11 + 6 is 17, so 20 now. Nice even number.
Oof, that's a lot to have to deal with.
Ride the wind in hand. I'm so curious what the plan is here. Defiant Dance.
Double trade, throw in first, steal 2 things, then ready. But then he loses a point here.
But that already seemed really challenging.
Yeah, we're in a rough spot, it feels like.
I mean,
if it was a rebuke, it would be insane. But you don't have rebuke.
Looks like we do have 1 Defiant Dance, which will be able to bring the other side down to 18 and us up to 13.
Yeah, I think losing the Aurelia there, or the Aurelia getting rebuked, I think you just always had to leave up the 2 for the thing. I think you just go, yeah, I'm not winning this turn, it's fine.
Go back in the next turn. Again, Will's not going to win on the crackback.
Or not at least putting...
This could be a multi-turn line.
Like, if it signals he's going 1-on-1, it kind of signals he probably has something else. You just kind of go, okay, Aurelia's winning, and then he goes,
but it seems dangerous, especially if it's Draven,
sure.
it gives a point to the opponent. That would put William, or Will, up to 6 points before the end of his turn, which would mean the following turn he could win with 8 points.
Yeah, only when you die in combat for Draven Audacious, not when
you because Draven's going to give...
And the replacement direct from GA should mean you don't actually die in combat. Yeah, you can see the players kind of explaining it to each other now.
No, that's true.
I believe Troop is setting up a 2-turn play here, where Audacious is going to go back in next turn and try and make it happen. And we know that if some sort of, Falling Star relates,
is that how that works?
Shaped spell. I don't know if Will has it exactly, but something like that would try and take out the Draven. There is a permission spell.
If I would die,
Hill
Guardian said, yep, no.
So only 5 points now.
If you would, yeah, no point.
From the first Forerunner staying at the battlefield. But again,
don't
die. Is really scary on the other side of the table.
Yeah, he is not nice to have to deal with.
I mean,
so we are still at 6 points. I mean, we're at 6 points
goes to
by
6,
holding.
goes to 7.
So we're not able to win on this turn for Will, but
we're gonna have to figure it out.
We have a.
And now this is where it gets real rough.
You definitely have to stack one side as well on the Draven side, because you can't afford Draven an easy combat to win on the other side at the temple. So, sorry, at the Sunken Temple. There's 2 temples in play. So Ezreal going to reinforce and draw some cards here. And again, Rasa and Vi on the other side. That's 9 more might that can be added to this battlefield. So 12, 15, 18 might potentially on the table, just from the units we can see.
Yeah, that is for sure. And there still are 4 runes up. We could essentially see more units or spells as well.
Now counting the deck, Will knows I've gotten low. I know what spells I've been recycling here. I know what I have access to. You definitely don't want to make the mistake of overdrawing your deck. That is a disaster for the Miracle decks. But Cold Shock going to find a Rebuke. That feels like a pretty tough thing for this Draven to fight through. And Draven already had a tough road with how big this battlefield is.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because it looked like he was avoiding the draw cards. I saw Scrap Heap go to the bottom. I think I saw a Stack Deck go to the bottom as well. So we'll have to, see exactly what Will does, but he is definitely avoiding the draw, like you mentioned.
There's Rasa, played for not very much.
Yeah,
lots of cards in the trash at this point. So
if he had just held up the not so fast, which he has in hand,
he's
fine.
Like, I just want to make the biggest number possible. Go ahead. See if you can get through this.
I think that's a great plan for Will, just to try to make the one side as heavy as possible. Too much, hopefully, for Troop to deal with. But Irelia has a lot of might in hand from everything that they do.
Ganking, but if you have like Fight or Flight or Rebuke, you can win.
They're drawing 2 actually here, off the Conquer from the Temple, and 1 for being at 7 points and conquering a battlefield.
They do not have it
by conquering a single battlefield, but you can get some extra cards once you are at this point. So if Troop does find a way to conquer the other battlefield that is laden with units, Irelia is going to win this match 2-0. But I do not know how Irelia is supposed to puzzle out of this.
Yeah, it is definitely just that, a puzzle.
Charm would do it.
Charm could potentially help us here, yeah.
That would win. You could charm a unit over, have Draven win a combat, and that gets the point. So I guess that's what Troop is digging for, but I don't think he found one.
It doesn't look like it's in hand just yet. I'm not sure there's any other way to draw either here, but it looks like we are going to pass. Will only go to 7 points, and there are no units.
This does have to make sure that Will assumes he's just like what this is doing. It's a bluff play, right? It's like I play this, I go here, I have infinite things, I have counter spells plus other stuff, and if you don't do the Vi infinite might, I'm gonna just like stop you.
That can help Troop survive it.
So this is going to be the last turn of the game, because both players are at 7, and Draven is throwing not only a hold, which is kind of funny, but if a combat goes wrong on the other side, Draven's also going to win, because he's going to win a combat and score the point on the opponent's turn. Vi also has ganking, by the way. So Vi might just rumble on over there with the
so he's looking to get his Rebuke again.
Earlier. And that's going to be enough might to win a combat.
Oh, yeah, no, this is game. This is actually game.
Because the rules that apply to Draven Legend also apply to Draven Audacious.
Very, very
this is actually
true.
free. This is actually super free. Think about it now. He just gets the Cold Shock. Cold Shock gets to go through 4 cards. He's going to be able to see the Rebuke. The Rebuke then gets to play, and it's it. That's the game, boys. Oh, Fight or Flight also works. But he's got infinite counter spells. No, we know he's got infinite counter spells. But we know this fight can get infinitely big. So what he's going to do is he's just going to get all of the reaction spells out, and then the Vi can just come in at the very end if it doesn't work.
Isn't that much of a problem? Just recycling a bunch. You do it one at a time as Vi, so I believe you do get to order these in the way that you want.
We know he's got 1,
actually
2...
happens. Typically, when you recycle, you actually recycle
not so fast plus hard bargain, so he has to fight through 2, but then he just dies anyway.
Cases where you can, in effect, stack your deck, and this number is about to be extremely big.
Oh my god! Yeah, it looks like we are putting.
This is. I guess you do this first.
So it is going to be 22 threatening this Draven.
Because now you're saying, do you have the Firefighter Rebuke?
Could be wrong,
and he does
maybe not. It looks like we're resetting and going.
That's it. That's game.
That's it.
We're going to play a 3rd game here.
Let's see what happens. It's going to be a huge question of who can get those early points. because it will probably go.
I honestly think
well,
Aurelia
actually,
should have won that game. I honestly think Aurelia should have won.
So those scrap heaps could
I think
now
they
be
low-key
discarded on
punted.
Zon Warrens.
Yeah,
I think if
definitely
they
one of the
just
things
thumbs
with
up,
these decks that want to churn through the whole
yeah,
deck and
I think if they
set up
just thumbs
really
up,
big turns in the late game, it
I
can
think
take
if
a
the
while to get through
you want to know the
game.
super heads up
Miracle
play?
Shells can be a bit time consuming.
Oh my
to play very
god.
rapidly.
Okay.
So, we'll
So
see
the
how
super
rapidly
heads
players
up
play, 'cause there's
play
not a lot of
is
time
you
left
go
in the round.
thumbs
7
up.
minutes as we move on into
Oh my
game
god,
number
yeah, no,
3.
they had the win.
The fact that there were
Oh
even
my
ways
god.
for Troop to win
Thumbs
that
up
game in the
to
position
it.
was in is wild to
Aurelia
me.
dies still
Will did navigate it,
in
and we'll see which player is able to
showdown.
take this final game. Guardian Angel
Because you
will
can
play the
still do
turn
this
for
as a
Aurelia.
showdown action.
Yeah, it was interesting. Maybe I don't
You
think they
ride the wind, move your thing back in, and you
You
just
might
like,
have just moved through it.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
and then you have to
jumped
force,
through it really
and then you
quickly, but,
force a rebuke out.
We do get the Guardian
Oh
Angel
my
down, which
god.
is a nice early protection for Aurelia.
there was a
when we get
line.
Aurelia out, but we'll still
Oh,
need
there was
another
so
turn
many
before Aurelia
lines,
is
man.
possible. It doesn't look like
Oh
there's
my
any
god.
units in hand, which is going to be a problem because Draven can get early points with this Ezreal.
Yeah, well, it's going to feel nice, especially again when there's
Oh
limited
my god.
time in the round.
That was a line.
So
That
Ezreal
was
on
so many
board drew
lines.
3 cards, by the way, after discarding a
I
scrap
think it
heap,
also
which
you
is
can
the
just like
maximum
throw
value
thumbs
of
up
your
and then
Ezreal.
go
There's
again.
another scrap heap to the zone.
Yeah, there was so many ways. There was so many ways.
Gonna play this Draven. Go.
So,
We
so,
are playing
so
as
many
fast
ways.
as we can because we have to. We are getting late in this round.
Yep, it's time to move. That is for sure with only 6 minutes on the clock.
Sneaky bit.
We finally drew the deckhand, but yeah, I mean, that would be interesting to see played. Looks like it's going to be Aurelia, though, for that 5. And we will be spending 1 on Guardian Angel. It does give it +1 might.
We just pass.
Let's see if you...
We pass.
Yeah, I think the protection is a bit more valuable here, as you noted. Like, you don't really want to play Aurelia without being able to
There's
protect it.
no
unless
reason
you're
to
pretty
do
confident your opponent
anything.
can't
We
take
play
it out.
Aurelia. We've just
Maybe,
given
I
up
think
protection. Now we pass.
considering readying now. That's actually the
Exactly.
consideration.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to ready it or not. He could. It
Well,
looks
if we're readying it, we're hitting this Ezreal.
Killed the Ezreal. We are at enough might do it. There are no runes up on
Alright,
the
cool. Ezreal down.
Draven side, so it is possible.
I will say, this play looks very safe for Troop. The one way it's going to go wrong is if there's a detonate on Will's side. Because that Guardian Angel is basically the only thing holding this Aurelia together.
It is right now.
There's no way we're playing
we
anything.
discarded
Oh my
deck-
god, we're gonna
sneaky
charm.
deckhands.
That's
But,
huge.
oh my god, we charmed
Oh my
out
god,
the
that's
Draven instead.
massive.
Very nicely done. Basically, it looks like a removal spell, and it's effectively that in this spot. Troop passing back should have 2 points.
I
of
like
power as
actually
well.
doing
It's
it there
flipped
because
back-
now you just
sorry, there's
don't.
only
You're
one
not
chunk
worried
to go.
about anything.
My
You know
mistake,
their
so
deck
it's one
doesn't actually
apiece,
play
but
anything
no
that can
units
actually
important
be
in the tier for Will.
accelerated.
And Troop is
So
kind
you
of
know
gonna
this
go, you know,
Aurelia
again,
is
both
now
players have to go
safe as
quickly possible.
anything,
With Aurelia,
especially
if
with a
there's deck that can
GA.
win, try and win quickly. It's probably this deck.
Yeah, and both players are trying to move
Prismat
quick. We do
played
see Ferris
with
Warrunner,
Rek'Sai.
big might, but he's not able to move into a battlefield.
I did see a rebuke
Really,
from Will's hand
Jacket?
as well, so that
Really?
does not get bounced, which I wonder if it's going to be the difference here, but deciding to commit the might to the board again needs to have bodies on the table ASAP, because not only do you have to find a way to
I don't know if I believe you.
overpower your Aurelia opponent, you also have to just get points on the board, because if this goes to
How-
time,
how do we
that's
know
gonna be important as
Prismat's
well. So you're
on
gonna take point for
Rek'Sai?
holding, GA is going to get equipped. Are we going to ready once again with the legend ability?
Yeah, we'll have to see.
I need-
it would be nice to get an extra point. It would officially put us 2 ahead of
If
Will.
Prismat's playing Rek'Sai,
which is
I'm
really
gonna eat
important
my
here,
hat.
But it looks
Especially
like
if
On Guard is
Prismat
what
was
we're
playing
gonna do, or
Rek'Sai
used to do that.
and beat LS. God, that would. You know, LS would be
Recycling L.
tilted.
Calm power.
I'd be tilted. Maybe LS
That's
it
interesting,
doesn't
'cause
tilt
you
like
can't
that.
bluff
Maybe he's built differently.
now. Aurelia's any, Aurelia's it's any power, right? It's not. It doesn't have to be a specific color. So maybe just a slight.
There's no
slip of
shot
the mind there
Prismat's
for
playing
Troop. I mean,
Rek'Sai.
if he's playing
No
honestly with his
shot.
hand
Man
face
wants
up,
to
he's just
win the whole
saying, I don't have
tournament.
counterspell.
He's
Which if you're
playing
Will looking
Draven.
at this board, you're like, great. That's exactly the information I needed.
Yeah, that is for sure.
Still ahead though, so again, don't have to worry too much. It's this Forerunner's going to go on into those on warrants.
Yeah, we've started our battering ram counter as well, so
Back.
it is a threat.
What are you talking about, my
coming
dude?
into
Are you on
base,
site,
or
by the way,
potentially
Big?
holds on warns as well, I guess.
Are you on
again,
site, or are
trying
you
to
just
even
like
more cards.
watching streams and trying to find any form of
We'll actually have to pay
information?
the power since we don't
Because if
have a
you're on
solid
site and you're
Discord
just
this
running
game.
around, I
Doesn't
want
feel
the
great,
inside
but,
scoop.
I mean, this game we just got moved fast.
Yeah, again.
Yo,
There's
Azul.
that seal you
Thank you
for.
so much for the follow. Much
Good enough,
appreciated.
we'll say.
Yeah.
Do have have to recycle for that one, though. But the next one, you may be able to pay for with your seal.
What is
Exactly. And so it does look like we're going to be using the Civ Discord for Called Shot, more cards for the Battering Ram, and we'll be able to look at multiple cards here. Hopefully draw 2.
I'm confused.
Ram is dangerously close to costing 1.
You win.
It's 4 cards played on the turn.
When you win
Actually,
combat,
that's it.
draw
It is
1.
tossed.
Yeah, that's
it's been reduced for 4.
Oh.
Can't play it for free by getting
Oh,
inside.
so they
Getting
buffed
before is good
Draven
enough.
really
Here's
late
Ram
in
number 1, and
development.
here's Ram number 2.
No shot.
That is crazy. And the second battering ram.
Oh, you read Twitter and read it wrong.
Oh my gosh! All 3 battering rams down.
They could have made him bounce. They made him. That would have been so much more balanced.
Threatening 11
Oh my god!
on Zon Warrens.
Like that's actually
I mean,
hilariously like
Irelia,
balanced of a
has, like,
card.
the
Just
options
draw
to get that
1.
big, but the problem is there's a
Just
hidden
draw 1.
card in the Dreaming Tree
I think
now,
it needs to be
which
1 per
does
turn,
mean,
but like
we can't move as freely as we like.
We might be.
It's a lot more balanced.
Because I think we're moving back to our own base to draw a card of Dreaming Tree and just get the Irelia where she needs to be, which is on the other battlefield to try and kill some of these units. And that is exactly the play that Troop wants to make.
We hit Discipline as well, which could be essentially a +3 for this Irelia.
See Defiant Dance as well. This turn's going to get pretty sick, I have to think.
This is really nice. We are going to move up into Zon Warrens. We are currently a 7. Going up to, going up to 10, you're right. I almost said 2.
It is 2, it's just 1 more after that.
Yeah.
4, 9, 10.
That's Troop commentate.
We're actually getting very close to turns, boys. I'm a little bit worried
he is
about this.
So making my life easier by copying the homework.
For sure. And then On Guard comes down.
Okay.
It does look like we're going to be taking Zon
Sweeping
Warrens,
there.
but 2 more baby mechs here. Both 3 might into this Draven's base. There is so much
What
might
round are they in
this base,
IRL? We
but
know they've at
just
least
so
finished
much.
round
And
3.
here's another
In theory,
hidden
they're starting round 4.
Once again, be anything. And this time, Troop's decided, you know what? I want to hold here. Come at me. I will happily challenge you on this battlefield. Again, feels pretty safe with the GA, has a Ride to Win, a Defy, and a Defiant Dance. That hand is stacked.
Yeah, we do have 2 runes up. One of those
Yeah, he's just doing the Zon Warrens now.
Yeah, had to actually
After
discard the
conquering.
Zon Warrens. The Conquer trigger is not optional.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be draw discard. Decides it wants to keep the protection instead of the permission spell.
You always
want
wanna
to
keep
Might
protection.
rumbling back on into the Warrens. It is 4-2 right now in points. As the players race to 8, and I do mean race this time around.
Yeah,
Is it still going on?
Up here with 13
Oh my
might.
god.
There
Oh
is
my god, it does. Yeah, they're 30. Oh my
5?
god,
5
man.
on this Irelia. Let's see what
I'm just
it
going to
is.
refresh
It's
the
gonna be a
locator. Oh
fight
my
or
god, yeah,
flight.
we're still in round 3.
Back to base we go, just like you said.
Christ. I was wondering why we were still on
Draven
here.
is going to draw a card and discard.
All right, well, time on the round.
And we are going to time.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There's so much might here in Zon Warrens. It is the one bad thing about moving back with fight or flight is that a lot of times
he absolutely should have. But it was more his own fault. He lost more than that.
And the second baby mech.
Yeah, I mean we've had like 4 games on camera. The problem is like.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of clarity.
Where is it?
On what
let me
the,
post
at the
this.
End of the round actually when time is called. I believe the players are going to play
Nikki
some
posted this one.
Turns?
It's I think +3.
This is like the live event, so this is where the pairings and everything are. And we're minus 30, but we're in it for the long haul.
Otherwise, you're going to get a draw.
We have 2 rounds in future,
not something you want to grab.
which means we'll probably get the next one.
Great,
yeah.
I would say, but that's why having these, like, point differences
lol,
is so
thank you so much for the
important
follow.
Irelia.
I don't remember how much we went overtime in Bologna, but they're challenging us.
also
Oh
coming
my,
down for that Dreaming
Bologna!
Tree.
It was
We are
a
getting
brutal one.
stacked
I mean,
on
going
both
3 and
sides
3,
of
and
the
I was just like, man,
I believe
it was
I believe
rough.
this is-
It was
this is
almost
turn
always
0.
20 minutes
In
going
a way,
over.
gonna be, I believe 2 turns
I don't
each
remember this
for the
ever being
players,
bad in any
and
other
Will's
card
gonna be
game I've
one side
experienced,
here,
outside of
4 to 5
Legacy
right now
when
in
Miracles
points.
was a
Irelia ready
deck.
to go on the other
That was the
side.
only thing. And thank God we had 50-minute rounds. Thank the Lord we had 50-minute rounds.
It looks like ending our turn with 6 runes up, so we do have to keep an eye on that as Troop. But we do have 6 as well, so let's see.
And you can see that die will this time.
Yeah,
not
Miracle
better
is
than
Magic the
this is turn
Gathering
counter. So
and
it is 3
Hearthstone
additional
turn.
turns.
Started in
and
Magic
this is now
very
turn
early with
1.
a
So
deck
it
called
sounds
Miracle
as
Grow,
if
where you
it's
made
an odd
1
number,
dude
but
really,
even
really
number
big.
of
There is
turns,
also a
but
mechanic called
understandably,
Miracle, where
players
it's
each
called
get
like
an even
flipping up
number
the
of
top
turns
card.
to try and round
And if
out
it's a
the
Miracle
game.
for the first card you
And,
draw each
I
turn,
believe what
you
you're
get a
saying is
special
correct,
cost
which I have to
reduction.
imagine it is. Someone
And
please correct me
also
if not.
Miracle
Win by 2. Or
Rogue.
get to 8.
Yeah, or get to 8. I mean, it's possible. We're at
It's certainly
5
possible.
points. And we are currently at
Bro,
6.
this will go to the
Mike
morning
here
for
from
EU.
Australia.
Yeah.
1 from
Kinda,
Lightning and 1
I
from
kind of
my
hoped we'd be
Guardian
like into round
We
3
have
by
some
now.
options, not only
I
to
thought
buff
we'd be
our might,
into
but
round 3,
also
maybe round 4. Nah, I don't, no. You know what? I never
decrease
thought we'd be in
the
round
might of
4.
our
I thought we'd be
Zone is
near
also
the
gonna be
end,
helping to
maybe at
protect
best of round
this
3.
Irelia
This is
guys.
not a good sign.
Notably, I think with
This
the
is
way that
not a
it
good sign
currently
for me.
go,
Oh,
Will
I am
win
staying up all
by getting
night.
8
Yeah.
points.
I'm not
to do so
sleeping.
for. So holding to
I'm
6
glad
for the last
I
turn
have
is
coffee.
Not gonna
I'm
get it
gonna
done.
try and
But
do
we'll see.
water,
Getting to 6 still feel
and
good
it's
as far
gonna
as
be
keeping the
a
score, even if you
long
again,
one, chap.
don't wanna
I
get
thought
a
I was
loss.
gonna be doing
Don't
like a
love the draw
10,
either,
maybe
but
11-hour stream.
Want to at least kind of keep yourself in the technically undefeated bracket, as it were. It's Defiant Dance coming through. Going to shrink some of these. Aurelia currently up to 9, it looks like, and -2 is
You got your
effective
1.
11, we can call it.
I just slept
between
and
the
wake
12
up
and
into
13,
this.
That's 15. It's going to be 12 versus 11 if my math is... Sorry, I did that wrong. -2 is 13. Aurelia is currently a 9, I believe. So Defiant Dance number 2 is
YouTube
going to
says around 5 stars in an
We
hour.
have second one come down now as well.
Yeah, sure.
Dreaming Tree from the first
Honestly,
level,
they
it's
should have
only
started
once
when
per
I
turn,
said
so
they
we
should have
will not see
started.
that
They
from
should have
the
started at
second
9. I'm sorry. Starting at 10 is
Interestingly,
it's
shrinking
crazy.
something on the other side now, his troop. 7, 11, 12 so far.
Yeah, I know. I took a nap watching the first 2 Leonas play. Woke up and it's still round 2.
I believe.
It's going to be a
so
long
maybe
one.
it's a little bit more than
Talking about
That is
gameplay,
15
Matt.
points.
So, yeah, was
Yeah, I think
6
Troop
before?
realized that it wasn't actually enough.
This is probably never going to be played
Yeah,
on.
Troop realized that. I think he made a little bit
This
of a
is like
math
almost
mistake.
definitely never going to get played on. I'm open to selling this to somebody.
Yeah, that's not enough. Shrinking the other
But,
thing was
I
not what you
just-
needed
I'm
to do there.
definitely
You needed to
selling.
shrink something at this battlefield.
Yeah. This is an ouch for sure.
Okay. I'm going to...
Okay, so trying to activate Aurelia now.
We are going to have those spinning blades come down, bringing up a
Oh, I have less
+3. We
of
do
it.
still have 2 runes up on the Irelia, but we're definitely, I think, outmighting here on Will's side.
Yeah, absolutely.
They need to fix time rules, or decks need
there
to be
anything
ideally more
Irelia
speedy.
could bring out? I mean,
Every Miracle Engine
On
needs
guard,
this.
I guess, would put us to 3rd.
I think the decks
No,
that
it
are
would
mostly going to
14.
time is either
don't really have
Ezreal,
in
but
hand.
actually a lot of them
No,
that went
I'd
to
rather
time
win a charm
in
in hand
Bologna
right
was
now
like
for Troop.
random
Yeah.
stuff. I'm not
Charm
even
makes you
lying.
really be on a
I heard an
battlefield to get
Azir
the
play
most
went to
effect
like
out of
time all the time. I had like
And,
3
Aurelia not gonna
draws.
currently be
So
able to make it.
I think it's also partly
So
a
looks
player
like we are
thing.
gonna end the
I
game
think
6 points
honestly,
to 5. If
honestly,
this holds and the point totals are correct.
we could
Although I
just
guess
treat
Troop got one
draws as a
more turn,
loss.
but I'm gonna kill a little bit here. So I
It would
guess there is still
prevent
something to play for here, but
intentional
getting
draws.
to 8's gonna look real challenging at this
Right,
juncture.
it would prevent
Yeah,
intentional
we could
drawing.
potentially
It would
bring
also
up-
prevent people from
we still can,
doing
like- no, we can't
having
right
this.
now.
It would mean people are going to just scoop early or whatever.
Oh, okay. So would have readied, I believe. Got chosen again by the Legend ability.
George
I
is
think
already
just to
tilted.
get-
Oh god.
Just to get
We
ready
need to-
to
we
get-
need to
yeah,
check
just to get ready
George's
to get an
Twitter.
additional point of might. But
George's
because
Twitter
of the
gives me
text
life.
on GA, you do get exhausted when you move back to Ace.
That makes sense.
You're not able to be ready.
I love
Aurelia
George.
can't be ready again, so this equip is not going to do it. It's Ride the Wind, though.
And that will be able to bring us
Got
back into one
Aurora
of these
turn
bases. It
3,
looks like
all
we're
3
going
gains
into,
by a volley.
the bigger base.
Runs,
Ouch, Rebuke is gonna
runs
come
lightly already
down.
dead. Gonna drop it at it when I hit X2
gonna be-
rather
I
than
mean, if
subject
it goes
myself
through,
to
and I
more set 3.
believe it
Oh
should.
my
Aurelia's gonna be
god.
going to hand. The combat win goes to
Jesus.
Draven, and we passing to Will with him holding both
And then
of
the
these battles.
tweet before is
Yeah, and so
minus
again,
40.
If I'm correct on how the rules are, 'cause look at the players
Minus
we're talking about
34.
now.
We're still
From this
in
point, Draven's
rounds.
not really gonna get
It's
any more
not
points. We're
finished
gonna
yet,
hold
according
for
to
2,
mine.
go to 6,
Oh no,
then
yeah,
say
no, we're in
there's
round
nothing
4.
else I can do.
We're
That's
in
my
round
last
4.
turn of this
Oh
game.
my god, thank
Aurelia
god.
has 1 rune left. Not really going to be able to deploy much else on the backswing.
Round
So
4
I
is
believe
live.
what's
It
gonna
is
happen,
live.
we
Yeah,
will
yeah,
end this
yeah. I
game
just
with Draven at 6 points and
80%.
Aurelia at 5.
I can't
But then the
believe
question
we went
becomes,
like
are the rules
extra
in extra
30
turns that you
minutes.
have to win by 2?
I'll be
Because if
honest,
that
the
is true,
other
this game is a
reason,
draw.
and I saw this happening in person, it's the deck checking, okay? What they need to do is they just need to have like, I
play it
think
out.
like
See what's
probably
just
like
going
3 to
down.
6 judges
We are turning 3
going
as well. It could
around,
be another-
grabbing all the deck
it's
checks.
really-
You
it's
have
gonna be second in res-
4
as well
judges
as
who are
the
just doing deck checks.
Yeah, just again,
At
start
the
some cards,
very very start of the round. You only do them at the very start of the round.
The way this game
After
looks like
that,
to me is that
it doesn't matter.
Troops going to be able to not do too much. Will's going to reinforce the battlefields just kind of as a formality, just in case there is something that Aurelia can pull out with only 3 rooms. And I did get confirmation. This game is likely... So oh, it's 5 turns per player.
Oh, I thought it got decreased. My bad.
What do we got here?
Okay.
I like.
I
kind of checked out.
All right. So I think at one point you were right. I think that was the rule, but certainly
it's a
as
draw.
We are currently in this RQ because we're of course getting the freshest information. 5 additional turns. So we've had turn 0, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, which is kind of going to be much of a muchness. And then we're going to pass back. And Draven has got things at both battlefields. And that is going to be Draven winning, I believe.
Why is it 5 extra turns? It's 3 extra turns.
Yeah.
What is going on? Someone explain to me.
That was a long game. My brain.
No, both of them are shaking their head. It's a draw.
We're only 2 rounds in.
All right, Pastry Time's confused.
So it is only 3 additional turns. You do have to win.
Okay, he. Oh my God, he got magic brained, and now he's just. Yeah.
Draven was at
Okay.
6 points. Aurelia was at 5. And wouldn't you believe? That is only a draw when you have to win by 2.
Yeah, it is tragic that it's going to end in a draw
At a
here.
5-minute judge call with the question, does Assault from Red Rumble?
6 and 2 to make day 2, but we still have so many rounds left.
Yeah, we do. Certainly a lot of play.
Draven did get robbed that round.
Like,
yeah. I mean, Aurelia should have won game 2, and then Draven definitely. Yeah.
Bracket where potentially a lot of the other Miracle Shells are, because again, one of the big challenges with playing a deck like Miracle Draven or even these Miracle Jinx decks is that you have to play quickly.
Yeah, you had a
because
dream
turning through
there
your
with
entire deck and making these really massive turns with 20+ might just takes a lot of physical game actions.
They're just everywhere, man.
You have to get through them in the round time. That is
everywhere,
man. When you show up to a competitive TCG event.
Yeah, and I think it's something that a lot of people are, learning these Miracle decks. I think we're like 2-3 weeks into the set, and so a lot of players are still trying to figure out how to play these decks in an efficient enough time to finish in those 60 minutes plus 3 turns.
Well, we had a lot of Riftbound for you in those 2 rounds, so I think the players need a break, and I think we may do too. Don't go anywhere. There is more RQ.
We don't need a break. I want the next round. I want the next round.
All right, I'm here with Alan ZQ, the winner of RQ Bologna. Alan, you top 8'd in Houston. You won Bologna. Now you're here in Vegas. Is to perform, to do the same that you've done in these last 2 events?
I mean, already in the Bologna, there was a lot of people putting their life savings on me, and it doesn't get any better after getting it down in the Bologna. So absolutely, once you get there, the pressure is actually big. Even though I have a pretty titanic mental, it can even get to me.
All right, that's fair enough. And really, you've brought Ezreal to the forefront of the meta. Now people are saying, well, maybe that's even the best deck. Maybe that's better than Draven. I want to talk to you a little bit about Ezreal and how you were able to put together such a dominant performance, because in TCGs, dominating that hard is very difficult.
I mean, since December, I was the second I've seen Cold Shot, the second I've seen Ezreal. I just put up the deck together. We've been playtesting over 2 months, just tweaking sideboard, tweaking the main deck. And once you recognize the play patterns, we could lock in the list. And I knew right away it's just the best deck in the format. Was surprised in the CN they didn't manage to crack it. And I was kind of fond of it, because it's just good for me, for the competition, having a pretty much secret deck that no one is prepared for. So I knew that it heavily counters the Draven, any version, so I was not too worried about it, and I just was hoping for people to bring it. The only problem was Irelia, and then it got solved by adding the Vex, which ended up very good into everything, just running around the corner, except like very heavy removal decks where you can just side it out.
All right, well then, I gotta ask. Bologna looked dominant. You're coming in here again, 1 week now, the deck's no longer a secret. Are you still thinking you can replicate that with everyone knowing what's in your bag of tricks?
When I came for Houston, I posted my list with the Kai'Sa because I thought I'm not coming to Houston, and everyone knew the list, and I managed to top it. So, and I'm playing on just only more consistent deck now. So we've done some 2-3 changes for surprise factor. So why not just run it back?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Alan. Good luck. I'll see you in the top 8. Yeah.
I mean, from my understanding, Alan is basically running back the whole deck except with like 2 or 3 card changes. I hope they fix the overlay so it doesn't say 9 rounds. I don't want to be that cooked, man. Wait, Sonny lost to a Rek'Sai, but he's playing Rumble. So... Oh, chat. Did we get what I think I saw? Did. We now know what's in the thing. So while we wait for this to figure itself out. This one. Let me show this to you, chat. We actually got the breakdowns of everything. So let me fix this.
Your Nexus Nights, do you want to get something that's a little more competitive? Maybe get a buy one of these upcoming regional qualifiers. Check out your local Summoner Skirmish.
So Draven was the highest at 15%.
Here on the screen, ubsgames.com/Riftbound.
Aurelia, Isa. There is more Ezreals. I'm surprised there isn't more Victors, honestly speaking.
Welcome back, folks, to the regional qualifier.
Not many Aries, honestly. Obviously, Ari was way higher.
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to be jumping in the booth with you to start covering some of these games today. It's already been a very exciting start. We've got a lot of great games out the gates, and I know there's
Ornn is also stupid high.
In Las
What
Vegas,
is this, man?
Playing Riftbound. This is exactly what I want to see.
Yeah, it's great stuff. A lot of cool matches too. We have had some cool mirror matches.
35 Leonas?
Cool legends, you know. But now we're getting into
like
the
this
wow, is kind of the meat
wow,
of the
31 Annie.
Three. Sorry,
I'm sorry. This is criminal.
You know, this is where players are.
Some of these don't make sense to me.
Everyone's kind of warmed up.
And just less Dravens in general.
Kind of getting into the middle part of the tournament where they want to make day 2. They want to get their best of. You know, and this is where you kind of feel the tingle. You know.
Yeah, I mean, after this next few rounds, you get to the part where you
you
kind of lock that in, right? Like,
we're
about halfway to that lock-in.
I'm excited
point,
for
right?
Gym
You go 6-2 on the day in order to make it into day 2. And so if you get that 3-0 here in round 3, you're halfway done. Halfway to the job being done.
On our bingo board
it's tough though because you don't want to get into that job done mode when you're doing
I've
been in that spot before. You're 3-0, 4-0, 5-0. You're feeling really, really good. And that one loss.
I don't think Annie's now even
lots
on
of
the
exciting
board
games
now.
to play. What are your
what are
you looking forward to today?
Destroying,
We've watched some games so far, but what's the kind of big overall arcing thing that you're excited to see in this particular tournament?
Look, day 1 for me is all about that best of race. I want to see some of these unique decks that people are bringing. And you know, you get this kind of glimpse at maybe some greatness out of the legends that are not played as much. And maybe if we're even lucky, one of them will make a really deep run and crack into that top 8 later on, and we'll get to see a preview of that in some of these early rounds as we're jumping around and seeing some of these different legends. So for me, that's what day 1 is all about. It's about seeing these best of choices, seeing these legends that are less represented, and seeing how they're doing against the field.
Yeah, my hot take for this event was that a player who thought they were in a metal card best of hunt was going to have a really good run.
Yeah, they like crash down, but if he wins again at that point, everyone's got to accept
I think it's got to be
he's
something like a Lucian, or it could be just
I'm
one of
gonna
the
run
purple
an ad.
decks
If I run this ad now, we don't get any more.
Pseudo-Dravening, you know, and then kind of finding their way through. It's like a
ad
jinx. But even then, I think Annie is one of those other choices, right? So some of these purple decks, I think, are the ones that really are the ones that start to knock at the door. But I think my maybe hot take as far as like the best of legends is that maybe you get a Lucian that actually gets to crack through. I think that deck can be quite strong.
Cool. Yeah, it's interesting because we're seeing with this Miracle package in purple, it's kind of a package that transcends a legend, you know, where a lot of things you've seen in set 1 where, you know, you have your Kai'Sa deck does Kai'Sa things, this deck does that things, but having this overall engine that can go into multiple decks allows you to play that Jinx deck, kind of use the engine in different ways. So any legend that can touch purple can touch that package and kind of tailor it to their own means, which is cool. You know, we see if you're playing you play Battering Ram, if you're playing so on and so forth. So really cool stuff and exciting to see for those legends. And we're going to get our match all queued up for you in a little bit here. And yeah, I mean, you played in Bologna last weekend, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely did.
And,
it's cute. I don't mind it.
Let's go to our next segment here. Check out, we got some great merch here on site. So if you you know, you want to come down and check out these events, there's a lot of cool things to play, but cool things to buy too. And check it out right now.
Show me the games.
If you're at the regional qualifier, you have to make a stop over at the merch store. They've got plushies like this Moo Cow Alistar, that's my favorite. They've got statues. I've been eyeing a LeBlanc that I want to pick up, as well as they've got hats, play mats, card sleeves. Make sure to pop in so you can kit out your entire crew. Aren't they some cool cats?
I don't remember if the cats were actually
If you want to deck out your shells and yourself as much as you bling out your decks, you have to make a stop here at the merch store.
I don't remember if the cats were air.
Cool stuff. The ears, whew, that was a lot of fun. Really, really nice. But I guess we could play some Riftbound too, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, we might as well. Like, we're here. You know?
Yeah, that's fair. So let's hop into our next feature match here and see what we got. All right, so first up we have Emotional, and we got a little Lucian.
Yeah, so Mo, a good old Rifty content creator, also coming from Legends of Runeterra, being a content creator over there. He won a seasonal in Legends of Runeterra as well, so very accomplished card game player, and he is going to be on that Lucian. I was mentioning this is a deck that I think sometimes can outperform its station as a best of deck, and it is often on the back of this combo, the Skyfall of Arion with the Trinity Force. When you're able to equip both of those to a unit, it does give the whole effect of Trinity Force onto your Conquerors, so your Conqueror is scoring 2 points instead of just the general 1. I did hear a story out of Bologna where someone on Lucian won from 0 points to 8 in a single turn with multiple Triforces on board to go alongside a Skyfall. There's a lot of combo potential with this deck. What's really nice is the ability for the deck to still work and function even when you don't
it's
find
only
the combos
really
together. They can still lead to some very strong
Skyfall
plays,
if you need to re-equip for the reds, Longsword if you need to re-equip, Kai'Sa for the accelerate. Nah, there is enough red, but I can see only realistically needing like 1 to 2 in a match. I feel like in that regard maybe like a 7-5 split is more necessary. But I guess you want oranges like all the time.
Really cool. And I love seeing the cards.
Yeah, I can see
outside of like the typical.
I just think you're typically going to get a little bit unlucky in some spots.
That is our Lucian player. Then we're looking at Tom D TCG playing a little Aurelia.
Yeah, this is a cool matchup. So Tom D TCG, I believe, is actually Thomas Dowling, who is a Flesh and Blood player who has made some very deep runs in some callings, essentially Grand Prix equivalent or equivalent to this type of event, right? This is
we're all referring to him as Grand Prix. Can we just bring the wording back, Wizards, please?
Rounds of Swiss and trying to fight your way through. So Thomas is no stranger to this kind of event and playing Aurelia, which has been, one of the top decks in the meta right now. Really,
I like all foils, and I'm not stopping. Oh my god, Borders is like on it. I respect it.
Looking pretty standard when it comes to the Aurelia builds. What I will note is it is Sans sneaky deckhand. This has been a very popular tech that we've had.
Also in Aurelia,
points early, and instead we're getting the treasure.
One of sideboard card. I don't think it comes in this matchup.
For Thomas with getting those extra gold tokens. So just kind of look
it's for Draven. You equip it to the Draven and you laugh at people, or you equip it to the Stellar Cord and you draw 2. It's something.
Drops for the early stage of the game.
Awesome stuff. So I love seeing the melting pot of players from all different games kind of coming in, see your style.
I don't know why you're playing it, but it's a card.
So we got see if we can get down to our feature match area and see what our players are up to.
All right, they're re-showing us the deck. All
right. So we got Emotional on the left, Lucian Purifier.
Let's go, Mo.
Right. We got Reaver's Row for Tom. And
I don't know Tom, so I'm just gonna say let's go, Mo.
Is it? How does he say it?
Yeah,
let's go, Mo.
Yeah, Mo is fine. We'll go with Mo.
Mo. All right, I see it now. It's a few extra letters in there. So, so we got Zon Warren's first, Reaver's Row. Pretty standard stuff, right?
Yeah, I think Zon Warren's is actually a little bit interesting for the Lucian side of things, just because, like, that is...
All right, we won't have any ads at all for the next, like, hour and 10 minutes, so we're going to be good. We'll hopefully get through this whole round.
At the end of the day, all this is getting you is filter, and that is good.
I think Lucian is slightly favored if they actually get to go off, in my opinion.
Red-orange historically kind of rough on the card draw, so sometimes you actually will have just the empty hand, and you can get the draw effect from the
reason being, I think Lucian is slightly favored in this matchup is because Aurelia sometimes struggles with dealing with other decks which are able to flicker in and out as much as they are, which tends to mean that they actually normally need to get control. Charm on Lucian earlier is like insane. Absolutely.
Let's see if he finds a 2. Doran's
He does. That's a good one.
Okay, so the blade comes down. You played in your pre-rift events. Doran's blade was that was a good one.
Yeah, Doran's blade into Lucian Merciless, the exact combo you wanted every single game. Right? It's very, very strong, and we'll likely see Mo just
getting the Fury runes. Wow, he's seen 2 Fury runes, so Mo's like seeing everything at the moment. The Lucian's going to be coming down here, equipping the Doran's blade.
Find maybe opportunities to play him later, but generally there's not much better than just weapon mastering this Doran's blade onto your Lucian.
Cool. So Tom going to battle back with a gear of his own. We got Guardian Angel, and now we see that Lucian, Weapon Master, and an equip. And looks like a pass.
Yeah.
Modest start for both players.
Is there a chime in half of the array? I've not really been able to see the hand very well because they've both been just putting it. I see a Defiant Dance, an On Guard.
Very important for the matchup against
Okay, Aurelia comes down.
Play defensive, look for that hold, especially if
oh
she
no,
ends
it's
up behind
Defy?
in
Okay.
points she needs to hold at some point, and that's where the Bryn can really punish. So we'll be looking for that later on in this game if that can come up for Mo and start to pay some dividends.
Yeah, I completely agree with Cass here. Like, so if the idea is that we just have to sculpt ourselves now into a spot where we actually win with the Bryn here.
In this spot, if you don't equip and Mo just is able to push
okay, so we've got the Trinity Force in hand.
Which is,
we have got an Aurelia. We got a Kaisa against an Aurelia. Aurelia is going to eat anything, so we kind of just want to play. I think we just want to play Trinity Force, lick her in and out.
Look at a pretty solid grip of cards here.
We can't hold.
A little looky-loo also.
Yeah, it looks like a long sword.
Till we get the, we need the way of ganking, which is like rough in the red-orange. See, honestly, if this deck had more ganking units, we'd be in a better spot.
Like constructed play, you might
is there anything we want to discard? I'm sure he's doing if there is.
It's amazing and limited. Absolutely insane card in limited, but in constructed, it's not really found a great home. I actually feel that the Lucian deck is the best home for.
You sure, Racer? You're like yes, no, no, yes, yes, no, no, yes. Oh, I don't know. I can't do what Mo's doing. I can't do that setup. That setup just hurts.
If you don't know what it does, when he conquers,
Tom is definitely one of me.
An open battlefield, he's able to deal his might to an enemy at their base. So very, very powerful.
You like playing the
forks?
Yone? I can see that. I think he has it. All right, well, we'll find out.
So Lucian's gonna come in.
His hand is just like slightly off screen. If it was like a little bit further in the right direction, we're fine.
Little hit and run.
Yeah, exactly. Trinity Forces I called out. Do we have any other follow-ups?
Do when your opponent actually slams the Yone. So the solution gets to, have both things. He gets to be the one who gets to hit and run, and then
Paisel, yeah. Your guy's on. He's here.
Likes to do that same tactic of pushing in, hit.
If we don't have anything else,
Trinity Force hit the board.
So Trinity Force comes down.
We're just gonna see
and equip. So.
When I conquer an open battlefield, deal damage equal to my might to enemy unit base. I mean, Yone is an interesting one.
And passing back to Tom. We're going to see that first might off of the ready. And now both players kind of, like you're saying, in that kind of hit and run sort of scenario. Now Mo is up a point. A little bit of players checking out here, making sure that the buffs are good.
Yep. Fervent readies for start of turn.
They seem solid.
Yep.
We'll see as that continues forward on the rest of his turn. I mean, really charm is going to be the big thing that maybe Thomas is looking for to deal with this Lucian. It's really difficult to deal with Merciless. It just kind of keeps running.
I think I think you're right. I think Yone is actually very interesting because it basically forces them to go to a battlefield. Because then it's like, okay, you have to stay at a battlefield.
It's a 9 as an attacker, which is
Yone is well, Lucian in general is very happy to do. All right, we're not doing the way that I like to do this. Whereas if you're going to represent might, you represent the total might.
Guard, defy, a lot of tricks in this Aurelia deck.
Yeah.
I mean, I've just caught the one Yone I got from my pre-release. I think that's the only one I pulled.
Quite a full protect the queen.
I'll be honest, I don't actually know. I haven't sorted my set 2 stuff.
And the treasure hunters.
I got my
units than like a full
Yone, I got my Bone Shiver, and I got a Nexus Knight pack. That's never going to get opened. I can't believe I opened up all my Nexus Knight packs from that one. I was meant to keep one. And now I'm going to have to pay like out the nose for one. And I'm never opening it. It's literally just for me to keep.
Flush with exactly what he wants to be playing around this tournament.
Spells everywhere for sure. So
that's an interesting one.
Tom discards a Fighter Flight.
Not so fast. Not so fast does counter. That's actually really cool.
You think this game's gonna come down?
3.0 is too normal, just getting invaded. You are.
Yeah, so there's like 2
Let me have a look. I've got some cards here. I literally have one here. That's not in my folder.
He starts to just completely
I don't know what I'm doing. I got a bunch of random rares from a box. I've like got a bunch of rares from a box I opened on stream, and like I just haven't sorted any of them. This box was like such bad value. I just was like, yep, I'm gonna sort it.
Now the balance mechanic behind that is now we have a you know, red-orange, which cannot draw in the same
All
way
right,
that
you're
purple
promising the
does to find
charm
this
got
combo every
spotted.
game. So you do have to kind of luck into it if you want that part of your deck. But it's one of the nice things about Lucian is it plays well without the combo, but if you find it, you often just get to steal some games.
That's great. So we see Tide Turner come down, do a little swap action with Aurelia back to base. And we see Legend readying, and Aurelia goes into Reaver's Row. So a little bit of that in and out action. And looks like that's going to be cool.
There's a charm. I was saying, charm is kind of one of the big things that
You
Tom
called
would
it.
need to look for.
All right, so charm now really is bigger thanks to moving around.
This doesn't work at all, by the way. Reaver's Row is going to trigger here. And
get this.
Lucian is going to run home.
3.
A little bit of a mistake from Tom.
Okay.
Or actually, sorry, no. Defender
3,
is going to be the Aurelia.
4, 5,
Apologies.
6, 7.
My mistake. Let me
8,
clarify
9.
this. Let me clarify this.
It's
Defender
9
is
versus
Aurelia.
9.
Reaver's Row says that it's going to target who is going to run away. You choose this as the Aurelia player, so you choose Aurelia.
Right.
She gets a +1. Then, when you actually go to resolve Reaver's Row, you
10,
decline
11.
the move back.
Right.
So Reaver's Row is actually just giving a +1 to Aurelia Fervent here. Apologies for the confusion earlier. So that is what we're seeing from Tom. So he's actually using the charm to the Reaver's Row in order to buff the Aurelia Fervent an additional 1 to try and be able to push over this, since he's the defender after
Yeah, because
charm.
Reaver's Row doesn't
But
say
that is
target.
meaning that Purifier is
I
on
had
all
like
this
a
equipment,
long
meaning
judge
this
call
is
about
3,
this.
6, 9,
And then when I
12
pushed them, the
on
head
this
judge that I was pushing
Longsword
had
is
to
the
then go
battle
find a
pack, and of
third
course,
judge. And I'm not even joking about this,
Dance
chat.
works pretty good.
They had to go find a third judge
Dance
who
is
could
great.
then
You're gonna
find
get
it in the
+1 from the
rules to
target
explain
on
it
the
to me.
Fervent.
Because they're like, it works this way. I'm like, tell me how. And I went, we've never been asked this question. I'm like, really? People are just taking your word for things? I think I would like to know how the game works.
This is big. This is a
This
big
is like a
combat.
legal thing,
Whoever
but like,
loses this is losing a large amount of resources and board
all right,
presence.
Lucian's dying here.
And at this
Most
point, Mo having
most
nothing
kind of
left, no
Jova, man.
energy to continue to respond here, and Tom able to get it done by pumping this over all the offense that was there.
That's a huge turn. All the gear falls helplessly to the ground, and we're going back Mo's way. And
But yeah,
Mo's
it
gotta
targets.
rebuild.
Reaver's targets, it just doesn't say
Very
target.
big to have to rebuild.
But because you have to choose,
Fortunately,
choosing
Yone has
also
Weapon
means
Master,
targeting.
so that will mitigate
Which is
some
like
of the power
such
cost
a
here, but it does
weird
have a
way
power
of
cost
phrasing things.
natively on
Basically,
itself, so it kind of
you
just
can
gets
tell
that
like they
little
didn't
bit of a
have
refund
like
when you Weapon
the,
Master that
quite the
in.
right
Spear
people at
was
the
an
right places
ant.
when they were building some of the early
So
sets.
if that
Which is going to be
Merciless
fine
was able
because
to stick
everything
around, Mo
is
was in a
going
very
to
good
be
position
changed
to
because
develop that attach
choose
and start
doesn't
going
mean
to town,
equals target, but
looking for
target
that
also
combo to
equals
really
target.
set things up. But now we're at the point where it
Which
may
is
just
just
have to come
confusing.
down to a Yone
But
hitting
in
the
like a
board,
few
and
years,
then you
all
have
this
to
stuff
let
will
the
be gone.
whole
Like I guarantee you, all of this will be
Purifier
gone.
hates
It'll be
Hulk.
fine. It'll be fine.
Purifier's text purely is offense. It's gas. You get assault on each of these equipment going on to your unit.
But
You
yeah,
get
now
nothing
I think
when
this
you're
is
trying to
like
defend.
kind of the spot where
And,
like
not lost
you
here, also
don't
some
beat
top 2 points, and
Aurelia
also
when
on
it's
both battlefields,
the
which
spot.
we're potentially looking to hold as well. And
Yo,
Mo's gonna
Silver is
recover from
3-0
this,
at the moment with Rumble.
Tough combat, still plenty of cards in hand.
Sadly, Scar is currently 1-2.
He's going to hit the board. His Weapon Master. I mean, it depends whatever rune he needs more. It seems like he's pretty orange heavy in this deck, so it feels like trying to save more orange makes sense. So he's going to Weapon Master onto the Trinity Force. Also, there's the potential that he doesn't want to burn runes on the rest of these equips, or even just some amount of these equips going forward, because he does still want to establish the Skyfall of Arion, the Spear, which is going to complete the combo. Combo not working nearly as well on without the Lucian Merciless, though, who gets to keep kind of running back and readying himself. It can be a really valuable part of this combo.
All right, so back Tom's way, we got 2 hold points, up to 4, now a 4-1 advantage. And still plenty of cards in hand, stack deck off the top, so some library manipulation, some tricks, and of course tricks are good at kind of keeping you in the driver's seat when you're already in a great spot. So I'm gonna think it through. See Defy, not so fast. Got the stack deck, not a bad place to start.
Yone, I don't.
This was the.
I mean, I get
promo
why.
card
Yeah, you have to
release,
put the
everyone
Yone
had
here.
one.
Yeah.
He has
Tom,
got
did
the
you
new
play your pre-order or
equipment,
not?
so he has got the combo equipment.
Surely you've seen this one.
Yep.
Usually in the guise of being the chosen champion for Aurelia. It's actually what we've seen this a lot of. But yes, it is something you really need to understand the text precisely, right? This is when I conquer an open battlefield. Deal damage equal to my might to an enemy unit in a base.
So that Tide Hunter is going to be doing a lot of job.
If you are holding at all, and it conquers, and even if it kills your unit, it's not going to get that Yone effect hitting the back.
Correct. The counterpart here, of course, is the assault. So Planet puts him in a rock and a hard place. Do I try and hold? or do I try and leave the battlefield open? So your stack deck. You see Boots of Swiftness in the window. A couple cards behind, thinking it through. Of course, these purple library manipulation cards, the talk of the tournament. This is the classic. This is the set 1/1, you know. Stack deck very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the shoes. It's always really nice to be able to put some shoes on your Fervent, get the J's out, and be able to run back and forth between the two battlefields. So you don't have to expend as much power pivoting using your.
Oh, I didn't realize it was first made in Chinese and then it was translated over. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's the sort of thing like in the next year or two they'll fix everything. They'll get better at translations. It's funny because the plain design stuff was also partly done over in the States. So it's a weird one.
I missed it as well. We'll see in a second.
We'll find out. So stack deck will resolve. And now, what is the next step for Tom?
It was the shoes.
Because they don't have these inconsistencies in China.
Take them out of the box.
So
yeah, they're fresh.
You definitely know it's a one-side problem. Especially, I'm amazed they're trying to get French speedrun.
Nice kicks.
Because it's like till you've actually like ironed out all the problems in one extra language that you're translating to or from, I feel it's a little bait to go for something else. You know what I mean?
Some nice protection there. Protecting Aurelia very, very important in this deck.
Yeah.
So if you pull them both back, look at Mo. Mo's just been sitting here. We've been sitting a very long time here.
Guaranteed to have a target to smack, but I think keeping the Aurelia at a base, not allowing her to be a target for Yone is really impactful. And we'll see what Mo can put together because he can catch up in points. Right? He's got the spear. He's got the combo to combine. It means when he conquers, he'll score 2 points instead of 1 because he will get the trigger from the Trinity Force as the Skyfall variant does make it so that your hold effects.
So he's going to play a Sabotage. I like this.
Big play here. Sabotage.
That was nice.
That's fantastic. And of course, we know Skyfall's in hand. Of course, Tom does not. So now Tom has to be under the rest of this Sabotage.
Exactly.
You have to consider this Defy. There is a real chance that you just go for it, that Defy is actually the least valuable card in your hand, and I think that's probably true in this spot. The hard thing is there are
I mean, I just don't think they can ever go back to it anyway. I think we're at a point now where...
Challenge. He's also got the Relentless Pursuit. That's a very good Defy
the Can of Worms is out. We're just going to have to see how everything goes.
But he doesn't know the Spear's there yet, and also, there is just kind of a point where this Sabotage makes it so that your Aurelia can die, and that is what you have to avoid, and that's where the Defy is really trying to build a buffer.
Out the players started in English and forced regional languages. Yeah, no, agreed.
To be able to just stay ahead of the curve.
So now everybody's going to be able to play any card they get in any language, which I think is correct. I absolutely think that's correct. So now we're in a spot where it just makes sure everything is fair and just for everybody.
There could be a world where
Yone
you
comes
cast
in,
Sabotage and they reveal all units, and you're like, wow, that was really great. I'm not going to play around anything. That's awesome.
We know they've only got On Guard, so it's like, Mo is like trying to figure out, it's like, do we just go for the Reavers?
It's huge. Let's make it huger.
Yeah.
Here comes the Orange Blade. Stacking up.
I don't think it's a terrible idea.
Sort of that Spirit Forge theme of all about equipment, all about stacking up. And
Alright, we're just going to do the thing.
Big boy into Zon
we do know he has got ganking.
What are you going to do?
Which is like a little bit
just gonna
scary.
have to let that happen, get 2 points. We'll see what the draw is. The discard feels like it's gonna have to
discard this Kaisa?
Kaisa almost. I feel like the Bryn is so necessary, and then the Wallop might even just be deployed on this turn to bring Yone back home. I feel like that is the major consideration here.
Another Wallop is
really
lovely.
Stranded. There's no tricks to protect him. And you don't know the hand because Tom defied that Sabotage, so you actually don't know. So we're gonna just cast this Wallop and just bring the Yone back home.
All right, so Tide Turner bites it for a whole bunch of damage. Now Wallop will look.
No, you don't have to worry, and then you just pass.
Kind of once again with that hit and run action, you're gonna get in, you're gonna get out. All readied up.
Sadly, no ganking. Imagine if he had ganking.
So with this combo in place, scoring 2 points. In every combat out of the one.
How insane would that be? How can we give ganking? How can we give ganking, chap?
Should be putting Mo at
How do we give ganking in red orange? There is a way.
As you know,
I'm trying to figure it out.
Trying to think if he can really catch up. I mean, not completely, right? Because Tom can feasibly go to 6 here, and with Tom going to 6, that means there's just really one more turn that Tom has to double conquer and he wins the game.
So there's the 2-drop mech that does it.
The Skyfall is
What's the other one?
Accelerating the clock for Mo. It came a little bit late because Tom was able to kill that Lucian and just kind of buy that extra turn where he gets ahead while Mo has to redevelop and redeploy. And because of that, the usual advantage of actually finding the combo is kind of taken away. And the big thing for Mo is he got a 3, not 4. Combo lets you win from 4 because you just score both sides. You get 2 and then 2, and you go up to 8. Being at 3, that doesn't do anything for you, as your opponent is kind of on that
3.
quote-unquote match point when you're on, or game point when you're on 6, and you're playing a deck that has a good time double conquering.
Yep. So Aurelia going to slide
He's
over.
definitely higher than he should be.
This is on Warrens. Looks like the discard was a Guardian Angel. You see a Ride the Wind in hand for Tom, passing back. There's Aurelia. Kind of just running through the whole game uncontested so far. Has not been touched yet.
Yeah, and notably Mo equipping everything except for the longsword because he's guess what? Magic number 6 runes. Bring here Thundersong. Can be slammed onto the board. And then if Tom decides to respond by buffing Aurelia to try and get her above the Yone,
there's no other way outside of the 2-cost mech.
At least Mo still has this longsword.
Yeah, the Lucian signature. You're true. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right. So Mo going to think it through.
Mo is at 3 points. I'm not crazy,
slugging back
right?
and forth.
He got a point with the Lucian, and then he got 2 with the Yone. So he's at 3. So he goes here for 5.
We might be checking on the point totals. Still 2 up. There we go.
Oh, okay. Oh, so judging stuff, I think, are actually doing the points for the coverage. Well, they've got a judge that's also the spotter.
The Bryn here's not a very easy decision here either, actually. The more I'm thinking about it, right? Because we're in this spot where
yeah, I guess he's playing the first mate, right?
Kill the Aurelia.
I mean, I guess in Lucian, because you can, like, ready,
she's just going back to base.
come back, ready again, go back over.
Hanging out, and you have no runes available. So you're going into the next turn with Tom fully tapping out, Aurelia at home.
Yeah, Mo's just going to have to smash into this Aurelia.
She's got the Jordans. Right. She just runs in, you buff her, get over the Yone, and then ready her with Aurelia and move her to the other side.
Yep.
Or, even better
Whichever.
now, with the no Bryn, you can just completely dodge by just
One
going
sec,
ahead and
I just realized I was
slamming
selling
this
my
Ride the
tea.
Wind.
Wow.
With the
1
conquer
second.
and the hold, Tom would be able to
Go
win
here.
here if Mo does not have a way to re-pivot this Yone.
Wow. So yeah, no Thundersong. Ride the Wind. See what Mo is doing about this. Got to be something.
Yep. So Mo says Ride the Wind resolves.
All right. So Aurelia's going to pop over to Reaper's Row. We're going to see a little buff action. We're going to see a point up to 7.
Yep.
Now, of course, Tom's like, all right, yeah, Song Warrens is all yours. You got it.
Yeah. And first, of course, Mo's going to finish this, right? He's going to go to 5. He is going to draw it. Relentless Pursuit lets him chase.
No, Kaisa.
Does not look like he finds it.
See a wallop in there, but... And Tom going to go up to 7. Not a bad place to be.
I don't think Mo can chase this down. He's got a wallop, but the Aurelia is going to be too big.
All right, Mo trying to get out of this. And is Thundersong, is it a Kaisa also?
Yeah, it's a Kaisa, but all the equipment are stuck onto Yone.
That's game.
So even with Kaisa plus wallop
Got a game 2.
coming down, or accelerated Kaisa, of course, she doesn't need the wallop.
Yep.
There is no way to chase down the Aurelia, and that's just going to be scooped up by
That's
Mo.
unfortunate. I guess if he had played the Bryn here,
yeah, really cool stuff there. Ride the Wind was huge.
but like it doesn't matter. It actually doesn't. Does it matter? No, because the Aurealia's at 6, so you can always just. Oh no, it does.
Game number
Yes.
2. So
if he had Bryn here pre, go in, he can kill Aurelia. Well, he doesn't. It doesn't kill it. It doesn't kill Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one we see all the time.
Because of the stuff, man. Because of the GA, it just like doesn't
this
work.
doesn't allow a lot
Such
of
a
these decks
rough
that want
spot,
to maybe
man.
reinforce and look for a hold against Aurelia to actually do so.
Losing
It's
Lucian
also
super
weirdly, I mean,
early to
there's,
the
like, some
charm
small
was
niche
like the
cases where this just
back-breaking thing
prevents
there.
people from sneaky deckhanding. So Aurelia, we almost never see playing this because they're often playing sneaky deckhand. Why would you put Rockhold Path in your deck if you're playing sneaky deckhand? But of course, we know Tom is not. So It denies some of that like early scoring opportunity if the Candlelit Sanctum maybe were to be occupied, and then really it's just preventing players from kind of going for that really big hold. It also has this like niche spot against some of
I mean, I don't mind it. It also stops Aurora players.
Predator from getting slammed.
It's not bad.
It's not really that relevant in the current meta, but it can come up. It's not impossible that it would have that effect.
Cool. So we got both
I think
players
Rockfall is like perfectly fine. I think there are better Aurelia ones to be playing, but like it gives you some more game versus Aurora and sneaky deck cards.
I mentioned the Candlelit Sanctum's goal.
Makes your Annie matchup better, I'll tell you that much.
Massaging, kind of looking for the right pieces.
As a person that beat Annie last night, it would definitely make that matchup a lot better.
He did in that first game, right? So oftentimes that would just lead.
He should have Brynn, yeah. The problem is it doesn't matter because then he just goes. He goes, yep, all right, my Aurelia goes back.
It was exactly that made all the difference in game 1, and I think it's
untap,
about the
go
same
in, smash,
game 2 with Mo getting to be on the play. Does Tom find a charm at some point before Mo is able to kind of get everything, the full engine set up?
It would have been Aurelia goes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, goes in 11.
It's like a Draven in there.
Yone was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Roy looks pretty
10.
Good. Hourglass affords luxury.
Was it 10 or was it 11? Was he only at 10 or 11? Just if he was on defense.
You're fine. It would have to be 2
I think it was a trade, actually. Ooh.
Which is, I think.
Ooh, that could have changed things. Oh, wait, no, because it untapped 12. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The Aurelia was bigger.
Right off the bat with a.
All right, time to butterfly. Time to get some real value off this Candlelit Sanctum.
A little bit of deck manipulation. Top 2 cards. Take a peek.
Mo, I can't see him.
Here's the options.
Show us.
Rune Runners in hand, I think.
Yeah, I think that was a sideboard piece. Or no.
No, they're not good cards. We're not seeing them. Doesn't matter.
Both go to the bottom. That won't be relevant until next turn, of course. And then
we'll have to redo another. Oh, you slamming it.
Yeah,
I love it.
My favorite thing with the Candlelit Sanctum, right?
Oh, I love it.
More combo-oriented decks.
Now we've got this. Now we can just kind of be chilling.
No. Okay. Does this win me the game right now? No. All right, bottom.
Nice binary decision.
Yeah. It's very quick. It's real nice. Lot more difficult when you're not a combo deck. Or you're, the Aurelia. I would say like if Tom conquers Candlelit, maybe there's some more thoughts that have to go through your head at that point. But for Mo, it's like, well, combo piece, no. Winning me the game right now, no. All right, bottom. There you go.
I mean, honestly, that's what you do. You just want to find your ganking stuff, your stuff that re-ready stuff. Especially now that we've got the Ruin Runner. Like, our opponent now has to just buff their things to everything. Stack deck plus Defiant Dance. I can see playing the Defiant Dance. I'm surprised we're still taking the stack deck.
The stack can kind of stay there too because that could be anything.
It's kind of a misplay. Kind of like Sanctum says, in any order, so you can put stuff on the bottom however you want. Yeah.
Looks like that's going to be a pass, so good start.
Oh, you mean because he's like random? I mean, Lucian's never going through the deck, right?
Okay.
If Lucian's gone through the deck, we are in some serious problems. Yeah, exactly, Nikki. We're on the same page. I get what you mean.
One of the fun parts of playing a card game is there's more to it than just the game. As far as
Mo's being a bro from the looks of things.
Where do things go? Communication.
Yeah, it looks like Mo was just pointing out. It seems like one of the sleeves maybe had like a. The new pack of sleeves like had a string that ripped off it or something, and you wanted to let Tom know that hey, one of these cards might end up being marked, and it looks like they're just adjusting with
rather
that
your opponent points out, hey, I think that looks marked, as opposed to something else. You get a judge call or a deck check later. It goes real rough.
So we're gonna get the sleeve fixed up. Our table dojo will help out, make sure everything's looking nice, and we're going back Mo's way. Going back Mo's way. There we go. There's a draw.
All right. Well, there's a combo piece.
Okay.
Little Relentless Pursuit. Ready to go. Looks like we also have the Trinity Force, no spear. So missing a little bit of the win from 4 combo. Maybe I should take a second to just fully lay out that
combo. Being asked for my tier list by a friend of mine.
For the Lucian combo, what you want to be doing is you want to have the Trinity Force out. Because that says when I hold, I score a point. You want the Skyfall of Arion, the spear out, because that allows your hold effects to happen on Conquer. And then Relentless Pursuit is going to allow you to essentially have that ride the wind effect, right? You get to move to another location. But it also has the additional text that says when you conquer, you may return the unit back to base. And so when it's with Lucian Merciless, you'll get to conquer one side. When he conquers, he's going to ready himself. He's going to come back to base, and then you get to send him to the other side. He conquers both. That's 4 points scored between all of that. which, you know, you add an extra Trinity Force, you get a couple extra points, you know, it can start to really stack up. But realistically, getting to 4 points in a deck that's playing Lucian Merciless on turn 2, not that difficult, and then it's looking for that finisher when you can just end the game, steal the game once you've reached 4, and your opponent often is not set up to handle that.
Guys, so we can see
I'm having to explain, chat, that why Darius is in C, and now like getting told that it's actually higher in the tier list, and I'm just like, what do you want from me? What do you want from me, man? I am but a mere person.
So not for the combo, but
when is Riftbound adding shooters? Your tier list is asked Rumble is the best deck. Oh my god, I've just been asked this now. Rumble apparently is worse than I'm not. No. I don't make the rules. Apparently you don't. Dude, I am looking forward to tutors though. I know you're cappering me, but honestly, I would love it. I would love it.
On a location becomes very difficult to move sometimes, right? That's 7 might that you cannot use spells.
Give me all the options and I can find a win.
You actually just need
give me like a mixed bag of options and I struggle.
Hold and score an additional point. So that's where I kind of see that.
Not even joking. I genuinely struggle.
Into the decks that rely on spell removal in general, you're looking at your Ezreals and your Kaisas. If Lucian can just establish a Ruin Runner with a Trinity Force, it was very difficult for those decks to actually handle it.
Good stuff. Stellacorn Herder coming in.
All right.
We're going to see a draw move.
So Mo's in kind of a precarious spot, I'm not going to lie.
We see a handful of cards. It was 6 or 7 cards. Pretty good amount.
Like, if he loses 1 or 2 of these units, it's going to be a rough spot. We see Defy, Stack Deck, Defiant Dance.
Obviously, last game was kind of all about
okay, Stack Deck's getting played. That's the one that we knew that was on the top of the deck, on the top 2. Yeah, you get another card. Don't worry, mate. So that looks like Hard Bargain and double...
Hard Bargain, not so fast, and Adaptatron.
Adaptatron's the other one. Wow.
Nice for Tom here.
I mean, I guess I take the Adaptatron.
It's able to destroy a gear and then gains a buff.
You have to conquer, but I think that's doable.
Core to the strategy that Lucian is trying to make work.
You like eat one of these, you eat the Trinity Force, you get very funny.
Or just to leverage Purifier. I mean, you're just getting rid of more value than any other deck would be getting.
Yeah, he took the Adaptatron.
But when I look at the board position, I think Adaptatron is going to struggle to find some really good worth, and it's possible.
What'd you get in the mail today, Razor?
Look for more spells.
Oh, it's beautiful!
Yeah, the Adaptatron pick,
oh, you jammy devil! Oh, she's so pretty.
If I want to develop a unit, it's going to be Draven, and from there, I use that extra point to continue to stay ahead
so pretty.
from Mo if I'm able to win combat.
I am jealous.
Yeah, it was a Hard Bargain was
oh, that card is gorgeous.
Would be just too many turns down the road.
Yeah.
So you're
actually gorgeous.
And you got Hard Bargain in hand and 2 runes.
So we're just slamming the Draven. We're just accepting Stellacorn's dying here, I guess. But we have to kind of protect it. Well, we get our we get it recalled with the Zhonya's, but then if we can, our opponent finds any way of doing anything, I mean, it's a bit rough.
Here's a draw. Let's take a peek.
Yeah, first draw. The spear is exactly what he wants. We didn't have one in hand.
But now I only have 3 signatures. I mean, how's that feels bad, bro? How's that feels like? How are you savage about that? I have no signatures. I haven't opened a single signature, and I should have, on average, at this point now. With the amount of product I've opened, I should have seen 1 signature. I think I've opened like
kind of counteract someone going for a conquer.
I'm at like at least. Wait, is it 10 boxes you're meant to? No, it's 10 cases. It's like a case you'll find a sig, isn't it?
Sanctum, where we can see a draw and a few little searches.
I've opened 1 over number in my like 7-8 boxes.
I see a long sword.
Yeah, I'm like 8 boxes deep, maybe 9.
Yeah, look, I'm excited. I mean,
I forget. I always go, oh no, in Origins I opened like 6, maybe slightly more than 6 boxes. I'm way deeper because I forget that I've done Spirit Forge now. So I'm actually like 7-8 boxes deep now.
That's a spear.
Okay.
Look, that's what I'm saying.
So I've opened 1 over number, only 1 actual over number, and I got Kaisa Legend. So I got spooned. I got actually spooned.
All right, so is it combo time?
Yeah.
Sold that to a friend of mine. Got very lucky. And he's very happy. He played Kaisa for all of set 1. So I got it right at the beginning. I was very happy. It is a case. Okay, so I'm not there yet. I'm like, yeah, not even a quarter really.
You go to 5 and then you can go to 7.
We're going on the Rune Runner.
Ooh.
How do you feel about
I'll
this?
probably get there by like
Well,
set
no,
4.
it's still fine, right?
I'm
'Cause
not
you're going to
opening a
5.
case.
And then the Ruin
until
Runner,
like at earliest of
if
set
it's
4.
able to go home afterwards.
I might need some help from
Or
Riot.
it dies, either way.
I would love to do that, but like
Actually,
it's
no,
just
just make a
so
lot of sense.
expensive to
Okay.
open
So you send
stuff.
the Ruin Runner in, you make it an annoying thing for your opponent to remove.
Oh
You're
my
gonna use
God,
spells
Razor,
in order
that
to
is
remove it on the next
gross.
turn, and Tom is not in any way looking to win the game in this spot. He's at 3 points. He's not winning the game right now. So Mo gets to go to 5. On his next turn, that's past 4, is it not? You get to equip these onto the Lucian, and he has the Relentless Pursuit to kind of make it happen. He can, you know, run into one side, conquer, score 2 up to 7, and then transition to the other side with the Relentless Pursuit and go up to
I like
9
playing
points,
another
I
Ruin
suppose.
Runner here.
and win the game. Right.
You don't need a
Yeah,
as
of
Mo.
course,
You're
so
not
that-
looking
this
to do
turn
anything
was predicated
crazy.
on
You're
being on
fully
3.
open to the idea that
So
everything's
saying,
dying
Mo's saying,
here.
I'm at 3. I can make this play and set up for next turn.
3, you go to 4, go to 5, go to 6. Tom at best can get to 6 this turn.
Of course, starting the turn at 2, he has to score first with the Kaisa anyway, draw in the cards. So he's not quite able to get there. But the Relentless Pursuit is just in hand, ready to be sent.
Lucian
alongside
Soroka,
having these
yeah.
equips. He doesn't care if Tom can.
I
deal
mean,
with
the
Ruin Runner, that's
Soroka
fine. He's
Soroka
just
over number, in my
unequipped, it
opinion,
goes
is
to
a
the Lucian
gorgeous
afterwards.
one.
But the big thing that I want to drive home, Ruin Runner is a 9 and cannot.
I've
be taken
never,
with spells here.
I haven't opened a
Tom
single
has
over
to
number
spend energy
in Spirit
in
Forged.
order to push over this, or
Not
has
a
to give
single
up a unit
one.
by sending multiple things in right now.
I know I'm very unlucky with my over numbers. I know I'm very, 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 very unlucky. But hey, we take it. Or is it one case you should see an over number?
Does Tom have counterplay to this combo? If Tom has to pass,
I can't remember.
He's got
Wait, no, we just had this conversation. It's one a case, right? So I'm just like I've been lucky.
When it's on a Ruin Runner.
Oh no, signature over number 2 to 3 in a case. Oh.
Everything with the Runner. The fact is, though,
So I'm very unlucky.
That is just never going to happen. Tom is never going to
All
let
right.
Ruin Runner live. I think for
Cool.
Mo, you know, putting it on the Ruin Runner is understandable. In the
Okay,
sense
cool.
because
I'm
he
just
wanted to
unlucky.
be able to,
I
like,
should have
it
seen
on
like
equip
2
and kind
to.
of move
I should have
around,
seen at
cascade,
least 2, if
put
not
the
3 by
pressure.
now, and I've
I
only
think he
seen
may get
1.
punished
But I got
here,
spooned with a Kaisa.
because of the fact that he will not have
So
the
we
answer to
take.
the rebuke available in it being equipped to
All
a
right.
Ruin Runner. Oh, he's got one at home.
Mo did slide in a second Ruin Runner.
I didn't even see him play this.
Yep, so just stuck that guy
You
in
can't
there.
target this,
He's got another
so.
Ruin Runners for days. Running all over the place.
So yeah, so he doesn't even need this to go on Lucian. It's going to be a readied Ruin Runner, and since it's readied at the start of the turn, Relentless Pursuit either requires it to be a Lucian or to be readied at the start of the turn, right?
So
or else you can't
Divine
go both
Dance
sides.
has to target the
And so
Kaisa.
since the Ruin Runner is readied, you'll just run in, you'll conquer one side with all the equipment, cannot be rebuked, and then you can just go ahead and Relentless Pursuit.
Mo
to the
was
other side.
sitting
So
there with his
the
dice
answer
ready.
Is not able to answer because it is going to be attached to a Ruin
Smack
Runner instead
in.
of Lucian.
Of course, it's face up. Tom can see the Ruin Runner, so knows
Draw.
what to be prepared for. We're going to see Defiant Dance, shrinking Kaisa down, setting the herder in, drawing a card, and that's a point. And that's going to be a little candlelit trigger here as well.
I just saw a rebuke in Tom's hand.
And, see a discipline.
Discipline and fight or flight. All right.
Unfortunately, you can't target that Ruin Runner.
Yeah, I want to say there's actually this really cool idea that can exist for Mo, is if he can find a way to get his Lucian off of the board before going on offense on the next turn, the Defiant Dances won't have an enemy target that they can actually do to get the -2. So it's like very tricky, but I don't think there's going to be a real way.
Before
that
get
you
the
can make
fight
that
or flight
happen
that
without Thomas
he
being
wanted,
able to
that we
like,
just saw.
Kind of cast those Defiant Dances
Come
advance and
in.
try and protect against this combo from winning.
Dies.
All right, so Draven comes
Opponent's
in.
Draven goes
buffed up big time.
mega.
Takes out the Ruin Runner, and we're going to see some points. Right here, up to 6. Draven also one of those extra point cards. Cuts both ways though, right? What's Draven up to?
Draven right now is a 10.
I mean, like, what's the herd view?
Oh, what's the He's scoring points. Is that you're scoring points?
I mean, the Draven's gonna die.
So
they'll go back down to 5.
Tom?
Gotta be getting my jinx from grading this.
Orange and red
Yo!
A lot of times it
Hope
is
you get a
kinda
high
good
number.
play.
Hope
It's
you get
kinda
that
here's my
10.
stuff. Can you beat it? That's what Mo's saying right now.
All right,
Tom gonna hide a
so
card. Those are
that's
fight or
a
flight,
hidden.
right?
That's a fight or flight.
Yeah, hidden fight or flight. This denies the ability to just kind of kill off the Draven to score an additional point, but you know, we've got the combo on board. 5 is not a point total.
Opponent
that
has
you're kind of
rebuke
beating
in
the break
hand.
point. The Draven is
So
not
how do you do
score
this?
and as we talked about, that Relentless Pursuit is just so massive here, and really now
Has
the
he got
answer,
Relentless Pursuit in
is
hand,
not
chat?
rebuke
I didn't
because we do
see
have the
it
Ruin Runner.
in
This
Mo's
is turned
hand.
out for me.
If he's got it, then
is in fact
it's
Defy.
game.
is really the way that you kind of have to look for it to try and deal with the Relentless Pursuit, because you can actually stop the Lucian from conquering one side. You just cannot stop the Ruin Runner from conquering.
All right.
So Bryn here. Oh, that's game.
Or you can't do anything.
You can't do anything, actually. Yeah. So really the answer is you're not allowed to do anything. Yeah, Bryn, equip this both
Game.
on
Cool. Let's go. Come on. Come on.
Locks out the Defy.
Come on.
That locks out the Rebuke. What it doesn't lock out are the Defiant Dances, which can be cast. However, you can't target the Ruin Runner, which is the thing that is going to be equipped and be the big might focus. So really your best hope is you can somehow stack this Draven to be big enough that Mo can't out-might you. However, each of these equipment is going to be +3 because of Purifier. So we've got 3, 6, 11 that is going to have to be stacked above, and that is if Mo has no other thing in hand to continue to pump alongside also playing out the Relentless Pursuit, which might not even necessarily need to be played in this spot because he can still conquer one side with Lucian and then conquer up to 8 from conquering with the Ruin Runner in the event that he just needs to do it in that way, especially with Bryn coming down. The math will just be, you know, he'll just be doing a math puzzle at that point. There's no interaction available from Tom.
Right. So Tom thinking us through, obviously, a tough spot to be when you're facing down the Thunder Song.
Remember, if he targets the Lucian, he also has to pay 1 and cycle 1 because of the thing, which is very funny. Hey, so cycle another one if he wants to do it because it's the Gourd Drinker?
Looks like +2 to the Draven.
Yep, always -2 Lucian here.
Yep. And Defiant Dance number 2.
Dude, I like these dice that Mo's got. X Drinker. Yeah, shouldn't he be cycling another one? No? Am I missing something here?
That is it. The song has been sung.
Or is that not what I'm thinking?
To do here, but sit by and watch.
Or are both players missing this?
Well, now it's just deterministic.
It gives it deflect, right?
As long as Mo can find it, right? You know, we said
it gives it deflect
onto the Ruin Runner.
They should be cycling
if
more.
You're able to just run the Ruin Runner onto the Draven. He's only a 10. And funny enough,
wait a second. Oh, now we're getting it. All right, I almost got it for the bingo.
You actually get the first 2 points first, and then you'll get the point for the conquer at the end, right? So then you'll go to 8, and you'll actually draw a card from scoring from 7 to 8. You still have to conquer the other side. Yep. So
oh my God, a unit's a 0 might. We had this once on the bingo, and I got rid of it. Ah.
So Mo gonna find the path. The force is gonna go on to.
Would have got it. Didn't get it. It's fine.
So they will possibly maybe trade here.
Coming in here. So, I mean, you come in here.
So we got -4. Yep. We have 1 and 2 with 2 assaults, right? So we've got 3,
so the assaults 5. Don't matter. Don't care about those. Ready up. Go to 6.
Of a unit?
You can go to negative as long as the card does not say you may not go to negative.
Go to here.
Right, well,
I'm assuming he's got a way of killing his things.
6. And here comes the pursuit.
Yep.
I'll attach the Trinity Force to the Ruin Runner. Yep, and move it up here.
Yep.
Yep, and then Ruin Runner comes in.
Ruin Runner coming in.
That's it. That's game.
Uh-oh. Not hidden cards going to go away too. Fighter Flight not be able to cast, and that'll do it. That's a nice setup there for Mo.
Yeah. And there's the combo, the power of it. The Ruin Runner very nicely positioned in this game because we know Tom had the rebukes. I mean,
I'm astounded that we've taken this long.
Able to lock everything out as well, right?
Oh, we got there.
2 different kind of cards being able to come out clutch, and often you wouldn't think of Ruin Runner as a card that feels that important into.
We'll probably have about 15 minutes for this final match.
Might and just kind of buffing up her own units, but you know, Defiant Dance that can't target, Fight or Flight that can't target.
Oh my God, Lux is 3-0, Rapper's 3-0, boys.
That's gonna work out for.
That's crazy.
You know, obviously, you see a lot of rebukes, a lot of Fighter Flights in various decks, and finding the ways to beat them is a really cool way to attack the metagame. So we're gonna go to game 3. We got Sunken Temple for Mo and the Dreaming Tree for Tom. Tom will be on the play, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I have to say, you can't be too mad if you're Tom. Sunken Temple often finds its way into Aurelia decks. Really easy for her to get the draw off that, and she really likes being able to find additional draw You know, Mo on the same kind of vein is really enjoying Sunken Temple because he's always going to be, you know, above 5 might with an equip onto Lucian. He gets to draw, keep looking and digging for those combo pieces. However, I will say the Dreaming Tree not going to.
I would agree. I think Bryn here is actually a very healthy card. I mean, let's be real. If Bryn wasn't like a good card, and let's be real, if Draven also wasn't red purple, it would actually be far more balanced.
He's going to just start the game with a Lucian Merciless.
All right, so Merciless down. We saw no play for Tom on turn 1.
15 minutes to play this game.
Just going to be a herder on turn 2. So Lucian's down. This is going to be a great start for Mo, right?
Yeah, it's generally nice to start out with just, you know, going second. Lucian doesn't hate anything, you know. You kind of just get to play out the Merciless, get in there, try and score some points, get the ball rolling. But I think for Mo, when you look on the other side, and while Tom skipped turn 1, that's kind of normal for Aurelia decks often. And seeing turn 2,
I mean, it's rough for Aurelia to skip it.
Is not your favorite thing in the world. Like, you do not want to see the Aurelia decks herder right out the gates, getting probably 1, maybe 2 card draw from it, and just continuing to dig deeper, having a lot of tools to deal with you going forward. As we do have Mo getting to equip ready, he is going to get to draw off of Sunken Temple if he wanted to as well. And it looks like he did. Yeah, he did in fact draw.
Yeah,
okay, so he's got Relentless Pursuit and a few other things. So, I mean, Mo will be able to get back on. He also can just play a Blade if he wants to.
Going back Tom's way. Now it's Tom's turn to get some cards. Yeah. Because the herders are moving to Dreaming Tree.
Tom's hand is a bit disgusting. He's got this herder going into Dreaming Tree. He has 2 flashes. So when Mo tries to stop this herder, it is going to be flash, draw 1 for Dreaming Tree, draw 1 for Stellacorn. Stellacorn already drew running in. Then on your next turn, Tom's going to be able to run back into Dreaming Tree, draw again with Stellacorn, and then have flash back up to continue to draw more. So we're going to see the whole library, the whole deck in Tom's hand in the next few turns here, it feels like.
Nice.
So I have seen earlier before lose the game with so many cards in hand. Is that going to matter as much as far as what Mo's doing getting on the board?
I mean, last game he had like 6, 7 cards in hand. It just like didn't do anything.
A lot of the cards that were in Tom's hand with various effects. So are the cards that important in this matchup?
I think so, because the might values are so high. So you actually do need, as the Aurelia,
the ability to kind of like hand dump he's got first mate. I mean, I think this is a pretty standard. Go in, draw.
Because Conkers are usually going to be fine. Like you
go in, draw Lucian, figure out what you're going to do after the fact. You have to assume that the hidden card is almost always fight or flight. So from Mo's side, it's now like, okay, do I want to go in first mate and then flicker in and out? But the problem is if I flicker in and out that way around, I can't actually do everything I want to do. Okay, so he wants to go in here. He's basically forcing him to now here either have pump or fight or flight. Fight or flight is going to get shown. It's going to actually flicker back the Stellacorn.
Sure, but was able to early, which is great.
Which I think is fine. Because now he's just going to push it back, draw a card.
They will give Mo the point, but hey, that's 2 cards.
Conquer, untap.
And the herder. So as you said, those cards are piling up. Pressure on Mo to kind of get things going then, huh?
So now I think you want to keep developing if you're Mo. So you'll pull back. You can play a first mate. Unless you really... The only reason you don't play the first mate is because you really want to play this Trinity Force that you've got in your hand. Oh, he does have a Ruin Runner. I didn't realize he had that.
2, 4, 6, 8. Both of these decks are very much...
You don't need to keep applying the pressure if you don't feel like you need to. The only difference is like, if you have like Yone or Ruin Runner, then you're fine. You just want to like tap out and not play runes.
Has the lead in a sense, right? He's at 2 first, and he's going to be able to start doing.
Especially in some capacity, like first mate is going to be part of your combo turns where you can like go in, go out, go in, go out. Especially with Relentless Pursuit, like people might like try and push you off for a turn or 2, and then it just doesn't matter. This Aurelia has like infinite cards now.
Yeah,
it's off the screen.
I don't even have to like look at the hand out. We'll just assume whatever card we think he might need, he probably has.
This is why Ruin Run is so good, even when they've got like infinite cards, right? Like you just don't care. You just don't care because you're like, okay, cool, I have Ruin Runner. You can't interact with my guy.
That is a thing that can be done here, and it is going to be done. So, what's better than having
like this Lucian is still going to be able to go freely into.
Oh, well, he didn't have a Guardian Angel yet, so I guess he needs that. Yeah, I guess that's one.
All right, so that's
he's gonna hide his Zonya's hourglass.
Again, it's either Zonya's or it's fight or flight. There's no way it was Zonya a fight or flight. You already seen one fight or flight, so the chances there it's at 50-50. I think Mo's enough of a heads-up player. He's going to be able to be like, well, it's either one or the other. What can I beat? What can I not beat? I think you still go onto the Stellacorn first with the Lucian. If he's got any more equipment, like the Trinity Force, he wants to play that pre, that's perfectly fine.
On the board and then get to 4 points. Then on your combo turn,
he does actually have the combo in hand.
And then what does your opponent do?
So now the question is, does he want to play the combo or not?
But I think the struggle for Mo here is he really wants to get to 4. And as
the problem is, if you put it all on the Lucian, your opponent could just have like a rebuke, or
he can go to 4 here. Tom at 3.
Yeah, or if they have a rebuke, you just lose.
Trading 2 points per turn, Mo wins. And so holding up all these runes, forcing Mo to now be in an
knowing that he's got double first mate, it actually puts him in a spot where he's okay.
Good answers to try and break through an Aurelia. It's going to be difficult.
Also, with a Rune Runner out, you can almost identify that it's not going to be fight or flight unless he's going to fight or flight, pull it back.
Cards for a Lucian hand that is letting you break this Aurelia Fervent that is standing on a
okay, so we're just playing this side in, seeing what happens here, because then we can at least re-equip. And if this works...
We'll forget the Aurelia for now. I'm going to hop on over to Dreaming Tree, where the Stellacorn Herder's hanging out. See what's going on there. Lucian's
he has got a relentless
3, 4, 5, 6 in assault, 7, 8. We had 9 total power. Is that correct?
Yeah. Notably, the combo's there. There's a spear in hand, and there was enough runes.
I don't mind this. Okay, so the idea Mo's doing here is he's trying to at least present to the opponent that you're going to have to do something else. So 2-2. Okay, Stellacorn is still losing.
We'll see a +2 and a -2.
Dreaming Tree draw.
7 to... Is it 7 to 5? 7-7.
Now it's 7-7. Now we're tying.
So Mr. They were saying there, but there's an Ungard also to go up a little bit bigger. Unsurprisingly.
Now it's 7-7.
Okay. Unsurprisingly, Tom has a lot of action.
And now if he wants to, he can play another card.
Discipline.
Another on guard.
Bigger and bigger.
Now, I really like the idea of Mo here fighting. Show me what you've got.
That's a +3.
Yep, so we have 2 on the base, then 1 on the assault from the Purifier Legend. And
we
stack
got
it up.
3,
All right,
6,
what's next for Tom?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Your Mo, you can't feel great here. No. Tom says so many cards. It's just hard to not have the keep the chain going.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
He said, here's
Is this 12 versus 11? Am I crazy?
Draw another card. And now we need 2. We're in double dice territory, folks. That's a big herder.
Well, does he not get the 1? So it's 11 versus 11?
Consideration to try and pivot this over with the Relentless Pursuit, but even then, it's like there's a hidden card. So you can kind of just get pushed if you do that, and it's not going to be incredible.
It's a way out. It at least burns the hidden card, too, you know. It does feel like when you have a big combat like this, the person who loses that combat is in big trouble. So many resources were spent on the Lucian, equipping it, playing this long sword. But, all right, so Lucian goes to the bin, and Rune Runner is here.
Was I missing something?
Pick up some of these gear.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Be difficult to assail.
7, 8, 9.
Man, the runes are
10, 11.
flying right now.
And the Stellacorn, it was 11 versus 11,
down to
no?
3.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, because of the minus.
Okay. Just gotta yeah. Booth here, you know?
So it's 9 versus I'm just miscounting. I forgot the Defiant Dance.
I guess the idea is Mo does not want to leave this stranded at a battlefield, so.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to announce targets, right?
Okay, so
like you have to announce
pursuit.
Targets, but you don't have to.
Now, how does targeting work for this as far as the choices being made by Mo?
So you do have to pick an equipment, a friendly unit, and then I believe you have to just pick the location, right? So those are the 3 things that are in targeting. And in fact, to the chagrin of many Lucian players, you do in fact have to have an equipment to target, to cast your Relentless Pursuit.
Yep.
So here Mo is selecting Ruin Runner, Longsword, and I have to imagine we're still going to the Dreaming Tree would be the idea, but the Defy is just going to come down and deal with this.
That herder's still massive, right?
Yeah, oh, that's true. Yeah, the herder's still massive, so it would have to be to the Sunken.
The dice were removed, but those buffs are still there. That thing is a very, very mean herder, so we're going to see a Defy countering that, and then we're going to see an Equip, and kind of a sad pass here. A lot of things went wrong there for Mo. Not pass, I'm sorry. Passing into combat at the Sunken Temple.
Yep, and then
Hourglass. So Hourglass, Aurelia will back out. And Mo gets a point as a consolation prize, but that was a pretty devastating turn.
Yeah, and now Tom just gets to have full runes into shields down Mo with just this one unit on board, and Tom with infinity cards in his hand still. I think the odds of Fervent being able to deal with a Rune Runner is going to be pretty high at this stage of the game.
Yeah, really had to stack up pretty well. So let's see if Tom's able to pull this one off with this multitude of cards in hand. Unfortunately for Mo, you can kind of see on the face cam, arms crossed, you know, kind of, all right, what do you got? Accept my fate here.
I mean, at least that's the one thing with Lucian. You can very much just kind of play accept your fate.
Mo's on 3. You know, those odd numbers are tough.
Alan's strong in overtime. I mean, Alan had a few judge calls in Bologna where it pushed him really late into overtime, so I wouldn't worry too much.
I'm wondering if there's a world, you know, considering Tom keeping so many runes open on that last turn and only going to 4 points, you know, 4, maybe 5 here. I wonder if there's ever a world with the combo in Mo's hand that he could have waited one more turn. It's really tough. It's really, really tough to be able to wait a turn against the Aurelia. You fall further behind in points. But basically, you then hopefully go to 4 on the next turn because you've got the combo online. You know, Tom would go up to 7, and then you just combo off and try and win. And it's, you know, it's possible that just a full development turn can get there, but it was not the choice made, and it's a reasonable choice to try and go in. Mo had a lot of tricks. He had the long sword, he had pressure, he had the relentless to still kind of move back in, try and re-engage that fight. But it feels like everything went wrong, and as we were saying, Tom drew so many cards, we're just going to assume whatever card he needs, he's got it in that hand, and he did.
Yeah, hard for things not to go wrong there, but we see Guardian
We
Angel.
got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, very doable for an Aurelia. So 4, 8.
Angel goes on. Aurelia now at 5, so we got 5, 9, 10.
All right, do we have another GA boots? 5,
2, 4, 6, 11.
Yeah.
All right,
11.
Now, Defiant Dance, how does the targeting work on Defiant Dance? So there is no targetable unit on Mo's side.
Yeah, I think it just says unit, though, not enemy unit with the second choose.
Yeah, it's just unit.
Yeah.
It's just
So
unit.
that's
it.
Targets,
That's game.
The herder with the minus.
It's virtually
the
game.
Plus, allowing it to be just a little buff effect. 2 from the spell, 1 from the trigger. And that is a lot.
It's enough. And
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, Alan like was winning most of his games 2-0 anyway.
Really not
a lot of the time, the problem isn't actually him. From watching him play, it's normally sometimes opponents not fully sure what they're doing, and then they're trying to play around 15 different cards, and then they don't realize they've already lost.
It do that, but that requires +2 runes to any unit you play in order to actually have that wall up happen. So there's the Kaisa, but that's just going to come in real slow. Tom's going to go to 7 and be able to leave every single rune he has available if he wants.
I think it all came down to that one big turn for Mo. Really tough spot to be in. You know, where if you don't go for it here, you're in trouble. If you do go for it, it's a lot of cards, probably in trouble too, but obviously not work out too well. So Tom in the driver's seat. Herder coming in, drawing another card. Really holding.
I did not think this was going to be a matchup we were going to go the full round with. I'm not going to lie, chat.
Yeah, I think we can pack up the cards. Thanks, Mo. Good job. Still a
well
great
done
series
to Tom. Unlucky to him. I feel like for Mo, this is like. I thought this was going to be like a slightly better matchup, but. In fairness, Tom had an experience. Well, Mo had an experience that I had against Aurelia, where they had quadruple pump. What do you do against quadruple pump? Not much. You normally scoop. Most decks scoop to quad pump. So hey,
very invested in digging for the combo, and 3 games he found the combo 3 times. I don't often see the Lucian like always finding the combo, right? They're finding wins in other ways. When they find the combo, they often are pretty locked for the win, but he's more invested in making sure he actually hits it. And I think he made a lot of very wise decisions throughout this series. I think in that last game, he made a decision and he stuck with it, right? He's like, I think I have enough that I can kind of push for this. Waiting a turn is very risky. It opens up a lot of ways that you can still lose.
You're not sure about what Mo's deck or
in previous games, and so I think averting that risk and instead trying to take the risk of pushing when Tom has less runes, because on the following turn when he tries to make the push, Tom feasibly can just be on +2 runes in the same amount of cards, right? So it's not, doesn't help you that much to develop.
Right. The question is, is it gonna get better?
Yeah.
And the answer is maybe
it
not.
could have, but probably not. We don't know.
All right, so we're gonna pop down for a little winners interview with Tom, and I'm gonna get down there real fast and see what's up. All right, Tom, took down Lucian. You're playing Aurelia. How'd the match go?
To be honest, I wasn't really expecting someone experienced like Mo and Lucian this weekend, so it was pretty tough at first, me trying to like navigate, figure out the matchup. I had a few things go my way, and the rest is history. I felt like his plan of playing the creature that can't be targeted by spells and then trying to cap points with Trinity
Lucian
Force
very
and
low on
Skyfall
my.
was
I mean,
really
that's just the nature of it,
And I
you
felt
know.
like,
Like you can't really do too much
Cool,
about
good
that.
stuff. So why Aurelia this weekend?
I just felt like the deck has a bunch of favored matchups. It does have a few unfavored ones. I feel like I've kind of like got the nuts and bolts down for trying to work out what's happening with those. But overall, I feel like it's just a really.
I mean,
solid deck,
I feel
and
like
it
the idea of
consistently,
playing Lucian is you're trying to hope
is
just to
faded
dodge the
into wider
matchups.
meta, so.
Cool, good stuff.
Sadly.
And overall thoughts.
And
on the
obviously, we
event?
did see like in some spots you can do it. I mean, the Aurelia player had quad pump. You can't do much about that. But also at the same time, like I don't think many decks beat Aurelia when she has quad pump in a spot. Not that I think Mo played badly. I think Mo played super heads up.
Long way.
It's just like I think sometimes you just have to hope to dodge.
All right, great stuff. So that was a nice long round. So we're going to take a very short break here, come back for round number 4, and bring you more action from Las Vegas in the Regional Championship of Riftbound.
Hey guys, I'm here with some awesome cosplayers at Riftbound Las Vegas. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
All right, they're doing a 3-minute ad break. We're going to do our ad break now, because if I do it now, chat, then we haven't got to worry too much about any ads for next round. I'm going to go to the toilet.
All of the costumes look so awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about the pieces you made?
Yeah, so this gauntlet of Ezreal's gauntlet, this entire piece is mostly, actually 99% is 3D printed. I paint, prime, and this was a gold top coat. This is with some like metallic coat. This is actually a glass carbon shade with a blue mirror sheet under it, and I super glued it over so give it gym-like. And there's a normal glove and super glue these up together. 3D print, glass carbon shade. Yeah.
That is so cool. What about your cosplay?
I'm cosplaying Cassante. I am praying he comes out soon and broken as ever. But the hardest part about this costume was the top. And I got the files commissioned, but I had to sew everything on and all that. Made the pattern. The rope is all sewed onto it too. And I would have his weapons, but the giant props are not allowed here today.
That's too bad. Hopefully we'll see the props in the future. What about yours?
I made most of this from scratch. I tried to save some time by getting pants and boots instead of making those from scratch, but it was very hard to make Lucian. I don't know if people are kind of familiar with Lucian's look, but he has like 2 collars. These shoulder pieces are crazy, and I kind of just was winging it. I don't really use foam, so I was like, let's try it, but I'm pretty happy with how things turned out. Sewed the jacket for the first time.
Well, hopefully Lucian does well this weekend as well. What about the Ari cosplay?
The ball in the ears, it's like motion and sound sensor, but it's kind of janky, but tomorrow's mostly handmade.
Well, I love all the costumes. Thank you guys so much for talking to me about them.
Right, chat. Anya, are we there? Where are we at? What's happening, chat? Alright. Pray, chat, that we go straight into this next round. I didn't check the event. Please tell me that, like, round 5 is... Oh, we're still in overtime. Oh my
folks,
god.
Start your Riftbound journey. The place to do it is your local Nexus Nights. At your local game store, it's a nice kind of casual, relaxed night. You can play, whether you're playing competitively or you're just learning the game. It's a great place to start. Check out and find your local store at locator.riftbound.ubsgames.com/events, or scan the QR code and check it out. Yeah, Nexus Night's awesome. You know, I really enjoy playing my Nexus Nights.
Dude, there's so many matches still playing, and I'm barely even going through 8, 9. I'm only like 100 tables deep.
Build a deck.
Like, we're gonna be waiting for ages.
Play tonight, or I'm gonna play, you know, whatever
We're
else.
3 rounds
really
deep, chat.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite.
I guess we're gonna
get
go
play
straight
my
into round
decks
4.
and at least, you know, attempt to win games instead of just sitting in my room and trying to build them online and see if they're gonna work. I absolutely love just being able to bring it there. I play so much Leona at my Nexus Nights in Origins and Spirit Forge. I haven't had a lot of time to go play yet because I've been traveling around Bologna and now coming here. But I'm looking forward to, you know, bringing out the Rek'Sai for the Nexus Nights coming up.
Me too. I'm dying to play Rek'Sai and I haven't gotten to yet. So that's good stuff. Before we get to our next match, though, we got a little bit of some hot takes. You can check out and see what's going on.
Oh, can we just go into round 4, please?
We gotta get predictions. What legend do you think is going to win the event? Why?
So I feel like saying Draven is kind of boring. But I think there's a lot of space for Draven still to innovate. You know, we have the Miracle version, the mid-range version, but like...
Right around 4 with a hot take.
Tried to expand further. And I think that as the metagame develops, like, you can just find different ways to do it. We're still pretty early in the whole set cycle in general.
Maybe
so
they're just going to keep padding.
List is going to kind of sneak up and be like, yeah, Draven's here, but even more...
Dude, if we get a backup match for round 3, I might lose it.
I think that Ari is going to win because my partner is playing Ari and he really wants a medal.
So I'm going to go really wild with it. I'll say Victor.
Oh, it's going to be Garen because it'll be me. Yeah. Aurelia best deck, bro. I'm repping it. I'm taking first place. Bro.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
In all of my testing, it's Ruin Runner and Flonk paired together has just been an absolute house.
Ruin Runner, Flonk.
For my heart, I would say Azir. I really, really want Azir to do well, and I want him to take home the gold. No pun intended, since he is gold. But I think realistically, I'm going for Annie too.
Yeah, I think Miracle Silver, specifically the list that Randy had back in one of the China regionals at top 4, I think somebody has been grinding that list for weeks on end and will end up taking it. I think that's actually secretly the best deck in the format, even though the Alan Ez deck is quite good, obviously, because Alan's, you know, the best player in the game right now.
Is that Sivir player you?
I hope it is. I hope it is. I am playing it. I am playing it this weekend. I hope it is. So it should be good. It should be good.
I don't like the deck, but I think Kai'Sa is actually a good choice this week. After
yeah, no, I agree. I don't think this is a hot take. I think Kai'Sa is the second best deck in the format, maybe third.
I do think
like I can kind of see it. The problem is she has a garbage Aurelia matchup. So like there are ways in which you don't do it.
Overwhelmingly opponent, right?
I love a good hot take.
Yeah.
You know, it's most exciting part about card games is the volatility. You know, you never really know what's going to happen next. You can never really predict from event to event. So cool to see great stuff, and you find out by watching really cool matches.
I know what's going to happen.
Oh, you know what's going to happen?
Alan ZQ is going back to back. I didn't get to ask myself my hot take.
Oh, that's
or my prediction.
I mean, honestly, that's the base take.
Yeah, maybe I should have interviewed myself. We like splice it with me on the other side of the mic, and then I do it. Yeah, I would have just said that Alan ZQ is going to win again. I don't know. That's my boy.
Not a bad prediction. Alan, Alan was mentioned, of course, and is just fantastic. Of course, our winner last weekend in Bologna. And but we got more matches for you. We're coming to round number 4 here. We're going to have HD 300 on Aurelia versus Codeman Jack on Azir. Haven't seen Azir
Aurelia,
yet.
Yeah, and it's
good
Codeman Jack,
matchup for
Cody
Aurelia.
playing it. This is another Legends of Runeterra guy. I see all these names popping up, and it's like memories to Legends of Runeterra days. And he's also made a very deep run at Fab Nationals last year, which was really, really great to see. And so playing the Azir, we heard Ursi talking about this is the deck that she loves to rep right now. She's absolutely loving it. I'm sure she's backstage stoked to be seeing an Azir undefeated right now coming in.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. Azir, very unique game plan. As we'll see in the deck list come up in a little bit here. And
Azir's fine. Azir is just a Timmy deck. Like, Azir's fine. I think the problem, the best thing that Azir does is it gets to do very straightforward things and teach a lot of fundamental matches. The only issue with Azir
one
is
of the
like
big things that you look at for Azir is the consistency, right? It says, as you said, it's going to do the thing.
it's
right?
going to
Every
do the
single time it's
thing,
gonna do
but
the
like
thing, and that thing is
beyond the
create very
thing,
large
though, the
might
problem
numbers on
is
these sand soldiers.
like
It's gonna summon the sand
it's
soldiers
very
down on
easy
pile
to just
here,
kind of
and then
not
you can
play
quit
their
all
game,
that
and if
gear
you
onto
don't
a
play their
single
game, they
push it
kind of
forward.
just kind of
Oftentimes
look
it's
at
very
you and
difficult to
shrug
actually
and
contend
lose.
with the might totals that Azir presents, and they do it so quickly. So they'll start scoring a lot of points really early. The problem is they run out of cards. And once they run out of cards, that's where you can start to retake control of the game. And so Azir hinges on Arise, his signature spell to finish the game as soon as he gets to 6 points, summon that army of sand soldiers and push
You need to see Arise. If you don't see Arise, you basically lose the game. I mean, that's how I lost one of my rounds. I got my opponent out to 0, and they went, Arise! I went, God damn it, I just ripped that card out your hand. Well, not, I didn't even rip that card out of his hand. I ripped I got him down to top deck mode, and then he got it.
The idea with this is that you can still look to keep double conquering
because
you're the one on point tempo and force your opponent to try and hold into Aurelia, which is very difficult. It's really hard to hold against Aurelia.
So more stock list, you would say here then?
I would say based on, what we've been seeing over the last few weeks, this has become the stock standard, is playing around the sneakies. Earlier on, though, this was not the version. This is a little bit newer to what is considered stock, but at this point, after the last few weeks, I would consider this stock.
Awesome stuff. So, Codeman Jack's
yep,
Azir
I'd agree.
list,
That looks like a very stuck Aurelia deck. Is there anything
what's going on
crazy
here?
going on
I
with
wanted to see
this?
if there's anything immediately spicy, and I would say that 2 main deck salvages I would consider quite spicy, and going to be
I
quite
don't think that's
effective in
spicy.
this
The reason I don't
matchup.
think it's
One of the
spicy is
big
after you
things
see
that
what
Aurelia
happened in
can do to
Bologna, I
leverage
think it's a
breaking
very
big
standard thing to
boards
do
and
at
big
this
holes
point. I already
is by
knew people
buffing up
doing
an
this sort
Aurelia
of
that
thing.
has a Guardian Angel, pushing it in, letting it die, buffing it and
There's just so
re-readying
much
it with
gear.
the Blade Dancer Legend
There's just
and
so
sending
much
it back
gear.
in. In
Especially just
combat,
gold
if
or
you decide
seals,
to
like
send
it's good
in,
enough to
hoping
just
that
like
that Guardian Angel
dink
is
one of
going to
these
protect you
things,
and
shrug
it
your
gets
shoulders, go.
salvaged, suddenly you're in for a bad time.
The only
as an
alternative
Aurelia
thing
player.
you could
So
do
two
is
of
like
these in
Cull the
main,
Week would be an
something that I
alternative.
would say is a very key
Oh,
card to look out
Box,
for,
my
as
dude.
well as the Cull
How
the
you
Weeks.
doing?
You know, not a lot of units in this Aurelia deck. It has the sneaky deckhands, but outside of that, it's really looking at the Aurelia at the Draven. That's another big
Dude, I got
card we're gonna be looking for.
absolutely
Other than that, I would say
mega screwed
pretty
over by a
stock as far
hidden
as Azir. I
face
think the salvage is a bit
breaker,
spicy as
or
a
I
main
assumed
deck
it was a
choice.
hidden blade.
And then 2
Oh.
shears being gone for to try and mitigate that card draw issue. Ursi was saying she was having success when she finds the early sears.
Honestly, I think you've got to play through these.
And not actually running out of cards with this deck. You can get a
You're
lot of
working.
value,
My
continually
dude.
recurring the
I mean, that's
draw,
what that
especially
explains
when
it.
paired with something like an Eye of the Herald, generating a bunch of recruits.
Really cool. So it's cool to see there isn't that much interaction, but some very key interaction.
But yeah, I think this is an Aurelia favored matchup. I think this is
Sense.
Aurelia
They're
unless
starting on Vile
unless
Moss
the
layer
Azir player
against
finds like the
HD300
Cull the
on the
Weeks
left
and
with
stuff in the right
Opolis
spot.
of
The problem is
power.
now
Vile
because they
Moss
play sneaky
look pretty nice
deckhands
Yeah,
and some of the
Vile
other
Moss is really
stuff,
great. The thing with Azir is
like the
often
Cull
you
the
just
Weeks
conquer
are
with the
nowhere
soldier
near
and
as
just
good
don't
as they
really
used
care
to
what
be.
happens. It's like, okay, spend some
We got
resources to kill my
Obelisk of
soldier,
Power,
and then I'm
Vamos
gonna
left as
play a gear
game
summon it,
1.
re-equip whatever I need and send it back in afterwards, right? So you don't
Interesting.
mind leaving your units out there, but meanwhile,
That's
your
fine. I mean, you play the
really
sneaky
does
deckhand
not
to your
want
one,
to be
and
stuck at a battlefield.
whatever. He's got
when
one in
Azir
hand.
gets
He
to
got, yeah. I
essentially
mean, this is just
have a lot of kind of
really
sneaky
strong.
ways to accelerate his units with a lot of might. As we look at this opening hands and
Getting rid of
sheer
a Star Core?
salvage
That's interesting.
immediately for Codeman Jack on that side. The salvage, I think, is something you absolutely want if you're going to main deck.
Oh no, he's got
for
2
this
Star
early
Core.
matchup.
Okay.
Yeah, and tricky too. You know, we are of course. You know, this is a little bit of an off-kilter card to have in the main deck.
I mean, Salvage
so,
looks great in this
HD's
matchup,
be
right?
watching
So
out
like,
for
I
that.
don't
All
think it's
players in
too
their
spicy.
mulligans. Looks like 1 card each.
I think
Looks
you've
like-
got to keep. I can get rid of
Codeman's
one
considering
discipline.
Sending that salvage back, that would surprise me. Because
I would never
feel
get rid
any
of a salvage
matchup
just in Aurelia.
That you want to see these,
No.
you know, from your main early in the game. Aurelia is the one that comes to my mind as trying to kill that Guardian Angel.
That seems crazy.
Two reactive cards go
the
to the bottom.
gods and something else. Gods and another Shears.
Off to the races, 3 runes to start.
All right, 3 runes, slam the deckhand.
Gonna open up on
Feel
the
great.
Deckhand. Yeah. Taking down the obelisk. Point number 1, right on
I
turn
also
1.
wouldn't even mind
exactly
just slamming the sneaky deckhand onto the Vilemore's lab, but like, I mean, I get it. Let's at least try and pretend to play back and forth. Actually, no, you want to play it onto there just because of Color Weeks. You want to go boom, 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 boom.
Really annoying for anyone having to play
Challenge
against
the game.
I will say it is
yeah,
really tough to play against.
5 mana savage, yeah, GG go game. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it's not necessarily like insta win, but like you're gonna be in a really good spot.
Codeman Jack is valuing saying, okay, if you want to go to 2, I am going to immediately try and put pressure back on the points.
Yeah, kind of cool to see what Obelisk does to a game where, you know, usually you don't have players scoring on
the
first
Vilemore's Lair is fine. I mean, you just pull his sneaky deckhand back, play Aurelia pass.
HD's way. 5 runes available. Sneaky deckhand's
Boing.
job is done. Going to sneak back out, so 2 points, 1 from the hold and 1 from the sneak. Now at a nice 2-0 lead.
A boy.
And then what is the next step?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be afraid of a single cull, so it's possible you can deploy the Aurelia and just say, you know what, if you have double cull and you kill your board and kill my board, I guess that is life. And that is
I mean, my opponent had triple cull, and then I lost that game.
Call, good, you should always.
Just sometimes don't be lucky.
A little bit too much, and I totally feel good about this play.
But I think it's correct for HD 300 to just go for it.
Taking down Fervent.
Yeah, and deckhand kind of secret value here, like you're saying, of being that extra cull sacrifice, a little installation. So not quite a guardian angel, but sort of acting like.
It is a guardian in this sense. Yeah, in this sense it is. That's a great way to put it. As we are gonna have the shears get slammed down
cycling,
by
Jack
here.
Trigger is it. Tap
you lose a little bit of value from these because you had to play that Desert Call in the previous turn to not be able to get the Weapon Master on this. But you're still gonna Weapon Master it to the Sand Soldier you play on this turn.
Honestly. Do it again unless you want to keep up the 5.
Right back, so both players off to a roaring start as Obelisk
got a rise in hand,
and we're going to see a pass back over to HD. So it's 2-2.
That's pretty good.
Now getting to ready up with an Aurelia.
Aurelia,
bad place to be. 2 more.
Now,
runes,
if you've got the boots, you don't even care for Vilemore's Lair because you can just boots, do something, go in, boots, go across.
You're saying there's not a lot of tricks in this Azir deck. There's a few, and they are clutch. We see a Defy in hand. What else do we see here? Quick, what's that?
Yeah, Defy can't stop an Aurelia from
that is slow speed,
whipping some boots, which I know he's got in hand.
Action speed, but you can hide it. That's going to summon a Sand Soldier.
If I'm Aurelia, I'm going in on Vilemore's Lair first.
You're going to be able to have it come in ready. Which is really nice. You summon it, you pick up one of the gear that you played earlier in the game, and then you've got this like accelerated Sand Soldier.
So he's got Firefly on guard.
Codeman Jack had options on turn with these 3 untapped runes.
I swear he's got the boots of swiftness.
Shears,
yeah, it's at the top of his hand.
There, but could have played.
What are we thinking here? Stack deck? No.
Decided to kind of wait back and stay and say, leave some runes up. So,
yes,
time to get going. HD 300. Discipline on Sneaky Deckhand to start.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty dire straits for Azir in this game so far. I'm looking at this hand, I'm like, there's not a lot that we're doing to deal with Aurelia. Arise, amazing card, really strong. Part of your win condition. We only have a Shears on the board, right? We missed a turn 1 door and shield.
He just doesn't want to cycle.
We didn't have a BF4 going next, but
he doesn't want to cycle his runes. He just wants to take fun, easy,
right? You don't want to get
like 100% win spots.
Cast your trick and then get counterspelled. So preemptively, gonna pump in.
I think with the speed in which Code also let this happen, you can almost make the soul read.
But wants to stay on those even totals, right?
Yeah, I mean, just looking to go to 4. You don't want to trap your Aurelia on Vilemore's. The sneaky you're willing to let die on the next turn.
Equip,
that's okay.
Smash in.
Especially because now, instead of your sneaky deckhand needing to be a Guardian Angel, your Guardian Angel can be a Guardian Angel, which is going to be quite nice if you're trying to deal with the call. That is like the biggest lose con you have as Aurelia, is getting your Aurelia Fervent called and then just like not having a big unit to deal with the Azir.
We have to pass
here. Your point collection, and
like, there's no other option here outside of passing.
He's going to be going 2, 4, 6, 8. That is just how that deck kind of functions every single game.
And now we're seeing that choice of bottoming the salvage.
Hiding the fight or flight.
Maybe, could come up here as a Guardian Angel. We see a hidden card as well.
I feel like with all this cycling in the end, I feel like you should just play the boots.
Turn back.
Smash in, smash in.
Arise territory,
and then you kind of end up in the exact same place, right? Yeah, you definitely do.
Yeah, I mean,
you end up in the exact same place, but you've had to play less cards, and you get to hold up like a discipline and an on guard still.
We see he does pick up an Eye of the Herald. That is at least one more gear, but it's not the most... At this point, we really want BF Sword, right? Like, we want the bigger stuff to start getting to slam down.
No, sure,
the Shears can draw some additional cards, so he doesn't even have to go for this look yet. But the problem with Shears is the unit does have to die, and right now you want to take out the sneaky deckhand, right? You want to send this into the Vile Maws and deal with this. And now, well, Shears are stuck there, and they're not drawing a card. We're not digging a card deeper, and that can just continually be a problem as the game kind of moves on. There is still potential to get another Sand Soldier out with one of these gear and then still accelerate the Azir, and that can still bring the Sand Soldier from the Vile Maws and free it over to the Obelisk. But 3 runes up, a hidden card for the Aurelia. It's not an exciting prospect to push into this Obelisk.
Right. Yeah, Champs on Azir is a lot coming out of nowhere. All right, so we see the Eye coming down and Sand Soldier to go with it. Weapon Master coming on in. 5 runes available. And what is the next step? Again, Defy in hand. All right.
I mean, this is 10 might.
So
if he accelerates.
Azir's in.
Yeah, this makes more sense.
And we are not going to see an accelerate. So just in the back row and passing back to HD 300.
Yeah.
Going to get a hold point. Really gets that little bit of buff from the already. Hidden card still hanging out. Does the hidden card make things a little awkward with this Aurelia as far as like leaving that battlefield?
It can, but if it is just Fight or Flight or Zhonya's, then it doesn't really matter, because Fight or Flight, you can just push Aurelia back home, send her into the Vile Maws, conquer to 6. So it kind of works offensively as well. It's got that like double threat. And then if it's Zhonya's, I mean, yeah, just reveal it.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. So seeing as that those are the general hidden cards that are run in these decks, I think you often are really happy to hide it, and your opponent just like not even bother with it. You still get to play the game afterwards.
Okay, so you see a little hand on table, hands in lap for HD. Thinking out what the next step is. His middle turn's typically very important, you know. With Aurelia especially, you know, you get into a spot where you mismanage your Aurelia, things can unravel quite quickly.
Yeah. What I'll say is I think for HD, the reason this turn isn't simple, because you actually look at this turn, and you're at 5. You just
I think the problem that he's found, that HD has now found himself
you score 2 points per turn, you win the game, you conquer both sides.
Because he didn't go for the sequence that I said,
okay,
he's lost his sneaky deckhand.
How am I pivoting my Aurelia again? Because he doesn't have boots in hand. He doesn't have a
He does have boots. I saw the boots.
Okay, well, now once I get to this Vile Maws lair, how do I go home? And the big answer would be actually is Codeman Jack's going to help you out.
Right.
You have this Guardian Angel, and once Azir kills the Aurelia, she's going to recall to home. You can't move to base,
right,
but you can get recalled back home. And I think, you know, HD was thinking for a little bit back and forth on this Vile Maws. How am I, you know, if I get stuck
Are
here,
we just accepting that we're losing our GA?
He can allow this Aurelia
I don't know
to die
about that
and then look to push
brother.
back in for a double conquer on the following turn.
Yeah, kind of cute.
The fact that only one gear's being played for Azir is just crazy stuff.
Retreat. Go home. See you later. So, back Jack's way. And Jack's hand's getting pretty full here. So Shears drew a card on that combat. And 6 cards
It's
to
full,
work
but
with.
like he can't do anything with it, which is like puts him in a weird spot.
There. And now is Jack's turn to think and figure out what's going on. We got 3 runes up for HD. Only imagine a pretty solid stack of cards there too. Let's talk to you about the Azir chosen champion.
Yeah, so really nice. Azir Sovereign, this is going to be able to move any tokens with you. In fact, it doesn't say Sand Soldiers, so you can move recruits with you as well when you send him around, which is very valuable for this deck, especially when you start making a bunch of those recruits with the Eye of the Herald. And so it's a when I attack trigger, so it can't be to like try and reinforce the battlefield afterwards. However, it allows you to do some really great pivots. You stack a bunch of a gear onto a Sand Soldier or onto a recruit. You push it into one side, you get that conquer, and then you accelerate Azir, and then do that nice little Shurima shuffle that we know and love from League of Legends, and take it to the other battlefield so you can conquer. And that's when I say that this Azir does that one thing of going 2-4-6-8 so well and so efficiently with so much might. This is one of those key ingredients to the soup of
Has got a rise, but I feel like a rise just puts him in a really exploitable
I think
spot.
Codeman Jack
The
in this
thing
game
is, I don't feel like the Aurelia player is like even worried. Like, look at HD at this exact spot. He's like,
into like BF
okay.
Sword with making something, into like continually having that, and then go Arise.
What's
and
the
end
next
game.
thing I gotta worry
we saw
about?
Shears, we saw kind of these weird fumbly turns in between, and not a lot of might generated against firing on all cylinders Aurelia deck.
I guess
with, you know,
with the
sneaky
charm
deckhand
in
into
hand,
getting the Aurelia out and scoring. So
we could
I think we haven't seen the full power
God.
of this Azir deck
Well,
just yet, and the Arise is just going to be deployed to try and get some more might on this board.
So we see him move in here on the Obelisk.
Arise, get two.
So Sand Soldier recruit hanging out. Here's Arise.
Two Sand Soldiers coming in.
3 Sand Soldiers.
Oh yeah, because of the this. Yep. Flicker it all over.
Master
Ready
over to
one.
the Sand Soldier in base. Two of them
two.
are ready.
Doesn't matter because Azir's probably coming in.
Oh yeah.
Arise is like the biggest draw to playing this.
Oh, it's insane. Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely insane.
Now,
You're saying it's one of the
your
best things
opponent has
in the entire set.
Defy here.
That's it, so. Yeah. I think the biggest issue with it is that hard bargain exists right now in the meta very heavily. And so it can be a bit of a struggle, right? This is a matchup where actually Aurelia is very commonly not on many, if any, copies of Hard Bargain. Sometimes we see one, often it's like in the board. And then, you know, even though the green wind wall is the only counter that actually hits Arise, and nobody's going to play wind wall if they have access to Hard Bargain.
I get
so
one more, move Azir to Aurelia, then
then
everything
is where your Arise
start.
gets to come through, which is why sometimes the Aurelia matchup isn't that horrible for you. If you get that point lead, Aurelia often just doesn't have the tools to answer Arise, doesn't have tools to answer, you know, the big pushes that you're trying to send through. We're going to see one
3, 4,
Big
5,
combat coming
6.
in. So we got 2 Sand Soldiers and a recruit coming in to challenge this Aurelia at Vialmoz. The Guardian Angel is there, so if the combat goes awry, Aurelia will just kind of, you know, tail between the legs, head on home. But we got some action from HD. We have an Unguard. That's going to be a +3 total.
Yep.
And
So this is getting defied.
To make it a +4.
4.
Yeah.
Really getting your money's worth here for 1 energy.
Yeah, it's a little much, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot. Defiant Dance, eat your heart out. So, they're gonna ready, and now we see that huge buff.
Okay. So now, all of these...
And this combat, is, it's not gone great. So we see tokens to the bin, a draw off the shears.
Ooh, Cull. Very big draw, but wanted it maybe, you know, a few turns earlier.
Something here doesn't seem right.
So tough. Arise is the big rebuild, and that
Now it's
wasn't a
gone.
very good rebuild.
No, I mean, you know, Cody maybe just needing to pressure a little bit more, push a little bit more. Seeing as how just an on guard was enough to kind of stuff that push, maybe you do need to commit the Azir here, right?
Yeah.
Try and push through.
That's game. That's game. All right, we know he's got the boots in hand. HD has been playing around that. I mean, I feel like you defy that, and then you see what else they've got if you're going to hold up this defy. I don't know. You have a few options here, and
you know what? Beat this and then beat the charm.
He has got a
and
defy
if
in
you
hand,
can,
right?
That's good.
Yeah,
I'll
he's got
go to the next
defy.
game.
He's got
If you
defy.
can't, I'm back in.
He could have played a defy.
Now left with a lonely Azir with, I guess, just a few friends still in play. You know, we are unequipped on the recruit and the Sand Soldier at the Obelisk, and the shears on the other Sand Soldiers. So not a lot of might bonuses on these equipment, just a lot of finicky effects. But it's equip time. Here comes the eye. Now Aurelia is still quite large. That largest does not go away. So Codeman Jack trying to figure out what is the next step.
So we equip the eye. Azir smashes.
Going on the recruit. A
Sure.
lot of possible game actions here as far as like all these
2,
equipments, where they can go. Lots of different tokens.
5, 6, 7.
They're gonna
Okay.
go big here on the Obelisk.
Yeah. Potential look for a hold. Go ahead and hide there. You know, as we mentioned, it's a when I attack trigger, so couldn't grab that Sand Soldier with the shears. However, the hidden guards, when that pops up, you can go ahead and weapon master those shears back over to get another +1 plus the draw on death over onto this Obelisk. However, that's not that much might that you're adding to this if HD300 is able to find a way to pivot the Aurelia over. However, you know, as we mentioned, Vamos, maybe an issue here. The Stellacorn's probably
5,
not breaking
6.
this hold.
All
and
right,
so it comes
let's
down
figure
to,
this
did
out.
you find the boost again?
6.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
we've
even
got
just with
4,
at
5,
7,
6, 7, 8,
value
9,
of just
10,
trying to
11,
hang out
12,
on Miles, try to go for the
13.
Yeah, I think so.
Can you beat
You know, if
13?
the
Back
Codeman
back.
Jack's saying, hey, I'm going to go after Obelisk, but when you're down on points, you can't just go for that exchange. you know, the point exchange. So
Divine Dance is a really good one to get started with.
So back on HD, we see a stacked deck. Taking a little peek. I feel like most of the non-chaos decks are jealous of stacked deck. You know, just that ability to really, you know, as we saw,
so this is,
you know, in the prior match, you know, this match where these non-purple decks don't have that filtering. They can't rely on battlefields or just, you know, the right draws.
Oh wait,
at the right
Prisma
time.
lost his other game. So wait.
Yep.
Stacked and Call
round
Shot,
one,
the big MVPs.
when
the name of the game at the moment in Spirit 4.
Round 3, oh yeah, LS lost to Priz. Priz is playing Draven.
Makes a lot of sense. I think
don't know what
if you're in the
LS
shoes
is
of
playing.
HD 300, you see that, you know, these are players gone for this. You have to assume that they've got a way to kind of prevent you from just holding from 7. So you want to think with that in mind. It doesn't mean you can't go for it. You can still kind of look for it. But, you know, we know that this charm is the reason that Codeman Jack is willing to kind of make this happen. You're going to be ready to charm that Aurelia over and get her out of there. But, you know, for HD 300, he's like, I've got the boots. And you've got 1 rune. So I'm going to go ahead and just ship it.
It's party time. Okay, so ganking over. Stella Cornhoarder will join. We see a draw, and then we see guards! Exclamation point. That is 1 more Sand Soldier joining the fray. And this is a lot of numbers. We add all this up here.
8,
Lily currently has the 4, still 4
9,
runes
10, 11, 12, 13. So if I count it correctly, it doesn't actually matter.
So there's the equip on Weapon Master, and now it is HD's focus to start pushing through.
And just for our clarity here, I believe this 4 is going to be the plus from readying for the start of turn, and then the boots and the Guardian Angel, or was there a spell cast on this turn as well? Because I didn't see a spell cast, so there should just be readying start of turn.
Are you saying the 4 is counting?
Yeah, I think they're counting the equipment right now.
Okay, so it's 4, 8.
Yeah, no, I know.
9, 10, 11.
I want to just get clarity. I don't see how else we're getting to 4 here if we're not counting equipment right now. So just want to clarify, make sure that we're all kind of understanding.
We're currently 1 behind.
I'm not convinced that Codeman
Divine
Jack's going to hold
Dance.
on. Defy is going to be able to hold Divine Dance, and that's going to be your best target generally. Yeah, and we'll see from there.
We will know.
Yeah, I mean, if this is where HG's starting, Codeman Jack's going to be ecstatic, right? You need 1 rune available.
It still gets
+1
because of the choosing.
Still pumped from the targeting. And now we got, in theory, 5,
we got 5.
9, 10, 11, 12. And on Jack's side, we got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Less. It's 10.
11, 12. Oh, did I miscount?
All right, they're going game 2.
All right, so count indeed. Aurelia, it is just hard to hold against Aurelia.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. +2.
Aurelia is so big, Defiant Dance so powerful.
We can just keep it there, but we target and we get to the untap.
Yeah,
we get to go bigger.
So. I think that's not exactly what he wanted to see. We've got this next game. He gets to go get, going first Arena's Greatest. It's going to be a lot better for the Azir. Definitely just needing to find one of those 1-cost gear to start the game off. And realistically, I think that draw from Azir can get there sometimes. I think the might values are a little bit too low. But one of the big problems is Obelisk going first for Aurelia, having sneaky deckhand to start, go to 2 points right off the bat. Now you're forcing the Azir to try and hold against Aurelia. There's not many decks that can hold against Aurelia just in general. So it's really, really tough to make happen. And Azir thrives on getting ahead in point tempo and not having to go for those holds.
All right, so we got game 2, Arena's Greatest. Both players starting at 1. Sunken Temple, Sunken Temple, excuse me, on the other side. And Mighty Unit will draw for 1 when conquered. We do see some of those cheap equipment in hand for Jack. There's the Doran Shield. And then we got Charm. What is the card under Doran Shield?
That is another Azir Sovereign, so an extra copy of the Chosen Champion.
And they're also using the alt art Azir.
Not often, actually. I think that's a little bit spice here that they want an extra one. I kind of like an extra one. I think that it is really good at allowing you to make those big pivots. I agree with him to mull it away. I think it's like a very late game
into the
TCG
kind of with LS
getting
and
this accelerate
Valentine
from my hand that can pivot the big
so they're actually like
pushed earlier in, or the big Arise push I can then also send to the other side.
Okay, so we got 2 cards going to the bottom for both players.
So like LS is now paid by FlyQuest to be Riftbound rap. Interesting.
1-1 soon enough. And there it is. There's
Interesting.
Turn 1
I didn't
play.
realize
Very
that.
important. Doran's Shield coming with a Sand Soldier. Not too bad.
Yeah, I think everything about this start is significantly better. We see a call, which is exactly what you want against the Aurelia, especially if we miss the sneaky on this turn. You're going to end up in a spot where the Aurelia Fervent's going to have to come down, and that call is going to get a lot of value. Now, of course, Sonya's Hourglass going to save it from being, you know, just kind of game-ending, having that call happen right out the gates, but it's still valuable to get through that first one. And the Face Breaker, I think, also kind of valuable in this matchup because you're going to get towards those endgame spots where we see that Aurelia just swing in for like 400 might or whatever it was, right? And
400, yeah.
Yeah. The stun gets to stop that and just allow you to actually hold. That's how Azir holds, right? You hold with things like Facebreaker and maybe there's like Hidden Blade or just trying to find these ways to kind of like cheat your hold where you're not actually higher might, but you have kind of this like sneaky way to get around.
All right, good night, mate.
So, I mean,
take care, Nikki.
Compared to last game, and then also a weaker start for HD. No turn 1 unit. Jack's on the board, 2 Sand Soldiers, couple.
I think it is going to be a clear top cup. I think you're right.
We're just
cool little optimization here.
We're just praying that things end on time. Round 5 has started, thankfully, on time. Well, no, it didn't. There was still like 20 minutes. From the looks of things. 20, 25 minutes. It's going to be a long one.
And then you have the Brutalizer ready to equip when you untap at start of turn. If your opponent tried to push in more aggressively, you end up with this, you know, 6 Might Sand Soldier coming in for your turn 3 swing before you've even played any of the cards.
Forever to get these rounds going, man.
So 2 setup turns.
Kind of nutty.
The Hourglass, here's the Aurelia, but just coming in and ready to rock and roll, but not actually affecting the board in any way just yet.
This is massive. We talked about the call, big in hand. You know, having the Zonya's Hourglass to try and make you safe, but also, you know, for Jack on the other side, he's got a charm. And when I was talking about a 6 attacker coming in, you can play the call, get through this Zonya's Hourglass, push in, conquer, play the charm. Aurelia's gone. This is shields down. And I think he immediately sees this line, right? This is exactly his win con for this game, is I deal with the Aurelia, and I'm ahead in points, so I just keep scoring. He gets to score immediately up to 4 on this push-in. Brutalizer's going to put this to 6. Then you get to charm this Aurelia in. Often, GG.
Yeah, fantastic turn, for sure. And then kind of accomplishing that task. We've seen a lot of games with Aurelia on camera so far where Aurelia has never left the board.
Yeah.
You know, and night and day, you know, for the Aurelia to have Aurelia in play, of course. So here's the setup, the call, and we got our very large Sand Soldier. And I can imagine we are moving in and charming up.
Wait a second.
Yep, it looks like he's just...
Wait a second.
If you like, cheat your value. Now, of course, Sonya's Hourglass going to save it from being, you know, just kind of game-ending, having that call happen right out the gates, but it's still valuable to get through that first one. Spots where we see that Aurelia just swing in for like later on in the game, so he just like leaves this on Arena's Greatest, take the door and shield back home, and then you have the Brutalizer ready to equip when you untap at start of turn. If your opponent tried to push in more aggressively, you end up with this, you know, 6 Might Sand Soldier coming in for your turn. Make you safe, but when push in, conquer, play the charm, Aurelia's gone. This is shields down, and I think he immediately sees this line, right? This is exactly this to 6.
Brutalizer equip.
Yeah, as the Aurelia like to have Aurelia in play, of course. So here's the setup.
Go in.
Call.
With the Sunken Temple as well here, and I think he has the resources where it feels very reasonable to go for the draw on this turn.
Yep.
And we are going to see it.
All right, so Pay 1 with the Temple. Mighty Unit is conquered. We're going to see a draw, a Hidden Blade.
It's the second one in the hand.
All right, and here is the charm. Huge play. So,
over to here.
2 turns of setup.
Runes.
Going second for HD, and all for naught. The Hourglass is gone. The Aurelia is gone, and the board looks fantastic for Codeman Jack. Yeah. HD has a lot of rebuilding to do.
Yeah, the big thing we'll say that the only downside that has happened here for Jack is he missed maybe a 1-drop gear. Would have been really insane in this spot to be able to redevelop.
Yeah, a 1-drop gear would have been
with these last 2 runes.
Right.
And this was a very steep
eye or
1 for the Call of the Week, 2 for the charm due to the
oh, bless me.
And,
Doran's shield would have been
for the
cracked in this spot.
The Brutalizer. So we're at 4 powers spent on that turn down to 2
we could have got to that, then we would have been in an absolutely insane spot. But sadly, because we don't have those kind of cards, there's no reason to really play any of these other cards because guess what? We've got Face Breaker, so we're fine in a lot of spots. Double Blade as well means we're just kind of chilling forever.
Jack's already at 4 points. Exactly. And that is quite good. So a couple stack decks here. And,
we'll also hold, go to
when
5.
You see your opponent who just took a pretty bad turn, start out with a couple stack decks, that's a good sign. That's a sign of weakness where...
Yeah, so these dice are representing the might with the things.
I gotta find something. And that's what HD's trying to do right now. 5 runes left.
Did he find a unit? I think I see a Stella. I also think I see a sneaky deckhand in there. So there are units. That is the big scary thing is, right, Aurelia can just miss on units here. And that's where the game is really done. But as I was saying, because of the 4 recycled runes, even with this point lead, there's a bit more game to be played for Aurelia. Because of this massive rune advantage, you can find the opportunity to claw things back, especially because Jack's not winning next turn. He needs 2 more, right? And that's where you get to develop this turn, and then from there, you're not allowed to let go of the reins for the rest of the game. You have to be able to take control and never let go.
Yeah, not having the ability to play a Rise next turn is kind of
start to seal the deal.
bad.
But generally, I would say this position is not all lost for Aurelia, even though it feels horrible.
All right, sneaky deckhand, sneaking in. That's point number 2. Back on that.
Pretty good.
Total. Back on the board. And that's going to be it. All right, so we get a whole point for Jack. Going up to 5, like you're saying, that 6 point on this turn, very important, if that can be done, but not really. The accelerated things in this deck are 5 mana for 0, 6 energy for a Rise, so...
But like now we're put in a spot where, as the Azir player, we need to keep the tempo up, because if the Aurelia player ever finds a spot where they can actually get back into the game, we can't use the Hidden Blades to actually draw more cards. So we actually now need to find a way of actually applying my pressure. This Brutalizer off the top is insane, may I just add. This wasn't in our hands, but this is going to be a great one.
Start to sneak your way back into
the problem is we got triple Brutalizer and we have no good way of like equipping and re-equipping. So he's not even going to actually equip it.
It does mean it's a 3rd turn.
Just because he wants to have the ability of getting a new thing. The thing is, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that because with Weapon Master you can flip things around as when you feel, and you can only equip one thing at a time.
Conquer, you know, we're going to see a big double conquer on this next turn from Jack. Hide a Face Breaker, hide a Hidden Blade, and say, all right, come at me.
So pushing for that hold.
Yeah.
The really frustrating part, obviously, for Code is if he could have got onto this other battlefield in any capacity, he's threatening the win. And it makes HD's next few turns way worse. The problem is they have like no accelerate units outside of playing the Azir accelerated, and he was just not in the runes to do that. Or it's with a Rise. And again, because we did the Mega Play to kill Aurelia, which I think is correct, there's just no way of actually going ahead. So it's a low. It's difficult.
What do you want to do?
We're in Vegas, you know, the chips are in the middle, and say, what do you got?
Lofi fan. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome.
Deckhand as well, trying to sneak back into his game. And Herder here has some work to do.
It's a really interesting spot.
Definitely not a lot of might in play for HD as far as defending goes.
Silicon, it's a Silicon pass turn. Like, Aurelia has no good ways of like pushing.
Going to be ready next turn.
I think you also just have to accept that your opponent is just going to go to 7.
Gonna be. Get through.
It's tough because you almost can't look for a hold. You want to look for a hold, but there's not.
You've got to be pulling the sneaky deckhand off. And you let your opponent go to 7, and then you're going to try and figure what you do out after the fact.
But we can't have everything that we want all the time, right? And at a certain point, it's those where the Guardian Angel are there because you need those 2 pieces of removal or the salvage that we saw in the main deck, right? But he didn't, you know, he mulled it away in that first game. It was a bit surprising to me to see, and it makes me wonder, like, did you side out salvages after that? Because if we are bottoming them, it's something I would have expected to be played around for this matchup. But, you know, Cull being the most powerful tool and having that charm follow-up and the heads-up of, you know, not equipping the Brutalizer when you Weapon Master, taking that thing back. It was all very just solid practiced plays out of Jack. You understand why he's 3-0 on Azir, even if Azir isn't the #1 deck in the game right now, right? It's one of those kind of edge case decks where you're playing for the best of, but the deck's still pretty strong. It had a 2nd place finish in one of the Chinese regionals, right?
That's right, yeah, you know, so as you say, any deck can win. So Sand Soldier coming in. We see up to 6. A BF sword, so much might.
Yep.
And we're going to see a pass. So it's Codeman saying,
I don't need to do anything else.
I'm going to get it next turn.
We're also about to go a Rise next turn. With the double Hidden Blade. We can't lose.
6, waiting for that next turn. HD 300 is also going to need to go to 6 on this turn. It is very important for him to make that 6. But from there, he becomes the player who has to hold. And that is a tall task against the might of Arise on the side of Azir. And it's been in the hand the entire game. The question...
The other harder thing is Aurelia is not a hold deck. He just fell behind far too quickly.
Well, and do we want a bargain? You know,
I mean, it's all the sequence,
what
right?
Are we offering here? Because the rest
the
of
ability to get rid of the Zhonyas, get rid of the Aurelia,
face breaker,
after not doing anything for like 3 turns, basically, completely nullifying it.
But the double hidden blade, it's like, okay, what's more likely?
While also Azir was able to continue to play a tempo game, it was a 1-4 spot.
Hard bargain that was maybe lurking in the sideboard, ready to come in and deal with Arise.
Question is also for HD, how much energy can be available for Codeman Jack's turn? Things need to happen this turn too. You know, it can't just be interacting. So Herder's gonna come in, gonna take a point,
plus,
draw a card.
What's also important is like
Herder's a great unit, but it's a little small.
You know, what's very important now is because you haven't got Aurelia and everything else, you can actually just kind of like force them to do things. And because you're going to be playing Arise, you don't actually have to like full swing in and do everything all in one go.
Just always.
It actually very much puts the Aurelia player into a spot where they have to do it here and now. And if they can't do it here and now, you're actually you just win.
This is the classic setup, right? We've gone to 6. We kept a lot of runes around to make sure that we can kind of go into this next turn with a lot. Codeman Jack's going to have Arise plus a Hidden Blade. Is going to be the offensive pressure that is allowed to be put out. And so it's quite a lot, right? That you're going to be threatening.
So you're actually in like a very interesting spot.
So long as, of course, there's no.
I mean, I don't know what this Aurelia is thinking about. I can't see that hand.
Round of might. I mean, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 year, a Brutalizer equipped that's going to be very valuable. And you can always potentially look for it with cascading the BF Sword. However, not a lot of equipment cascading is going to work against Aurelia because it's often one.
This is like a very long time to figure out you're probably
you wonder
dead.
What I mean by cascading? It is when you are able to run one unit in that has an equipment on it, let it trade with one of the units on potential hold, and then it drops the equipment when it dies. The equipment stays in your base, and you can equip it to another unit.
We don't care about
and
the
then still utilize that might. And that's what I mean when I'm saying cascading the might of these equipment down. And it's a very important tool for Azir that he doesn't really get to access against Aurelia.
Yeah, absolutely. And with huge things like Brutalizer, BF Sword, it can be quite the exchange where a few small tokens can all of a sudden take down this huge board. But we'll see what's up here. Players are.
This is going to be Draven, it looks like, coming down.
You know, we're still early in the tournament, but you know, 3-0 at the feature match table. The pressure's there. You know, you definitely feel it a little bit.
No. Yes. No.
These players want to keep their good start going. Keep it undefeated.
Yeah, go to 6, because you have to go to 6.
And Deckhand's coming in. Of course, Deckhand is not very mighty, so no draw there, but that will put HD to 6.
3, 6, Draven.
Is it a Draven? Yeah, I guess so.
All right, so we have a defensive Draven.
Pass.
Bolt.
Which just means you haven't got much of any might. Okay, so this is going to be a hidden fight or flight.
Arena's greatest, so it actually does open up the ability to utilize that Brutalizer and that BF Sword to even greater effect than you often would be able to. And, you know, notably that the Draven is not going to be able to be the winning point from the combat win on either side. It'll go to 7 for HD if it wins on defense. And for Codeman Jack, yes, it'll take you to 7, but the combat will resolve first before the Conquer, so you'll go to 7, and then you'll get the Conquer going forward. There is, however, kind of an edge case here where it can matter quite a bit. And that comes down to, are there defies? Because instead of even going for the Arise here, you can conquer Sunken Temple.
I mean, he's got
then just
double Hidden Blade
into Arena's Greatest and play double Hidden Blade onto this Draven, and you'd be at 7, and that would just kill Draven, and you would go to 8 from that. You don't even have to be able to win on that side and conquer. Now, the weakness there is 2 defies, and in fact, funny enough, this might be the line because the top deck for Codeman Jack was Defy. So it would need to be 3 Defies or 2 Defies and a not so fast from the side of HD 300.
Pretty sure I saw one not so fast.
Or else it just kind of wins. There's this other side of it, I guess, where there's a a push effect here to move the Draven home, but then I think you're still kind of winning with the Conquer by kind of taking this line. So I don't know, I'm curious if this is maybe just not even an Arise play anymore because the Draven is at the battlefield.
Yeah, kind of
Nah, I think this is still an Arise
where
play.
you're going to be using your effect to win the combat through
100%.
non-combat means and get that point.
So
So
this thing
big
dies.
attack on a deckhand. Deckhand
Cool.
is going to say, oh, no, I'm not
Go to
gonna,
7.
I'm not going to take that one. So we see
Gonna pass on the
Conquer.
Sunken
Temple.
Temple.
A card could be drawn. I
Simply
feel like
because
Jack's
we
got
have
a lot of the tools
Arise
already
plus
in
Hidden
hand.
Blade.
It also feels like he has spotted this line, because I am not, I mean, this could still actually, to be fair, very clear, this could still be an Arise line, right? You can weapon master these all over.
Arise,
so
double
it makes sense that this is still
brutalizer, smash
potential
in
for
for
Arise. But I'm wondering if he's considering
5,
this,
10,
this Draven line as well. If this is
15.
something that he's
Goes
interested
to
in.
fight
I
or
guess there's also the
flight, you
thought where if you
defy.
go to assign damage, you actually don't have to outmight that entire board. You just have to outmight Draven.
Right.
It doesn't matter if the Shepherd is still better. Oh, not entering combat before the Hidden Blade.
Ooh, okay. So Hidden
You
Blade.
don't
taking
need
Draven
it.
out
You're already
will
at
not
7.
be in a
Just
combat
like
scenario,
win this
so you would
turn,
kill
right?
the Draven in theory, but not get the point. So just going for a Conquer win here, I suppose. But we're going to see a Defy. So gonna fight back. Roman Jack says, I have a Defy too.
Yeah, and float an additional rune here. Or sorry, no, he still has the floating. Yeah.
Another Defy back. We got a little chain here. So we have Defy on Hidden Blade. We'll end up resolving. So Hidden Blade is gone. Both Defies are gone. Only 2 runes left for HD. 4 left for Codeman Jack with 1
Hidden
floating.
Blade.
Yeah.
We're now committed to this
So
line.
no more Arise. There's 2 options. You either go for the line I was talking about, say you don't have a third Defy or a not so fast, and you push in your Sand Soldier and you Hidden Blade the Draven. Or the other side of it is you play the Azir Sovereign, accelerated, and you bring it all back.
Oh, well, he's done
He's
the wrong
going for the
order.
Hidden Blade without entering the combat yet, and that's the that is the potential issue. I wonder if he doesn't realize
why do you put 2
that he
rings
needs
back?
to be in combat for this, or what he's looking for with the pre-combat Hidden Blade.
Oh,
So
Defy.
looking
Oh,
like
yeah,
he's going
because
for a
of
Conquer, but you know, I think
thingy.
that it's sort of outside the box. Think about that. It's, if you're a Draven player, you should
Fight
play
or flight,
Draven. You're
pulling
so used
it.
to trying to get in combat and
Right?
killing things in combat.
Okay,
but-
so opponent
All right,
is
so we're gonna see
representing
the
they
fight or
have.
flight back on the Draven, so no Hidden Blade. However, now the Herder is trying to hold strong by his lonesome against this fairly large remaining
I
Sand
think
Soldier.
Code. I think
Yeah.
Code
Which could
punted
take the game
this.
if it can conquer.
I think we went from an almost unlosable spot into
just one
actually an
Divine. It's gonna
unwinnable
turn the tables
position.
there. There's always the option, though, to still just hide this Facebreaker down on the Sunken Temple and potentially win on a hold. Because you've burned through 2 Defies.
Right.
You basically showed there's probably not like a fight or flight. So instead, okay, not even going to attempt it. Says, you know what, that's fine. I will just go ahead and hide this Facebreaker here. I'm also kind of open to the idea of pushing in, seeing what tools HD300 had to try and deal with that push, and then still just hiding the Facebreaker. I think there's a
If
couple
you go
options
in,
that
you
could
at
have been
least
gone
get rid
for
of
here.
one
These
more
years you're playing
extra
on Defiant
thing.
Hands by not making HD use it. It's still in hand.
Yeah, it's still there.
Still available for the next one.
It's
So
still able to, move the Stellacorn back, ready it.
You could have also still done half of this play,
maybe, but end of the day,
and then still hidden the
this just gives you a little bit
Facebreaker.
more might on defense, and
Just
by a
saying.
little bit, I mean 6. I mean, that's not a small number.
yeah, so huge spot here. Both
So-
players on 7. Codeman Jack's going for the hold. We got Sand Soldier. We got equipment. And we have a hidden Facebreaker. We can see on the screen there. It could stun one on each side.
Okay.
Good against one big attacker. And Guardian.
We have
So
to
we've talked
leave
about
one
the
rune
Guardian
up so we can
break
play
on
for
big
deflect.
holds multiple times, right? You guys, you send this in, you give it some buffs, you save 1 buff, so when it gets recalled and goes back home, you play 1 more card, choosing it, ready it with Blade Dancer, send it back in. Facebreaker's a stun for the turn.
Ooh, okay.
Yep, stun.
So,
Stun means
you
for
know,
the whole turn
that's gonna
cycle, not
be
just for then and
Draven,
there.
even if it's stunned, it's just not going to have the ability to deal damage after that.
How often and in what quantity is Facebreaker seen in these Azir decks?
I really like an Azir. You can't play too many copies because often you want to be conquering, and Facebreaker is inherently a defensive card.
Can't do anything
right?
too crazy.
Because it stuns your own unit, you're not actually able to kind of kill the things that you're running onto the board to deal with. So because of that, it is often a 1, sometimes a 2, or it's a 1 with maybe 2 in the side for these
You're at a
games where your
spot
opponent doesn't play
now
a lot
where
of
I
early
think
units,
if you're
and so you always get on
I
board
think
first, and you
because of
don't
the
get on
face
board with
breaker, you're
resistance,
not
and so
realizing
then
it.
it's
You're
about
already
hiding
dead.
and going for those end game holds to win
Yeah.
the game and not letting them get on board.
This is
So
smart.
it's
The
always a
problem is
hidden
one
threat.
unit, you just
So
can't
is it
do
on
it.
HG's mind right now?
Now,
Is
if he
he
had
trying
been
to figure
doing it
out how to
onto
navigate
Aurelia,
through
there
this?
might have been a play around
After
this.
2 Hidden Blades cast last turn.
Hidden Blades. I'm often thinking this is third Hidden Blade, but if he's played against Azir really at all, or well, I wouldn't say at all, but if he's played against Azir a little bit, I think he should have Facebreaker on his mind.
Okay, well, stack deck again. And gonna take a look. Draven's hanging out, decently sized. Is it time to get frisky? It must be. 7 points for Jack. Got to break this hole to win this game. Here comes Draven. So, as it currently stands, Draven is not big enough, correct?
Yeah, we have Draven.
I guess the dice are showing the equipment buff as well. So, and there's
Right,
Defiant
so he's
Dance.
doing this
played out
now
Defiant
just to
Dance
make
on
sure.
Jack's turn. Didn't actually trigger it by forcing a combat. Now seeing it here on the defensive side for Jack. There's going to be a huge swing for Might.
Well, it can get eaten by this Facebreaker.
Yep. So right now playing into Facebreaker. There's Facebreaker.
I mean, he burned through a lot of counter spells. Are there any left?
And no runes left.
He's got
so
not
here
so
it is,
fast
going with a big stun.
or
Oh, we got a reader.
a Defy.
So this makes me think that this was not on HG's mind, unless just looking for a specific.
Facebreaker not so
wording here.
fast. I'm not.
so fast
I
would
thought
work
I
on
saw a not
Facebreaker,
so
correct?
fast in hand.
Okay. So,
Nope.
You know,
It's
like
not
a
there.
choosing and same battlefield, etc. So I imagine that if
I must have just seen another Defy, thinking it was one of the two
I
Defies.
saw him flick through the cards. No more counters left.
All right.
He's all. Look, we had 2 of them on the last turn. There's no more. That's all. So now they're both stunned for the turn.
Sand Soldier's like, I don't mind. I'm stunned. I'll just hang out here.
Oh,
I think I know where to be.
I think this is game.
And
HD, we're just wasting time now.
Dropping a card.
Rune on the floor.
That Facebreaker. I don't know where.
We're gonna unguard.
He's an unguard, so we still have a little readying to do.
Oh,
but
okay. Unguard this.
it has to be the
Cycle.
It has to be the herder because the
Goes to
Draven-
5.
I mean, you could ready the Draven. You're welcome to.
That's true.
1, 2, 3, 4,
like,
5.
he
The
is
problem
stunned.
is.
And so he won't be dealing any damage in combat, which I think at this point you kind of need.
Oh,
to
it's
lower
only
the damage.
4
Yeah,
because.
so now note the top Sand Soldier is stunned.
And the
not dealing
final
damage, but
card,
it's
you got a
still
1 mana
there. Its
pump?
might is still
I don't
relevant, and
think
if it cannot be
so.
killed,
That's it.
just pushes
Yep.
back the herder. And there you go. An awesome hold for
Whoa.
Jack, and a really sweet game 2, forcing a game 3. That was awesome.
Yeah, you see how hard it is to kind
That's
of deal with the relic, 'cause
crazy.
that last turn, you know,
Right,
it was
Warcamp
possible
versus
that Cook
Dreaming
actually just, like, had to
Tree?
win by pushing into the herder. Like, it's very possible there was no way to answer it. We know that Defiant Dance was there, but I don't know when it was there. It could have been draw for turn. It could have been when the herder ran home.
Right.
That might have been the win, but he kind of recognizes, like, it's probably higher percentage that this gets beat because I have nothing to back it up, and maybe just
We've probably got
having
like 10 minutes to
6
try
more
and get
might
through this
next to the
match.
Facebreaker makes all the difference, and I don't mind it. I think it's a genuinely a good idea.
I
and
mean,
it worked out
HD
for
definitely
him in the
played it
end.
out, but
Yeah,
it feels
really
like it's
cool
one of those
stuff.
spots
So,
where they
now
could
we
have
go to
maybe
game 3.
scooped
We're going
early.
to see Trifarian Warcamp, which is a great battle.
When the Aurelia gets there, and then
against
like
the
your opponent
Perfect
is like
for
playing
Zero.
crazy
You've
far
got the
ahead.
Turn 1, this is going second. So turn 1, you
It
have
feels like it's one of those
energy
spots where you
play
could
down the Dorn Shield,
reasonably
make a Sand Soldier.
speaking
Turn 2, you have 5 energy, BF Sword, make a Sand Soldier. This is exactly what you want to see for this deck.
Numbers, and then no turn 1 to play for HD. So here's the herder. Again, herder's great, but it is small. And now it's going Jack's
Both
way.
players are
5
playing
runes.
very quick.
You'll see him play fast. This is no think. This is Conquer. This is play BF. This is play a Sand Soldier.
Because choice being here, what to conquer was the Warcamp.
Correct.
It's because
and then
I
we
never
got
said.
the sword comes in.
Your turn.
Here's the Sand Soldier, Weapon Master, 5 might in the back
All
row,
right.
and now
I
we're
mean,
going
this
back HD's
decider
way. And this
might
is
be able to
HD's
find a
turn
way
to,
around this.
Try and get things rolling here.
Let's have a look.
Ooh, is that double Arise that I'm seeing as well?
Double Arise
I know
is
there's another Doran's
so
double
sick.
Arise with
3, 4, 5.
of
We've got a stack deck in
these,
hand. I like playing the stack
equip.
deck now.
It's gonna be on board immediately, right? Because we're gonna have a Doran.
Okay, we're gonna just do it on our opponent's turn.
All
Got a
right, so
2,
just Aurelia
untap,
pass.
1,
Another setup
2,
turn here
draw.
for HD. That was kind of the death of game 1 for HD, of having to take these
Smash
setup
in
turns.
with
and
the BF
when
sword,
Codeman
Sand
Jack is on the board and
Soldier,
rocking and
pull
rolling.
back
So,
with the other one.
Sand Soldiers ahoy.
We don't need to
Hold
be
the 2.
cute here.
2-0 lead. Now going to 3-2. It's good to score
Probably
the point.
play
but
Azir
three's a
plus
little awkward.
Orange Shield here.
I like that he slowed down here. He's double Arise in hand. He's got 10
Pull
minutes.
back,
This game will
burn
finish.
shield,
He does not have to worry about it in that way. He was playing the first 2 turns fast because he was like, okay, 10 minutes, we gotta go. But now he actually has some real questions to ask himself. I love the move of the
as I
BF
said.
sword back home, right?
Hold up 1 if you flip the 5.
You're setting up. Yes,
I mean, you're already at 3 points. Your opponent's at 0, but your opponent is playing Aurelia and a Celicorn. But the problem is they haven't been able to do much. Now you're just trying to rotate around your Sand Soldiers,
way too much might value.
getting all this equipment with double Arise.
You're just trying to push in with as little investment as possible.
And another
Swarm both sides. Let HD 300
second Azir makes things very weird for some things. Because you don't expect them to be able to move across, get triggers, move back across again.
Azir, or it's a light double conquer, play Arise just to build backline. There's a lot of different ways that Codeman Jack can continue to play this going forward. And I think often at this point he wants to actually hold runes, because currently 7 runes, next turn 9. If he only pays 1 power, he'll be at 10, which is a 1 less than what he would want to be for Arise plus Azir accelerated. And that is a break point that is not often found by this deck, but it is decimating when you are able to do it.
All right, so we see Herder come in and Aurelia come in. So HD getting back into it. But Jack's last turn was able to score some points and also set up, like you're saying, set up for these next few turns, which is great. So hidden guard on the Dreaming Tree to go along with the Aurelia, HD on 2. Going back Jack's way on 3, and a lot of stuff in play. Double Horizon here. There's a Charm also. That is a big pickup. There isn't a lot of interaction in this Azir deck, but when it's able to find the right pieces,
I honestly like the idea of just throwing in Sand Soldiers, seeing what happens.
I talked about how he's wanting to curve out right now. I don't think this Charm is actually going to be used as a kill spell. I think the way that this Charm can be used, he's ahead in points, right? 2 on the other side, he's at 3. He's going to go to 5. His opponent gets to go to 4. He goes to 7.
You can also move the Aurelia back if
when he
you
gets
really
to that
want
final
to.
turn. When HD is set up to try and just hold, because he's going to be forced into a hold, Charm just says move an enemy unit.
Back it out.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
see you later.
Yep.
I'll play my Arise, and then I'll say see you later. And yes, there's things like Defy. There's ways to answer
All right, so
it,
we're
right?
just doing
But
for this
that's
play.
going to continue to pull resources away. It's going to continue to chip at those
I
resources.
think you just
not
let this Celicorn die.
Notably, you don't have to play into the Aurelia on this
2,
turn.
4.
A lot of rooms up for Aurelia. Going to 4 is fine, because
5,
this deck
6,
is built around
7,
scoring both.
8,
However,
9, 10,
look who's
11,
sitting at
12.
home. Little Azir Sovereign, waiting to bring all the boys over to the Dreaming Tree.
All right.
And I
Then we
think
do
that
this,
may
and
still
now we
be the idea that Jack has. He just wanted to break that Zhong's Hourglass.
Yep.
Now we go
Good
over,
stuff.
hit this Aurelia. We
All
can
right,
also
so
Arise now if we
Warcamp's
wanted to.
A lot of might on that battlefield.
If we wanted to get
Herder back home.
6
It was,
more
returned
might.
by the Hourglass. And what is the next step for Codeman Jack? Is it a set up Arise?
If we got another
Is it
gear in
trying
hand,
to
I
go
definitely
after
think we
Aurelia?
play the
He
gear.
could just say, I'm going to put the most amount of might you've ever seen on this board, and I'm going to send it at your Aurelia right now. But I think in his mind, it has to be that this is fight or flight, and this Aurelia's not dying.
Yep.
So whatever he does, he probably wants to keep Charm potentially available as an option to kind of bring her back. So say, okay, yeah, you can fight or flight at home, but she's coming back here, right?
And the Hourglass is now gone, so it cannot protect. So Arise, we've got 1, 2, 3 Sand Soldiers coming in. 2 will be ready.
This is fight or flight, and this Aurelia's not dying.
Yep.
So
I think we get a bingo. I think we've got a bingo.
Available as an option to kind of bring her
1,
back.
2,
So say,
3,
okay, yeah, you can fight
4,
or flight at home,
5.
But she's coming back here, right?
Cycle
The Hourglass is
1.
now gone, so it cannot protect. So Arise, we've got 1, 2, 3
Yep, chat.
Sand Soldiers coming in. 2 will be ready. They are Weapon Master. Do they want to pick up those equipments?
Yeah, I think you can kind of separate it a little bit. I think trying to pick the best unit to put.
Oh wait, not paying the full
on
rune
or
cycle
units
cost.
to
Nah,
put
that's
tank
not it.
to
Our
on
opponent
is gonna be a
the
pretty
code
impactful
Jack
here.
just
You want
didn't
to
pay the
lose
full
the
rune
least
cost for
amount of
Arise.
material,
Rise being a
that is gonna be
5 cost
sticking around.
card
You wanna
makes
have a
it
lot of these
so
units
much
still kind of
better.
hanging out, able to be equipped to. As
That's
you
kind of
go
crazy.
forward. So we aren't going to see a ton of movement. We are going to see 2 of the.
Did he have floating mana? How did he have floating mana? He hadn't played anything for the turn, had he?
Because it would just be
Did he
kind of
re-equip
deuces,
something?
Right, moving, the Doran's Blade
Am I
to
missing
another
something? No,
Sand Soldier, especially if you are going to move
Also,
them
welcome
into
to
this
the chat.
battlefield against Aurelia
Am I
with
missing
your Azir
something?
Sovereign.
So now that's a big question. Is Azir
Did he?
Bring
Did
all
he
the boys to the
re-equip
yard?
one of the Sand Soldiers?
Jack ain't done yet. More spells to cast. This looks like it might be the Charm. No,
Ooh.
Hidden hidden card. Okay.
Go
I
back.
was gonna say Charm would feel a little weird there.
Mind it first.
Oh, there is a 1. Okay.
Azir Sovereign.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Right.
Resource first. Right.
Nothing for free here. That had hidden cards, almost the same color as our battlefields. It is there. Very hidden.
It's really hiding.
Right. It's really lit up to the name.
He doesn't want us to know.
Right. Super secret. So, we're going to see the Herder.
So he just played an Horizon Pass.
Aurelia and draw a card. So again, kind of
Played a hidden face breaker and pass. Okay.
Figure out what's going on here.
Okay. I can respect it.
Codeman Jack at 4. Codeman Jack really well set up in the back line. Ton of might. Second Horizon hand and the Charm. It's time to ride the wind.
Ride the wind coming over.
We get to see a Dreaming Tree draw, and then Aurelia getting a little bigger and going to challenge the War Camp.
Yeah, funny spot where the ride the wind.
Now we're going to face breaker.
Because it readies,
I mean, if there is a not so fast or a defy, we get a little bit sad.
However,
but if we don't,
for getting to draw on Dreaming Tree, because you have the option to run her home. Right. And
I can't really see HD's hand.
Target one for readying, but then you wouldn't draw.
On guard,
so just deciding card draw was more important. I think that's generally correct, especially since we look at what this whole value is, and it's quite small.
Yep. So Aurelia's in, fairly large. We're looking at.
Oh, it's guards.
Guards.
Yeah, guards. Guards gets to be really scary, right? Because this is oh wait, no, here's a BF sword. Here's another +3.
So using the Azir Weapon Master on defense, and that is a lot of might. Jack just said 13.
5.
Yeah, I believe him.
6, 7.
And now,
8,
Aurelia
9.
Aurelia is not
10, 11, 12, 13.
You're saying resources need to be exhausted.
Yeah.
You can see a defiant dance in the window for HD.
Yeah, and there's a really big part of the Azir side of the game plan here where you actually kind of don't care if Aurelia beats you. Like
I think it's 13.
You just want to get a bunch of resources out, right? And then you do still have this charm. You have another Arise. You have these kind of ways to rebuild. And the Azir deck is often about
6, 7,
building
8.
an army and then rebuilding an army, and that's the big thing that it likes to do.
9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that's it. He gets it.
And
+1 from the War Camp, 13.
Up, bring the soldiers down. And it looks like we're going to see a victory for Aurelia. But like you said, that's fine. Equipment's here, Arises in hand. You can have your point. HD goes to 4. Aurelia now has the War Camp, but resources have been exhausted. And just a pass back for HD. So 5 runes up, a lot of cards in hand. Now it's Codeman Jack's turn to try and get things going. It is 4-4. And again, now there's 2 minutes left. So to be aware.
Yeah, likely a 2-turn game, but it's possible there's a little bit more. I mean, a lot of cards in the hand for Aurelia, and I'm seeing a lot of tricks. What was feeling like something that was getting simplified
Final
for
Flight Rebuke,
such a great hand and
double not so fast, ride the wind. Ooh, jeez, I don't know if Azir can beat this now.
It says
Aurelia, it is 4-4 point as well, so we're at parity, which is like a big thing. I think Azir is going to struggle, but we're going to have to go for like
when I'm looking
cycle
at this hand,
come in.
I think there's a real world that Aurelia can beat it, and that's just
yeah.
going to have to be what Codeman Jack does.
Yeah, not
at
only
this
can
point,
she
though,
beat it, she can also probably like outright just get to 8 points.
And he has to present it in a way, you know.
I think it's like
the skill
super
expression
doable.
here is, how do I present this combat? Because if you screw up, yeah, you're definitely losing. If you don't put the right number, if you could have put the right number and you don't, that's where the problem comes in. The fortunate thing with Sovereign is it bails you out a little bit. You can full pile in and say, well, if this was an overcommit, I can still pull it over to the other side right afterwards.
Yeah, the problem here for Jack is that a lot of the numbers that Jack is playing are on the board. The numbers that HD are playing are in hand.
Exactly.
Therefore hidden, and it's hard to add up numbers you can't see.
Well, exactly. Yeah, you asked the question.
Now we're going in for another 5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I agree.
All right, so
They were asking HD to be like, show us more than 10.
It's
a Doran's shield.
Okay, so we got 1. I guess the dice is about 2. So we got 3, we got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on the camp. Coming into 6 on the Aurelia.
13 in total with camp. So now this is 4.
So there's a pump.
5, 6, 7. Aurelia's 8.
Ain't done yet. You see, as far as interaction goes on Codeman Jack's
We
side,
got
nothing
9, 10, 11,
Rise, Azir, which is
12,
cool,
13,
but
14.
So 8 because of camp.
15? It's either 15 or it's
13 and your finance unit -2.
Maybe we're having to do something
so 8
like
versus 11. That just needs 1 on guard, and that's equal. But equal's not good enough here for Aurelia.
Right.
Oh wait.
Okay.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Ooh, okay.
The rebuke.
I mean, it
get
is
rid
a
of the
kill spell,
door and
effectively.
shield.
You can't return a Sand Soldier to hand. It just goes to the bin. Poof.
So now it's very much winning for
So
Aurelia.
that's gone. And now Aurelia's looking pretty good.
I guess we're in a spot where we might have to arise. It's not looking good, boys.
The die is showing the plus from the equipment and the minus from the defiance.
It says time on the round. Active player finished their turn. 3 extra turns, not 5.
Well, I would
wish it was 5. Really wish it was 5.
They may knock them down, but they will rise. And there we go.
So
once again.
as such, now we have really only like 2 options.
And
like realistically, it's only like 2
That's part of the problem when
options.
you try and get these multi-combats is
And
that
the only good
most
one I
loss
can see
happen.
here is Arise.
Aurelia is still huge. And if you're HD,
Plus, having Ride the
way
Wind
cards are
means
being
we
lined
can
up here, it's
pull
gotta
back
be
and then go
Arise. So
back
kind
on
of
as and when we
fiddling
see
with
fit.
that
The problem is
and
we
deciding
only
what order to go on and into the
earlier had
ready-
to use a
ready
lot
Sand
to do
Soldiers,
that turn.
Jack's thinking it through. We are now elapsed. The clock has elapsed. We are now in turns. And both players are at 4. So we're going to get 3 extra turns to play. And then at the end of that, if the player's up by 2, they win. If they are not, we have a draw.
I think we're going to get a conclusion on this game, realistically.
Okay. So.
Looks like there's a quick judge call there.
So a little judge call here. Going to work things out and get things all set up for this Arise.
It is nice that we can just like speed through the judge call there.
All right, soldier number 1, soldier number 2, soldier number 3. Readying 2. And here comes a shield. Aurelia still feels kind of inassailable.
Yeah, she's 8.
We're gonna have to just come in with.
It is more, but it's risky. Is the again?
It's very risky.
Once again, not knowing how much might Aurelia is actually at, thanks to the cards in the end, tricks. But going for it.
We haven't been doing it so far. So
Jack shoving. And counting up. And those dice are also tracking.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and Aurelia is at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So
I'm seeing 8 into
the on guard wins
I
it.
see an on guard, so this can at least go even.
Yep.
What?
The question is can HD 300 beat it?
4,
We need 2 on
5,
crosses
6,
to actually beat this might.
7, 8 with the war camp, 9, 10, 11.
Ooh, okay. So we're going to see an hourglass.
What am I missing here? 4, 5, 6,
Hourglass, I mean, see if
7,
Aurelia is, I mean, I think if Aurelia goes
8,
down
9,
here,
10, 11. Oh, it's 11.
For HD. You saw in the last game,
On
once Aurelia
guard
goes down,
gets you
things start to fall apart pretty
to
quickly,
4,
so
8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so it's mirror.
Aurelia
It's
will
mirror.
get, one
Yeah.
of these Sand Soldiers on the way out, and
I
Hourglass
think you
will
just.
retreat.
Yeah,
Aurelia
you
will
just
live to
accept
fight
it.
another day.
Yeah, and they both were given tank here, and I wonder if that was the correct decision. You could have just done all tank on the weaker one and kept the BF sword around, and that would maybe let less might be removed. But there's also consideration that Goodman Jack actually wants this BF sword free to re-equip. So it's really a question of what his strategy was going into this turn and how he wanted to play it.
So Jack goes to 5. Now we're seeing the herder onto the Lonesome Dreaming Tree. 2 runes still up for HD. And we know the Engard is in the end. Of course, Jack does not know that.
If he wants to.
I mean, Jack has to go for the Conquer here on the Dreaming Tree, right? To go to 6.
Yeah, the question
cycle,
now becomes, you really
get the
don't
BF
want to
sword
lose
onto
any
the
more
other one,
material to this
smash
herder.
in
So you're going to need to
on
probably
a Zir.
equip. I would guess maybe just even the Dorans is enough to make it 4 with tank onto one of the Sand Soldiers, so that you're not just giving this free Stella trade. You could just not pull anything, but then you're just like, okay, well, play any pump spell, and I'm immediately losing the combat, right? So I'm wondering exactly how the equips are going to go. Because
I think
the
you
BF
have
sword
to
was freed
equip
up,
the
so that
BF
is like the
sword
biggest amount of might that you can still go for the
the
equip and try
tanked
and
unit that's currently
pressure
sitting
through in that
on
way.
the
And maybe
Trifarium
there's
War
even a
Camp.
world still
Because then that
where
goes to 2,
the charm can
3,
still
4,
deploy.
5,
Like, if you
6.
can
It's just
push
6, man.
above 11
Like, there's
might
no way he's
still
got more
on a
than
battlefield,
that.
you can charm
He's
this in,
seen
and
so
if there's
many
no
pump spells.
units left for HD300, you're probably going to win the game.
That onto...
Yeah, I forgot the charm, actually, so that's a big deal.
Yep.
So going to suit up the soldier
and now
at
Azir
the
smashes
war camp.
in.
And we're going to see
Pull it
Azir
over.
coming in.
Okay.
Says milkshake time. All the boys
Everything,
going to the
I
yard.
think, right? I think it has to be. I think you have to bring the other two.
All right, it's going to be just the large sand soldier. So that is quite big. BF sword and the Doran shield.
Now this is going to be
this?
Aurelia.
And we're going to see
Ride the wind.
Ride the wind.
Ride the wind. The Stellarcorn over.
You're going to send the herder over to the war camp.
I like
So
this
that's
play.
not going to break point tempo at all by reconquering war camp, right? That's going to go to 5, can go to 6, and then 7 on the following turn.
Right.
But not changing the math anywhere here. He's still going to be ahead as far the Azir's still ahead on trying
He
to
missed
win
the
game.
draw, I think.
What this
Did
does open
HD
up
for the Dreaming Tree?
HD300's tapped out.
Yeah.
Aurelia is a 7. Charm is getting through Aurelia now.
Oh wow,
I
yeah,
think
Charm's just gonna kill Aurelia.
That's exactly what he's reaching for. He's like, how much is this?
Here's the check.
Please tell me, how much?
You're tapped out, right?
You have nothing?
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all, like zero things.
Exhausted out. Let's see what's up here.
That's worth all my runes.
Aurelia, why don't you come out to the Dreaming Tree? You know, come hang out.
Now he has to, pay attention to what runes he's getting rid of.
Oh, we did the draw thing first, did he, Hugo?
That are still going to want to potentially happen.
Yes.
Aurelia's going to kill something off. It's taking down this Sand Soldier.
It's going to take down the big Sand Soldier, but it still dies.
All right, it's a soldier down. Equips.
Oh, equips.
Still in play. Slide those over. Yep. All right, so crazy turn.
Oh yeah.
Without having
a lot of things
the
happen there. But the herder's going to hold to 6.
without having,
So all players
oh
have
my
6,
god, and no
now, I
purple.
believe this is turn 1 or turn 2?
There's
It should be
someone.
turn 1. That was turn 0, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. We'll see if we get any confirmation on that.
No
but that's
purple
where
runes is
that's where I'm
so
staying.
rough.
So turn 2, and now if a player were to be winning by 2, they would have 8 points in order to have won the game. So
Yeah,
we'll have
pretty good.
We'll have a natural conclusion of this game or a draw. Players at this
So
point, they never
the
really
Stellarcorn,
want but
with the GA, I
in
think
a
does
dub
it.
if you can, but
Because you
back
recall
HD's way.
back, but
What is
then
the
you
next
can still, I don't know
home,
actually,
draw a card.
maybe not. You get to kill this Azir.
mono calm for HD.
I want to draw attention to a very important card in Codeman Jack's hand. Guards! Able to come in ready if you spend that extra power.
Oh, yes.
Has a Sand Soldier at home that he kept. I was not sure if you could keep it back. But
Wow.
he was confident to keep it at home. And then even if this Stellarcorn is able to push over his
Really?
Sovereign, which
You're just
it will
gonna-
be, right? You can still conquer one side with your very weak Sand Soldier.
Right.
Weapon Master in and equip whatever color you don't have of runes.
Yep.
Use the other to full equip onto that Sand Soldier that you bring out from the guards and go for that conquer to end the game. And we'll see if that can happen, as there's still 3 runes remaining for HD300. He's going to have to expend some amount here to ensure this. It is going to be an on guard. 2 runes left, though, to try and play defense on this next turn.
And kill
The
your
big question
Azir.
is, will Codeman Jack have enough from all the equips onto the accelerated, pseudo-accelerated Sand Soldier from the guards?
This is great. This has been an awesome game.
So
tight.
Codeman Jack.
HD.
What does he do?
Counting things up. There's a lot of numbers on Jack's board, despite there not being many actual units. So we're going Jack's way. This is the turn. 4 runes available. We got.
I need to reread guards.
There's no other
That's like
options.
not a
You look at the
card
hand,
you
that's
see
it.
Yes,
ever.
okay.
As your Sovereign, you don't have the 5 energy.
Is that a Facebreaker behind it?
Facebreaker, not going to help you on offense.
Yep.
HD300 on 7. You have to break.
All right. Got to break through 2 runes.
2,
Jack,
yeah, it's
what's it
just
gonna
3. Make a set.
Gonna count a little bit.
You may play a Sand
7
Soldier ready if
might
you
is
cycle
what
a
the guard
yellow.
will be with every single
So-
thing equipped. 2 energy up, 4 might already.
You can
there.
go
Defiant
onto
Dance
the
blows
war
you out
camp.
immediately.
Yep. All right. Here we go. Floating 3. Oh, we're piling up.
Wow.
All right. Pantsing up the Sand Soldier. That's a shield. That's a shield. That's a big sword.
Note the 1 order rune remaining. That's for the guards. 3 energy float.
Yep. All right.
Coming in.
Here comes the Sand Soldier.
If this works, it's good. If it doesn't, it doesn't matter. We've got Defiant Dance plus.
Tricks. So many tricks. So we got Soldier is.
If we've got Defiant Dance and another on guard, it's great. If it isn't, then it doesn't matter.
That's a 4-point swing.
That's basically what we come down to.
The herder winning the combat. That's really kind of it, right? I mean, as far as combat goes.
He's playing directly around this. Because now when the guards come down and they pick up all the other equips, actually they can't pick up all of them. They can't break over. They'd have to. He can still. Can he beat 6?
It can only go
6.
Yeah.
Okay, so up and down.
But now he's winning.
Dice thrown out, but I'm sorry. I believe we're 8 to 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 5 now. No, 3, 4, 6 to 5. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it should be 6 to 5.
Right.
Yep, 6 to 5. Azir loses.
Jack. Now what is the next step?
I mean, you could face breaker, but like that's not good.
Tough spot. So the pressure of the feature match area and a big turn wasn't enough. Now you got the weight of the clock. The clock is over. You made extra turns.
No,
if you played this, you could have
still get to the same amount, but
gotta go for a face breaker. Deciding to say, all right, this combat is null and void. We're just gonna stun both.
Oh, what could he have drawn?
GG's.
Hidden Blade?
That's nice. Can't find it.
Tight games, tight games, but I mean, Aurelia just seems like it's always got a bit of an advantage.
HD, woo. That was some great stuff.
Tight stuff.
Yeah, what a surprise. It felt like
GG's.
Jack was going to start to run away with it. All
GG's, man.
Huge might values he's able to present, but this is how we presented the Azir deck to everyone initially.
Yeah, the Aurelia had to sweat a lot of that one. 100%.
Okay. So there was a concession there. We were in, because we weren't in actually have a victory piece because turns were over. So with HD being ahead, winning that combat, looks like Codeman Jack decided to concede behind on board, which is a very noble thing to do, of course. And yeah, just like a crazy ending to an absolutely crazy game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Azir, right? You're able to present the question if your opponent has the answer.
Yeah, man.
Sometimes that's all
Damn, that was crazy.
This time around, I would say that HD300 was able to have the answers that he needed over the course of that game, especially because I think the question that Azir was asking was pretty tough. That was like some AP calculus that was being given to the other side. You know, a lot of different numbers being able to hit the board, a lot of the Sand Soldiers coming through, and at the end of the day, able to get it done.
Whew. All right, well, as that match wasn't enough, we got another match for you. Right, we're going to roll right along here into our backup match and watch some Riftbound. What do we got? We got a little Victor.
Oh, well, Manten. This is Cody Williams. He won the Best of Victor in Houston.
Oh, interesting.
So he did not quite get it in Bologna, but he
Dude, it
tried
is
to
crazy
get
how much Riptide Rex stock has gone up.
To give it another shot.
Dude, pickpocket.
Yeah, as we can see some
crazy,
of the new additions
man.
to Spirit Forge.
I get it.
Jiao, very powerful unit, only being used as a 1-up, but this gives it some additional, you know,
Challenge TCG guys on stream. Love it.
3 in a power for 4, as long as you have 2 units at base with the Xin Zhao, it will come in ready. And then also adding the very powerful removal combo of Bellows Breath to go alongside your Imperial Decree. When you're able to play these 2 cards together, you can basically remove everything on the board, as Imperial Decree just means anything that takes damage on for the rest of the turn will die. Bellows Breath just kind of pinging multiple targets for 1.
Interesting one here is we see 3 copies of Riptide Rex.
Oh yeah,
3 copies.
Yeah. Oh, he was playing those in Origins. He said he still likes them. We had an interview with him when he won the Best of at Houston, and I asked him, you know, what card maybe overperformed for you for this deck for you to kind of get there, and Riptide Rex was the one at the very top of the list as being a card that is absolutely overperformed. And I will say, when we look at the meta right now, there's a lot of these 4-life units that are looking to hold. Draven, you know, you're going to have a lot of these Noxus Hopefuls. And then Pharaoh's Forerunner, you got to find some way to deal with it. And being able to play a 6-might body and then deal with some of these big threats that like to sit on bases, even just threatening an Aurelia, saying, here's 6, just flinch. What do you want to do? And then from there, you might be able to play the rest of your offensive turn and still kind of deal with it. So I think Riftbound Rex actually got better position now than it ever was in Origins, and he was loving it in Origins.
That's really cool. 3 Rex and 3 Singularity is a big statement. Really, really cool
I mean,
stuff.
Rex definitely
So,
got
on
better
the other
stock
side,
in
we're seeing
because of the
Math
meta change
Doctors. You have
in
to be a Math Doctor to play Aurelia.
the new set.
Yeah, a lot of Aurelia have been very popular.
Like, not even
so
close.
Far, third most represented deck, I believe, at this tournament. And we're seeing yet another flavor in a sense, but realistically, this is more another flavor in a couple of 1-ofs that are sneaking around, right? Creeping around in this deck. The Siren, which we haven't seen in some of these lists, but it's been pretty prevalent across all Aurelia decks. And then having this Edge of Night as like another kind of hidden card to bluff with that also, you know, you were mentioning the hidden card. Are you ever afraid of losing it when you try and back away? This is yet another one where you can kind of just flip over whenever, equip it, and then kind of run home and pivot around as you wish. So cool to see, but yet again, another sneaky version. We'll be seeing this Obelisk of Power Game 1.
Sounds great. Well, we're going to go right into Game 3, actually, as our backup match here. Hop right into the action. And we're going to see Raven Balloon Conservatory for Victor. Really cool new battlefield.
Yeah, it's, you know, funny enough, in this one, I think Aurelia is relatively happy to see Raven Balloon Conservatory.
Yep.
A lot of card draw can come from that from her when she is able to hold. So that's going to be the target to hold. You'll want to conquer the Sunken Temple, keep getting your draws. But when you actually look, you know, cards on the table need to hold.
This is going to be like game number 7 we've had on feature. We are not into round number 5.
Yes,
we are still going.
And Sunken Temple drawing cards. Meaning a lot of cards will be drawn in hand. This game, very high resource game. Who's that favorite?
Let me triple check.
I think a high resource game is going to favor Aurelia. You're going to find more of your answers that you need so far. Third most.
No, it's very similar to all the list we just saw. The only new thing is they're playing like 2 Titana and a Siren. But they're not playing like 3 Final Flights. The flashes aren't in the sideboard, they're in the main deck. So like this is like the kind of version where they like try and be like they weren't playing an Edge of Night. So it's like it's similar, but it's not completely different to what we saw the previous round.
But there's not a big immediate answer to counter out Imperial Decree. You have to counter out maybe the Bellows Breath that gets cast with it, but maybe they just have a bunch of units that are going to start pushing into you to try and deal with you with Decree. So it becomes one of the more difficult cards to actually manage, where the rest of them
Math Doctor's sleeves are
Did you catch how many
banging.
hard bargains were in Math Doctor's main deck and sideboard?
I did not, and I thought it was 0, but I'm not convinced on that. So we'll have to keep our eyes out on the hand if you can find one that is the answer that can exist. But it's been very unpopular in Aurelia.
Swings
So
for
I'm
round
not
again.
always expecting it to be there.
Okay, well, we got a 2-drop battle here. Lonely Puro versus that Honest Broker.
5 minutes left on round 5.
The first point of the game.
No,
defends,
mate, we're so in the middle and the thick of it.
Got plenty of those.
We're nowhere near the end.
Let's see what Manton's next step is. Game 3.
What do you mean you thought this was the end?
Like
no!
Yordle plus recruit.
We're like round 7 on games we've seen.
To just go for, if your broker dies, that's fine. It'll get a conservatory trigger and potentially a gold.
All right, so we're in.
So
this is match number 3. So the hope is that it's going to be.
Those salvage as well.
Yeah, all right, I see what they're doing. The hope is that we're going to be able to go
and
to the end.
That Guardian Angel. So, you know, finding the ways to break through that Manton needs to deal with Aurelia once she hits the table.
1 each, already sideboarded.
There's a lot of matchups where you just want to try and slam her on this turn 2. You really can't against Victor.
Martin going, playing with the Arcane Victor from the bundle.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of things for Math Doctor to work around. So we're going to see the Puro.
No, Cactus. They were always meant to be 8 rounds. I don't know why on the overlay said 9 rounds. They fixed it.
Oh, Singularity up the top from the Raven Bloom.
Hello. So, defend on the Broker. So Singularity will be drawn. Gonna go for the Discipline to win the combat. But
by the way, this matchup's like kind of unwinnable for Aurelia.
Yeah. Now,
the fact that they won a game is like very impressive.
Kind of clunky to play into the Aurelia.
If anything, it's normally like game 1.
And with Math Doctor knowing it, that Singularity is going to often be dead. But guess what? It's kind of a free card. It came from a battlefield that in any other battlefield you would not have this Singularity. And it's another tool for your toolboxes, Victor. In the world that Math Doctor ever forgets about it and gives you a window, that Singularity is just going to be able to win the game. And instead it's going to be a deckhand Math Doctor trying to rush the points. And turns out, I mean, even this turn, if there's nothing else in your hand that's better to do, Singularity conquer both is really not that horrible.
Yeah, so trading blows here. Math Doctor up to 2. And not exactly the most you know, the strongest position on
Pleasure
this
Pain is a lot
battlefield.
better.
Tapped out with 2 might on both. We'll go Manton's way, and we're going to see just Wages of Pain.
Yeah, that's nice.
Taking out the Poro. Very lonely, very sad. Draw a card. Gold number 2.
Efficient. You don't want to give Conservatory Trigger over to Aurelia and let her draw. So you really did want to kill that Poro with a spell regardless, no matter what. As we do have a very clean clear available.
Nice.
Stupefy Wages.
Oh,
God.
God.
Both of the little units for Math Doctor.
This is why you play a unit.
State where Call the Weak is backbreaking.
Yeah, and great efficiency tier 2, right? You know, every card's perfect tier.
Go to
1,
3.
Stupefy, draw a card. So great progression, but also card advantage too.
Gosh.
And Manton looking quite
Got
nice here.
infinite cards in hand.
And on the board.
You can look either, is there a 2-drop that can still be played out? And there is. Plundering
Oh,
Poro.
beautiful.
If not, as you said, hey, look, here's Victor.
Poro's in.
I was looking at my fingers because of the biscuit.
Back Math Doctor.
Honestly.
Right? And you're right, that Call the Weak. The Call the Weak
God.
is gone.
One Matin is like one of the best Victor players in the world. He's one of the challenger TCG guys. We love them.
Vulnerable.
They give us a lot of support.
Possible Cull, definite Singularity.
Lovely people. I got to meet a few of them while I was in Bologna.
Player on
Really nice guys.
Playing Aurelia, trying to protect it with sort of pump action. Cull will mop up.
Yeah. Well, and Manton's also just threatening to go to 5 now. I mean, like,
yeah, that's true.
And for Math Doctor to contest that, it's like Aurelia plus something that targets plus ready plus go.
Right.
That doesn't feel very good. I don't want to do that at all. So I think Manton is going to 5 here and then has the ability to retreat if he wants or try and set up some kind of hold. It feels really difficult for
Matt Doctor's hand from the looks of things looks like it's in a situation where you're just slamming an Aurelia and passing. Maybe slam Aurelia plus like play.
It creates this game states where they have to respect it so much that you just gain.
Yeah, it's just a Aurelia pass.
Oh,
that's fine. So now as Victor, all you do is you pull back. Go to 5. You just pull your stuff back.
2 old points. Going to 5. More runes, gold, units, cards in hand.
So much value.
Great for Manton. Singularity.
You're playing a Yordle here.
Imperial Decree.
You've got like infinite things you can do.
What is the next step?
You know what's kind of funny? He doesn't really have a ton of plays on this turn. There's a lot of like spells, reactive type stuff. I wonder if he just fires a missile at Aurelia and says, play a card.
Sure,
give me a card. You know, it's annoying because of deflect, but you have 2 gold. So it's kind of like, you know what? I can trade.
Nah, you never do that. The reason I say you never do that is you want to draw a card with your Yordle.
This turn, but even then, there's not a whole ton of action speed that's available. So there's just kind of where do you want to accrue value. The other option is, oftentimes it's hard to find a spot to actually play Victor from the champion zone, and this feels like maybe a turn where you actually can make that happen. And
I agree with this sequence. I think if you've got a Yordle or a 3-drop,
use your energy, like use
is he not the Yordle?
Saves this right now.
Oh no, it's the one that makes another unit.
Say, you know what? I can just develop my base, and then we can go from there and play Manufactor plus Victor from
yeah,
zone.
I think you just do this plus Victor.
Yeah, it's a lot of might. I do like the thought of the I'm ahead right now. Let's just exchange resources. With my card for your card, let's exchange. Like, I'll keep being ahead.
Yeah, make another
this math's
recruit.
Perfect as well, right? The 3-4, and then you get.
You figure it out. Mate, you figure it out. I love leaving the recruit, by the way.
Really cool, so you try to get a card off.
Because you want to try and get the card. Oh no, they're saying it as well. We're all thinking the same thing. So now you're also forcing Math Doctor actually to where he wants to go, so he can't even necessarily go into the Sunken Temple unless he finds a ganking way across, which obviously he can. But it forces your opponent into these situations where it's less likely for them to have it by default.
Decree being kept in the mall.
I mean, this is like honestly an awful matchup for Aurelia. Like truly, I'm not even joking. The fact that they got a win is like genuinely impressive.
It's not that it can't be
it's probably more on the fact that Victor just never got anything good going.
This tool on the back burner, he's always going to have this.
Well, this is like one of, if not the roughest matchup for Aurelia.
And I don't know how many times you've had to try and do that.
Because think about it, they've just like infinite ways of killing Aurelia herself, plus all of the other stuff.
So amazing.
And then you're having to use everything on their turn defensively rather than offensively, but then they never play a big unit. But if they ever go big on like a Teferian War Camp, you just go, oh, I guess I lose. And the worst case scenario is they just go Imperial Decree, and then you just go, oh.
At least 1 unit every turn, no matter because of Victor, and then other units as well and spells. So the ball is rolling down the hill for Manton. Can Math Doctor stop it?
So if he wants to, he can go on the Sunken Temple and draw a card, but it's
Start
like,
math
well,
through. Math doctor. Parents must be proud.
Oh yeah.
That's. Whew. I can't do math or be a doctor.
I'm neither of these things.
Right.
I'm not math.
No.
I'm seeing Defy, Discipline, Defiant Dance, Ride the Wind, and...
A lot of cards, as always.
I can't tell what that bar card is, but it looks like it. I think we've got Ride the Wind, Discipline, Double Defy, Defiant Dance, and I'm not sure what this other one is.
Okay, we'll go for a hold. But if you keep up a bunch of runes,
but I don't think Math Doctor has a play.
All right, cool. I'll go to 6 on
I
the
got
other
killed
battle.
yesterday by playing mid-range
And then,
Draven versus Victor. The
all right,
matchup is
go.
just so difficult.
Like,
It
I'll play a
is.
bunch of stuff,
It
go.
is. I mean,
And then,
mid-range,
you know, you're like,
this
okay,
sort of
cool.
version of
And then you go
Victor
to
is
your next turn,
genuinely like
Manton's at 6.
the good deck
he's
of
got
the
400
format.
runes.
It's not
And he's
broken,
got,
it's
you know,
the
9
good
million units
stuff
on this board.
deck.
And
No, none of the, some of the cards are just like fine.
so,
Don't
like,
get me
I'm
wrong.
not, you know,
They
I'm
want to
not
be
a
playing
Math
something
Doctor.
better than
I
this
don't know anything.
3-drop.
I'm just saying, I just know.
When it gets
I know
printed,
some numbers,
they
and
will.
I think they're really cool numbers, so I share them with.
Like at the moment, Lecturing
they're great
Yordle is
numbers,
probably the best 3-drop they can play, and that's
really,
just
really
because it
awesome
draws a
numbers.
card.
Like,
Like,
then you just can go from there, and it's like
they're playing
okay,
a bunch
if
of
this is
like
great,
whatever
I just lose
dudes.
'cause there's all these
All
different
right,
units
opponent
here, no matter what,
is
I'm not gonna be able to deal with
drawing.
it. And if there's not a decree, there's still a lot, like a big math puzzle here, and a bunch of you know, a bunch of might. And
We have spent like 2 minutes now on the Aurelia, and then they just decided to draw a card.
It's a good thing he's a math
So
doctor, because I think nobody else is qualified to try and figure out the puzzle that will be.
we
put
are
before
in a
him.
point where
Even
there
then,
is a
he's got
little
his
bit
work
of a
cut out
slow
for him.
play thing
So
here.
to start with a draw.
All right, he did draw the
Aurelia will pop into
boots.
Sunken Temple and draw a card, as if there weren't enough cards
Drew
already
boots
in hand.
for the
so
thing.
Further complicate the puzzle.
Opponent
So you
is
have Boots of Swiftness. And
thinking.
really working it through. Plenty of time here. 15 minutes is quite a bit of a clock, and
I mean, it's
this feels
plenty
one
of
those games
time,
that's
but
going to,
like,
you know,
come on,
conclude in the next
come on.
decent number of turns. One way
We've
or
been sitting
another.
here for a few
Doc's
minutes,
gonna pull it through.
and I do get it that Math Doctor is basically at a point, but like my brother in Christ, this is a bad matchup.
So if you're Manton,
And the fact is, I have perfect information, knowing that he is just literally F3 ways till Sunday.
You know, what's your thought process?
Okay. Oh, so the back card was a
Board state in my
Titan.
hand, if I'm Manton, I'm saying, you know, go ahead and think, make your play, whatever. I'm thinking about where I'm getting lunch.
Go
I'm thinking
in,
about round
trigger.
4. I'm thinking about, wow, it's great to be 4-0.
Yeah, now he just scoops. Oh my god! He already had one in hand!
See what I'm saying, Jim? I'm saying,
You already know you have the singularity, bro!
You've already lost.
What's for lunch?
Yeah, what's for lunch?
That's a good place to be. All right, great win there from Manton. Really, really solid draw. And
GG's.
just great stuff from our
GG's.
player, Victor.
We got
you know,
there.
Victor's a deck that's been kind of floating around. You know, not the highest.
Alright, I'm going to play the ad break because they are now in time, so hopefully we've had our 2 matches. Hopefully we'll be done.
Piloting a very different version of Victor, I will say, to Manton's to that. But
oh, absolutely, mate. I mean, sometimes if I just got like mega tilted, Hugo, it was so much easier for me to just shrug my shoulders and just like deal with the loss.
But I don't know if it was 3. Still, this is a very Manton build. This is similar to what we played in Origins. Really not many adjustments. It's the same style of Victor he's been doing the entire time, and he's had a lot of success, and he's got to be one of the best Victor players that we've got. And so, you know, we're seeing it again. 4-0, great start.
Love seeing it. Let's hear from him right now.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Manton, the best of Victor from Houston. Unsurprisingly, back on Victor.
Yeah, of course. I love the deck, so I had to bring it out. I tried to do it in Bologna, but someone had to go and get top 4 and steal away from me, so we're here to try and get in.
So that matchup you just played was against Aurelia. Yeah. Certainly seems like a tough matchup from what you said. Is it generally going to be a problem? Because that is a pretty big chunk of the metagame.
Yeah, Aurelia has been kind of like a nemesis for me for the last like several events that I've been going to. Since they switched in and they started putting the 2-drops in, they're a lot faster, which is an issue. There's a lot of opens they can do where they just have like a GA on a Stellicone Herder. They go in, they draw 17 cards. There's like no way for me to win. I lose the game every single time on tree. So the game is very, very hard. And I mean, when I was at Bologna, 2 of my losses were Aurelia. My loss yesterday, my only loss yesterday was to Aurelia. So when I sat down and I saw Aurelia again, I was like, oh no, not again. But luckily, we stole a couple of wins here, so I got that one off my back.
And then
really? I feel like Aurelia is like one of his like good matchups.
Did you change anything at all coming into this event?
That's interesting.
Back of that deck list.
Well, I took that deck list. I played it almost verbatim yesterday in like the 6th round event, and I did pretty well. I went X1. There's a bunch of stuff I didn't like in it, so I ripped all that out. But I really liked the Zen. I really liked the Pickpocket. The thing that I don't think a lot of people noticed that was really strong is when you switch the battlefields and you take Obelisk out, now when you play a 2-might guy going first, you get to challenge your opponent right away instead of just using Victor hero ability, and it changes the complete dynamic of how that game normally operates. And my opponents now,
I
when
can see the defies affecting
on
stuff
the board, they're like, wait, it's supposed to be 1 might. I'm used to just running you over. I don't know what to do here. So that has been the biggest innovation from that list.
Well, makes a lot of sense. Hopefully the Victoria keeps on winning. Best of luck for the best of.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Board as a
But the Poro, so he said the Poro and the brokers were like the biggest changes. That makes sense.
At every little thing, and they just know exactly what they're doing.
It's the best of system that really starts to bring this out for almost every deck in the game. You know, we had Titubo getting 2 Garens back to back. We have a lot of these players who have kind of turned their best of attempts or best of wins into the identity of them as players in Riftbound. And we get to see a lot more innovation in decks that maybe would have been lesser explored.
So cool. Love seeing the mastery. But that's it for here for round number 5. Round number 4, so we're going into round number 5. We'll see you soon.
Oh my god, we got 5 minutes. Chat, I'm fading. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fading. We've been live for 10 hours. I have no idea who their names are on Locator. Like, this is half of my thing. Oh, there's Randy. Randy's 4-0. Diwali's 4-0. I don't know any of these people. Of the stream. Is it broken? My internet gone down? No, my internet's fine. Is it just a YouTube video went? Okay. 4K people watching on the main stream. 1.4K watching on Twitch. Yo, man. If I'm doing hype. I didn't realize I wasn't subbed. Lol. 5K people watching? Hype. Why is YouTube having an issue? Which is fine. Oh, because they're switching. They're switching the streams, that's why. I was like, why? It's not my internet. Min is also? Alright, dope. Alright, chat, I think I got one more round definitely in me, and then I don't know after that. It is almost like 2 in the morning for me. Ugh. Well, I'll be live for 10 hours. I'll try and go to 11. I honestly thought we'd be deeper into the event at this point. I genuinely thought we'd be deeper. We might be able to see on Twitter. Priz is 4-0. This name looks familiar to me. They're 4-0. Maybe I lost them at some point. Wait, where's the top cut? Did I miss that? Wait, is Alan not 4-0? Sexy beast. Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh no, there's Alan. Alright, cool. I was just thinking, Alan's like already gone? That's not a good sign. Oh, did he not have a bye? I thought he would have had multiple skirmish wins. I didn't realize. Randy. No, he told us in a stream before traveling to Vegas. Ah, right. Fair enough. 25 people, 4-0. I don't know why we're waiting so long for this. Like, I guess they really just want to always have at least a full round buffer. I can't believe they started 10 a.m. Vegas time. At least tomorrow they're starting 9 a.m. Starting 10 a.m. is crazy in my eyes.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of Regional Qualifier Las Vegas. If you like what you're seeing here on your screens and maybe want to get yourself a little buy coming into something like an Arcu, go head on down to your Summoner Skirmish. Get some Riftbound games in.
Yeah, they are so much fun to play in. Absolutely community driven, and there's multiple per set as well if you're interested.
Yeah, a little more competitive than maybe your Nexus Knight. Kind of if you're looking for the next step in your journey as a Riftbound player, definitely something you can get going. Again, organized play at Riftbound's got something for everyone at all levels. We talked about Nexus Knight, Summoner Skirmish, kind of your next step.
Hope for a good game. Absolutely. We always hope for a good game.
Here at the Regional Qualifier as we are back for round number 5 today. It's been quite a day already.
Yeah, there have been so many great games. I mean, we got to see Rumble, we got to see Jinx. I saw there was a Zir on the last round. Very sad that I didn't get to cast it, but so many cool ones. And I'm sure a lot of
We've had like 7,
Nexus Knights, those Summoner
six, 7 almost full matches on stream today.
It does seem nice.
Crazy to think if things ran on time, we could like already be like 6, 7 rounds. Like maybe that's hopeful, but we could definitely be a full 5 rounds. On coverage,
take a look though at the pre-RQ metagame or the pre-Q metagame. This was yesterday. You could win a buy, and unsurprisingly,
that's
with
still
no best
hiding,
on the
boys.
line, there's a lot of Draven in this metagame.
There was. I was walking up and down the aisles, and I mean, Draven was everywhere.
15,
so was
we still haven't
Irelia,
finished.
and it was really cool to
we go
see
historically.
the
We've got another
players
15
choose,
minutes.
what they thought was the best deck. Because one thing that was up on the line for that
little
pre-RQ
sad, but hopefully
it
gets there soon.
5-0, I think it is. You were able to get your round 1 bye as well.
Since we are not undefeated, perfect. We can get 3 points in 1 round.
Kind of going through the rest of the metagame. We'll actually go check in with not just this metagame, but today as well. We'll get through the RQ first because it's always interesting to see what might.
Honestly, that's what I'm hoping for at this point.
In a bigger field, 14 Rs quite a lot. Same number.
I don't actually think there's any other alternative.
Players decided Lux was what they wanted to play in the pre-RQ.
Yeah, I think you and I were walking up and down. We actually saw a Lux versus Yasuo. They are side by side here, but that is coincidence. We didn't know in the moment. It was really cool to see. And the one Garen who decided to run it in the pre-RQ. Much more.
I mean, we've already talked about this. I mean, the pre-RQ, this is just people having fun, playing like a mega big skirmish. Alright, this is day 1. This is actually interesting. The only big thing I'm surprised about is like Ornn having so much of a presence and Ari having like only 42. Obviously in Bologna it was like flipped. I mean, Ornn wasn't even in the first page.
Flip positions because pre-RQ, Ezreal was in 3rd place. Kaisa now just moving up with about 20 more players. And with it being day 1 metagame,
the only other thing I'm like a bit surprised in is like less Dravens, but I mean Draven had like a 60% win rate conversion from day 1 to day 2.
Draven's certainly still the best deck and certainly the most represented deck. So alongside Aurelia,
I think Ezreal is the, I think Control Ezreal is the best deck in set 2. The problem is it's the hardest deck to play, which then means it's like I think you play like Miracle Draven or you play Kaisa.
Is very interesting to me,
and that's honestly my opinion.
Sure, the decision.
Irelia is like
Ari is so much fun. I actually
good, but I think has like probably like the lowest ceiling once everybody's good. Like I think towards the end, like when Lil comes around, I don't think Irelia will be the second highest deck. Or maybe it will be, but I don't think it's necessarily the deck that will do well.
Look at what else is going on here, because the numbers are going to get a little thinner as we go down. Renata still
and then, ultimately speaking, the fact that there's 35 Leonas is kind of nuts. I mean, I'm here for it. We're here for it as Leona gamers. We just don't expect that. More than Rumble. More than Annie, which is wild to me, because Annie was like the most played or second most played deck in set 1, and it's completely dropped off a cliff. It's not like you can play old Teemo either.
But so many cool decks.
This is interesting.
Misfortune, I think, was only
see them side by side.
Like 20 of them, even though it got second place.
Yeah, it feels like
so Lux had a huge influx.
This is actually a really cool variant. This is comparing kind of what you were talking about, right? The amount of Draven in the pre-queue versus day 1 here. And there is less here on day 1 thanks to those best ofs. In general, though, the numbers do seem to cleanly convert pretty well.
I mean, there is also the thing to consider. There is the exact same mega Saturday day 1 event, day 2 event of the regional qualifier. There is a non-zero chance there are a bunch of other people who are playing like Draven in or Ezreal or Kai'Sa and stuff like in the other event. So like you'd expect a higher percentage. In actuality, we're seeing a bunch of Orns.
You just want to be able to get a lot of wins in.
Yeah, kind of seeing again the number
and anything that's super low on the pre-RQ you just don't care about because these are people just clearly having fun. Like the guy playing Garen is clearly just trying to have fun, or it's the one dude that's going for the best of Garen.
Too much of, but a lot of fun stuff here. We've seen a pretty good amount of diversity on stream so far, even though we have seen kind of the metagame players. So I'm excited to see what else we have, because our first few rounds and even the rounds we've had on camera since we've been gone have been pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, still so much diversity, and we are already up to round 5. It's going to be really interesting to see how it continues. But I know walking the tables, there's so many different leaders in just like those top tables, so I'm excited to see what we get.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the best of cards is one of, if not the best thing, and I think other games should absolutely incorporate it. I know...
Not necessarily the same. I'm going to start here with a player that should be familiar to the Legends and Retail audience, Aikato. He is on Ezreal.
Yeah, I actually was talking to him briefly, I think yesterday during the pre-RQs about his list. He is going
somewhat
to
similar to Alan's, but not identical. Not playing the full 3 decks, playing an extra Ezreal in the main deck.
You wanted to run at least 3 because you couldn't draw as much through your deck. But with COD Shot now and these miracle lists, we are seeing
the Spire
so now
in this as opposed to his.
Down to 2 Vexes, which is really interesting.
Yeah, I think they were not necessarily happy with their play yesterday.
Sideboard is interesting. Obviously, we're playing the pickpockets in the sideboard, not in the main. But I mean, I still think it's a perfectly fine thing to do.
Wonderful person, very skilled pilot. Not surprised to see them still undefeated.
31, Annie, yeah. I mean, I think Annie is a top 8 champ. I think people just don't respect it. Oh my god, we got Alan! We got Alan on feature! Yes!
I think it's a very similar list from last week. As I
Wait, does that have to win on feature? I mean, I'm already taking this as a win.
There are a couple of differences.
He has to win on feature. That's fine. That's fine.
Mundo,
he's going to win.
Dr. Mundo is
I'm
so
not worried.
Kill, and it's one of the big differences in the sideboard. I'm not sure how it'll play in this matchup per se.
The mirror, but like he's the mirror master.
Matchups like Kai'Sa and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. Those 3 pickpockets.
But what's the changes he's done
for Alan in the other Ezreal mirror that he had to play in Bologna? We'll see how it fares here. So you're going to get down to the feature round and watch 2 extremely.
What's the change? What's the change,
chat? What I can only imagine is a pretty complicated mirror match.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a masterclass here. So exciting. We are starting at Void Gate and Sigil of the Storm.
All right, so Aikato on the left of your screen on Ezreal Prodigal Explorer. Alan Ziku, the winner of the last regional qualifier, pretty literally less than a week ago at this point.
I recognize Aikato. Does he also do
We can't do it again.
Yeah, it's time. I mean, I can't imagine.
Does he also do like TFT stuff?
I'm from East Coast, and it was a large enough difference to Italy, much less if you are all the way on the West Coast here. So that is, it's crazy to see him playing here. Already 4-0. Both these players are. Fantastic job coming in here.
Yep, so we're going to start things off. Voidgate, the battlefield of choice here for Akedo, and it is Sigil of the Storm, the opener here for Alan, as stack deck and open things up. Pick a card, shuffle them up, and put them on.
Oh wait,
the
I just like see this guy on Twitter posting all the time.
This is definitely a matchup that can go pretty late, and both these players are very clean, very good technical players, and they know that this deck
no, I just see his Twitter posts all the time. That's where I recognize the name from.
Yeah, I think these battles are really interesting.
Yeah,
we do
yeah,
have Voidgate, which both of these players are going to have to watch out for. They are both running damage spells. I'm thinking.
Yeah, Grappler is like, I don't know how he's doing it, but he's 4-0 with Lux. Yeah.
When damage spells come down or damage abilities, then it is +1. So you have to keep that math.
If Broden's 4-0 with set,
be as easy as you would think.
Wild.
And in Sigil of the Storm, it does cost a rune to go into it, and so it kind of persuades you not to go there at least immediately.
Yeah, it's interesting because again, both these decks are running 3 seals of Discord. In fact, the fact
I
that
had a guy in my play. I had 2 guys in my player group who were 5-0. One was playing Jax. One was playing Volleyball.
The cards as quickly as they can.
So the first few rounds going undefeated. You know what? Doesn't matter. Also, what the F is going on here?
Ezreal is so nice, and we're gonna have to
stack
see
deck, stack deck, stack deck.
Get it as well. It just makes it so easy to go from seal, pay for the Ezreal, and then from there, Ezreal will help you pay for those later cards with the additional costs.
Yeah, somewhat innocuous, but second seal there into the Ezreal. So again, paying all these power costs nice and early. And seal is kind of the thing that powers these decks in many ways. You want to do so many different things with power. You don't really make gold.
Jesus
but
Christ,
once you get through
man.
your deck, you can just constantly cycle through your cards. So things like Cold Shot, especially with Ezreal in play, get very, very cheap when you have a seal.
All right.
For sure. It reads 1 power, but with Ezreal, it is going to decrease.
This is honestly probably going to be the craziest
costs.
matchup we see on stream.
That's the repeat cost, and it's just 1 more power, but now 0.
Yep, and so just have to pay the first power basically on the Cold Shot. Seal does that basically for free after you've invested that initial bit of power into it, and you get to look through a lot of cards and draw a lot of cards very swiftly for the low cost of 1 seal tap.
Yeah, and that does not feel bad. I mean, it's
think you've got
almost this like permanent resource.
Oh,
okay.
We're just gonna like double.
For pickpocket, but they are both in the side decks for both of these players. So game 1, these seals are
pickpocket's now
pretty
being
safe.
moved.
Yeah, so and this game feels like a relatively important one to win because. Both.
Yeah, I mean...
I think this is the game where players are most likely to see the most of their deck. I think it speeds up somewhat in the post-board games, depending on how the positioning can go. So
this is going to go
after double Raven
very long.
And as you kind of notice, a very different pace of game from what we've seen. Players have just not committed to battlefields yet. Just no need to score points right now. Just want to keep sculpting, keep getting through their deck.
Yeah, I think that's something that was really interesting to see, especially in Bologna. We are watching the actual mirror match of these like mirror Ezreals, and they stayed off the battlefields for a large part until they had more units in base and could spread out their units. Because if you just put them all in one battlefield or all one base, then Bellows can get a lot of value.
And you can see Bellows did exactly that, taking out both of the students in the backline.
It's not Superfly there. We don't know what those 2 cards are.
A little bit of initial blue power committed there by Akedo. I believe Akedo is running 3 Bellows Breath in the main, if I recall the deck list correctly. So definitely prioritizing the power of that card, which makes sense. You'd have a battlefield like Voidgate.
For sure, Frigid Touch is going to finish it off. Ezreal did get that.
I mean, double this plus this is like, I mean,
until a might decreasing card.
Kato is like definitely going.
That combination of cards be very good for Alan in his win recently in Bologna. So makes sense that things are working out. And Ezreal's going to finally take a trip to the Void.
I mean, unless it's like Bellows Breath is the only card that really punishes in there.
on board and Alan's EQ doesn't have any other units set up. This Ezreal's a little bit more safe. We do want to keep Ezreal alive just because otherwise.
So like, I don't think that was much of a decision.
Like we want.
Wages of Pain is like very good here.
Deals 3 damage.
I'm a bit surprised that he went to.
And turns out Ezreal got exactly 3 might. As,
yeah, it's a little surprising he went for onto the Void Gate.
Something that was made for the Polish community, I believe, in Riftbound. It's a little Poro holding, I believe, a Polish gold coin of some kind. It is adorable.
Yeah, they have some really adorable accessories. I love the rune sleeves as well. But to note, just because, I mean, Kaido's laying out his trash pile so well, we can see he is at 9 cards, almost where Rasa is a 0 cost unit to play. So a lot of discounts to watch out for here. We haven't had any battering ram counters just yet, but We'll see some discounts.
They're
coming down,
insisting.
I'm sure.
No!
Alan has to trade out his gold token for one that's more feature match appropriate, but I'm glad we get to see it on stream, at least temporarily.
They should let it happen. Let it ride. Let it ride. Let the Poro.
Makes our job easier, especially
I mean, I know what
like
they're
Fizz,
doing.
which these decks left to lean on.
Oh yeah,
It's
for
for new
sure.
players,
Fizz is such
but
a
I
great
mean,
card in this deck. When you play Fizz, you're allowed to play one of those spells from your discard pile.
They're playing the cool gold in the finals.
and
I mean,
energy
yeah,
costs no more than
right.
3. So there's just so many options. We've talked about it today. There's so many 2 costs and below.
I mean, this
but
is also
there's
different
some
tournament
players just
organizers, different
And you
feature
do have to
match.
pay your power cost.
I don't know,
Fizz does
man.
cost the power, but again, between the seals and the Ezreal, a lot of these things can get pretty heavily discounted. There's another cold shot here from Alan.
Cold shots,
Can
hardly
keep
having
on
to
digging
cycle.
through the
Way
deck
worse, but
very
you gotta
quickly.
do it. You
Chooses
gotta
the cards
do
so
it.
quickly, I couldn't even
This
see
does
what
kind
the
of
two choices were, and it's gonna be
symbolize
same
that. I mean,
again, keeping them close to his hand. Alan gonna not give away any
I think
extra
Akedo has
information, not
basically
even
said,
to
yeah,
us
he's
here
got
at
another
Practice.
Ezreal in hand.
How dare he?
There's seal number 3. Has to feel good to be the first one.
Alright,
to
all
get
the
that
seals. Player Rasa.
There is Rasa. I didn't see how much of a discount we got. I can't tell too much, but it is going to be nice to get that 6 Might unit down. The only unit currently on either battlefields. And with 6 Might, I mean, it's going to be difficult to knock him out before he can take a point.
Yeah, looks like Alan had to pay 3 there, I believe, because there's 7 cards as Alan also laid out his graveyard.
Oh,
a
that
little
is
bit
very
more.
nice.
But of course, again, costs the power, but once more, we can see the power of Seal of Discord. And this is Alan's only copy of this card. You see a lot of these kind of purple shells that want to dig through their decks pretty aggressively. A lot of them play 2 to 3 Rasa. It's a card they're really looking to draw for and play a lot. Alan's like, I only need 1. I'm going to be able to play it for the rest of the game if I need to by recycling it, so why would I ever need more than 1 of this card?
Yeah, I think that's so interesting to me that this game enables,
I mean, it's
right?
because you play
Because a lot
Last
of these
Rites, you
costs
play
are
the
recycled,
Grave.
even the
They've got
Fizz
so many ways of
recycle the
cycling
spell
it
after you
around
play it.
loads of
So then
times.
when you're doing these
And like you
recycling,
play
you're
it when
getting
you
them
like
back into
have
your
a
deck,
turn where
able
you
to
can
play them
just
again
like
later.
weave
And
it
especially when
in,
you're cycling one at
and
a
it's
time, you
basically
kinda start
free.
getting an idea
You never
of the
want to
order.
do it for
Yeah,
more
even
than
if
just a
they're a
weave
couple at a
spot,
time,
right?
you'll know,
So
right?
that's
If it's
why.
randomly 2 cards on the
That's why
bottom,
you do it.
You'll be able to keep track of that. And I can tell you, both of these players are keeping track of their recycles. I don't know if they're also keeping track of each other's recycles, but they're going to be very aware of what their stack looks like at the bottom of the deck after all this recycling. And if you may be newer to TCGs, this is something that is just genuinely very powerful. Not just knowing what's coming up, which a game like Riftbound does enable because you are putting cards on the bottom pretty frequently, especially in decks like this. But you can see the players like fanning out their graveyards. These are extensions of the player's hands. So it's like, not only is Fizz giving you access to all the cards in your graveyard for the most part, but eventually Fizz is going to give you access to them again when they go to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, that is
I mean, at the moment, the most
point,
important
it's so
thing
cool
is to
see
find
it.
like a Last Rites
I'm
or
really excited to
a
see
way
how
to
this
get back the
continues to
Ezreal.
develop, but
It's
I
not
will
like
say
mandatory
one point that
because
makes
now
this
we've got the
really
triple
nice. A lot of these players
seal.
have learned
It just
how
kind of
to
makes life a
know
little
what
bit
card is in
easier.
what order, but you also can take
But it's not
notes
needed.
in this game.
Like,
Yep,
not
you
needed at all.
absolutely can. And we can't see the players' notepads. They're off to the side somewhere of the frame, but I'm sure
All
they're
right,
taking
Morbid
some as
Return,
Morbid
get back the
Return.
Ezreal.
Not a card you always see that often, but a very nice one of can get
Play
you back the
Ezreal.
unit. And again, with Fizz being able
Probably
to recurse spells so consistently, I feel like
sacrificing
something I'm going to say a lot in this
discarding.
matchup. Kind of
Can't
gives you
really
access
see the
to,
hands,
the
which
rest
make
of your
this
graveyard,
coverage
right?
a little bit
Consider that Fizz
difficult.
accesses basically all your spells
All
because
right,
they pretty much
Fizz,
all cost
Fizz
3 energy or
targeting.
less. Then Morbid Return as a spell gives you access to your units. And now all of a sudden,
Cold shot.
Alan has access to every card in
No
his
reason to
graveyard.
play. Honestly, no reason to play the
so it's gonna
Ezreal
be
unless we're looking
so
to do
nice. We are
something.
able to keep that going, but there's always like a nice loop later in these games between Morbid Return and Fizz because you are going so much through your deck that sometimes you can get almost like a deck out situation. In Riftbound, it's not an automatic loss unlike some games, but your opponent does get a point. But between Morbid Return and Fizz, you're
I
actually able to
can't
kind of
wait
keep
for a
cards
mill deck.
in your deck.
I
depending on how
can't
many cards there
wait
is.
for a mill deck and just start farming your opponent.
they certainly can. I
You're
think
like,
players
mill
in
them
these matchups
out,
often
cool,
have
go
like
again,
timelines
mill
run
them
down
out,
sometimes as
go
well.
again, get it. And then you just start
do not want to
point
hit
farming
not because your
people
opponent
through
necessarily gets a
mill.
point, but because you have to shuffle your entire
That's going to be
trash back into
so
your deck. And when these
frustrating
players
for
are
people.
carefully curating the cards that are in
I
your graveyard
can't
and on the
wait.
bottom of the decks and trying to
I
basically
can't
sculpt
wait.
the perfect deck that they can continually reuse, you don't want to miss what happened. You don't want to jumble that up by shuffling everything back in. So you do have to be careful.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned earlier it's okay to shuffle 1 or 2, but that's like a 50-50. I know what's coming next, but when it's 39 cards, 38 cards, it's just a random deck again, which, you know, in these decks you don't want. But both of these players are starting to, you know, develop
they're
up
drawing
their
so
boards
much,
again.
they can only
They're
help.
getting to
I
that
mean,
point where they're
true.
gonna have to They kind of.
I mean, it's also an interesting way. Like, if people want to have like big graveyards, like because they want to do things, if you just mill them, they go, "Oh, that's great," and then you go, "Oh, wait, now I shuffle everything back in," and suddenly half of their game plan goes.
You kind of want to win the resource war first and foremost.
Okay,
so you don't
that's
really
right.
want to be the player to commit
Big
first,
card.
because if you commit,
Big
then
card
you kind
in
of
this
trade
match.
back and forth with your opponent with all your spells or whatever you have.
Cycle that
Typically,
one,
the player
and you
that
wanna
gets to
cycle-
awaken again and then go once more is going to be the player that's going to find an edge. And these are the kind of matchups where little edges really matter. So you can see both players happily building up their boards. Last Right's getting played here for Aikado, which is a key component of how much recursion this deck has access to. And then we are going to get over to the battlefield, because again, Rasa going to get a conquer here, able to play something out of the trash. Don't think I see a unit, but Last Rights is going to trigger. There's something, and hey, it's an Ezreal coming back for more.
Yeah, we do love.
You need to do the conquer, but you need to do both conquers.
We
you need to do the battlefield conquer.
as a part of the cost, but it's a cost. Akaido and this deck is very happy to pay.
Especially with all those seals. Oh, yeah, sorry, the recycling part, yes, you're happy to pay. The power costs are not so relevant when you're able to ramp up some seals, but yes, it's funny that the Last Right's drawback, we have to recycle cards from your trash, which makes sense because the design intention, I assume, is that if you move stuff out of your trash, you're not going to be able to replay it indefinitely. Well, turns out, recycling cards from your trash, putting them back in your deck, actually in this deck is just an advantage.
In increments of 2, at least.
Yes, in increments of 2. In slow enough increments
And
that you can
Sigil.
slowly sculpt your deck while still getting
Sigil.
access to your graveyard. So there is this balance of...
Am I missing
how many
something,
cards do I
chat?
have
He
in
doesn't
deck?
do Sigil,
How many cards do I
right?
have in my graveyard? What are my Rasa's costs? What else is happening?
If
How
he
many
moves
resources
this
does my opponent
student,
have?
he's
There's
missed
a
it.
lot that these players are going to be calculating. But Ravenbloom student's going to kick things off, and again, there's been a lot of yap, a lot of back and forth. It's now point number 3
Did I miss
for
it,
Hokkaido.
chat?
This, again,
Did I
is
miss
not
this?
a quick mirror match.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow burn to those 8 points for sure. And Ravenbloom Student, to me, has always been an interesting card. Burn to yeah, coming next. And then you got to rebuild
1, 2,
again.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, he didn't.
But it's a card.
Ramp up some. Well, turns out, recycling cards from your trash, putting them back in your deck, actually in this deck is just an advantage.
In increments of
Yeah, he didn't do it.
Ravenbloom student's going to kick things off, and
discard it now. We could still bring it back later. So that is really, really nice. And then Ezreal, while we did have to discard 1, we get that 2 draw, and we can widen our hand even more. Sometimes your hands in this match can almost be a little mini deck in itself.
oh yeah, hands are massive, access to your graveyard is massive. Like, nothing is ever truly lost in this kind of matchup. Again, players at some point will be able to get access to whatever cards they want, whether in the deck, in their hand, or in their trash. Just a matter of how much time is that going to take. As Alan finally kind of
hitting the Ezreals.
Play, try and clear off, I think, the back
Interesting,
line.
hitting the
Ezreals are going to
Ezreals.
get taking some damage, and then perhaps
Just
over a
interesting.
touch to
I
follow
don't
up
have much
here
of an
to shrink
opinion.
them.
Actually, we've got a
It could also be
Stupefy.
Stupefy. We only need 1, and it does look like 1 Stupefy is coming down, but both Ezreals, assuming that is it's the base, do have damage on them. 1 more Ezreal here.
Then we got another
Will we have another one?
Stupefy?
And it is
Yep.
a second Stupefy, which is all it takes for the Ezreals to be sent back to the trash. But if we can't clear out this Rasa, one of them could be back as soon as his own turn.
Yeah, so obviously Rasa is as big as each other, as both players have access to the card. But with the shovel, it is +2, so 8 might currently for Aikado on the southern battlefield. But Fizz can maybe shore up that as well. So Alan's going to have plenty of options here. And again, Alan is just not worried about committing too early, right? Play your culture, keep sculpting, get my deck to a point where I can start really refining what's in there. Yes, Aikado was applying some pressure, which is good if you can ever push your opponent to a point where you're...
I kind of assumed he would do this first.
Want to make them
Like, why would you not?
to really go for it? That's a good thing
Seems
for you, because you
a
can
bit
often
weird.
leverage your opponent having a bad turn and then going back and trying to find a way to win. So applying some pressure is good, but I'll tell you, 3 points is just not a lot in this matchup. There's plenty of game left to play, as it looks like Fizz and Rasa are going to rumble into the bottom lane.
Yeah, it is going to be 9 might. We do, though, have 2 runes up, which, as we've said, it can be so many different things. One of them, though, however, is going to be that Stupefy. We are now currently trading. It is an 8
God,
versus
Alan
an
said
8,
all
but
3 Stupefys this turn.
Stupefy is going to come down back to that 1 might difference.
Yep, so a point ahead right now, and they're going to win the war. Looks like Rasas are going to trade off, because again, damage is still being dealt, so even though the Rasa and the Last Rights unattached from each other, and Rasa goes back to the bin, Alan's going to grab his first point of the game, and we're going to pass it on back here.
But
yeah, we do
Alan
get a
finally got
hard
his first point, but I don't think he
have
cares.
That same drawback as the Last Rights, bringing back another unit. So we are up to, I believe, 4 then from on Akaido's side.
Yep.
What does he have in hand, though? I mean, he's got probably a lot that he has access to. Wouldn't be? It looks like I could see an Ezreal there. I'm not like fully sure. It is slightly off screen, but we will have to see. It looks like he's quickly just making sure his deck is big enough to play out his turn.
Yeah, if you just want to look in the player cams at home and just kind of see the size of the player's hands, like the thickness you can kind of tell, there's a lot of cards in these hands. Alan just played 3 Stupefiers, and they each replace themselves. So both players are loaded up as far as resources go. But Alan did have to tap a little low here, so Akedo should be able to find something else to play. Have to imagine, though, that was hoping to set up some sort of last rights play, maybe that effects, maybe something else. But if we can get access to that again, conquer that battlefield that the Fizz is currently occupying, and of course that Rasa can come back at a pretty good discount. There is currently more than 10 cards in that trash. So you do have to be a little careful because, again, you have to recycle first for the last rights. So have to put that into your calculations and trying to figure out how cheap is Rasa at the moment.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. Honestly, sometimes when I have hands that big, I almost lose which cards are there sometimes. So hopefully
playing a stack deck,
is going to come down. Yep. So we're going to be able to recycle one of these spells and use it. Looks like it's going to be that Fight or Flight to bring Raven Bloom back to our base. It's going to go that same spell. It's going to go to the bottom of the deck. But because it's ready, it could still see play into that other battlefield.
We play Seal for Seal.
So it was 12 cards in the trash, I believe, when I counted before. I'm going to count again quickly. 3, 4, 5,
we play
6, 7,
Seal
8,
for
9, 10,
Seal.
11 now. Last right's obviously going to mean you have to recycle 2. So it's going to be at 9.
Really?
So Rasa not currently only 1 power.
Okay, that's an interesting one. All right, so we go Seal for Seal, cycling, cold shot, and
we may want to do maybe Ezreal to discount
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We could also potentially see Vex somewhere here in the future, but we will have to conquer something to get off this ability, and it is going to be going up into that Fizz. 4 versus 3, we win the showdown.
One of the really nice things about fighting your Raven Moon back to base, just kind of as a move, lets it stay.
We get this one now. We get not paying the full thing because he didn't do it the previous cycle.
It gives you the ability to play a unit
we take it.
Or trash. So which one is it going to be? Again, Rasa not fully free at this point, but I gotta say, it feels like 1 is still a pretty low number, but it looks like Ezreal.
That's pretty
good. Be the choice here. Again, so
Ezreal
powerful.
Both
the draw text and the passive text really power this deck.
Yeah, that is so nice here with that Ezreal being able to draw 2 more cards. Depends what we want to discard, though, obviously. It is going to be Arcane Shift, it looks like.
Yeah, Arcane Shift's fine because you play Fizz, again, you can just get it back.
Replay these Fizzes, and you're able to play it from your discard pile. It doesn't feel bad to discard these spells.
No, not at all. Again, you kind of get everything back at the end of the day. Stupefy can hit this easy. Looks like it's going to activate Ezreal here. Oh, draw a card from Stupefy. Sorry, looks like Ezreal maybe got a awakened there as well, or got ready there as well.
Yeah, we are digging for something here with that Stupefy. It looks like it's potentially maybe this Bellows or something else, but Bellows is going to be able to... Oh, it just... Yes.
Yep, is Bellows.
Makes him in range.
Yep, really nicely done there for Akedo. Pretty cleanly clearing that Ezreal out with 2 cards. One of them replaces itself to Stupefy, and you get to draw a card off your easy. So it doesn't feel all that bad as the Third Seal does hit the board for both Ezreal players now.
I mean, I guess it gets us into the exact same position. Little weird with the sequencing there.
Be another Rasa.
Not sure I fully understand
only
that.
playing 1 was going to have to find some way to bring back his Rasa.
Oh, thank you so much.
We have
For
multiple.
the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Decent in this kind of spot. Again, Akedo, the one applying a little bit more pressure for now. 5 points is a good lead, but again, no lead is safe against Alan CQ. We'll see if he's able to navigate his way out of this. So again, plenty of options in the
I mean, I believe Alan can probably work his way out of any situation.
Probably has a Fizz locked and loaded here, and oh, it's a Vex instead here.
Probably going to be Vex and pass
of the RQ for us, at least on stream.
Yeah, very, very exciting. Vex was,
you need
I
to pay
would
for the
say,
power.
was the MVP of
you need to
Bologna.
pay for the power.
Ezreal
are we both just not paying for the powers of things?
Where win in a showdown,
are both players just not paying for powers? I guess we don't give a fuck.
For Alan ZQ, and now
what is
this?
Vex has a power cost. We remember Ezreal, not Vex. This still should be tapped, which is okay.
Is up to 6, which
we missed one of these over here. We've now missed one of these over here. All right, we're just
double conquer from either this point or from another point. And looks like that hold also did.
What is going on?
So for holding there, not only get the point, but get to play this Rasa at a very steep discount. It costs exactly 1 exhaust of your Seal of Discord.
That is so nice compared to the written price of 10 energy, one power. But we are just
Triple
like,
loss, sadly. First loss 4-1. Tough match against Draven.
Up for some of these future turns, and we're gonna try to hopefully probably find a way to deal with this Vex before it makes its way to a battlefield.
And Ravenbloom shouldn't going to go back home. Already scored a point at that battlefield. No need to do it again. Seal going to get popped here for... Here's Rasa once again, back to base.
Ooh,
and it looks like... I think Akedo is deciding, you know what? 6 points is enough. I'm going to try and play for the double conquer on the next turn, because what do you realistically get done if you go to the Void Gate and get the 7th point?
100%, and to some extent, it kind of opens up, the worry of could I get hit with something now. It does look like LNZQ will scoop with that.
That was enough.
And we're going to game 2. This is the spice though that Akedo brought, and it's going to be that Mariah Spire.
Mariah Spire.
Mariah Spire. There we go. Versus Obelisk of Power.
Mariah Spire, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna really rack my brain at this point.
I don't know what else Alan was gonna try and do in that spot, right?
They very
Alan can just identify in this spot,
realistically get done
between everything else. What's the point in him playing this out? He might be able to win, but it's like it's going to take them ages to do that. Yet somehow they've lost like 5 minutes.
Does not have orange for battlefields, which makes a lot of sense. Want cards to be the way they are up 99% of the time. Obelisk of Power though is going to try an extra
steal, slam
off to the races.
That Ezreal
play here in this game. So Ezreal already. This is one of the really nice things about playing with Obelisk, even on the play or draw. You do get to
tap the seal.
And even better news. Seal of Discord.
All right, Hugo.
That is
Take
so
care.
nice.
See you tomorrow. I'm honestly, I think I'm fading. I think I've fully faded at this point. It's 2 in the morning. I don't know what time you are, mate, but if you're the same time as me, I mean, it's. I mean, I don't blame you.
Going to want to play even faster.
Don't blame you, bro.
24 minutes for that
Take
game. He's
care.
going to play even faster here because he needs to win 2 more to win the round.
I have full confidence these players can finish the round in time. Also, I feel like they're the kind of players that they're playing this deck, they know each other. They're like, they have enough respect.
You're in Portugal, so it's 2 a.m. too. Yep. Fair enough, my dude. Fair enough. You take care of yourself. I'll see you tomorrow.
It's an intricate one.
Very, very intricate. As stack decks being exchanged across either sides of the table.
Stack decks. Ezreal's. One played Ezreal, one didn't. But obviously, seal in for seal. Cool shot. Alright, so Alan is noising for a head at the moment.
is just zooming off here in game 2.
Yeah, we are getting so many seals here. It's going to set us up really nicely. I'd be interested to see what cards ended up getting sideboarded in. Both of them did have Pickpocket
we picked up 3 cards.
And that can be used to destroy these seals that LNZQ and Akedo are both playing, but LNZQ is the only one with them currently on the board.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident both players have brought all copies of Pickpocket they have access to in for this matchup. Destroying seal is just such a good bit of value.
I don't know what they do here.
Really the engine that
I actually don't know how they fix this as the judges. I mean, I guess you can take this plus the next.
To recycle cards in this deck. Getting them taken out early is not something you want to see, as we are going to be zooming through a judge call. So don't worry if the time dilation starts to look a little funky on your screen. That is completely normal.
Yeah, I think it's honestly really great that we're able to do that. So we'll see that speed up here in a second, but it is going to be really interesting to see what
it's fine.
they do here.
Don't worry about it.
I mean, I think
We've zoomed on.
is great for both of these.
We're zooming.
Decks.
Yep.
Obviously, maybe
No
sometimes you're
way,
playing
they're
this more
still in round
against an
5.
opponent who can't use it as well.
No,
But when you're already playing Ezreal, maybe if you're
oh my god, they're only like
you don't,
they're only 16 minutes into round 6. Oh my lord. It is going to be a long tournament. HD 301. It's 5-0. Prismat's 5-0.
Lots of cold shots, especially when you have an Ezreal and a seal in play. And Stack Deck has just been, honestly, one of the best filtering cards in Riftbound since Origins. It's been, this card shot to the moon instantly. Every deck wanted to play this card that had the access to it in purple.
I just don't know people's summoner names. If only it was real names.
Loves called shot. It'll be
I
interesting.
just wish it was real names.
We already saw how well it's done in Bologna. It's continuing to do so great.
Can't wait for the sun.
This regional as well. It's just so many purple
No,
decks. So.
nah. Don't go say that,
Ice.
Ice.
Can find
No.
his own seals
No.
his own Ezreal, but what Ravenbloom is going to Mirai could potentially decrease some of these cards as well.
Off to the Spire here.
I wish I was in sunny Vegas right now. I'm not going to lie.
I wonder if Akedo feels like got to be a bit more.
But if I was
aggressive
playing in the
this
main event
matchup.
of Vegas now,
Alan
I
is
would be
very
fading
patient as a player.
hard.
This deck is again designed to
Especially if
really
I had
control
like
the game, to
blown
play
in
as
like
late as
the
possible,
like
get
a
access
few
to your
days
one-up,
before.
just
Oh,
basically solve any problem
my body
you
clock
can-
would
you can
not
think
be
of,
ready to handle
given
it.
a long enough time horizon. So I think Akedo is saying, you know what? I don't want to give you too long.
Yeah, especially since he already has, I think, those seals in place. He definitely has a
In
bit
fairness, though,
better
I
on
wouldn't have
the
been streaming
resource
for
front.
10 hours.
And
So I
Akaido
probably
obviously
wouldn't be
has
as
a lot
faded
of
as
those
now.
same tools, but he hasn't been able to get to
Alright,
them yet.
Stupefy
Here looks like there's
into...
follow up. You have to imagine here for Ezreal.
Stupefy
Stupefy
into...
Keep on drawing cards.
We're looking for our pieces.
Ezreal
Drawing a
into...
card for Ezreal, again, has targeted something twice. They do get to draw a card off of the Legend Exhaust
What do we
ability
do
as well.
here?
Something that we actually didn't see that much in this matchup so far, but is something that is nice, as you get to kind of...
I guess we're going to
anytime
spell
you do
his
things your deck
breath
already wants
for
to do, every now and then you
one.
get to draw an additional card, which is some of the sweetest words in any
Yep,
card game.
Bella's breath.
My favorite word, certainly.
For sure. And all you have to do for Ezreal to get a draw is to choose enemy units or gears twice. in
The
your
great
turn,
thing
which,
about Ezreal is you don't actually have to
isn't
do it
the
all in the
hardest
same
thing to do,
thing.
and
It's
especially in
just
these
like
decks where
any
you're
time of the turn. So
stupefying,
even
you're
if you
bellowing,
miss it,
these
you,
are
as long
all
as you catch it
choices,
before
right,
you
or
pass, you're
chooses
fine.
in this game. Since it's kind of a keyword here. And so
Wages
it's going to
of
be so nice to get that
pain.
draw. Hopefully find some of these pieces we're looking for. We are going to hard bargain this Wages of Pain. Raven Bloom Student is our only unit that we have.
We get to do it repeated for
And this
free.
is so nice. Akedo holding this bio here. This hard bargain repeat costs one less, and that is exactly the amount of rune that Akedo had left, and exactly the amount that Alan does
That's
have.
actually
Cannot cover
so
twice.
sick.
Effectively had to pay for it to not get that spell counted. Unfortunately, didn't have the option. Now student's even bigger and better. It's still on the table for Akedo.
Yeah, that is so nice. And it's going to stay for the entire turn now. So now you don't even just have to deal with a 2-1
Wait a second.
guy.
I'm very confused.
Exactly.
You for is to choose enemy thing to do, and especially in these decks where you're stupefying, you're bellowing. These are all choices, right, or chooses in this game, since it's kind of a keyword here. And so it is going to be so nice to get that draw. Hopefully find some of these pieces we're looking for. We are going to hard bargain this Wages of Pain. Raven Bloom Student is our only unit that we have. We have to protect it.
And this is so nice. Akedo holding this bio here. This hard bargain repeat costs one
Oh,
less.
okay.
And that is exactly the amount of rune that Akedo had left, and exactly the amount that Alan does
I
have.
just couldn't see the
Cannot
graveyard,
cover
so
two
almost,
twice.
I thought, I was like, I
Effectively
couldn't see
But
the
while
Ezreal
he's
and
still
everything.
trying to
I was
find
like,
his
wait a
pieces,
second, something
playing
looks weird
singularity,
here.
You have to shoot 2 different guys, and Raven Bloom is at a 1 right now. But here comes Fizz. We're finally finding our pieces, and Bello from the trash pile gonna be able to deal 2 to this Ezreal, and Mirai kind of acting as the Ezreal ability here.
Yeah, I think it's Frigid Touch. Yeah, only didn't repeat
Touch.
that Bella's Breath because even though the Spire reduces it,
Mhm.
it doesn't
Draw.
take the power cost away, and there's not enough blue power in Akedo's runes right now. So use the 1 there, and then Frigid Touch to sink it down below with the damage already marked on it, an easy way to kill the Ezreal. Again, Ezreal, you get a lot of value when you play it because you get to draw cards immediately, but both halves of the card in the sense, both the on-play ability and the passive text are so powerful that it is very much worth killing them efficiently when you can. As Wages of
Pain
Pain
resolves
finally
and works
finds
this
a target to take out
time.
that student.
We don't really care about this. We just need to keep developing. The problem is every time we
Alonzi
develop,
keeping that,
we've lost our
getting
unit.
the
All right.
Raven
So
Bloom and
Stupefy,
out of Mirai.
Cycle.
We are going to be looking, though, for Ezreal,
Ezreal,
obviously, on
draw.
Akaido's side, especially now that we don't have that same effect.
Gets a draw from Ezreal here as well, thanks to that Wages already taking out the Raven Bloom student. Stupefy is card number 2, aimed at that Fizz, and you have to think that...
Is that Bellows in
another small
hand?
damage
Do we
spell
want a
in the
Bellows?
future here for this Fizz, as that's already been reduced by 1. Also, if Alan's just cycling it to draw a card and then drawing for Ezreal, that's also fine. Fizz doesn't necessarily need to be removed here on Alan's side, but he does clearly want access to more cards, so happy to kind of cycle a Stupefy here potentially, as looks like stacked deck, not even Wages, going to come out here. So Fizz looks like it's going to live for now, but Alan is valuing the filtering more at this stage.
One of those 3.
Yeah, he's looking for something, obviously, with
Yeah,
that.
one of those 3. I'm trying
Going
to
through a bit
look at
more
my
of his deck.
monitor.
He will be able to
I
choose
can't
2 to
see
get
it.
to
He's
the
picked
bottom
one of them.
his deck as well, getting it roughly in the order that he would like. And
I don't-
we'll have to
I don't
see
know.
if he's found all the pieces, but we
It was
are currently
something.
just at 1 rune versus
It was a
2 or
card.
something like that for Akaido's
I
turn.
can
It looks like
conclude
we are
it
going
was
to
a
stack
card.
Deck again, getting to get 3 more cards, choose 1.
I love this, by the way. Akedo is just awakening while Alan is resolving the spell. This is the kind of thing you need to do in order to play this kind of matchup efficiently. They both know nothing's going on here, nothing's happening out of order. Akedo's just like, I'm going to start my turn while you're picking cards because we have matches to play, and I know we're not going to finish them if we don't shortcut a little bit here and try and speed up the pace of play. So it looks like Akedo is going to get access to more points here. Again, Alan has been pretty much nonchalant about not wanting the points in the early stages, not needing them at least, as the first seal finally lands here for Akedo. As we kind of talked about, this is a way that deck gets powered. You do have to invest the initial power, but kind of once you do that and the seals stay there, especially as seal allows you to play more seals, you kind of eventually get a larger rune base while still being able to pay the power cost that really power this very power-hungry deck.
Yeah,
So
and
he's
it is pretty late in the game to see these seals come down. Alan ZQ
Go
already
ahead,
at 2,
pay
just
2,
to,
get a Runeborn student. I think that's really sick,
We're multiple
honestly
turns into
speaking.
this game. I think almost 10 minutes into the match, and we're only getting the first one for Akedo.
Yep, shovel happening again though. Fizz gonna pick up the shovel, go digging over at the spire, get a
Only
point,
thing
and
I
get
will
Raven
say
Rune
is
student
there is
back
a
from the bin.
mega rune
Trash
advantage
on
at the
2 builds
moment
here
for
Akedo, so
Alan.
Ras is not going to really be on
Like,
an option
so
for a
much.
little while, as I think Alan just peeled the one Rasa, and that trash is very stacked. Cold Shot going to make it even more so here. No Ezreal, no problem. Just taps both the seals to pay for the
So
spell.
at this point, what are you looking for? Probably, I don't think you're playing gear removal, sadly. I mean, thankfully as well. Imagine if they could also play good gear removal.
We're just going to get
Christ
to cherry pick
almighty.
the perfect hand
Like adaptive, like
win, or
choose
hopefully
one
take
sort
this
of
game.
things.
It's so
Woo!
powerful because the repeat on Cold Shot
I
means
would
that
not be
not only
happy
do you
with
get to do
that.
a bunch of filtering, but you know this now
Would absolutely
you're effectively free. We can
cry.
say with these seals that you had to invest. But this effectively free spell at this stage of the
So,
game.
what
Not
at
only
this point are we
selects
looking
more cards,
for?
we just get
I
to
mean,
draw
Fizz
two
is
of them. So
nice.
actually
The
up
Fridge
on
Touch,
cards,
interesting.
even just selecting a bunch.
What's the
Usually
other cards in
selection
hand?
cards
He's
is
got like
incorrect on
everything. He's
stack
got
deck.
Rasa.
You play a card, you get one card out of the deal, right? But you got to look at a couple extras.
Thousand
Cold
Town
Shot is you get to look
Watcher. I
at
don't think
extras
those are
and you
getting
get to keep
played
an
right
extra
now.
card. That is absurdly powerful for a deck that consistently plays this spell for 1 to 0 power.
Morbid
Yeah, it is
Return,
so,
targeting
so
an
nice and really
Ezreal.
just the
Ezreal
crux
comes back
of
into hand.
almost
Ezreal
any
gets
purple
played
deck
back
right now.
down.
Last set I would say the crux is more like towards like that fight or
Or are we
flight,
going
but
to
now
find a way of
Cold
killing this
Shot,
Fizz? I guess we don't even
calling
have
the
to kill
shots.
this
It is,
Fizz
and
if we
it's
don't
certainly
want
at its
to.
best in this deck, I believe. I think
Like,
Ezreal is
it's kind of
clearly
whatever.
the best user of this card, even though plenty of other decks, we talked about Aurora already earlier today, also a deck that is
Wow,
happy to use that as
discard
well. Alan
pickpocket
Mulder returns
brought.
back his Ezreal,
That's
trying to keep
super
on chugging,
interesting.
and I would be
I
horrified
thought the matchup would be.
if I was Akedo, because a pickpocket just got discarded.
Yeah, that is rough.
Huh?
It looks like a Kaido scooped, and we're going into game 3 here. This time it will be that.
But Aurora already earlier today, and it keeps chugging. Is happy to use that as well. As Alan Mulder returns back his Ezreal, trying to keep on chugging, and I would be horrified as well. As Alan Mulder returns back his Ezreal, trying to keep on chugging, and I would be horrified. We talked about Aurora already.
24 minutes.
Kaido. And in this case, we're going to be seeing that Void Gate that we saw game 1 for Kaido for Alan ZQ, and that Obelisk of Power that we saw last game for Alan ZQ for Kaido.
Yeah, it's just that Spire that's the difference here. So we're going to move ourselves into game 3. 1 apiece now as Alan ZQ. Can he stay undefeated once again, or is a different Ezreal player going to be undefeated here in Vegas?
Yeah, we will have to see. I mean, I think the Vex really took.
I mean, I
players by
get
surprise
scooping, but
last
like
week,
it's just
but
super
this week
weird.
They had 7 the win here.
Yeah, Akedo's been on Ezreal for a
Okay,
long
so
time.
we
This is the
lost
kind of
like
deck that
5
we love
minutes
to
from the
play.
match.
The
I
stats
don't
are
think
gonna
they
kick things off.
sideboarded for 5
Obelisk
minutes.
does at least get an extra rune here for both players, because again, we kind of staggered when the Obelisk was happening. Kind of a fun little bit of like, when do you select your battlefield in this matchup? But they are so similar.
Something doesn't
It's,
feel
you know,
right. I feel like we
Obelisk
missed like 1 or
battlefield
2. I feel like we
5
missed
of
like a
them are the
full
same
turn
for each player,
cycle, and then
one
he
different
scooped.
there.
I can
Akedo
see.
is stacked
I
back
don't
against
think
it
he's
in
completely
tandem
out of the
here for
game.
LZQ as the selection continues. It was 16 minutes.
I think
left
if
in
he
this round,
sees
so
like
I am
1 or
very
2 more
confident
cards, then he
that
goes,
he's gonna finish this
yeah,
series,
all
which
right,
is
this is it. Then
impressive,
I'm like,
I
yeah,
must
fair
say.
enough.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. It is great.
We
to
didn't even
see
see
these
the Fizz
players,
get removed. We were just
you
like,
know,
yep, and that's game.
Of the playing field already of skill. And
I mean,
we're
maybe
seeing
that's
them-
all we saw.
Oh my god.
No wonder Alan's good at Ezreal. He draws seals every single game. That's all 3 of them already.
This is like Bruno.
That's what I, oh my god, it like how?
This is Bruno. Alan's just like Bruno. Or Bruno's just like Alan. Oh my god.
You can try to pick
Bruno, by the way,
but
is,
you're gonna have to play
in my
three of them to
opinion,
destroy
the
all
best
3 of these
Ezreal player
as
in the UK
well,
at the
so
moment.
it is
And he
gonna
always
be
gets seals
a,
against me.
Hard,
Always has
hard
seals.
price to pay here.
When you
Looks
don't
like
have
Raven Wolf
seals,
is gonna be coming up into that Obelisk of Power.
the deck is significantly worse.
We have 5 runes. What can we do here on
Man.
Kater's side?
So be happy
What
to
a
see
magician.
Seal certainly. Be happy to see Pickpocket as well, but it's going to be something a little bigger than that. This is a 5.
Man, I'm like
and
gonna
the
check,
power.
have a quick look at my
What will it
seals.
be? And it
I
does
have
look like Vex
2
is
or
coming
3.
out.
That makes sense. I think
Two
that's
Sealer
the
Discords.
That is true, yeah.
Need another
I
one.
was thinking in my head, I was like, I don't know exactly what this is off the
If I
top
can
of my
get
head.
one
but
more Sealer
thankfully question
Discord.
answered quickly, and Vex can be deployed to the board here.
Maybe
And
I
by
can play.
Stupefy. Gonna go ahead. I assume I'll get the
I don't think I want to play Ezreal. I think I'd rather play Kai'Sa.
In the eye of, yeah, you can already see Akado's like, yep, I got it. Rocket Barrage can deal enough damage. Stupefy shrinking it to 4, and Rocket Barrage, one of the few spells that can deal damage, actually only deals damage to unit in base.
But the thing...
So Singularity will and stuff, that, it is restricted to base, I should say.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rocket Barrage is just so strong.
Raiding the Ezreal with it. That's a greedy play.
And if you repeat it, you get a little bit of both if you want.
Power, power
so
6
nice.
now. Honestly, Razor, honestly, maybe. Maybe.
Because,
I think you'll cut. Maybe.
Between
God, I mean, I'm never gonna sell my seals. Seals are like one of the few things in this game I will never sell from set 1.
Yeah, even some of the, the equipment decks, things like Lucian,
Hard
Pour
market.
On gets a lot of splash damage for all of the gear hate that's running around.
I
Even
almost
seals,
wouldn't be
again,
surprised if set
definitely
1 seals like
pretty
stay
critical piece
similar
of
price
gear to try
long
and
run
pick
as the
off.
same as like the
As
overnumbered
Ezreal
ones.
deployed here for a
The reason I
quick
say
draws
that
a
is
couple
because
cards
set
and passes it on
1's
back
always
to
gonna have like a
Altitude
bit of
with
like
the 3 seal strong
ooh
goes
special.
Ezreal again. Gonna keep on chugging.
Yeah, we will see that Ezreal and we discarded the Bellows for a draw 2 here. Called Shot will be able to come down. Obviously, we pay for the first, but the second discounted by Ezreal.
Still a Discord is
Drew 2,
how
and we
much?
will be
I'm
drawing
sorry.
2 more.
Yeah, if you
Still a
thought that
Discord
Cold Shot using
in the
both deals to
UK.
effectively pay for the
If
full
I buy it
spell
from a
was
UK
good,
seller,
this
is how
even
much?
better. This is why Ezreal is so good at playing this spell, because once you have a seal and an
It's like
Ezreal, you can
50
basically play
euros?
for about nothing. Yes, you have to commit
My
one piece of gear, but
lord.
given what it took to get there, the
I'm
little
glad I
investment
never
you
get rid of my
pays off pretty
seals.
big, as Bella's breath
What?
Going to be pointed here at Ezreal.
What
It's
is
the only
that? That
target
is
currently that I
mental.
don't think you would have any interest in pointing at. Gets a card draw off of the legend
Legal for
as
2
well, and
years
gonna be
worth
going
set
again,
worth of
perhaps,
sets
Cold
now.
Shot
I mean, if I don't
first.
have it, I'm gonna like grab
Second
it.
time,
You have
just a little
16 out of 18 over numbers. Razor.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they pull here. We will love
They're
something
$200 in the US.
so that it can.
Oh, that's over numbers. Okay.
Touch would be pretty good.
I mean,
here.
just
Stupefy
just
looking
like
good as well. I
what
believe the
about?
bells was repeated, so that is enough for Alan to go
Wait,
ahead
I can
and,
find out.
Take out
Give
the
me
Ezreal
give me
and draw
2
some cards
seconds.
there.
I just
Stupefy,
press go back.
Pretty good card in general.
Oh, wait, I don't
very
even have to
efficient
press go
spell,
back. I
really
just
clean, draws an
go
extra card replacing itself.
Spirit
Looks
Forged
at its
promos.
best in a deck like Ezreal. Well, not only does it help you trigger your legend ability to draw
Spirit
more cards,
Forged?
but there are so many efficient ways for you to shrink things that Stupefy goes from
Alright, still
looking
Discord
like a Vengeance, which is a wild
in
spell
UK
to
card
look at when
market
it's
is
just
like
a one
100
That is
euros.
just a kill spell in order that no one plays because no one plays
That's
order.
kind of nutty.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is, but that being said, I support it.
That's kind of nutty.
We've seen Harness Dragon today. It's kind of like a 1 energy Harness Dragon.
That's gigantic.
That sounds
or
pretty good.
very small.
Those are
I guess.
$80 regular.
That was very small. Like.
All right,
but
$70.
that
Yeah,
being said,
that's
that is
basically
going
the
to be
conversion
good.
rate.
We do take out the Ezreal before we can get too
Yeah,
much value on
that's
Kato's side.
definitely the conversion
So
rate, Razor.
Rasa is here. We did have to play a lot more than we would like to for Rasa, but obviously Akato is trying to get a board set up. We do not want to fall behind.
You got
It
6
is
seals from
game
Europe.
3, and it is the game to decide
45
the
each.
match.
Here comes Fizz once again. Here comes Cold Shot once again. It's an unbelievable.
That's
how
basically
many cards this deck can
basically a pretty good rate. Honestly speaking, considering the price just keeps going up. And if Alan wins another event, Sealer Discord's going to go to the absolute moon. And he's playing with the promo one. They're 100 euros each.
On the table on top of the runes,
Mad
gotta
lad.
do it quickly here. There's only so many minutes left in the round.
Yeah, only.
In fairness,
12
he's
minutes
sponsored,
left, and
so
we are
he's
at
probably been given all these cards, and he doesn't
We
care.
have to either. Let's just say let's get to 8 points. You
Wait,
know,
is he
like,
playing
but
with the
otherwise
Metal
we still need to
Ezreal?
get 2-point different, but we are far enough away. Let's get to 8 points.
And don't be fooled.
Is he?
Just a third cold shot of
I
this
can't
turn.
tell.
By the way. Only 2
It's
copies
hard
have
to
been
know.
seen so far this turn. Fizz managed to recycle one to kind of make it a little bit extra. And again, Alan is just turboing through his pile of cards right now. I mean, Alan's hand is already like 7 or 8 cards big at this point. I think it's probably close to double-digit numbers of cards.
Yeah, we will have to see, but I mean, Call Shot can be a 3-of in your deck, but with
Pickpocket.
Fizz, it can be anything.
There's that pickpocket. Get the goal. Take out your only seal. Alan feels like he's got a pretty good stronghold in this game, and even going to add a stack deck just to make sure we have even more cards and even more selection.
Yeah, we're going to get to select just the best one for the situation. get to look at 3, and which of those can help me in my following turn? That's the question you're asking.
Who's trying to set up for 60k? I have no idea. There's a chance he has, because at the moment, obviously, it's the only one. If he wins another best of Ezreal, he can basically set the price. Which, you know what? Kind of Giga Chad. Kind of Giga Chad. I can respect it.
Just barely at the top of the screen on the right-hand side.
And then imagine getting it at Lil, and you just go, I have all of them. Oh, this was the whole winner bundle. I mean, hey, I don't know what any of that's really worth. It's worth what someone is willing to pay for it, right? Like, would I personally as an individual pay that much for it? No. But I'm also not someone that would ever be in the market for this, because I also don't have 60k where I can just go, I want to buy all of that stuff.
Tough to win if you don't take points eventually. And I think Akedo is like, I don't think I have.
I'm sure for somebody it might be worth 60k. It might be worth more like 30, 40k. There was also something very special about the first winner stuff, right? So like the first winner's Ari card, obviously that, or best of Ari's card, is obviously going to be more exclusive, more prestige.
I could be wrong, but I thought I saw Bellows, and then Fizz get played, and then Bellows again. So we were able to find out a lot of Alan's EQ side. I was hopeful
a winner's bundle. So then it really comes down to, will someone pay 60 euros or 60k
which is the Bellows
for Ezreal, and then other stuff?
No, it's just Bellows and
I don't know, someone might.
Still pretty good, as it turns out. Very similar to...
Personally, I would like keep the trophy. If I was Alan, right, I would keep like the random trophy, but I'd sell the rest. But I mean, I guess if you also have the trophy, you can sell like literally all the cards, the plaques, and everything, and then you have a trophy, and then that's all you care for.
Gets a gold gear as well. That one's exhausted. That one's ready. Do you have to make sure which one is?
I mean, Alan's going obviously for the back-to-back.
I want to use that power this turn. Smoke screen going to shrink
the
down
back
to one of in
top 8,
deck at least,
and then he'll go from there.
And hard bargain. Can you pay more for it? Alan's like, I can pay more for it. Do I want to pay more for it is the question.
Yeah, do you want to pay 6 potentially? I didn't see how many we turned over here for hard bargain, but it could be up to 6.
You can pay, but you can't do anything
for this smoke screen. It was 3 damage to Rasa.
Oh, he's already had the wages damage,
down
right?
Into that range to die as well, and it looks like we were willing to pay for that 4.
Yeah. Hard bargain was driven by Akedo, but
because you got the Rust to follow up, you're more than happy to. And we've seen Alan's hand. He's got so much more gas left in the tank after this. Neither player is particularly ahead on points advantage. Akedo, the one thing I will notice is, again, he's fallen behind on runes. But again, like, this is the difference between having seals and not having seals, right?
In these matchups where there's a lot of
Alan's just like not paid for most of his stuff mid to late game. Outside of like smoke screen,
just by having access to more things than your opponent. And we know both players have access to a lot of cards, but then you have to think about, okay, I can pay things very cheaply. We've seen how cheap Cold Shot can get.
That gold's untapped from the wages of
pain. If you want to commit to taking out units, you do have to actually spend resources. And Alan just having so many
return, go get back a Fizz. Yep. Fizz.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult.
Fizz, go ahead and play a Morbid Return.
We've seen them largely go
we play Wages of Pain. Sure.
Void Gate is a worry for this.
We need a tap for the Fizz. Yep, thank you.
Wages of Pain
Wages of Pain kills that.
But it's actually doing 4
goes to the
here.
bottom, get another gold.
Apart from Rasa, Wages does kill just about every unit that Akedo is relying on here. And now Alan's starting to take some points, which, given how patient of a player Alan is, I would be terrified if he's starting to move out and thinking, you know what, I feel comfortable enough that I will actually commit my units to the battlefield, where they're a little bit less safe.
Yeah, it's not going to feel good to see that Alan's
the fact that you know your opponent like has all their runes up and just isn't doing anything means that it indicates it's like what their hand could be is like 4 or 5 cards, but it's all like kind of reactionary stuff that doesn't really do too much in this spot.
The card gets drawn and still plenty of options in their hands.
Especially like putting the Fizz onto a battlefield.
And Akedo is officially at 10 in his discard pile, just to note. So Rosses could start being played potentially for free.
Rasa called shot and something else. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes. He's just looking for a seal, man.
The 1 energy, looking at 3 cards, picking the best, and the 2 going to the bottom.
Yeah, both these players play with their hands pretty close to themselves, so actually generally cutting off the overhead view would otherwise get. So it will remain a mystery to everyone but Akedo right now as far as what cards are in their hand. Going to pay quite a lot here for something big. Mind Splitter. Oh, it's Thousand Tail Watcher.
Thousand Tail Watcher. He is going to decrease the amount of the units on the board, but I don't think we paid Accelerate or anything like that, so it is the
no Accelerate, no Bellows Breath.
I don't always like seeing Watcher being played when we're not trying to kill something that same turn, but you need to get Mike down.
We're at a spot now where, like, Akato, like, we know his hand is, like, kind of garby. Like, it's all, like, random reactionary stuff, all very proactive stuff. Like,
between these two players.
And what I mean by this is, I mean, like, he doesn't actually have anything if Alan doesn't actually kind of put himself in a bad spot. Like, he can just... Alan is already in a spot where he's already taken full control of the board state. And a Thousand Tail Watcher is not scary. The only reason that he's trying to do this is because if he doesn't do something, he probably just loses. So the Thousand Tail Watcher goes down to 3.
It's going to be tough stuff, but it's Rigid Touch instead. We're going to follow up with something else you have to
Stupefy,
imagine.
go to 2.
Again, looking for a redraw. Also gets the draw of Ezreal. And any damage belt at this point's going to do it. Fizz is going to find one because that's Fizz's job.
Fizz, Bellows Breath, Bellows Breath, kill the Watcher.
In the discard pile.
Yep.
Is what we
and the important thing to note is because he was at 12 runes, he's able to completely go through everything.
A little bit backwards, but I like it. And well, not really because I love Watcher, but it is going to clear the board.
Pull the Rasa back, and this is basically game. This is virtually game at this point now. Looks like Alan has pretty much locked this up.
And it just got taken out by Alan while he still developed the rest of his board. So Fizz,
stack deck. Can I find a seal to save my life? I think the seal's just coming way too late.
Feels like Alan is in complete control, and Akato is trying to find a way out.
Man, triple seal. I don't know what you say. One of these players in the Ezreal mirror match got a seal. The other just never found one after infinite cards.
But we are going to play Fizz as well. There's just so many options, I feel like, in this deck to decrease might, deal damage, and that's all you need in this game to help, you know, control where
that's fine. Fizz dies.
Being able to survive.
Bye-bye.
Waves of power coming down to take
I mean, I guess you could have...
out.
Interesting spot. You could have hard bargained here.
We don't really have any
and if you hard bargain, I guess
you already at 2 units.
Again, it's such a little thing, but
basically force your opponent down to 2, but 2's not really low enough. If you put them to 1, you're actually very happy. 2 is kind of like
playing a Rasa, still
you know what I mean? It's like
still hasn't found Seal Disc. I think Pickpocket picked off one of them, if I recall correctly, but none of the other 2 have been found. And Fizz is still roaming free over to the battlefield and scoring points as Alan slowly but surely is grinding away in this game, which is again something he and his deck do exceptionally well.
Yeah, this is so difficult. We had 4 runes up, so the fact that we're allowing both Fizz and Rasa in without having any response, again, another tell that says what's in Akato's hand. And let me tell you,
now we're all going to find out. And
that explains everything. Goodbye, Thousand Tail Watcher. Goodbye.
That hand is miserable. And it's getting worse. It's about to get a lot worse.
Yeah, we're gonna.
It's either Thousand Tail Watcher or Called Shot, but I think it's Thousand Tail Watcher. Like the only card that actually like can rectify this situation. Between Called Shot. Yeah, Mystic Shot isn't doing anything outside of getting back a Fizz.
So this is a one-of-a-kind deck again for exactly this kind of situation. When you're at this point, it's kind of a stalemate. You're looking to ice the game and take any option, any hope of your opponent winning the game.
No, I thought you had a Wages of Pain. No Wages of Pain, so
and then it only gets worse.
The Arcane Shot can't even flick a Fizz to do something.
Just gets picked off there. Alan's like, whatever, I'll play this Pickpocket. Who cares about the seal? I just want to put more might on the board because he knows this game is going firmly in his favor.
Yeah, and I would say it's so smart to take out the Watcher because if you decided to actually go for one of those
spells,
at
this point, the game's the door's closed now. We need to find something crazy.
Fizz later can access it, right? And so by keeping it to the hand, it forces you to actually pay the cost, and you're not getting that value off of Fizz in the same way.
Yeah, and again, Alan's hand is chock full of stuff still in Akato. Only had 4 cards.
Alan has hard bargain, which is what he's holding up here.
Again,
this is gonna. That's fine. This is so fine. No one cares.
I don't think it matters that much, but you can take it.
4 points, let's go.
I think generally if Alan's
Arcane
ahead on points,
shift,
it's kind of
flicker
terrifying.
in
If
and
Arcane
out,
shift,
go
you're trying to make
3.
something happen here. 3 damage to the Rasa, buy back the Fizz, and find a spell from the bin. What do we have?
Wait, oh, he does have a
Wages
Wages of
other
Pain.
3
Alright,
damage
cool. So
and
he's,
try and
that's
clear
what,
things
yeah,
out.
alright,
Akedo
alright.
is treading water, but trying to fight back still in this matchup. Again, Alan's board extremely imposing, but Akedo is doing everything they can to try and equalize.
There goes
Yeah,
missing
and I will
shots, so
say,
now we've
we've
got
talked
Bellows
about it,
Breath
these
plus.
Ezreal decks can come back, right? They
So Seal
always
was
have
one
the
of
ability
these
to come
3
back.
draws.
We finally hit that Seal of Discord. 1 pickpocket is down. We know at least, I think 1 is still in the discard pile. So maybe we're saying, maybe you won't have the pickpocket. Maybe you didn't think I would find it, and you went on and recycled it into your deck instead of having it in hand. And maybe that's his hope here, but at least we get to go on and use it this turn.
Maybe also, reasonably, where are my pickpockets? You've had 3 seals in play since turn 2. I put these in my deck to do the exact same thing that you're trying to do to me. And Akedo just has not been able to find the tech as Alan has navigated beautifully to this point to have an extremely imposing board. And there are still 6 cards in Alan's hand. And probably 2 of them draw 4 cards.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. It looks like we finally do find the pickpocket that you were mentioning, though. We saw that contract come down, so hopefully we're able to find it. We'll get a gold off of it as well. And, you know,
We should have 2
Q
golds.
can just have his turn with 2 Seals of Discord.
Yeah, that's a little more reasonable. You know how they say better late than never? I think that doesn't apply in this instance when Pickpocket's showing up not quite on time to try and stymie these Seals, which are already doing the thing they've been doing all game. No Ezra required here for Alan's EQ to still pay.
I don't know what you're looking for now, if you're Alan.
Yeah, and, you know, they did turn up literally turn 1.
All right, well, looks like we are at time between these 2 players, so we're going to play a few more turns. But Alan
tons?
pretty good with with basically 2 turns left to play. Again, 3 additional turns starting at turn 0. So Alan, I believe, should be the 0 player at this point.
All right, turn 0.
Certainly has a big enough,
Can Alan find the win in the next 2 turn
Mind Splitter to
cycles?
rumble on
I
over
think
and,
between
pick off the
infinite
Rasa
cards in
from that
hand,
point.
yes.
We have to be a little careful because, as you pointed out,
Then goes
gets a bit of extra damage. So there are ways.
I mean,
for
yeah,
Mind Splitter to
I mean, with
potentially
all
get
of this
shots out
I'm
of the
seeing, he's got 12 runes.
Is a lot to deal
It's
with
almost
in these
impossible
decks.
not to.
We do
So,
obviously, though, have a
go-
huge hand on Alan's EQ side. He doesn't have to deal with the 7.
I like this. Singularity,
Ouch.
kill these both.
Taking out the 2 units here. It
You might as well
potentially take out,
cycle
yeah,
some runes
the 2,
because you're going
and
to
they
get
are
2
gonna
more
both go
back.
to
You
that
draw an extra
discard
card.
pile.
You now have
Akedo is
3
really trying to
Wages
develop
of
his board. He's
Pains
trying to do
in hand
everything
with a
he can
Mystic
there.
Shots.
And Alan's EQ is just, he's being the defy. He's saying
Mash
no.
in, show me what
now
you've
as Alan
got.
going to rumble the Mind Splitter in. 7 versus 6 is the might right now. What do you got, Akedo? You have a Stupefy, Frigid Touch. That's a good one to try and defend your board.
Fine.
Repeats
So what
it as
I'm going
well.
to do is I'm going to Arcane Shift. Oh, hard bargain.
Hard bargain. An absolute
I mean,
dagger to the heart
that's it. I'm
of
sorry.
Akedo.
That's even
That's
more
gonna be
it.
2 points going to
There was like
seven. Alan's
infinite
EQ
things he could have
poised to
done
win
there.
Yet another game and stay undefeated here
Goes
at
to
Arcu Las Vegas.
7.
Yeah, this 2-point difference
Yeah, goes
is
to 6
so
here.
important
Pickpocket
now
goes to
that we are in
7, and then
time.
pass.
You need to have 2 points to win the match, not for it just to be a draw. So keeping this point disparity is going to be important for Alan's EQ in these next, what is it,
Just-
2 turns left?
Pickpocket
Just
picks up another seal, and that
absolutely
pickpocket, I believe, can
slam
still go
that
over
door
and claim the point at
shut,
the obelisk. I
does
don't
Alan.
believe Alan has
Oh
scored there yet.
my god.
I don't think so either, so it's definitely an option. Make that point share just a slight
Yep, hey, a
bit
fight or flight
larger. It
hidden.
looks like we're going to protect this Mind Splitter with a hidden card. That could potentially just be, you know, oh god, fight or flight, or another hidden card that could keep
Or a
Akedo
wait.
from
Oh no, he's
going
put a
in
wages
toward-
there.
Yeah, both fight or flight and wages of pain.
He's put wages
cards
there.
can hide here on Alan's
That's
side.
so
Bellows
funny.
Breath, try and clear out the back
I
line
actually
here.
kind of fuck with it.
Actually, I guess can hit both. I think that's actually what happened.
It's
here.
wages
So can
'cause
have
it's on a
shrinking spell
void
here,
gate.
so we're gonna draw a
That's
card. Yeah,
so
did pick both, as you
funny.
can see, drawing a card
I actually
immediately
kinda love
off of
it.
that, and Akedo just doesn't have it. Alan's
Yeah,
EQ.
that's
Gonna
it.
take a win and
GG.
stay
Alan
undefeated
wins
here
it.
once again on Ezreal, looking to repeat
Wow.
in a different country less than a week later.
Honestly,
fantastic job. It was so
that's
cool to see these two.
crazy.
That was I think this kind of thing, maybe for some players, is kind of an acquired taste. Kind of slow, very back and forth. Lots of little edges really matter.
Mad
That is the
respect,
kind of
man.
Riftbound that I
Honestly,
personally
mad
very much enjoy.
respect.
It is so much fun to watch these two players play.
Damn,
They obviously,
man.
you know, their
Alan
decks
is a
so well.
fucking
Obviously,
crazy
Alan has had
person.
some more time with it.
Not even
but
joking,
they
man.
did
Like,
a great
that
job.
was
Yeah, Akedo's still looking good.
masterfully
You know what?
played.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about how they went. We have an interview with the winner coming up right now.
Oh, let's hear from Alan.
All right, we had a Legends of Runeterra grudge match between Akedo and Alan ZQ. Y'all fought in Houston early on. I know you'd got the better of him. Once again, you're kind of bullying Akedo in the mirror, but I mean, how did you feel he played this Ezreal mirror?
better than Kai'Sa in Houston, Mirror we played. I definitely see the improvement. In game 1, he had a better deck for Mirror. However, post sideboard, I think I'm favorite. And the only thing that mattered was just if we can play all the 3 games in time.
Yeah, I mean, how have you been feeling about the day overall? You're able to pick up another win. Now you're 4-0, still undefeated going into the next round. Have things just been
5-0.
continually as seamless as they were in Bologna?
Yeah, pretty much. I would say it's even easier in Bologna. I think my day 1 was harder than my day 2.
All right, I mean, fair enough. Now, looking forward towards, day 2 and going forward, you think you might get another rematch with Aikado in the top 8?
I mean, hopefully he can make it that far, and I'll try to get him a good tiebreaker.
All right, Alan, thanks so much for the interview. Good luck with the rest, and we'll send it back over the desk.
Always great to hear from Alan. I think Aikado is a player we'll almost assuredly see again on day 2. Very competent on this deck. Really loves to pilot this Miracle Ezreal. Alan, of course, is just the kind of player that it's really tough to bet against. And I said this already. If you're looking to win a best-of here at any regional qualifier that Alan ZQ is attending, just don't play the legend he's playing. That's about the only advice I can give you.
Yeah, I remember he made a tweet before Bologna where he was going for all of the Ezreals this set. We'll have to see if he's able to do it successfully, but he has the games. He's been playing it, I've heard, for a long time, even before Spirit Forge actually came out, because we've had the cards for a while. And so it is so cool to see that practice really converting into all these
I'll happily play.
Yeah, if you get an opportunity, maybe talk to Casanova and ask how it went testing that out. And they'll tell you, didn't go all that well. We are going to throw it to a break because we've got more coming up. Riftbound round number 6 is coming to us. We see the sights and sounds of the feature match area. Players are battling as much as they can, trying to find their way through what is looking to be a very tough field. There are regional qualifier champions, there is action, there is everything we could hope for and more. Riftbound Las Vegas yesterday, it's been a treat so far.
It has been so much fun watching all these fantastic games.
Don't really know what was happening with that little transition. All right. Let me have a quick check of the standings. Where are they in round 6? Round 6. They got 7 minutes to go. The thing is, well, they got 12 minutes to go. It looks like the thing's a little bit broken. Oh no, but it fixed itself. There's a bunch of like -1 tables, so I'm guessing people dropped or something, or I don't know. All I know is Alan won. He is now 6-0. Alan is 6-0. Any other notable? HD 300, who we saw on Feature Match, the Aurelia player, he's 3-0. He's 6-0. Randy won his match. Prim lost his match. I don't know when. I think last round. Oh no, he didn't. He won. Prim is also 6-0. Wow, Battle of the Titans at the moment. Oh, all right. I'm gonna be honest. I'm tapping out. I've gone 11 hours. I think I've done a really good job. But it is 3 in the morning. It is 3 in the morning, and I really thought we would be finishing by now. I'm not even lying. I genuinely thought we'd be finishing now. And I'll give you a good reason. I thought they'd start at 9 a.m. I also thought rounds wouldn't go +3 out, like 30 minutes every single round. So I thought we'd be already on we'd be done with round 6. 2 rounds to go. I thought we'd maybe be done with round 7, and I could power through for one more round. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm weak. I'm gonna call it quits. I'm gonna much love to everybody out there though. I'm just gonna call it. 12 hours is, well, 11 hours is my breaking point. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing a pre-stream. We'll do a recap. I'll probably watch back all the rounds I missed, catch up on everything, and I'll go from there. But with that all said, thank you everybody for watching.
Welcome back
Craven.
to coverage of Regional Qualifier Las Vegas here for Riftbound.
But yeah, with that all said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. And I'm going to see you all very soon. Good night. Bye.